House Dad's Literary Life Chapter 1223 to Chapter 1299. Because he was usually too naughty, she didn't like to play with him. Therefore, although she was inexplicably yelled at by him, and she didn't hear what he said clearly and he ran away, it only made the little girl confused for a while. She quickly put this matter to the back of her mind and didn't ask for his opinion. When school ended in the evening, she was pleasantly surprised to find that her father, who didn't come back last night, came to pick her up. The little girl was ecstatic and didn't remember the small incident in the morning. After Xianxia returned from Jinling, it didn't take long for him to finally wait for Xianxia Primary School's parent opening day. This was the big day that Xianxia and Murphy had been looking forward to for a long time, not to mention Xi's performance, just visiting the child's school, accompanying the child in a teaching demonstration class, and seeing the child's life in school. These were enough to make these parents feel satisfied. Murphy was even more excited than Xianxia. Today, she woke up early and frowned in front of the closet. She took out a stack of clothes and gestured in front of her as she muttered, "What kind of clothes do you think I should wear? Something sporty? Or something more fashionable? Isn't there a PE class? Should I wear sneakers? Do you think a parent, especially a female parent, will be allowed to run in PE class?" Xianxia didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Just wear something normal. Don't be too extravagant. It's not good in front of the child. How do you know there isn't such a program? Maybe the teacher will say, since so many parents are here today, let's have a parent-child competition. Murphy still spoke with a rough voice and imitated the PE teacher in her impression. Then she recovered her voice. So, since I have to wear normal clothes, I'll wear sneakers. This way, I can deal with different situations. Murphy didn't just dress up for herself, she also dressed up for Xianxia. After a while, two people with matching styles appeared in the mirror. Murphy wore an orange-red collared t-shirt and long beige casual pants, while Xianxia wore a white striped collared t-shirt and khaki casual pants. Of course, this kind of outfit looked very old-fashioned on other people, but Xianxia and Murphy were different. Mo's figure was too good. Not only was she curvy, but her pair of long legs also made the casual pants look like a trendy street photo shoot. Furthermore, her exquisite and beautiful appearance made people forget about the flaws of her clothes. One look and they would be attracted to her. Xianxia wasn't bad either. He was tall, burly, and had a well-defined face. Even if he wore casual clothes, he looked like a tight suit. His broad chest and thick arms made him look like a tough guy in the movies. He was quite stylish. Xianxia looked carefully for a while and laughed. "Do you know what I'm thinking?" Murphy was satisfied. She asked casually, "What are you thinking?" Xianxia said happily, "I think we're not going to attend the open house of our daughter's school, but to play golf." Murphy took a closer look. It was true. But she was too embarrassed to admit it. She even elbowed Xianxia and threatened him with her beautiful eyes. "If you dare to talk nonsense, I'll be fierce." Xianxia smiled and raised his hands to surrender. No, I think it's good to dress like this. It's low-key and classy." Xianxia and Murphy were not the only ones who looked refreshing. Tong Tong was also dressed very handsomely. The little guy wore a zipped sports jacket, but the sleeves were rolled up to his elbows, the zipper was pulled up to the top, and the collar was raised. Then, he wore a small cap upside down. Even though his little face was still a little chubby, Tong Tong now looked like a cool kid. However, her parents and brother were all dressed up very well. She could only wear her school uniform. Although the school-style girl looked good, she was already tired of wearing such clothes. "You can all wear new clothes, but I can't." When the little girl got into the car, she was still pouting and unwilling. Interestingly, when they arrived at the school, they quickly realized that although Xianxia's family and Lanzhou's Kai's family had chosen to keep a low profile, the other parents were dressed more ostentatiously than the other. Or rather, they were dressed in fancy dresses, cheongsams, designer bags, high heels, belts, and so on. The most important thing was to know how to match and have good taste. For example, Liao Qianqian's mother wore a leather skirt, a windbreaker, and a small top hat. She stood out among the other mothers. Liao Qianqian's mother was still relatively young. She looked like she had given birth to Liao Qianqian when she was still in her 20s. In comparison, Liao Qianxian's father, a middle-aged man, looked like he could not keep up with his wife's pace. While Yang Yi was still secretly wondering why Liao Qianxian's father and mother were of different ages, Murphy moved to Yang Yi's side with a little grievance. "I feel that we look a lot older wearing these clothes," Murphy muttered unhappily to Yang Yi. She was a little regretful. The clothes that she and Yang Yi were wearing looked good at home, but compared to the other parents, it was like osmanthus flowers meeting peonies. They could only be considered as pretty girls in a humble family. In public, they were overshadowed by other people's beautiful purples and brilliant reds. "It's okay, we are here to watch Xishi's performance today. She is the main character. How can we steal the spotlight, right?" Yang Yi smiled and comforted her. Murphy reluctantly accepted Yang Yi's comfort, but she did not have time to care about it. Because among the parents, as a big star, she quickly became the focus of everyone's attention. It could be said that if the parents were not a little embarrassed because their children were in front of them, they would have come over to greet Murphy happily. Perhaps Murphy would not be able to handle so many requests for autographs and photos today. When she and the others were in the morning class, the school's teachers brought the parents to visit the various buildings in the school, the cultural promenade, the honor garden, etc. They even visited the school cafeteria where they were supposed to eat lunch with the children. Yang Yi and Murphy even visited it. Tong Tong was the most excited because he finally came to the legendary sister school, which was also the strange place where his sister would disappear in broad daylight every day. Moreover, unlike the last time when he could only look from outside, this time, Tong Tong could enter. This was what Tong Tong had been looking forward to, so the little guy refused to be carried by his parents. His little butt shook as he walked forward. If it was not for his father holding him, he would have rushed to the front. "This is the place where Big Sister has her lunch. Later, we will also have lunch here with Big Sister." Yang Yi helped little Momo to relay the teacher's words. Little Momo frowned as he held his father's hand and looked around. He even turned back to look, but he was standing in the middle of a group of adults and his vision was limited. He didn't want his father to hold him, so after looking around for a while, he used his two small hands to tug at his father's large hand to attract his attention. "Where is Sister?" Tong Tong asked with a puzzled pout. "Soon, we will go to class with Sister later." Yang Yi smiled and patted the little guy's head to comfort him. "Finally, I can go to Xishi's class for an open class." Yang Yi, Murphy, and Tong Tong followed the parents of the second grade class 3 to Xishi's classroom. The class had not started yet, but other than those who were in a hurry to use the restroom, the children still had to sit in their own chairs obediently. Teacher Li Rulin was busy arranging the seats for the parents. There were some round stools placed in the middle of the aisle that did not take up much space. There were also stools placed at the back of the classroom and in front of the blackboard. As the parents sat down one after another, it was somewhat inconvenient for them to enter and leave. "Where's my sister?" After Tong Tong entered the classroom, he was still looking left and right. He even stood on his tiptoes to look for her. However, he was still too small and short. He could not see his sister over the high tables and tall adults. Therefore, he anxiously asked for his father. "She's over there." Yang Yi considered that the classroom was rather crowded, so he simply picked up the little boy and pointed in Xishi's direction with a smile. Tong Tong looked over. The first thing he saw was his sister, Xishi, happily waving at him. Of course, Xishi was also a little shy because there were too many parents of other students present today. She did not dare to shout loudly and could only wave her hands. "Sister!" Little Swan and I immediately beamed with joy in his father's arms. He even shook his little fist excitedly. After seeing his sister, Tong Tong's eyes were no longer on anyone else. He obediently stayed in his father's arms and stared straight at his sister. He anxiously thought to himself, "Why is Daddy walking so slowly? Hurry up and go to Sister." At this moment, a loud and clear voice suddenly rang out from the side. "Hua Hua." Before the little boy could notice, Yang Yi reminded him with a smile, "Hua Hua, look, Sister Xianxia is calling you." Tong Tong reluctantly turned his head. When he saw Lan Xian, he was surprised again. He pointed at Lan Xian and asked, "Where's Sister Xianxia?" Yang Yi and Lan Cao Kai behind him all laughed. He rubbed the little fellow's head and said, "You forgot that your sister Xianxia is also your sister's classmate." Tong Tong really didn't have this concept. Later, when he went to his sister's side, he saw another familiar face, Sister Fishy. The little guy was surprised again. Putting aside the Tong Tong for now, Li Rulan said to the parents, "Everyone, please sit down next to your child first. If you don't have enough space, there are still many seats behind." Yang Yi looked around. Although Shishi's seat was at the back, the aisle was still a little crowded. Lan Cao Kai had already consciously sat at the back of the classroom, leaving Wu Jingjing to accompany Lan Xian. "You and Huahua sit here. I'll go to the back," Yang Yi said to Murphy with a smile. Before Murphy could say anything, Shishi said anxiously, but I want Papa to listen to the class with me." Murphy suddenly covered her chest and looked at Yang Yi helplessly, indicating that she had been hit 10,000 times. "It's rare for Mommy to come to school. You should satisfy her wish. Good girl, Daddy can sit at the back and watch you in class. If you answer the questions positively, Daddy will be very happy." Yang Yi smiled and rubbed Shishi's little head. "But I still want Papa." Shishi pouted her little mouth, pulled her father's hand, and said unwillingly, Okay, don't you have 2 classes? In the next class, why don't you let your Papa accompany you in front? We'll take turns to accompany you," Murphy said reproachfully. "Really, you rely on your Papa for everything. You don't even want Mom anymore." Shishi reluctantly agreed. The class started. Tong Tong did not have a seat of his own, so he could only sit on his mother's lap. However, Murphy only sat on a round stool, which had limited support. Tong Tong was a little uncomfortable sitting on it. He curiously looked around for a while and felt that his little butt was being pressed by his mother's lap. Oh. Tong Tong struggled to get out of his mother's arms. Murphy quickly hugged him tightly and scolded him seriously in a low voice, "Don't make trouble, Sister is in class. If you continue to disturb Sister, I'll take you out. You can't go to class with Sister anymore." However, Tong Tong had his own ideas. He pouted his mouth, snorted twice, and struggled in his mother's arms. He still did not give up and said, "Oh, I want to sit with Sister." Although the teacher on the stage was still teaching the class calmly as if nothing had happened, Mo Fei could clearly feel that many parents next to her had turned their heads to look at her. Mo Fei felt that her face was burning, and she was so embarrassed. What sin did she commit today? Her daughter did not want her mother to accompany her, she wanted her father. Her little brother did not like to sit in his mother's lap, yet he insisted on sitting with Sister. Murphy suddenly felt very tired. She wanted to ask Yang Yi for a hug. Fortunately, when Cici saw this, she took the initiative to move her butt and make some space for little Swanee. Murphy was also afraid that Tong Tong would cry and make a scene, which would make it impossible for the teacher to continue the class, so she had no choice but to let go of him. "I'll let you be for now. Let's go home." "Humph, I'm worried about your butt." Little Momo didn't care about the future. Now that he could finally sit beside his sister in satisfaction, a smile appeared on his little face. In order to make room for Tong Tong, she only sat with half of her butt on the chair. After glancing at her little brother, she did not care about Tong Tong anymore. She quickly placed her hands on the desk and listened attentively. Little Momo stood at the side and glanced at his sister. He imitated her and placed his hands on the desk. He straightened his back and peeked his little head out. He didn't know what he was looking at, but he was imitating his sister. He was doing it quite happily, with a bright smile on his little mouth. Did all the children prepare for our lesson? I would like to invite a child to read our new question. Who is willing to give it a try? Li Rulan asked from the podium. This was the first time Li Rulan had asked a question in class, so many children were nervous. In the entire classroom, only Chao Rulan and Shishi raised their hands. Li Rulan split the question into 2 parts and asked them to read 1 part each. Chao Rulan started first. Shishi waited until she finished reading before she stood up from her seat. Since Tong Tong was sitting on the chair, Shishi could not push her chair back. She leaned sideways and stood up between her and Lu Xiaoyu. Yup, it was a little uncomfortable to sit with Tong Tong. After Shishi stood up, she could not help but reach behind her to scratch her butt. Then she hurriedly picked up her textbook and read aloud, "Drink goose gourd, wet en shing, eat lotus root ugliness." The young lady read every word with perfect articulation and tried hard to form the shape of her mouth. Tong Tong did not understand what his sister was doing. Why did she stand up? Why did she say such strange things in front of so many people? However, Tong Tong could not help but turn his head and look at his sister in shock. After a while, the confusion in his eyes disappeared and was replaced by deep admiration. Wow, my sister is amazing. Of course, even if you asked Tong Tong how his sister was amazing, he would not be able to figure it out. Anyway, his sister was amazing. The classroom was still a little crowded. Even though Yang Yi moved a small stool for Tong Tong to sit between Xixi and Lu Xiaoyu, saving Xixi's little butt, the atmosphere in the classroom was still a little stuffy. With so many parents squeezed together, they could not move. Yang Yi only felt a little more comfortable when they went to the physical education class outside the classroom. Today, we have a football class. As soon as Mr. Lu Dashan finished speaking, the boys cheered. Of course, the reaction of the boys' parents was different. For example, Wang Leilei's father, Wang Hongwei, who had talked to Yang Yi when he first entered the school, felt that his son was a little too jumpy and would affect the class discipline. He anxiously waved his hand from left to right, like a police officer directing traffic. He motioned for Wang Leilei to be quiet and listen to the teacher carefully. However, Wang Leilei did not notice. He was happily looking up with his buzz cut and laughing. His father was so anxious that he stomped his feet. Little Momo stood with his father and held his mother's hand with his other hand, but he was much more serious than the other little boys. Because the little guy was wearing a cap to block the sun, he could only try his best to raise his little head. His mouth was slightly open as he stared at teacher Lu Dashan, who was talking about how to play football. He didn't know if he could understand, but he was fascinated. Then, Mr. Lu Dashan improvised a fancy ball toss. That's right, it was not just a simple toss. He also played with the knee toss, the turn toss, and the back of his head. It seemed that Mr. Lu Dashan had some achievements in football in the past. No wonder he chose football as a lesson for the parents on the open day. Looking at the teacher bouncing the black and white football up and down in a very dynamic manner, not only did Cici and the other students exclaim in surprise, but the parents also applauded. Even little Momo's big round eyes widened as she watched. His little head nodded up and down along with the football. It was obvious that he was fascinated by the game. Of course, Mr. Lu Dashan could not be the only one showing off his skills. Next, the children were in groups of 2. Each group of children held a football and practiced the simplest passing and catching. Yang Yi and Murphy smiled as they watched Xixi and Lu Xiaoyu play football. The 2 girls were new to the game, and they were not good at it. Xixi kicked Lu Xiaoyu, but the ball was deflected to one side. Lu Xiaoyu picked it up with great difficulty and wanted to kick it back to Xi, but she missed. However, the 2 girls still had a lot of fun and were giggling. Even picking up the ball was fun. Little Rascal looked at his older sisters enviously. He felt that what his older sisters were playing was very interesting, but he couldn't join in because his father and mother were worried that if he ran into the crowd, he would be easily knocked down or hit by the ball. Little Rascal could only watch his older sisters play from afar. However, there were also exceptions. The children's passing and receiving of the ball was the same as Cici's. The direction of the kick was very erratic. After a few minutes, a ball was finally kicked over. It rolled on the artificial turf of the football field and rolled in front of Yang Yi and Mo Fei. Of course, it was not that coincidental. The football was 5 or 6 steps away from them, and it was about the same distance from the other parents. Lan Cao Kai, who was standing on the side, was interested. He ran over with his fat body. Everyone thought that he was going to kick the ball back to the children. However, Lan Cao Kai moved the football back and gently stepped on the grass in front of Tong Tong. "Hey, come, kick it back to that big brother," Lan Cao Kai said to Tong Tong with a smile. It turned out that he also wanted to let Tong Tong perform. Seeing this, the anxious little boy, who originally thought that this uncle was going to snatch the ball away, let out a sigh of relief. He stopped in his tracks, scratched his head, and waited there. The parents all looked over and smiled at Tong Tong. After all, Tong Tong was the only child from 2nd grade class 3 who was brought in today's Parents' Day. Tong Tong did not notice the gazes of others. He only saw his father bring the ball over. Then his father smiled and patted his little head, saying, "Go, you can kick it too." How could Tong Tong, who was already very interested, not be unwilling? He did not even feel shy or nervous. He laughed and ran over excitedly. However, Tong Tong did not kick. He just moved forward, hesitated for a moment, then bent down and picked up the football with his two little hands. Use your feet, not your hands. Before Yang Yi and Lan Cao Kai could instruct him, the parents around them all roared with laughter. Some of them, like Wang Leilei's father, Wang Hongwei, shouted anxiously. That's right, using your hands to kick the ball, and it was a deliberate handball. That would get you a red card. Tong Tong picked up the ball and tried his best to throw it to the ground. Of course, he did not throw it very far before the ball stopped. After Lan Cao Kai waved his leg to demonstrate, Tong Tong finally understood. He ran over and kicked with his little leg. Of course, with Tong Tong's small body, it was still very difficult for him to kick the ball well. In the end, Tong Tong used his leg to knock the ball out and it rolled a few steps away. Okay. That's good enough. Give the ball back to his big brother. Yang Yi walked over with a smile and gently kicked the ball back to the little boy who was waiting a little anxiously. Then, he reached out to pull little Swanee. Oh. Ball. Tong Tong was not done playing. He immediately became anxious. He pulled his father's hand and wanted to chase after them. Don't disturb your sister's PE class. If you want to play football, Daddy will buy you a new one when we get home tonight. We can play football at home. You will always have a football to play with in the future. Okay? Yang Yi immediately squatted down and said gently to him. Tong Tong was still hesitating. At this time, a parent ran over and asked the teacher for an extra football and brought it over. Yang Yi, let your son play with it. You can bring it back to the teacher after class, the parent said with a smile. Yang Yi actually did not want to spoil Tong Tong. Today, the little boy wanted to sit with his sister and play football. These were all bad behaviors that disrupted the class. If he allowed Tong Tong to do these things, it would give him the false impression that he could get away with it if he made a fuss. In the future, Tong Tong would not be easy to manage. However, the parent had already brought the ball over. Although he was trying to please them, he was still a parent in Xishi's class. It would be unreasonable to reject him. Moreover, Tong Tong had already seen it. If he did not give it to him, it would affect Xishi's class. Yang Yi did not want that to happen. Therefore, Yang Yi took the ball and thanked the parent with a smile before giving the ball to Tong Tong. I'll teach you a lesson when we get home. Does the little monkey still want to overturn the heavens? Yang Yi looked at the little guy who picked up the football again and smiled happily and thought to himself. Because today was an open day for parents, the school that usually provided a quiet environment for the children's lunch break was still a bit lively. However, the children still returned to the classroom to rest, while the parents did their own activities in the school and waited for the performance to begin in the afternoon. Perhaps because there were fewer people around, Yang Yi and Murphy, a female parent, walked over hesitantly. She looked for a long time and confirmed that Lan Cao Kai and Wu Jingjing didn't separate from Yang Yi's family. She didn't have to wait any longer and walked to Yang Yi awkwardly. Yang Yi sensed her presence and turned to look at her in confusion. Xi's father, Xi's mother, hello. The female parent also felt that she was a bit rude and quickly introduced herself. I'm Chen's mother. I talked to you on the phone before. Chen's mother. In fact, when Yang Yi heard the voice, he also recognized it. He smiled and greeted the other party. Mo Fei also smiled at the other party, but she was not a wily old fox like Lan Zhou Kai, so her smile was a little stiff. Murphy didn't have a good impression of Jiang Chen's name. Last year, she heard from Xishi that this boy was very naughty and often bullied girls. Now that she saw Jiang Chen's mother, she naturally felt a bit emotional. Jiang Chen's mother came over to apologize to Yang Yi and Murphy on behalf of her son. After all, Jiang Chen and his desk mate teased Xishi and Lu Xiaoyu a while ago, causing Lu Xiaoyu's Teru Bozu to break. Although Yang Yi didn't say anything, Li Rulan still complained to her. I'm really sorry. I'll watch him more closely in the future and won't let him bully girls anymore, Jiang Chen's mother apologized and promised. Yang Yi smiled and patted the head of little rascal, who was looking at the adults with a confused expression, and said, Jiang Chen's mother, in fact, I also understand that boys are naughty when they are young. Today, didn't my youngest son ask for this and that and almost made a scene in class? Tong Tong looked up in confusion when his father patted his head, but his father didn't seem to have any intention of paying attention to him. But sometimes, educating a child isn't just about controlling him. There's also teaching. You have to guide him and let him understand what's good and what's bad. He will also gradually change some of his bad habits. People are born kind, and I believe that Jiang Chen is a good child. Yang Yi comforted Jiang Chen's mother, who was feeling guilty and self-blaming. Although Yang Yi still didn't like the naughty boy and didn't want him to get close to his daughter, Jiang Chen's mother's attitude today made Yang Yi surprised and satisfied. At least, she took the initiative to apologize to him instead of pretending to be deaf and dumb and afraid of taking responsibility. Lan Caokai also laughed and said, That's right. Boys do everything when they're young. I remember when I was young, I pulled the ponytails of girls many times. Later, I was scolded by my parents, but after I grew up, I still didn't go astray. The main thing is that parents need to spend more time with their children and give them appropriate guidance. Yang Yi smiled. No matter how busy you are, take some time out to talk to your child and care for him. Your child will definitely be fine. Jiang Chen's mother nodded. Right, where's your husband? I didn't see Jiang Chen's father today. I've seen him before. Yang Yi asked with a smile. He just wanted to change the topic to avoid making the atmosphere too dull. Suddenly, the expression on Jiang Chen's mother's face changed. She stuttered for a while and said with mixed feelings, He's not free today, so he didn't come. What happened at noon was just a small episode. In the afternoon, after the children woke up, they began to prepare for their performance in a flurry. The costumes that were originally used for rehearsals were moved to the teacher's office in order to make room for the parents. Now, Li Rulan also called the boys who worked hard to move the costumes from her office. Everyone packed up their things and swarmed to the school's gymnasium. Papa, hurry up, everyone is leaving. The classroom gradually emptied, but Xixi anxious voice still echoed. It turned out that when Yang Yi came in to find Xixi, he saw that the girl's hair was a bit messy after she woke up, so he offered to help her tie her hair again. The girl happily agreed, but she didn't expect that in the short time it took to tie her hair, the students had already begun to move. Following the footsteps of the boys who went to move the props, many people couldn't hold back and rushed out. Now, the only people left in the classroom were Lan Xian's family who stayed to wait for Xixi, as well as Xixi's deskmate Lu Xiaoyu and her mother. Lu Kong had to go to work and couldn't leave. After Xixi woke up, she was still a bit grumpy. When she saw everyone leave, she also became anxious. Almost there. Yang Yi quickly sped up the movements of his hands. Tie a knot here. Murphy, who was on the side, also helped Yang Yi come up with ideas. Don't look at how Murphy was directing Yang Yi. Don't look at how Xixi's hair was tied by Murphy in the past. Yang Yi also asked Murphy for advice. After a few years of practice, Yang Yi's skills could be said to be better than the master. The patterns and speed of his hair tying were already incomparable to Murphy's. Sometimes, when Murphy went out, she even wanted Yang Yi to tie her hair for her. Xixi, your father is so awesome. He's so good at tying hair. Lu Xiaoyu said enviously as she propped her two small arms on the table and stared straight at Xixi's hair. Xiaoyu, do you want uncle to tie your hair for you too? Yang Yi asked with a smile. No, my hair is too short. Lu Xiaoyu shyly shrunk her head and smiled bashfully. In fact, it wasn't short. Lu Xiaoyu's hair was shoulder length. Of course, compared to Xixi's long, dense, and shiny hair, it was still a little shorter. At this time, Xixi, who was standing and tying her father's hair, couldn't help but twist her little butt, pout her little mouth, and whisper, We're going to be late. Yang Yi smiled and dismissed the idea of telling Lu Xiaoyu that short hair could be tied up. He quickly tied up Xixi's hair and everyone went to the gymnasium to meet up with the rest of the team. Perhaps it was because they were in the lower grades, but Xixi's class's performance was in the front. It was their turn to perform third, therefore, Yang Yi only accompanied Xixi and the others to prepare, telling the sound teacher which music was the third performance and so on. After he was done with all this, he came back to find Murphy. Not long after he sat down, Xixi's performance was about to come on the stage. How were the first two performances? Were they good? Xianxia whispered to Murphy. They're all singing. The first performance was a little innovative. A few sixth-grade students were singing a barbecue. The second performance was just a simple choir. It definitely can't be compared to Xixi's performance, Murphy said confidently. Of course. Why don't you take a look and see who composed the music and songs for their performance? Xianxia said with a smile. Hee hee. I heard from Xixi that you didn't participate much in this performance. It was Teacher Li and the music teacher who were busy rehearsing with the children. Murphy and Xianxia bickered. While Xianxia and Mo Fei were talking about the show in a low voice, the announcer had already come up. After all, they were still elementary school children, so their announcers did not have that kind of natural feeling. They just recited the lines stiffly one after another. After some introductions about the snail, they said in unison, "Next, let's welcome all the students of the second grade, Class 3, to present the musical short drama, The Story of the Snail." Beside Xianxia, many parents clapped their hands excitedly. It was as if they couldn't wait for the whole stadium to know that it was their child's show. Murphy was also a little excited. Although she was a little reserved and didn't clap with all her might, she still smiled and clapped Tong Tong's two little chubby palms. She lowered her head and said to the little guy, "Sister is going on stage. It's Sister's show." After the announcer left, the children in costume came up one by one. The parents in the audience laughed because these second-grade children were too cute. They either dressed themselves up as grass or trees in the background. There were even 5 little boys who carried snail shells on their backs and dressed themselves up as snails. Wang Leilei's father, Wang Hongwei, had been watching from the side. Now he was excited. He pointed at one of the little boys in snail costume and said to the parents beside him, "There, look, the one who is acting as a snail is my son." Soon, the music started. The prelude was more cheerful, and Xianxia had specifically asked Ji Ningming for advice. He added in some elements of blowing instruments, which made the prelude even more interesting. People couldn't help but want to twist and turn when they heard it. In fact, the snails on the stage had already started dancing. Although they weren't performing any particularly outstanding dance, they were just carrying snail shells, gently kicking their legs, left, right, squatting down, crawling up, swinging their arms, and gently jumping, but the relatively neat dance of the 5 people was still very enjoyable to watch. Aya, these children are dancing as snails. They are so cute. Below the stage, there were already parents from other classes who couldn't help but laugh and praise. At this moment, the prelude ended, and a young, sweet, and neat singing voice came from the side. "Amen, there's a grape tree in front of you. Amen, the green field has just sprouted. The snail carries its heavy shell and climbs up step by step." Looking in the direction of the sound, everyone noticed that under a mushroom on the left, there were a few girls, singing loudly into a microphone. "I don't think I've heard this song before." Not many parents had such thoughts. Many people would not consider which song they had not heard before or had not been published before. After all, there were so many songs in the world, and they might not have heard all of them. However, there were still a few people who liked music who briefly had such doubts. What they didn't know was that Xianxia had come up with a new song for his daughter's praise. Moreover, he had mixed the song The Snail and the Oriole into the snail to make the storyline of the entire drama clearer. At this time, Xianxia patted Tong Tong with a smile and pointed to the big mushroom prop on the stage. "Look, Sister is singing there." "Sister?" Tong Tong looked over in confusion. After a while, he recognized her from afar. When he saw his sister performing on the stage, Tong Tong felt that his sister was amazing. She could even sing on the stage like his mother. Suddenly, the little guy's admiration for his sister increased again. However, the singing and accompaniment stopped here. Jiang Chen's voice came from the backstage. He narrated the story of the snails waking up early in the morning, trying to climb up the tree to eat the grapes on the tree. At the same time, the 5 snails on the stage also cooperated and performed the action of climbing the tree. This short segment was not very exciting, but soon, the music started again. It was still Xianxia leading the song. The little girl stood up from under the mushroom tree and sang in a sweet and clear voice, "I want to climb up step by step, and fly forward on the leaf at the highest point. Little sky, shed tears and sweat, one day I will have a sky that belongs to me." Murphy taught Xianxia how to pronounce the words. Even now, she could still tell that the little girl's singing was not right. For example, at the end of every sentence, Xianxia could not help but drag out the ending sound. Although singing like this was similar to a child singing, in the professional Murphy's ears, she still frowned. "Xianxia is a bit nervous," Murphy whispered to Xianxia. Xianxia squeezed Murphy's little hand and smiled. "It's okay, you're already singing very well. You can slowly improve. Don't rush." Only Amofe would nitpick. When Xianxia sang this part of the song, many audience members in the audience applauded. On the one hand, it was because Xianxia's voice was too sweet, as sweet as a human's. Moreover, the little girl's voice was soft and intoxicating. On the other hand, it was also because the lyrics were very inspirational and the adults could hear it. How could they not applaud? Xianxia paused for a moment. She took a step back and returned to the children. At this time, the size of the choir under the mushroom tree had further expanded. In addition to the original Lan Xian, Chao Ruolin, Lu Xiaoyu, and the others, there were also a few boys participating. Everyone sang the lyrics that Xianxia sang just now in unison. There were only a few changes to the lyrics. It seemed that the little guy's 1 month of rehearsal was effective. The songs that Xianxia had composed for them were all sung to the right beat. After a short pause, this time it was Lan Xian's turn to stand up. Because of her unique voice, the little fat girl had also learned singing from Murphy. Therefore, Lan Xian and Xianxia were the singers of the second grade class 3. This time, Lan Xian was going to lead the singing of the real opening of Snail. "Should I put down my heavy shell and look for where the blue sky is, floating gently with the gentle wind, not feeling the pain of the wounds I have experienced?" When Lan Xian stood up, everyone only felt that this little fat girl was a little silly and cute. They didn't think that she would bring any surprises to everyone. However, when Lan Xian opened her mouth, many people's hearts couldn't help but tremble slightly as they listened to her singing. Lan Xian was the most suitable singer for this part of the lyrics. Xianxia's voice wasn't as loud as Lan Xian's. In contrast, if Lan Xian wanted to sing as loud as her, she would need to spend less effort. Therefore, in this part of the lyrics, Lan Xian didn't sing very hard. However, her voice was clear and audible. It made people feel a kind of tiredness, just like the kind of confusion described in the lyrics. The lyrics in the beginning were very inspirational. It was just like our life. At the beginning, everyone rushed forward as if they were injected with chicken blood. However, when it came to Lan Xian, it seemed that the ideal was reflected into reality. The unreachable end made people feel discouraged and confused. And Lan Xian was able to express this feeling in her voice, which also made her voice full of a deep flavor that other children of her age did not have. "Xian air is great." Xianxia smiled and clapped as he said to Lan Zhou Kai. "Wasn't that right?" In this part, Lan Xian had already amazed the audience. Although Xianxia and Lan Xian's solo performances were wonderful, the stage now belonged to all the children of the second grade, class 3. After Lan Xian finished singing the first part, the children started singing the most inspirational part again. "I want to climb up step by step. One day, I will have my own day." It had to be said that when a group of childish children sang this song together, the impact and positive energy of the song was beyond Xianxia's expectations. It wasn't just the parents in the audience who were clapping happily. Little Momo, who had been carried over by his father and was standing on his father's lap to watch the show, also seemed to be intoxicated by it. He giggled as he took off his shoes and stepped on his father's lap through his socks. His little but even moved along with the beat of the song. After Snail finished singing, of course, the musical was not over yet, because soon, the accompaniment changed from mature, gentle, and inspirational to light, cheerful, and a little childish. Accompanied by a brisk melody and drum beats, 2 little girls wearing Oriole costumes ran up the stage with a spring in their step. As they danced, they circled around the 5 snails. "What's going on? There's an ending?" When the parents in the audience saw this scene, the corners of their mouths curled up as they happily watched on. At this time, the choir under the mushroom tree started singing again. Ah shu ah shang, 2 orioles, ah hee hee ha ha are laughing at them, the grapes are still ripe, why are they coming up now? Everyone finally understood how the lyrics were written. It turned out that it was to add an ah in front of the first 2 words. At first, many of the parents thought that the song was a dialect of some place. However, with the addition of the ah, the lyrics were more colloquial and catchy. Needless to say, many children were listening below. They might not like the more profound snail, but they would definitely like the song The Snail and the Oriole. In fact, as they listened, they were already familiar with the melody of the song. When the next section began, some of them even opened their small mouths and happily hummed along. Without stopping, the 2 orioles on the stage stopped, and the 5 snails began to do a slow crawl dance. The choir also sang for them, ah huang, don't laugh, wait for me to climb it, it will be ripe. At this point, the storyline of the entire story was already very clear. Even the most obtuse parents had figured out the story that the musical was trying to express. Later on, the children repeated Snail and the Oriole, but this was needless to say. When their performance ended, the parents in the audience gave them a warm applause. This applause was much louder than the previous 2 performances. After all, everyone could see whether the performance was good or not and whether the thoughts expressed were deep or not. Xianxia came out from the audience and went backstage with Tong Tong in his arms to welcome Xianxia, who had just finished her performance. Papa, brother. Xianxia didn't need to wear a costume, so she was pleasantly surprised. She happily ran to her father and called him sweetly. You've worked hard. You've worked hard. Xianxia smiled and opened his right hand to hug Xianxia. He gently patted her little head. Papa, what do you think of my singing? Xianxia raised her little head and smiled with her big eyes. She asked expectantly. Of course it's good. If you don't believe me, you can ask your brother. Xianxia smiled and turned to look at Tong Tong. He asked, Tong Tong, what do you think of your sister's singing just now? Was it good? Tong Tong's reaction was a little slow, but when he figured out what his father was asking, the little guy became excited in his father's arms. He lowered his little head and wanted to look at his sister. He leaned forward. If Xianxia hadn't held him firmly, he might have fallen down. It's good. Sister, I. The little guy was so excited that he was at a loss for words. He began to babble in an alien language. No one could understand what words he had created. Only at the end did he say something that everyone could understand. I like it very much. Xianxia smiled and said, see, Tong Tong said he liked it very much. What about me? What about me? Xianxia was originally with her father, but at this moment, she came over with interest and asked with a smile. Xianxia's singing is also very good. Your mother Mo said that Xianxia's singing is very professional. If you continue to work hard in the future, your singing will get better and better. Xianxia said with a smile. No, I want Tong Tong to say it. Xianxia shook her head and said ungratefully. Xianxia was stunned for a moment. He looked at Lancao Kai and shook his head with a bitter smile. Huijiao Primary School's parents' open house. For Xianxia and the others, after Xixi's performance, it was considered to be over. Although everyone still patiently watched the other performances, they were after all children's performances. Without Xianxi's support, how could they be as good as Xixi's performance? In fact, with Xixi's program at the front, the other programs became a little plain and unremarkable. Although there wasn't an award for this performance, everyone knew that the second grade, Class 3's musical was the best. They just didn't know if the teacher in charge of the program would regret putting Xixi's program at the front of the list. Since it was a public performance, there were many parents in the stadium. Some of them used their phones or other tools to record Xixi's performance. Although their original intention was to record their own children's performance, but when they saw that the third performance was so good, they decided to record it at the last minute. Soon, the video was uploaded onto the internet. Before the reporters even caught wind of it, the video had already become popular on the internet because of the 2 unusual nursery rhymes. Not only were they pleasant to listen to, but they were also filled with positive energy. It was very easy to like, so it quickly spread online and became popular. On the 3rd day after the parents' open house, this video had become a hot topic on microbroadcasting. In the process of spreading, many musicians became curious about the two songs. Who wrote it? How generous. Such nice songs were directly used for a group of children's performances. Of course, it didn't take long for this doubt to be resolved by the resourceful reporters. On the afternoon of the third day, the media reported it. They found out that this video was taken during the parents' open house at Xianxia City's Xianxia Primary School. Don't you think the name Xianxia Primary School is very familiar? That's right, Yang Yi and Murphy's daughter, Xianxia, is studying there. And this video is XX minutes and XX seconds. The little girl who stood up to sing is Xianxia. At this point, it shouldn't be difficult for everyone to guess who the composer of these songs is, right? Yang Yi had written 2 songs for his daughter's performance. Although this news did not make the headlines, it was quite popular on the internet. Many people clicked on it to see what Yang Yi had done because of this title. Even many netizens who were not interested in children's songs and videos in the past went to watch this video because of Yang Yi's name. The songs are great. I didn't expect Yang Yi's attainments in children's songs to be so high. But I'm still envious of Xishi. She has such a doting father, and she's so talented. The netizens praised and envied under the comments of the report. There was only one day of open house for parents. After all the hustle and bustle was over, the campus of Xianxia Primary School returned to tranquility. However, according to Shishi's excited little report, when she came back at night, Yang Yi knew that the 2 songs he performed for them were still popular among the children. In comparison, The Snail, which had a deep meaning and a more adult singing style, was not as popular as The Snail and the Oriole, which had a light style and a happy melody. Today, Papa, let me tell you, when we went to Sister Xiaowei's 4th grade class to play, we heard a few 4th grade sisters singing, "Amen, there's a grape tree in front of me, Onen's green field just sprouted." Then they sang wrong, they sang, sprouting, hee hee. She even inquired about the situation of the senior sisters. In the car, she beamed with joy and told her father. "Did you tell them that they sang wrong?" Yang Yi asked with a smile. "Yes, I did." At the mention of this, Cici became even happier. She giggled and said, "When I told them how to sing it, they still felt that it wasn't right. They said that what they heard last week was sprouting. Papa, they didn't recognize that we were singing. Hee hee." Xianxia was also there at that time. She laughed proudly with Shishi and said, "Yes." Later, when we told them that we were the singers, they didn't dare to believe it. Then I sang it for them, and they recognized me. It was obvious that performing a good show that was well known in the school brought a high sense of achievement to the 2 girls. Of course, the interesting things that happened to the girls in school did not stop at these 2 songs. After all, no matter how popular a song was, it would lose its popularity one day. Time passed day by day, and gradually it was November. As the Truman World had finished filming, Yang Yi needed to attend the wrap party and press conference, so Murphy was at home to take care of the children. However, in the morning, Murphy accidentally woke up late again. She hurriedly woke up Shishi, tidied up the little girl, who was still in a daze, and finally sent her to Xianxia's house. Fortunately, Grandma Wu knew that Shishi had woken up late, so she packed breakfast for the little girl and let her eat it in the car. Shishi and Xianxia took Xianxia's chauffeur to go to school. They didn't set out late, and they arrived at school on time. But the problem left behind by Mo Fei in a hurry finally appeared during the class. As she woke up late, Murphy didn't have time to braid Shishi's hair. She just tied the little girl's hair into a ponytail, and the little girl's long bangs fell down like a brush. Usually, Shishi didn't feel that it was too much of a hindrance, and she just shook her head. However, when it came to class, Shishi realized that her bangs were a little naughty. They always fell in front of her eyes and blocked her view. Even if Shishi lifted it up, it didn't take long for it to fall back down like a fallen leaf in autumn. Aya. Cici pouted her small mouth in annoyance. She pouted her lower lip and let out a sigh as if she was very discouraged. Then, she blew out a breath, causing her irritating bangs to fly up. However, it fell down again after a while. At this time, Lu Xiaoyu, who was sitting beside Shishi, finally noticed that Shishi was moving. One had to know that Shishi was usually very serious in class. Why would she move around? Lu Xiaoyu blinked her eyes in confusion and asked softly, "Shishi, what's wrong with you?" She pouted her little mouth and explained to Lu Xiaoyu, "Little fishy, I didn't bring a hair clip, and my hair fell down. It's so uncomfortable." The two little girls were still whispering to each other. "Oh right, little fishy, do you still have a hair clip?" She asked as she looked at Lu Xiaoyu expectantly. Lu Xiaoyu shook her head. Her hair wasn't very long, but soon, Lu Xiaoyu's eyes lit up. In her excitement, she raised her voice slightly and said, "Yes, I still have 2 hair cords. Do you want them?" Girls didn't have much else, but they usually had several hair cords. Lu Xiaoyu opened her pencil box and took out the top layer. Then, she took out the hair cords that were almost stuck together from the eraser below. "This won't work. I need a hair clip." She looked at it and shook her head regretfully. She didn't know that the hair cords could still be used. For example, she could tie them up and make them look like an apple. However, just as the two little girls were obsessed with finding a solution to Shi's bangs, the classroom unknowingly quieted down. Many students were holding back their laughter and looking at Shi and the others with laughter. "Xianxia, Lu Xiaoyu, what are you doing? Listen carefully in class. If there's anything, we can discuss it after class." Suddenly, a voice sounded behind Shi and the others. The two little girls shrank their heads. When they looked back, they saw teacher Li Rulin with a serious face. At this moment, Shi and Lu Xiaoyu didn't dare to speak. They sat down nervously and listened carefully. After class, Li Rulin walked up to the two little girls' desks again and softly asked them why they weren't listening carefully in class and were whispering to each other. She pouted her small mouth aggrievedly. She pointed at her hair and said, "Teacher, it's my fault. My hair. I don't have a hair clip here, so it fell down. I can't listen to class." "Yeah, Shi's hair is a little long." Lu Xiaoyu quickly nodded in agreement. "Then I asked Little Fishy if she had a hair clip. Little Fishy helped me find it." "Teacher, don't blame her," she said. Lu Xiaoyu scratched her head and added, "But I still couldn't find it. Then teacher, you appeared." She lowered her small head and said gloomily. She was even sadder than Lu Xiaoyu when it came to such an incident. This was because the teacher said that Lu Xiaoyu was fine, but she was going to lose a day of "I'm a good student." Moreover, if her father knew that she was being scolded by the teacher when he wasn't at home, how disappointed would he be? Li Rulin, who understood what had happened, was stunned. She couldn't help but laugh and say, "So that's how it is. It's okay. If you have any problems, you can raise your hand and ask the teacher for help." Li Rulin took off her hair clip and affectionately put it on Shi's hair. She smiled softly and said, "Okay, now you look beautiful again. You have to listen carefully in class in the future." "Wow!" Lu Xiaoyu cried out enviously. She also wanted the teacher's hair clip. Cici was hugged by her teacher like this and even put on her hair very gently. Her feelings of grievance instantly disappeared, and only endless gratitude was left. "Thank you, teacher." The little girl touched the hair clip on her head and touched her hair that was finally under control. She looked at the teacher shyly and smiled happily. However, she noticed a problem and asked curiously, But teacher, what about your hair?" Li Rulin gave the hair clip to Shi, so her bangs naturally fell down. She lifted it up and clipped it to her ear. She smiled and said, "It's okay. I don't need the hair clip." Was this the end of the matter? Of course not. With Shi's clever little brain, there was more to this matter. She put on the hair clip given by the teacher. Although it wasn't a special style, it still made many girls envious. After the teacher left, Shi's desk was immediately surrounded by people. "It's really Teacher Li's. Teacher Li is so nice," Liao Xianxia said enviously. "I also want Teacher Li's hair clip, but my hair is too short. I don't need to wear a hair clip." Lu Xiaoyu echoed. "Who said that? When my hair was as short as yours, I also had to wear a hair clip." Chao Wolin also came over enviously and said, "Cici, why don't I switch places with you, okay? I'll give you my hair clip, and you can lend me teacher's hair clip to play with." No. What if you break teacher's hair clip?" She quickly shook her head and said very loyally, "I have to protect teacher's hair clip because it wasn't easy for teacher to give it to me." The logic of the last sentence was a little wrong, but after all, she was a child, so there was no need to pursue it. However, Shishi's words still made Chao Wulan pout, and she was very unhappy. You can also not wear the hair clip. That way, teacher will lend you the hair clip. Lan Xian giggled and came up with a bad idea. However, at this time, whether it was Chao Wulan or Shishi, the two girls disagreed and shouted, "How can this be? This is a lie, you can't lie." Shishi and Chao Wulan shouted almost at the same time. Lan Xian scratched her head innocently. At this time, a boy with short hair suddenly poked his head out of the circle of girls. Qin Yuxuan looked curiously at Shishi's hair and asked in a rough voice, "Xianxia, if the teacher gave you the hair clip, what will the teacher use?" "That's right, what about the teacher?" Shishi was also worried. After the second class, Li Rulan was chatting and laughing with the other teachers in the office. Suddenly, Lu Xianxian slammed the table and stood up. She said angrily, "These little brats. I just finished teaching them a lesson, and now they're acting like there are no tigers in the mountains. I could hear them arguing in the corridor from afar. They're just playing around during class. It doesn't matter." Li Rulan smiled and tugged at her sleeve, trying to persuade her. "It's not just playing around. In the entire building, Class 2's corridor is the loudest. I can even hear the shouts from here. No, I have to go and take a look. If I cause too much trouble, the class leader will deduct my points. I don't know where to put my old face." Lu Xianxian rushed out in a hurry. When she went out, Lu Xianxian was surprised to see Shishi poking her head out of the door of the teacher's office. Although Lu Xianxian was the form teacher of Class 2, she was also Shishi's math teacher. She also liked Shishi very much. She had a strong family background and excellent grades. Therefore, when she saw Shishi, Lu Xuanxuan's serious face immediately softened. She asked with a smile, "Xianxia, who are you looking for? Are you looking for your form teacher?" Shishi quickly nodded. Go, she's sitting there." Lu Xianxian smiled and brought Shishi in. Although Shishi had been to the teacher's office several times, Lu Xianxian still enthusiastically brought Shishi to Li Rulan before leaving to deal with her Class 2 mantis shrimp. Shishi saw teacher Li Rulan and scratched her head in embarrassment. She smiled at Li Rulan and then took off the hair clip on her head. She held it in her two small hands and said obediently, "Teacher, I'll return this hair clip to you." Li Rulan saw her hair clip and habitually brushed her bangs. She asked in surprise, "Xianxia, don't you need it? How are you going to class without a hair clip?" Shishi placed the hair clip on the teacher's desk and smiled proudly. "Hee, teacher, I have one too. Look." The little girl carefully took out a pen cap from her trouser pocket as if she had taken out a treasure. Then, she happily showed it to the teacher. This was all Shishi's plan. She wanted to leave some suspense and surprise for the teacher, so she specially wore the teacher's hair clip. Of course, she also received the teacher's surprise as she wished. She said that she had a hair clip, but she took out a pen cap? Who wouldn't be surprised? Li Rulan asked with her mouth agape. "This is your hair clip?" "Yes. Teacher, look." Shishi couldn't wait to demonstrate to Li Rulan. The little girl gently pried open the buckle of the pen cap a little, then picked up her bangs and fastened them on her hair that had been tied up with a hair tie. A miracle appeared. The pen cap was firmly fastened on Shishi's hair and fixed on Shishi's naughty bangs. Of course, it was a little strange to use a pen cap as a hair clip, but Shishi's pen cap was originally a cartoon with pink and white patterns, so it looked special. "You thought of this?" Li Rulan looked at her and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Yes." Shishi happily said to the teacher, "Teacher, let me tell you, I was thinking about what you would do without a hair clip. Then, I saw my pen cap. I asked Little Fishy, and I said, 'Little Fishy, do you think I can use the pen cap as a hair clip?' Little Fishy said, 'I don't know, but you can try and see if it works.' Then, we tried it." The more Shishi spoke, the happier she became. She couldn't wait to tell how she and Lu Xiaoyu experimented and how they changed the way they tied up her hair so that the pen cap could clip her bangs. Then, I asked Little Fishy, no, Xian Air also helped, to tie up my hair again so that I could use the pen cap. Shishi said. The little girl finally finished her story, and the class was about to end. The preparation bell outside was ringing, but she was immersed in her happy conversation with Teacher Li and didn't notice. Xianxia just came back and asked with a smile, "Eh? Xianxia, you're here? I'm going to be in your class next." In order to take care of Xi's feelings, Li Rulan deliberately didn't interrupt. After hearing the complete story, Li Rulan shook her head gently and smiled bitterly at Xianxia. She patted Xi's shoulder and said softly, "Okay, Xianxia, I think you're really smart to be able to come up with such an idea. Okay, then use the pen cap as a hair clip and see if your creativity is good. Now hurry back to class and don't be late. If you can't use the pen cap, then come to the office to find me. It doesn't matter if I have this hair clip or not." "Yes, yes. Thank you, teacher." She nodded obediently to the teacher, then ran out happily with a string of bell-like laughter. The little girl's ponytail swayed gently on her back, and the pen cap on her forehead was a little unstable, but under Xi's brisk and steady steps, it still remained on the little girl's hair. The cartoon picture, looking at it, also showed a unique kind of cuteness on the little girl. Murphy's new album was almost ready. However, because of this winter vacation, Yang Yi and Murphy promised Xi that they would take her to Sweden for a trip to find Lu Weisha to ski and see the aurora. Therefore, in order not to let the promotional and chart itinerary affect the family's trip, Murphy postponed the release of the album to after the spring festival. After this news came out, many fans who thought that Murphy would still release a new album at the end of the year were greatly disappointed. However, fortunately, Phoebe Studio also passed on some small benefits to the fans through official micro-broadcasting, which also calmed their turbulent emotions. First of all, in mid-December, the last stop of Murphy's national concert tour this year, which was the Jiangqing leg of her return to Jiangqing. Murphy would meet the fans with 2 new songs. This was also the song that Yang Yi wrote for Murphy, so they had the confidence to disclose the songs of their new album in advance. Of course, this was also the consistent style of Murphy and Yang Yi over the years. Secondly, at the beginning of November, Murphy's new album Next Year began to be pre-sold in the Sahara Online Mall. Fans who had bought in full would get a Sahara Double 11 shopping festival voucher for half of the album price. Although these vouchers were not free, the Sahara Double 11 shopping festival had now become a national shopping carnival. Everyone would rush to buy some discounted goods during this festival. Therefore, it seemed that Murphy's new album was also equivalent to a 50% discount. Under such a discount, Murphy's album had not yet been released, but the pre-sale sales had reached an amazing level. Of course, this sales volume could not be counted in Murphy's album sales. Moreover, this hidden discount model had actually broken the traditional business rules of the record industry. After being reported by the media, this matter caused an uproar in the music industry and caused great controversy. After all, Murphy's pre-sale sales alone had already crushed the current records on sale. Although fans believed in the quality of the records that Yang Yi personally made for Murphy, it had to be said that this voucher model for buying records still prompted some people to buy Murphy's records. To a certain extent, it was indeed unfair to other singers. Major record companies in the music industry, and even many stars, jumped out to denounce Murphy's approach. In fact, the scapegoat should be Mo Shawan. She was the one who came up with this idea. Finally, the Copyright Organization and the Recording Industry Association couldn't sit still. They began to intervene in the investigation and prepared to hold a hearing to discuss the possibility of discounting the pre-sale data into the total before Murphy's new album was officially released. In this regard, Phoebe Studio, which stood at the cusp of the storm, was still very calm. Yang Yi and Murphy actually didn't care much about the record sales data. After all, for them, the money earned was just a drop in the ocean. Therefore, Yang Yi and Murphy expressed their attitude to the public through the studio's official micro-broadcasting. They supported the decision of the Copyright Organization and the Recording Industry Association. This made the fans, who were originally a little restless and wanted to defend Yang Yi and Mo Fei, quiet down. "We are probably the most peaceful group of fans among all the stars." Under the official Weibo announcement, fans joked with each other. "Yes, Boss Yang and Goddess Mo are very calm. Why are we in a hurry? But the problem is, even if they discount it by half, it seems that we still have the most sales. 23-33-inch. I've decided to buy another album. Anyway, there are still rebates and it's not expensive." It's just enough to make up a round number for Murphy's sales. Hee, the suggestion above is good. The hustle and bustle of the entertainment industry did not affect the Sahara's Double 11 shopping festival, which was once again hyped up this year. Although some online shopping platforms also chose to play the edge ball and take advantage of Sahara's popularity to sell at a discount, they still couldn't compare with Sahara's discount and product coverage. It was worth mentioning that on this year's Double 11, Sahara launched a two-pronged attack. Sahara Online Mall and Sahara Taobao Mall launched a shopping festival together. The quality of the goods in Sahara Online Mall was guaranteed, and many of them were direct sales by manufacturers, so the discounts were very high. On the other hand, Sahara Taobao Mall had a wide range of products. Here, people could choose a variety of special products, coupled with a variety of vouchers, red packet deduction coupons, and so on. The purchase discounts were also very good. Therefore, before the arrival of Double 11, many people crazily swiped the Sahara app, looking for the products they liked to add to the shopping cart, waiting for the day of Double 11 to place an order. As mentioned above, the red packet deduction coupon was a kind of deduction coupon jointly provided by Xianxia's Backwave Technology Company and Sahara. In order to support Sahara's Double 11, and also to take advantage of the popularity to promote microbroadcasting and WeChat, Xianxia also asked Backwave Technology Company to launch their developed red packet in advance. This red packet function was not as simple as sending and receiving red packets between friends. Now, it could also be used for some businesses' official microbroadcasting and public accounts to distribute red packet deduction coupons. In addition, it also had the function of snatching red packet deduction coupons at all times. There were all kinds of benefits. It was a joint effort between Xianxia's company and Sahara, but this really did bring benefits to many customers. It could be said that throughout November, the Sahara Double 11 shopping festival had created a great momentum, but many media outlets still brought Xianxia along when they reported on Sahara. After all, the rise of Sahara's Taobao Mall also meant that the overall market value of the Sahara Group would soar. As a significant shareholder of Sahara, although Xianxia did not admit it, this was already a fact that everyone knew, plus the strong performance of Backwave Technology Company, Xianxia's value had obviously reached a terrifying level. The media did a math problem in their analysis. They did not include Xianxia's income in the entertainment industry. They only analyzed Xianxia's Backwave Technology Company and some of his shares in Sahara. The shares of Backwave Technology Company are almost in the hands of Xianxia alone, and it is said that Xianxia's shares in Sahara are not low. If these two companies go public in 5 years, Xianxia will become one of the youngest 100 billion billionaires in China. Why one of them? After all, there were still rich second generations in this world, especially in this world's China. Without some historical twists and turns, many people had completed the accumulation of wealth decades ago, and there were many billionaires. Naturally, their children, who were born with a silver spoon in their mouths, became billionaires early. It was not strange that their children, who were born with a silver spoon, became billionaires early. Of course, Xianxia knew his own situation. Although he earned more in other aspects, the amusement park built for Xianxia was a bottomless pit. Xianxia had been throwing money into it over the years, including the early land investment. The first phase had already invested billions. Moreover, although the first phase had been built, there were still several phases behind it. They were like birds waiting to be fed, waiting for Xianxia and Xianxia to raise funds to invest in the construction. In addition, there was also the plan to transform the training island. Currently, Xianxia was negotiating with the Jinling city government. They were prepared to persuade the city government to provide a certain amount of policy and financial support. This way, they would invest a portion of the money to build a bridge across the river. This way, tourists could drive directly to the training island to play, instead of having to take a boat or cable car to cross the river. Of course, the investment for this bridge, even with the government's financial support, was still a terrifying figure for Xianxia and company. Although Xianxia's net worth was repeatedly mentioned by the media, due to some interests, Xianxia could not avoid being schemed against by others. In the second half of the year, Beijing television station's second season of China's The Voice once again took the top spot in the variety show ratings. As for Xiaonan television station and Xingyao television station's travel challenge, although they had carefully revised it, they still could not achieve their ambition of making a comeback. Finally, someone could no longer sit still. some cameramen and stage managers who had previously jumped ship from Zhongxing's The Limit Challenge were called over. Someone had a paid secret conversation with them. However, let's not talk about this big news that was still brewing. First, there was a special situation with Xixi. In the middle of November, Jiangqing already had the bleakness of the end of autumn. In the campus of Huijia Primary School, the lush trees in summer were becoming sparser day by day, just like Nanjiaoyu's father's hair. After an autumn rain, the next day, withered yellow leaves covered the entire campus. Looking from afar, it was as if there was a desolate feeling of dusk in the skyscraper, the leaves of the parasol tree rustling. Of course, in the eyes of the children, the end of autumn had its own fun. Stepping on the fallen leaves would make a crunching sound, and lifting one's leg to sweep away an army would give one the demeanor of a contemporary hero. Even the ancient game of pulling out the old roots, pull out the veins of the leaves, choose the thickest and toughest ones, and pull them out in a cross with others to see who could last until the end, after being brought up by a student, quickly became popular throughout the school. After class, the square with the most fallen leaves on the campus that hadn't been completely swept would be filled with boys who were close to mom. They lowered their heads and carefully searched for their 1,000-year-old roots. No matter how childish these games were, as long as they had fun, every day was a spring. This morning, Xixi accompanied Lu Xiaoyu to move the homework they collected today to the teacher's office. It was worth mentioning that Lu Xiaoyu had been appointed by Li Rulan as the language representative for this semester because of her great improvement in her grades last semester. However, Xixi didn't dare to go to the teacher's office before, except for when she couldn't find Ms. Li to be a good student. She rarely went to the teacher's office. But after Li Rulan lent her the hairpin, Xixi finally really liked Ms. Li Rulan and was willing to help Lu Xiaoyu move the homework to the office. But this time, when they just walked into the office, the two girls paused for a moment. They saw Ms. Li Rulan talking to Jiangchen. Jiangchen got into trouble again? Xixi looked at Lu Xiaoyu in confusion and communicated with her eyes. Lu Xiaoyu also shook her head in confusion, indicating that she didn't know. But in the past half-month, Jiangchen seemed to be a lot more well-behaved. He didn't make a fuss in the classroom either. He usually went to school alone and sat in his seat in a daze in the classroom. He didn't have any sense of presence at all. Cici almost forgot about his existence. At this time, Jiangchen threw himself into Ms. Li Rulan's arms and began to cry in a muffled voice. This sad look made Xixi and Lu Xiaoyu unable to believe their eyes. Was this still the little overlord Jiangchen who was not afraid of anything? He must have switched souls with Nanjiaoyu. At this time, a male teacher sitting behind Li Rulan was holding a thermos flask and he staggered to the front to get some water. He was stopped by a female teacher, and the two began to gossip. Cici and Lu Xiaoyu were standing close to each other, so they overheard their conversation. The female teacher asked, "What happened? Why is the child crying so sadly?" The male teacher said, "Something happened in the boy's family. He came to Ms. Li to talk, and then he began to cry." The female teacher said unhappily, "What's the matter? Why did you only say half a sentence?" Male teacher, sigh, "It's not good to spread this, but I'm telling you, don't tell anyone." The boy's father and mother argued for a few months, and they officially divorced yesterday. Divorce? Xixi blinked and didn't understand the meaning of this word. Of course, the female teacher then excitedly gossiped and gave Xixi a more detailed explanation. Divorce? What's the reason? What other reason could there be? The man cheated. I heard before that he always said he was on a business trip, but in fact, he kept a female university student and fell in love with her. After a few months, he still didn't change his mind, so his mother had to divorce him. Xixi's eyes were wide open as she looked at the teachers nervously. What about the child? That man must be irresponsible and ran away with the mistress. The female teacher guessed. That's not it. After all, she gave birth to a boy, and the boy's father still wants a son. The lawsuit took half a month. Fortunately, the child didn't disappoint. Not only did the judge give him to his mother, but he also argued that he wanted to be with his mother. Otherwise, his mother would really be sad. The male teacher sighed. The mistress and that man will die a horrible death. They broke other people's families. The female teacher said indignantly. However, she quickly sighed. But it's also a pity for the child. He can only live with his mother in the future. That man has a mistress and has another one. He probably won't care about the past anymore. Isn't that so? Oh right, how will the family property be divided? I don't know, but since it's all in court, it should be clear. Cece could no longer listen to the gossip that the teachers were gossiping about. The little girl's little face revealed a somewhat confused and fearful expression. She. Lu Xiaoyu's voice brought her back from her daze. She saw that Lu Xiaoyu pointed at Li Rulan's desk and whispered, She, the teacher told us to bring the homework over. It turned out that Li Rulan, who was comforting Jiang Chen, noticed the two girls. She used her hand gestures and eyes to signal the two girls. Finally, she put up a finger and made a shoe expression. She and Lu Xiaoyu put the homework on the teacher's desk and left. Along the way, She was in a daze and didn't say anything. Lu Xiaoyu and She didn't have the habit of talking when they were together, but today She didn't say anything either. When they returned to the classroom and sat down, She didn't say anything. This made her feel strange and awkward. No one said anything. This doesn't feel right, Lu Xiaoyu had to speak up herself. She leaned over and whispered, She, can we not tell others that Jiang Chen cried? She turned her head in confusion and responded sluggishly, Huh? That's right, Jiang Chen cried so hard. If we tell others, will he be angry? Lu Xiaoyu had to repeat herself. Let's not tell others. She subconsciously felt that it wasn't a good thing. She pouted and muttered, but, we should be able to tell Papa, because Papa knows a lot of things. The girl's words were a bit messy because her mind was in a mess. Especially when she thought of her father, she couldn't help but recall the teacher's words in the office. The boy's father and mother argued for a few months and officially divorced yesterday. He always said he was on a business trip, but in fact, he kept a female university student and fell in love with her. Poor child, he can only live with his mother in the future. After all, she gave birth to a boy, and the boy's father still wants a son. His father won't care about him anymore. Sometimes, having a good memory wasn't a good thing. After Lu Xiaoyu heard it, she forgot it immediately, but she still remembered it clearly. These voices echoed in her mind, and she thought of her favorite father. Father is so good, he knows everything. He knows everything. And he speaks very gently, treats me very carefully, and is patient. The girl thought of the happy days with her father, and gradually dug out from the depths of her memory, the memories before she was 4 years old that had been buried for a long time. What if father doesn't want me? A terrible thought popped up in Shishi's mind, and suddenly, the girl's eyes turned red. When Shishi came home in the evening, her father, who had come to pick them up, had already noticed her unusual behavior. Of course, Shishi didn't like to talk, so Yanni couldn't hear his daughter's chatter. Naturally, he could sense that something was wrong. Yang Yi first asked Shishi, but the little girl pouted and didn't want to say anything. Then Yang Yi looked at Lan Xian in confusion, and Lan Xian also scratched her head with a puzzled look. Obviously, Shishi didn't tell Lan Xian about her feelings. A little girl at this age would have a little bit of personal emotions. Yang Yi didn't ask any more questions. Instead, he sent the two little girls home. Then, he called Cece, who had just returned home, and brought her to the living room. He sat down on the sofa and had a one-on-one talk with her. Murphy also noticed the abnormality. She frowned in confusion and made eye contact with Yang Yi. What's going on? Yang Yi shook his head gently and signaled her with his eyes to take Tong Tong to the side hall, in case she refused to say what was on her mind. Of course, Yang Yi knew that Murphy would definitely run to the stairs to eavesdrop on them, given her concern for Shishi. The noise from behind also confirmed his guess. What happened at school? Did someone bully you? Yang Yi was actually most worried about this situation. Although Lan Xian said that nothing special had happened, he was still worried. He said half-jokingly, did someone say that you can't tell your father, or else I'll beat you? Don't be afraid, Dad will protect you. In this world, who is more powerful than your dad? Am I right? No one can beat your dad. Shishi listened to her father's words and became sadder. He saw that the little girl's tears were starting to fall. Her delicate little face was like a pear blossom in the rain, which made people feel a sense of pity for her. Did someone really bully you? Which little bastard? Or which lord? Xiangyi's heart was instantly filled with anger. Although he still held it in and asked Cece in a gentle voice so as not to scare the little girl, the veins on his fists that were placed beside his legs were already popping out. No, no. She hugged her father's hand and shook her head while sobbing. She was so choked up that her voice sounded nasal. No? Xiangyi was confused. He gently patted Shishi's little hand and wiped away Shishi's tears. His heart ached as he coaxed her, okay, don't cry. Come, let daddy hug you. If you feel wronged, tell daddy. I don't know why you're crying like this. Daddy is very worried about you, you know? Shishi threw herself into her father's arms. The sadness that had been brewing all day was suddenly vented. She cried even louder and more heartbroken. Of course, she did need to vent. Shishi had been worried for the whole day. The little girl didn't know how to face the idea in her mind. She was almost suppressed into the old version of Yu Xiaowei, Xiangyi coaxed as if his heart was being cut by a knife. At the same time, he gritted his teeth and even had the urge to kill someone. However, until now, he still didn't know who provoked his baby girl. Shishi cried for a while. After she vented the anger in her heart, she felt better and was finally willing to speak. It's Jiangchen's. The little girl sniffled and stuttered. Jiangchen? Xiangyi couldn't wait for Shishi to cut out the whole story. When he heard the name, his eyes almost popped out. He repeated the name repeatedly, but in his heart, he was about to tear the little boy into pieces. He bullied you? How did he bully you? Xiangyi held back his anger. While he wiped the tears on Shishi's face with a tissue, he asked softly. It must be an unforgivable crime. Xiangyi had never seen Shishi cry so hard. He couldn't wait to drag the boy out of the house and chop him into pieces. However, Shishi shook her head. While rubbing her red eyes and sniffing her red nose, she said with a choked voice, no. Jiangchen, his daddy is very bad, and then he divorced mom and his mom. Shishi's emotions calmed down a bit. She could finally tell her father the truth. Xiangyi suddenly froze. He had a stomach full of anger, but now he realized that things were not what he thought. Of course, it was actually a good thing that it wasn't what he thought it was. However, Xiangyi didn't dare to be negligent. He carefully asked Cece about the ins and outs of today's matter that made Cece depressed. Little fool. After Xiangyi figured it out, he couldn't help but hold Shishi's little face in his hands, rubbed it intimately, and laughed. What are you thinking? How could daddy divorce mommy? Daddy and mommy are so good, right? Daddy loves you and mommy the most, how could he bear to leave you? But daddy also went on a business trip. Daddy didn't go on business trips before. Shishi said with grievance, because daddy went on a business trip, I didn't bring my hair clip, and then daddy picked me up. I'm afraid that daddy will be like Jiangchen's daddy. No, daddy is not such a person. Daddy promises you that in this life, I will only love your mommy. Xiangyi raised his hand and swore, of course, daddy will try not to go on business trips in the future. I will spend more time with you and mommy so that you won't worry, okay? Shishi was not very satisfied with her father's vow. She pouted and said, no, you don't only love mom, you also have to love me. And little brother, daddy, you have to say that you only love me, mom, and little brother. Yes. Xiangyi was a bit dumbfounded and swore again. With her father's promise, Shishi was obviously relieved, but at this time, the little girl didn't smile happily. Instead, she squeezed more into her father's arms. She took her father's hand and let him hold her tightly. Xiangyi thought that Shishi was particularly insecure today, so he simply stayed with her for a while. Little fool, don't think too much in the future. How can other people's business have anything to do with you? Of course, Jiangchen is also very pitiful, but our family is still very happy. Daddy and mommy both love you very much. Xiangyi softly persuaded. What Xiangyi didn't know was that Cece wanted to tell her father what she had been holding back all day. Therefore, after he finished comforting her, Cece snuggled into her father's arms and listened to the heavy voice coming from her father's chest. She also couldn't wait to say, Papa, let me tell you. When I thought about you divorcing Mama today, I was scared out of my wits. Before Yang comforted her, the little girl continued, because a teacher said that Xianxia's daddy wanted him because Xianxia was a boy, but Xianxia didn't want to be with his daddy, so Xianxia followed his mom, but Xianxia wouldn't be able to see his daddy. I like daddy so much, I don't want to not see daddy. I want daddy to be with daddy forever. As she spoke, she couldn't help but feel a little sad. Her eyes were red, but she didn't cry, only her nasal voice became more nasal. Even in such a situation, Yang didn't have a chance to interrupt, because she was still describing the changes in her mind today. I want to be with daddy, but I'm afraid that mom will be very sad. I like daddy very much, but I also like mom. I don't want mom to be sad, so I'm very sad. She said her dilemma. When Yang heard this, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief because he knew that Murphy was listening. If she completely sided with him when she was talking, Yang was worried that he wouldn't be able to coax Murphy. But fortunately, she was still very sensible, and she also took care of her mother's feelings. Don't be sad, because this situation doesn't exist, daddy and mommy are fine. Yang smiled easily, touched the little girl's soft long hair, and said with a smile, moreover, daddy and mommy will always be fine, so you will never have to worry about this problem. Yes, I want daddy and mom to be together forever, and me and my brother, our whole family to be together forever. Cece hugged her father's arm and happily rubbed her head against it. Finally, she happily revealed a tear-stained smile. After comforting Yang finally breathed a sigh of relief. After all, he also had other worries. Fortunately, the worst possibility didn't appear. And she was just scaring herself, so it was fine as long as she made things clear. Yang took Shishi to wash her face and coaxed the little girl to do her homework, then he smiled and shook his head, and walked upstairs. Just now, he heard that when Shishi wanted to stay in his arms for a while, Murphy took Tong Tong upstairs. Hey, I thought it was something serious, and I almost went crazy. Fortunately, it was just Shishi who was worried for nothing. Yang pushed open the bedroom door, and said to Murphy with a smile. He wanted to tease Murphy about this matter, but after he came in, Murphy turned around, and Yang was surprised to find that Murphy's eyes were also red, and it looked like she had cried. What's wrong with you? Yang was dumbfounded. I'm sad too. Murphy sniffled and opened her hands sadly. Although Murphy usually had a cold and elegant appearance, in reality, she was also a sentimental person. Especially in the past few years, after Yang melted her iceberg, her soft heart no longer had a protective shell of her own. When she heard Shishi talk about her worries, Murphy couldn't help but let her imagination run wild. She was thinking about her parents' divorce, and who she should be with. Murphy, on the other hand, directly went into a dead end. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that her future was bleak. If her husband didn't want her, would she leave her because she liked her father more? If she left her, would Tong Tong abandon her, too, since he liked her sister so much? Ever since Tong Tong insisted on sitting with her sister during the parents' open house, Murphy faintly constructed a possibility in her mind that was definitely meant to scare herself. After all, he was a Scorpio. The more Murphy thought about it, the sadder she felt. Even if she didn't care about these children, Murphy thought about not having Yang by her side. When she returned to the bedroom, she threw herself on the bed and cried bitterly. Tong Tong sat by the side with an innocent look on his face, not knowing what had happened. And so, the scene that happened when Yang came in was born. Yang opened his arms and hugged Murphy. At the same time, he smiled bitterly in his heart. Well, after comforting the little ones, he still had to comfort the elder ones, but after all, they were the people he loved the most. Okay, hubby, hug. Don't cry. Yang heart softened. In order to make it up to Shishi, who was worried sick, Yang made time for the weekend to take her to the largest bookstore in Jiangqing. After all, it had been a long time since Yang had accompanied her to go shopping. Moreover, Shishi had grown up a little, so it was time for her to read some meaningful books. She couldn't always read children's books. She was addicted to stories but lacked the influence of literature. Because the weather in Jiangqing was very cold, she couldn't go out in a pretty but thin dress like before. But it didn't matter. Even if she wore a sweater and long pants, the little girl's slender and thin body could still hold them up easily, especially today, When she went to the bookstore with her parents, the little girl was in a good mood. She giggled and skipped in front of them. Her lively figure was so cute that it made people want to pinch her cheeks. Little Momo was infected by his sister's vigor. He struggled out of his mother's embrace, his little butt shaking as he happily ran towards his sister. As the little fellow ran, he anxiously shouted, "Wait for me, sister, wait for me." It wasn't until he stuffed his little hand into his sister's hand that he felt relieved and giggled. "But, if I hold your hand, how can I find books to read?" Cece's big eyes curved into crescents as she said to little Momo. Oh, that's right, that's right." Tong Tong was faced with a difficult problem. After thinking for a while, he still couldn't think of an answer. He frowned and pouted, not knowing how to answer. But he didn't want to let go of his sister's hand. Of course, this problem was solved when his parents came up. With his parents by his side, Tong Tong was very safe. When his sister was flipping through some of the children's books on the bookshelf, the little fellow had been curiously looking left and right. There were still many children around, but they were all older than him. Moreover, most of them were big brothers. He didn't even see a girl as beautiful as his sister. Interestingly, those big brothers and sisters were sitting on the ground reading. When he looked over, they looked over cautiously, as if they were afraid that he would scold them. "Isn't it dirty?" A thought that didn't belong to him sprouted in Tong Tong's mind. Although the other children were older than him, they were still children. When Tong Tong came to the dwarf kingdom, he inexplicably grinned and giggled. However, after seeing all these new things around him, little Momo looked at his sister curiously. With his small stature, he could only press his hands on the bookshelf and tilt his head up to look at his sister from below. This was a new way of playing. Tong Tong found his own happiness. The little boy walked along the bookshelf and squeezed to his sister's side. This way, he could peek at his sister's focused expression through the corners of the books. Hee hee. Tong Tong laughed contentedly and even used his little butt to nudge his sister. However, she only felt that she was nudged. The little girl was immersed in the story and didn't have any reaction. Murphy, on the other hand, was absent-mindedly flipping through the children's books. From time to time, she would glance at Tong Tong to prevent him from running away to play. When she saw this scene, she laughed and rubbed Tong Tong's little head. Xianxia, who had disappeared for a while, reappeared. He had gone to look for books for Xixi. He always felt that Xixi should read more in-depth books, so he specially went to look around the other areas. Now, he came back with a stack of books. "Xixi, come and take a look at these books. Do you like them?" Xianxia smiled and said to Xixi as he placed the books he found on the bookshelf. "What books?" Xixi reluctantly moved her gaze away from the children's books in her hands and curiously looked at the books her father brought over. "This is a children's encyclopedia." Xianxia smiled and picked up a thick tome. He said to Xixi, "Its content is all-encompassing. Look, it talks about nature, such as how a mother lion moved with her baby. It also talks about art, such as the piano, guitar, or violin that we learned, how these instruments were born, and some historical stories. In any case, you can find the answers to many questions that you have thought of before or new things that you have not come into contact with." "Wow, really?" Xixi's interest was piqued. After she exclaimed in surprise, she put down the children's books in her hands and picked up the new books her father recommended to her. Then, the little girl cried out in joy, "Wow, they're all colorful. So many beautiful photos. Papa, I saw the lion mom biting the little lion." Xianxia smiled and nodded at the little girl who raised her head in surprise. He waited until Xixi flipped through a few pages and gradually became fascinated by the books. Then, he began to introduce the second book. "Xixi, this book is also good." The largest bookstore in Xianxia was very large, and the atmosphere of reading was very strong. Although Xianxia only brought Xixi to buy books, in the process of constantly flipping through the books and looking for books, they were influenced by the other children and adults who loved books in the bookstore. Even little Momo ended up flipping through a picture book that her sister had put back with great interest. This children's book was suitable for children above the age of 6 because it had a lot of words. However, even though little Momo couldn't understand it, he still pouted slightly. Like a leader reviewing a document, he hastily reviewed the illustration on the cover. Then, he imitated his sister and flipped to the next page to continue reading. In the end, when Xianxia pushed a pile of books in his trolley to the front desk to buy them, Tong Tong ran over with a children's book in his little hands and handed it to his father. "You want to buy books too?" Xianxia asked him, amused. Little rascal nodded solemnly. Of course, he wanted to buy books. Otherwise, why would he hand it to his father? Tong Tong, who used to shop with his father and sister, knew that he could not be reserved when he wanted something. If he liked a toy, he must give it to his father to buy it so that he could bring it home. Can you understand it? Murphy could not help but ask with a smile. Yes. Tong Tong did not answer the question, but he felt that his answer was correct. He even nodded his little head vigorously. Since Tong Tong wanted to buy books, Xianxia did not treat him differently. He put the books in the trolley and paid the bill. However, when they left the bookstore, Xianxia unexpectedly found a few claw machines at the exit hall. Xianxia had seen these machines in the cinema in the university town before. She knew what they were, but she was in a hurry to watch the movie, so she did not play with them. Papa, let's go take a look." Xianxia happily pulled her father's hand. After saying that, the little girl ran over. The little girl, who was wearing winter clothes, ran as light as a deer because of her long legs. Claw machines. Xianxia remembered that in his previous life, when the sharing economy was just starting to rise, he seemed to have seen someone mention the concept of a shared claw machine in the newspaper, although it seemed to be just to ride on the popularity. Of course, that was built on the background of mobile payment being quite developed. Xianxia chuckled softly and threw the memory to the back of his mind. He walked behind Xianxia and saw that the little girl was curiously looking at a couple who were claw machines. Of course, she was looking at how someone was using a small joystick to move the claw machine. "Do you want to play?" Xianxia smiled as he rubbed Xiaxia's little head and asked. The dolls in the claw machine were not good looking, and the workmanship was not as good as the ones made by Xianxia's own toy factory. After all, copyright was very strict in this world, and the manufacturers also had to consider the cost. They could only choose dolls with lower copyright fees, which were often not sold well in the market. Naturally, the dolls in the claw machine were very ordinary, and only one or two of them were good-looking. They were used as bait to attract customers. However, the plushies only accounted for less than half of the fun. Wasn't the process of picking the plushies and the sense of accomplishment that came with it the most important part? Xianxia was eagerly looking at other people playing. When she heard her father's question, she naturally turned around happily and nodded vigorously at him. Tong Tong was short and did not know what was going on. He stood beside his mother in boredom and let his mother hold his hand. He looked left and right. There were still many new things in this world that he had not seen before. "Come, each of you have a basket of coins. You can put them here and have a competition. Let's see if your mother can claw more dolls or Xianxia can claw more dolls." When Tong Tong came back to his senses, his father had already returned with the coins. The little boy was attracted by his father's words. He looked up curiously and saw his mother clapping her hands happily. With a pleasant laughter, he went to the front of a machine. What are my sister and mother playing?" Tong Tong did not realize that she had been abandoned by her mother. Fortunately, after her father settled them down, he squatted down to carry Tong Tong and stood beside her sister's machine. "Xianxia, your little brother is also here to cheer for you." Xianxia laughed as he shook Tong Tong's little fist. "Nonsense, Mommy clearly supports Mom." Murphy grumbled from the side. Of course, she was focused on figuring out how to use the claw machine. After all, she hadn't played with it in a long time, so she didn't have the time to raise her head. Xianxia, on the other hand, received her father's guidance. "Xianxia, put this game coin into this hole. Put 3 coins in. Then, when this indicator light turns on, you can use this joystick to control the clamp. In order to play with this claw machine well." Xianxia tensed up her little face a little nervously. She listened attentively to her father's words, her big eyes following her father's fingers around. "Haha, Xianxia, my clamp can move now. Come and see." Murphy suddenly smiled proudly at the side. Although Murphy's words were a little boastful, she still successfully attracted Xiaxia's attention. The little girl hurriedly went to her father's side and leaned over to her mother's side, watching in amazement. "Look, when I move this joystick, the clamp can move." "Right, forward, back. With her daughter watching and her son looking back, Murphy became even more enthusiastic as she demonstrated with a smile of exultation. It's true. She was very supportive as she exclaimed in amazement. At this time, Tong Tong's ignorant little face finally changed a little. He looked at the claw machine in amazement. Tong Tong felt that her mother was actually able to control it. It was super awesome. It was just like those amazing robots on TV. Xianxia held back his laughter as he watched Murphy's performance. Finally, he couldn't help but remind her, stop fiddling with the claw. Hurry up and aim at the doll. Its time is almost up. Murphy's reaction was a little slow. She only came back to her senses after Xianxia spoke for a while. Oh. No. She screamed as she fiddled with the joystick. However, at this time, the claw stopped by itself. Then, it fell. When Murphy forgot to hit the red button, it finally fell between the gaps of several dolls. When it got up, it didn't clamp anything. Murphy sighed regretfully. Xianxia took the opportunity to wink at Xi. See, this is a negative example. When you clamp the doll later, don't forget to look at the time. Yang Laoi, no, Yang Lao Tai, you're mocking me again. Murphy pouted and said angrily. Go teach Xi. Murphy, even if I don't need your help. I must clamp the doll myself and then defeat Xi. Perhaps feeling a little embarrassed, Murphy pushed Xianxia and Xi back. She decided to work hard behind closed doors and clamp a doll to prove herself. Xianxia held Tong Tong in one hand and pointed at the ground with the other hand, teaching Xi how to clamp the doll. Yes, insert the coin. It's starting. Move this joystick and move it to the doll you want to clamp. It's not right, Xianxia gently encouraged Xi because she had made the same mistake. It's okay. Let's keep up the good work. We still have so many game coins. What are you afraid of? Not only that, but Xianxia also patiently guided Xi. After Xi made 3 mistakes in a row, Xianxia asked, which doll do you want to clamp? Is it this one? The pretty one? In fact, it was easy to guess because Xi was very focused and persistent. She placed several clamps around the doll. Cici stood on her tiptoes and wanted to use her head to push against her father's hand. She followed the direction of her father's finger and nodded. Her pink little mouth pouted as she said, yes, this is the most beautiful one among them. It's not easy to clamp this one because it was pressed on one side by the doll you turned over just now. Xianxia smiled and said, let's change it to the one inside, okay? They're all the same dolls. The one inside might be easier to clamp. Xi suddenly understood and nodded gently. She continued to insert the game coins and Xi carefully moved the joystick. Xianxia looked down from above and waved his left hand. He instructed, to the right, use more force. It's still far away. Go forward. Don't go forward, push the joystick forward. Oh, right. Go left and down, adjust it gently, and it'll be right. It had to be said that Xianxia had good eyesight. When the clamp fell, Xi looked at it expectantly. The clamp finally fell on the doll like a big hand. Wow. I clamped it. I clamped it. Xi was so excited that she took small steps and clapped her hands. Tong Tong had been watching attentively. He was attracted by the moving clamp and had been addicted to it. He only came back to his senses when he heard his sister scream. Not yet, not yet. Xianxia said quickly. Did you forget your mother's lesson? Hurry up and press this red button. Ouch. Before Xianxia could finish his sentence, he felt an arrow on his waist. He turned around and saw Murphy, who had come over to watch, pinching his waist. She pouted and stared at him angrily. She only remembered when her father reminded her. She hurriedly clapped her hands. He picked up the soft toy with the clamp and swayed it towards the entrance of the cave. But just as everyone held their breaths and stared at it, it swayed a little and suddenly loosened, causing the soft toy to slide down. Hey! Cici cried out in panic. Soon, she unwillingly twisted her little butt, and her little face revealed a distressed expression. Why is it so difficult? It's okay, continue. Try a few more times, and you might be able to clamp it. Xianxia ignored the soft hand on his waist and quickly comforted the disappointed girl. This time, it will definitely work. She cheered herself up. Perhaps it was the excitement of clamping the doll that gave her motivation. The little girl hummed energetically and threw in the game coins. At this time, Xianxi's back was pulled. He took the time to look back and saw Murphy's sad eyes. "What's wrong?" Xianxia asked, amused. Murphy pitifully shook the few remaining game coins in her basket. She didn't want her daughter to hear, so she mouthed to Xianxia, "Honey, help me." In order to successfully ask for help, she even looked left and right. When she saw that no one was looking, she secretly used her hand to draw a seductive arc behind her buttocks. Her beautiful eyes charmingly blinked at Xianxia. Of course, she still felt a little embarrassed, and her face flushed red. If she didn't use some unconventional means, she would lose. How could he not answer his wife's request? Xianxia took over Mofei's basket and counted the game coins in it. There were only enough coins left for 2 claw games. He was a little surprised and asked, "Is that all you have left? How did you finish the game so quickly?" Murphy smiled awkwardly. She was too embarrassed to answer. She turned around and looked around. Suddenly, her eyes lit up and she said, "I'm going to buy some more coins. Can you help me with the claw games?" Murphy perfectly avoided Xianxi's question. She bought another 100 yuan worth of coins. The lady boss stacked the coins neatly into the basket. Murphy happily carried the basket and walked back carefully. When she came back, Mofei saw that Xianxia was sitting in her seat, and Cici was frowning and looking at her machine. What was interesting was that little Momo, who was next to her, got out of his father's arms at some point. He ignored his father and stood next to his sister. His little body leaned against the claw machine, facing his sister, waving his hands and talking excitedly. At this moment, Tong Tong looked like a little strategist who was giving advice to his sister. Mofei suddenly felt a little curious. She carefully held the basket and leaned closer to listen. Want to become bigger, wow. No one knew what little Momo had said before, but now he began to make threatening gestures like a little dinosaur. He opened his little hands and mouth, first making a strange cry, then babbling a bunch of words that no one could understand. Finally, he said with a snort, then, a lot, and so on. He even stood on his tiptoes and raised his hands to gesture. Murphy was confused. She could not help but ask, "Mommy, what are you talking about?" At this moment, Tong Tong noticed his mother. He held the claw machine with one hand and jumped up and down happily. He seemed to be having a lot of fun. Cici, on the other hand, kindly explained to her mother, "Mama, little brother is telling me a story. He said that this claw will become very big, just like a very big bird, and then it will catch us all in the sky, huh?" Murphy was dumbfounded. How could it be explained like that? But the claw can't become bigger. After she finished telling her mother, she frowned and muttered in distress, "If it can't become bigger, I won't be able to hold on to my doll." Tong Tong looked at his sister and then at his mother. He opened his small hands and gestured. He said seriously, "It can become bigger. Then give it to my sister." Murphy did not know whether to laugh or cry as she shook her head. She grabbed a few handfuls of game coins from the basket and stuffed them into Shishi's basket on the claw machine's console. She said, "Then you two can slowly study it and see if you can make the claw bigger." She came to Xianxi's side and held the basket. She asked curiously, "How was it? Did you catch it?" Xianxia was sitting on the ground in a daze. When he saw Murphy coming back, he quickly took the game coins from her basket and smiled helplessly. "It's not that easy. I was just trying to see how strong the claw is. Now, it's time to show my true strength." Murphy looked at Xianxia suspiciously. She did not know why, but she felt that Xianxia was a little guilty. Xianxia was indeed guilty. He originally wanted to pick up a doll and show it off to Murphy when she came back. However, he did not expect that he was not as good as Shishi. Murphy's joystick was a little problematic. It was not linear, and it was very unstable. When she was manipulating it, there would always be large swings, causing the position to deviate. "It's fine. I've already understood the functions of this machine. Just watch." I'll pick up a doll for you right now. In front of his wife, Xianxia naturally had to appear a little more confident. He waved his hand and solemnly vowed. She started another round of experiments. Tong Tong did not know how to do it, so he climbed onto his sister's seat and squeezed together with her. He watched with great interest. Xianxia gently pushed the joystick and moved the clamp to the corresponding position. This time, he really had some experience. He did not push it slowly. Instead, he pushed it to the approximate position and then made fine adjustments by swinging it. Almost there, when the countdown was about to end, the clamp gradually stabilized and aimed at the target that he had chosen. Lift. Xianxia waited for the clamp to wrap around the doll and hit the red button forcefully. Io, be gentle. If you break it, it won't be fun anymore. Murphy saw that Xianxia was a little excited and hurriedly persuaded him. However, the scene that happened behind the transparent glass made Xianxia dumbfounded again. The clamp did not tighten immediately. Instead, it tightened as it was lifted. In the end, it slid across the surface of the Saturn Peach doll that Xianxia had chosen. What the hell? There's something wrong with this machine. Xianxia could not help but complain. He turned his head and saw that Murphy was covering her mouth and laughing secretly. This is an exception. Maybe there really is something wrong with this machine. Xianxia braced himself and explained, let's change to another machine. Who knows, we might be able to clamp it. Let me tell you, when I was a security guard in the past, I was in charge of the claw machine. At that time, I really had seen countless people. I had seen all kinds of claw machine masters, and I even secretly learned a few moves from them. Murphy was amused by him. She knew that Xianxia was just bragging to cover up his embarrassment. She did not expose him. Instead, she laughed until her body became weak. She hugged Xianxia's arm and gave him a flirtatious look. Xianxia and Murphy switched to the left side of Xianxia and the rest, which was the claw machine that the couple had played with earlier. However, Xianxia was not as good as he had been bragging. After the first few rounds, Xianxia still could not clamp the doll. This is a new machine. There will always be time to get used to it. Xianxia braced himself and said. Not to mention Xianxia, who had been defeated repeatedly, she also could not clamp the doll. The game coins in her basket were constantly being used up. Finally, the little girl's patience was running out. She pouted her lips and wanted to hold the basket to watch her father clamp the doll. But at this time, little Nuan saw that his sister had stopped playing, so he stretched out his little hand with interest and pulled the joystick. The little guy raised his head and looked up, but the paw did not move. Brother, do you want to play? Cici asked when she saw the situation. She stuffed 3 game coins into the machine and gave her seat to Tong Tong so that he could sit closer to the joystick. Of course, Tong Tong could not see much. She stood beside the machine and imitated her father. She enthusiastically instructed Tong Tong, little brother, let me tell you where to sit. Okay. Tong Tong nodded happily. However, he did not move for a long time. She realized that something was wrong and hurriedly shouted, little brother, you have to move that thing. Otherwise, the time is almost up. Tong Tong imitated her and started to move the joystick. When he saw the claw moving as well, he was so happy that his eyes shone brightly. A little to the left. Little brother, do you want to clamp this thing? Go a little further. Cici instructed with her head lowered. However, she realized very late that little Momo was having a lot of fun playing with its paw. It wasn't listening to what she was saying at all. Its paw was swinging by itself. Aya. Little brother, you are not trying to clamp the doll. She mumbled helplessly when she saw that the claw was not able to clamp down on the doll. Sister, Jieli. Jieli. Little Momo didn't pay attention to his sister's complaints. When he saw that the claws were no longer moving after returning to their original position, he hurriedly asked his sister for help. The little guy was quite smart. Since he couldn't reach it, he pointed at the coin slot from a distance and happily called out to his sister. You still want to play? She asked in surprise. Tong Tong quickly nodded. Okay. Although she complained about Tong Tong's attitude, she was still very nice to Tong Tong. Although she seemed unwilling, she counted 3 game coins and stuffed them into the slot. You have to clamp down on the doll. At this time, Yang Yi's cheers suddenly came from the side. I clamped it. Cece turned her head in surprise. Yang Yi, who had been so nervous that his facial expression had frozen a moment ago, finally raised his hand and laughed out loud. Mo Fei witnessed this historic scene. Yang Yi had experienced several failures. Finally, in his persistent research, he finally figured out the nature of this machine and added the doll in a very ingenious way. Not easy, not easy. Murphy bent down and picked up the doll from the bottom. She held it up happily and smiled at Yang Yi. Yang Yi also felt that it was not easy. He had failed so many times that he felt a little ashamed. He was too embarrassed to face Murphy and she. Fortunately, he finally succeeded once. For this reason, Yang Yi couldn't help but smile proudly to Mo Fei and boasted, "In fact, it's very simple. You just need to grasp the rhythm of its claw movement." When she saw that her mother had obtained the doll, she could not stand still. She quickly carried her basket and walked towards her father. Papa, can you help me?" Behind her, Tong Tong was still playing with the joystick. He looked at the claw that could change shape and was very happy. Yang Yi, Murphy, and the children were still secretly photographed by the paparazzi when they were on campus, in the bookstore, or when they were shopping. However, they didn't care. As long as the paparazzi didn't go overboard, Yang Yi and Murphy were now very calm and ignored those cameras. The proper media wasn't very interested in the private lives of celebrities. However, some entertainment tabloids were very keen to report on Yang Yi and Murphy's sweet days. They also knew that it was very boring to just report such news. So, they simply took some news of celebrities having an affair and put it together with Yang Yi's news on the same page and reported it together. Thus, there was this situation. The first half of the news was XXX Hotel secret meeting fierce man, intimate actions intimate, and the second half of the news was Yang Yi and Murphy playing dolls with children, forgetting themselves and ignoring the paparazzi's secret photos. It was a clear stream. Of course, many online media would still repost such news. After all, they could have an unlimited number of sections. Yang Yi and Murphy's fans were very calm. Is this considered news? When did Yang Yi come out to play by himself? That's called news, okay? However, at the beginning of December, when the attention Yang Yi and Murphy received slightly decreased, an old musician and music critic, Lu Shifeng, who once had a conflict with Yang Yi and Murphy, began to bombard Yang Yi on micro-broadcasting. Yang Yi is the most shameless and heartless liar I have ever seen. Liar, what did Yang Yi do to make this irrelevant person call him a liar? Moreover, she scolded him so harshly. Looking at the text and pictures below Lu Shifeng's long micro-broadcasting post, one would know. It turned out that Lu Shifeng had collected a bunch of information from somewhere to expose Yang Yi's true colors. Yang Yi was very stingy, heartless, and never willing to do charity. First, Lu Shifeng first posted a screenshot of a web page, pointing out that in the news about Yang Yi's charity or donations over the years, there was no clear amount of donations. Then, Lu Shifeng took out a few screenshots of interviews with the former Extreme Challenge crew members, those who had jumped ship to Xianxia. In the video subtitles and Lu Shifeng's description, these witnesses pointed out that at the charity gala held in the last episode of the first season of Extreme Challenge, although Yang Yi donated books, he didn't donate money. Lu Shifeng's words that bombarded Yang Yi showed disdain. He pointed out that although Yang Yi donated a sum of money in the name of Huai Brothers' money might have been deducted from the reasonable income of their stars. Lu Shifeng believed that Yang Yi was already worth billions at that time, yet he was reluctant to donate this little bit of money. He deliberately used the name of the company to replace himself. Who knew how many tricks he had played in the middle? It was really not right. Of course, it wasn't just this bit of evidence. Lu Shifeng also listed 2 public welfare funds that Yang Yi had personally set up, the Children's Book Author Support Fund and the Sahara Rural Development Public Welfare Foundation. Although these 2 funds are non-profit, their purpose isn't that simple. The authors supported by the Children's Book Author Support Fund have to sign a contract with Yang Yi's own publishing house. The money they earn has to be shared with the publishing house, not to mention the Sahara Rural Development Public Welfare Foundation. Teach others to open a shop on his Taobao Mall. If you want to do public welfare, please set up some charity funds that can really help others and don't ask for anything in return. Don't sell dog meat under false pretenses. It's disgusting. Lu Shifeng bombarded Yang Yi mercilessly. Obviously, with the strength of Lu Shifeng, an old musician and music critic who was paid to do things, there was no way to get so much evidence and write such a voluminous denunciation. When this explosive micro-broadcast was spread, many people with discerning eyes could guess that there was definitely someone behind Lu Shifeng's actions. And from the looks of the few employees who had jumped ship, the instigator should be related to Xianxia Production or Shannan TV station. However, the ordinary people were blind. Many netizens who didn't like Yang Yi, or many netizens who hated the rich, after roughly reading this long micro-broadcasting, couldn't help but follow the crusade against Yang Yi. So that's how it is. You can't bear to donate money to the children in the mountains, and you even used the company's name to make it cheap. But you're willing to invest a lot of money in a fund that's beneficial to yourself. You're taking all the fame and benefits. How can there be such a good thing? I thought Yang Yi was a clear stream, but now it seems that he's a businessman through and through. He's only interested in profits. I'm really disgusted. He's so scheming for a public welfare event. I just want to ask if the money donated by the company has been donated. Xianxia Production is also Yang Yi's. If the people under him do the accounts, maybe the donated money hasn't been touched, right? Speaking of which, Brother Huayi's company isn't very clean, right? Yang Huan and Guozi have a good relationship with Yang Yi, and Thousand Miles Chuanshu, who used to be very popular, seems to have disappeared in the past 6 months. Could it be that he angered Yang Yi and was frozen? It seems that this company is just a money-making tool for Yang Yi. What brother? Bah. He's just putting on a show for charity. I wonder if his love with Murphy is also a show. Could it be that the two of them are just pretending to be together? Now that I think about it, the laughter and emotions that the Limit Challenge brought us were fake. It's so disgusting. Let's talk about something that Teacher Lu missed. Yang Yi is reluctant to spend a lot of money on charity, because he spent billions to build a castle-like amusement park in Jinling City. I just want to know if this amusement park is really built for Shishi to play. I'm afraid his motives aren't pure, right? Hearing this, I also remembered the news. How could this amusement park be built just for a child to play? I'm afraid he wants to take money from us parents. When the time comes, the ticket price will be hundreds or thousands. Are you afraid? We will firmly boycott Yang Yi's company, show, and firmly boycott Yang Yi's amusement park. Although there were still many Yang Yi's fans who heard the news and tried their best to explain for Yang Yi, urging everyone to wait for Yang Yi's response and not listen to other people's words. Under Lu Shifeng's micro-broadcasting, many netizens who hated the rich and did not chase after celebrities were still unwilling to let it go. They even insulted Yang Yi's fans, saying that they were trying to clean up for Yang Yi. In less than a day, micro-broadcasting was already in an uproar. Although micro-broadcasting was Yang Yi's own territory, with a celebrity like Lu Shifeng's direct bombardment, no staff dared to delete the post. They only had a secret channel to inform Mo Xiaowan immediately. Mo Xiaowan hurriedly organized a meeting to discuss public relations. But in less than an hour, all the major web portals on the internet reposted Lu Shifeng's bombardment of Yang Yi's micro-broadcasting, and the views increased exponentially. She had to respond as soon as possible. Otherwise, if the public opinion became one-sided and unfavorable to Yang Yi, it would be very troublesome to deal with public relations, but Mo Xiaowan met someone who was a little stubborn on this matter. Why should I announce my charity information? To prove that I'm not the kind of person he said I am, to prove that I'm a great philanthropist who does charity every month and every year. Yang Yi frowned and asked, charity should be something that both parties are willing to do. If I want to do charity, fine, I'll do it. It has nothing to do with Lu Shifeng. What right does she have to question whether I donated money? Donating money is a favor. Even if I don't donate, it's my duty. Yang Yi was very disgusted by news that forced entrepreneurs and celebrities to donate money. Although he also felt that it was right to give back to society after earning money, the way these news forced him to do so was unreasonable. So, in the past few years, he had indeed done a lot of charity and donated a lot of money. But Yang Yi really didn't use his own name, because he didn't want to cause an uproar. He also didn't want his own private actions to put pressure on others. Wasn't it enough to do charity as long as he lived up to his own conscience? Did he have to put on a show? Brother-in-law, what you said makes sense, but we are different from before. You are a public figure and an idol in many people's hearts. You are not some unknown small fry. Now that you are faced with such serious public opinion, if you don't stand up and respond, what will your fans think? Mo Xiaowan didn't think that Yang Yi would be so stubborn on this matter. She was already a little anxious, but now she was even more annoyed. Mo Xiaowan could only look at Murphy for help. Sis, talk to brother-in-law. However, what Mo Xiaowan didn't know was that her cousin, who used to have a queenly aura and a queenly style of doing things, had already put away her claws and fangs, and was comfortably snuggling up to Yang Yi as the little woman behind him. I will listen to Yang Yi. Also, I think that donations are good for our conscience. We don't need other people's approval. Mo Fei smiled, reached out, and put her slender hand into Yang Yi's big hand, letting him hold her hand. She then looked at Yang Yi and said softly, Brother Yang Yi, I'm sorry. But the logic of solving a problem shouldn't be like this. Now that we are being slandered, are we just going to let it go? Sit back and do nothing? Let others criticize us? Mo Xiaowan scratched her shoulder-length hair and said speechlessly. Yang Yi shook his head and said calmly, Of course we won't let it go. Why did the company hire a group of lawyers? Don't leave a single one of them behind. Sending a lawyer's letter can only scare Lu Shifeng. It can't solve the public opinion problem. Mo Xiaowan said, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. After the news of Lu Shifeng bombarding Yang Yi spread, it didn't take half a day for many media outlets to repost it and discuss it. Some extreme media outlets, in order to ride on the hot topic and attract attention, deliberately said things that hadn't been confirmed yet. With Yang Yi's donation fraud as the keynote, they started to discuss the artist's ethics. As for the slightly more neutral media outlets, they first explained that the news hadn't been confirmed yet. But then, they used this as an introduction to discuss the issue of rich people donating money. There were different opinions, but very few media outlets supported Yang Yi and spoke up for Yang Yi. After all, the current trend of public opinion was in the direction of criticizing Yang Yi. If a media outlet defended Yang Yi, it might easily be attacked by some angry onlookers. Are you retarded editors trying to clear Yang Yi's name? Mo Xiaowan couldn't convince Yang Yi and Murphy in such a short time. She could only release a micro-broadcast to the public in the name of her studio. Of course, just a few lines of text was not persuasive at all, but just as Mo Xiaowan was having a headache trying to convince Yang Yi and Murphy, on the internet and micro-broadcast, without informing Yang Yi, there was a group of people who started to argue for Yang Yi. Xianxia expressed on his personal micro-broadcast, Yang Yi and Murphy are the most peaceful, low-key, and life-loving celebrities I've ever met. Because of our musical interests, I've become very good friends with the couple. I don't know much about other things, but I know one thing for sure. During the recording of the first season of China's Voice, there was an event in the middle for the promoted contestants to sing for the disaster areas. Although Yang Yi didn't have time to come personally, from what I know, he arranged for people to send a batch of daily necessities worth 2 million. He also sent someone to supervise and ensure that the necessities were distributed to the victims. The media didn't report about this because Yang Yi requested not to publicize it. So, if you say that Yang Yi is too selfish and doesn't do charity, I don't believe it. The most loyal person was Zhu Jia. He directly scolded Lu Shifeng on micro-broadcast, Teacher Lu, do you think I don't know what kind of trash you are? In the past, when Tianmei Entertainment didn't give you any red packets, many artists' records were slandered by you. When Sister Murphy signed a management contract with our company, she was also scolded by you. Now you want to slander my brother Yang? Zhu Jia's next micro-broadcast also exposed an important piece of information. I remember very clearly that during the last episode of the first season of the Limit Challenge last year, Brother Yang brought his daughter, Xixi, along. Although it was a family ticket, Brother Yang still brought a batch of books and donated them to the children in the mountainous areas with Xixi. Apart from that, Brother Yang also donated 2 sums of money. One was in the name of his company to help Yang Huan and Guizi, who didn't have much money at that time. The other was in the name of Xixi. Not many people know about this, but if you want to investigate, you can still find out. Those traitorous staff members weren't even considered marginal people at that time. What the hell do they know? In order to support Yang Yi, Zhu Jia even cursed repeatedly. However, His fans were a group of young people with distinctive personalities. Not only did they not feel disgusted, they even yelled and helped Zhu Jia scold Lu Shifeng. Several guests of the Limit Challenge, such as Jia Yuchen, Dan Hongkue, and other big stars, were wise to protect themselves at first and remained silent. However, after Zhu Jia spoke, they could not sit still and reposted Zhu Jia's micro-broadcast. Although they were not as excited as Zhu Jia, and did not even share the description of the repost, this behavior was in itself silently supporting Yang Yi. In addition to the comments of the celebrities, many people also talked about their stories with Yang Yi. For example, the general manager of Sahara Publishing House, Liu Benji, also asked the official micro-broadcast of the publishing house to clarify for Yang Yi. Authors who had changed their lives because of the Children's Book Author Support Fund, such as Yu Ying, could not help but speak up on the micro-broadcast to defend Yang Yi. However, after all, their influence was relatively low, and not many people saw the micro-broadcast they sent out. However, because of some clever media interviews, that night, an article titled Yang Yi Sahara Rural Development Public Welfare Fund is only for personal gain? Farmer, I'd rather have a few more of such public welfare funds once again strongly refuted Lu Shifeng's point of view. There was no doubt about the authority of this report because it came from the official micro-broadcast of Yangqing Evening News, a media with an official background. In the report, the reporter interviewed several farmers who had been helped by the Sahara Rural Development Public Welfare Fund and learned that this summer, the technical guidance provided by the volunteers in the countryside had been of great help to them. Many farmers had obtained a new sales channel for their agricultural products, and just now, under the reminder of some volunteers, the farmers had prepared in advance and provided more distinctive agricultural products. They had actively stocked up and made a lot of money. The farmers do not know Yang Yi, and they do not know who these great benefactors are who have helped them. However, they recognize the Sahara Rural Development Public Welfare Fund and know that these so-called selfish people have brought them the hope of making a fortune. Bai Guohua of Haidong Village said, "I'd rather have a few more of such public welfare funds if they can let me earn more money in half a year." The next day, although Yang Yi still did not give a positive response, the direction of public opinion gradually changed. Thanks to the support of many people, some positive news reports appeared. The onlookers realized that Yang Yi, who seemed to have become a black-hearted big boss, did not seem to be as bad as they had imagined at the beginning. Things seemed to be turning around. Yang Yi, who was involved, had obviously fallen into a misunderstanding. In the end, Mo Xiaowan had to ask Lan Caokai for help. Among these people, Lan Caokai seemed to be a person with great wisdom. Moreover, Lan Caokai and Yang Yi worked closely together. Mo Xiaowan felt that perhaps Lan Caokai's words would be effective. Lan Caokai waited for Yang Yi to come back from sending the children to school before calling him to his villa for tea. "Brother, your way of thinking is wrong." Lan Zhoukai chuckled and said, "Now, your identity is different. You know that, right? You also need to think from a broader perspective." As Lan Caokai spoke, he made a gesture with his hand to separate them. Lan Caokai poured tea for Yang Yi, who was drinking tea silently, and said slowly, "You have to know that you are not only representing yourself now. You are also representing your family, your company, and some of the people who need your salary and are related to you. Let me tell you a story. 7 years ago, before my company built our villa area, my Lan family had an uncle who was still a leader in Jiangnan. He said that there was an activity to select some provincial outstanding youth. I would submit your name and do some work to bring back the honor," Lan Caokai said with a smile. "I say, what outstanding youth? I am already 30 years old, and you still call me a youth?" At first, I was unwilling. Later, my uncle scolded me, saying that I was stupid. With such an honor, it would be convenient for me to do anything in the future. Later, I thought that there was nothing wrong with it, so I went to receive it. In the end, I found out that among the outstanding youth who received the award, I was the youngest one. Lan Caokai laughed and went a little off topic. Back to business, after receiving this honor, the people who sold the houses mentioned my name. Many people knew, "Oh, Lan Caokai, I know, that outstanding youth in the province. Your boss is very capable." The business started to get better. Then, in the second year, I took the land of our villa from the city. This honor was more or less useful. The leaders in the city felt that I had the qualifications, so they revealed some information to me. Lan Caokai purposely lowered his voice and said to Yang Yi, I feel that my good luck has a lot to do with this outstanding youth. Of course, Lan Caokai also said that on purpose. When he inherited his family business, his net worth was already more than $1 billion. After that, he relied on his own hard work to increase his net worth several times in more than 10 years. How could an honor change that? Actually, I want to tell you that you should not underestimate your personal influence. Even a traditional person like me knows how to hire people to protect me and the public image of my company. You are the same. When others slander you, you can't just sit back and do nothing just because you don't want to make your principles public. If you are called a liar by others, then your company, our company, and the people related to us will also be called liars, right? Will your daughter, Cici, also leave the impression that she's a swindler's daughter in other people's minds? Lan Caokai's words finally struck a chord with Yang Yi. Yang Yi, who had been drinking his tea quietly all this time, was finally moved. He frowned and began to think carefully. And she. Yang Yi sighed helplessly. Big brother Lan, I understand. On the third day of Lu Shifeng's bombardment of Yang Yi finally responded on his own micro-broadcasting. Other than the photos of the donation receipts that Lu Shifeng had questioned, Yang Yi did not provide any additional evidence. He very succinctly responded on his own micro-broadcasting, to the fans and other friends who care about us, charity has always been done. Whether it is under one's own name or, as Zhu Jie said, under one's child's name, the donation receipts have always been kept, so there is no need to be afraid of suspicion or slander. But charitable donations should be a conscious and voluntary act from the start. It should not be influenced by the outside world, and it should not be subject to public scrutiny and moral blackmail. This is also the reason why I have never announced my donations to the outside world. Now, in order to not let the fans who care about us worry and be sad, I have taken out a portion of the evidence. The rest will be left to the legal team and teacher Lu in court. But no matter what, I ask everyone to remain calm and not be morally blackmailed. During the Three Kingdoms period, when Liu Bei entrusted his children to him, he exhorted his descendants like this: do not do evil because it is small, and do not do good because it is small. At the same time, I sincerely hope that everyone will not praise and flatter others for donating so much, and also not criticize and abuse others for donating so little. Donating is a gesture of goodwill and a very personal act. As long as you are worthy of your own heart, that is enough, Yang Yi. It had to be said that Yang Yi's direct response still had a very good effect. If others supported him, it would be very difficult to convince the public. On the contrary, Yang Yi's response had reversed the direction of public opinion. More and more media outlets began to switch sides with Yang Yi. They were just like how they had never doubted Yang Yi before. They all commented on Yang Yi's evidence and supported Yang Yi's point of view. The happiest were Yang Yi's and Murphy's fans. They had been worried and scared for a few days, and today they could finally breathe a sigh of relief. They tried their best to defend Yang Yi, but Lu Shifeng was still stubborn. He continued to bombard Yang Yi with the evidence that was not complete and convincing, and that it could have been fabricated in the past few days. What kind of fake evidence can't be fabricated in 3 days? If Yang Yi did not have a guilty conscience, would he need to spend 3 days to respond? Even if it is true, this donation is just a drop in the ocean compared to his family's assets. Compared to XXX, other people have more than $1 billion in assets, but only donated $100 million. It is clear who is the heartless one. Lu Shifeng's micro-broadcasting was still very good. Although he did not provide any more evidence, after his micro-broadcasting was sent out, some of the fence-sitters started to waver again. They felt that Yang Yi had donated too little, but Yang Yi did not reply again. Instead, a lawyer's letter was handed to Lu Shifeng's desk. More than 10 lawyers were rubbing their fists, ready to sue the old man until he went bankrupt. Just as the storm was about to calm down, a press conference was held. It was like a deep water bomb, blowing up the audience who had gradually quieted down. But this time, they were convinced by Yang Yi. The scale of the press conference was not big. It was just a hastily arranged hotel conference hall. Even the banner was not ready to be hung. This was because Zhu Luyan had returned to Beijing to visit his family. When he found out that Yang Yi had encountered such a big trouble, he hurriedly held the press conference in Beijing, but with Zhu Luyan's background, he invited many influential traditional media reporters. There were even reporters from Beijing television station who brought along their cameramen. This article is about Mr. Yang Yi, saying that he is a hypocrite and a hypocrite who is unwilling to do charity even though he has earned so much money. I believe many of our friends in the media have heard about it. Zhu Luyan held up a newspaper and said seriously, "Here, I hope to clarify on behalf of Mr. Yang Yi." Many of the media present looked at him blankly. The surprise and confusion in their eyes were undisguised. Zhu Luyan was related to Yang Yi. One was one of the top 10 young men in the country, who won the Touching China Group Award last year and was the initiator of Hope Primary School's public welfare project. The other was a singer and businessman. Moreover, the two of them were not in the same place. How could they be related? But Zhu Luyan quickly used pictures, videos, and a detailed donation form to tell them about Yang Yi and himself, or rather, the relationship between him and Hope Primary School's public welfare project. Mr. Yang Yi's donation to Hope Primary School's public welfare project is indeed not much. Since the first 2 million 3 years ago, he has only donated 2 million every month. If we include the additional donations he made several times because Hope Primary School had large-scale public welfare projects, Mr. Yang Yi has only donated a total of 114 million to Hope Primary School in 3 years. Zhu Luyan chuckled and could not help but say sarcastically, although there are not many Hope Primary Schools built, only 5, other than that, he has also given salary subsidies to the village teachers of 11 Hope Primary Schools. But which celebrity can insist on donating 2 million every month regardless of rain or shine? Does Lu Shifang have it? Zhu Luyan asked the reporters. The reporters could not answer. They looked at each other. Of course, their eyes were shining with excitement. If what Zhu Luyan said was true, and there was solid evidence like what he had broadcasted on the multimedia system, then this would definitely be big news. Over the years, many people have donated to Hope Primary School, but why do I have the deepest impression of Mr. Yang Yi? Zhu Luyan revealed another big piece of news. That's because when I was working on the Hope Primary School project, I met Mr. Yang Yi, who donated the first 2 million to us. It was his guidance that helped us perfect the association's rules and regulations and the association's goals. From building schools and houses in the past, we changed it to building schools based on the specific needs of poor mountainous areas. Most of the funds were given under the premise of openness, fairness, and impartiality to provide better treatment for these village teachers, so that the students can retain their teachers and the hope of studying. The reporters wrote furiously and even picked up their phones to take pictures. They were very shocked. They did not know that Yang Yi had done so many good deeds. If that was really the case, then this news would be explosive. No wonder Yang Yi said not to praise others because of their large donations, and not to criticize others because of their small donations. It turned out that the last sentence was not the main point, but the first sentence. He did not come up with this sentence for the sake of tidying it up. He really did donate a lot of money. Then they thought about how Yang Yi usually kept a low profile and the positive energy conveyed to the outside world by the warm life of Murphy and the children. How could such a good person be slandered? There was no justice in this world. Do you know? The name of Hope Primary School was proposed by Mr. Yang Yi. We thought it was good, so we changed it to this name. However, Mr. Yang Yi did not want to be publicized, so this history is not known to anyone. When I mentioned to thank a mysterious person for his help at last year's Touch China Awards ceremony, I was thanking Mr. Yang Yi. Zhu Luyan said with some excitement, "So, I'm really sorry. Just now, because of this report that slandered Mr. Yang Yi and said that he was a hypocrite, I couldn't help but get angry." The name of Hope Primary School was proposed by Yang Yi. The reporters present were so excited that they almost fainted. There were too many revelations today. Mr. Yang Yi did not publicize his good deed, but he was misunderstood because of it. As someone who received help from Mr. Yang Yi and the person in charge of the public welfare project, I must stand up and clear Mr. Yang Yi's name. Zhu Luyan clasped her hands and said sincerely, "I hope that I can get everyone's help in this matter. Everyone, please rest assured that everything I said is true and verifiable." The reporters all laughed and agreed one after another. Even if it was not Yang Yi's big revelation, they would have worked hard to report it because of his identity as young Master Zhu. No, they did not need any other motivation. they would not give up on this big news. They had already thought of the headline of the news. It had to be ambiguous and attractive enough. It would be called An Unknown Yang Yi. Perhaps it was because Yang Yi had left a good impression on the other parents, but when the internet was filled with criticism of him, she wasn't affected much at school. However, when the public opinion changed, she felt a little different at school. It wasn't that the parents hadn't seen the news criticizing Yang Yi, but they had been skeptical when they first saw the articles on the news software. However, with the human instinct for gossip, they couldn't help but discuss the matter with their colleagues at work and in the company. Perhaps they had even celebrated Suke's misfortune. However, they didn't express it at home in front of their children, as they were worried that their children would talk about it at school. If they met Yang Yi and his wife in the future, it would be awkward. However, most of the parents still felt that Yang Yi wasn't as bad as the news made him out to be. When they discussed it with their friends and colleagues, they more or less defended Yang Yi. Fortunately, Yang Yi didn't disappoint them, especially when Zhu Luyan announced to the media the amount of Yang Yi's donation for the Hope Primary School project. This amount was verified by many media outlets, and all the major media outlets were in the camp of praising Yang Yi for his low-key charity work. The parents who were glad that they hadn't stirred up trouble finally heaved a sigh of relief. Without any worries, they would naturally talk about it at home, in front of their children when they were eating at night, watching TV, and chatting. Thus, the following scene took place. I heard from my dad that your dad is a great philanthropist. During the break, Qin Yuxuan came over with great interest and placed both his hands on Xishi's desk as he spoke loudly. Great philanthropist? What's a great philanthropist? Xishi blinked her big eyes and asked curiously. Great philanthropist. It's. Qin Yuxuan probably didn't know how to explain this concept, so he responded casually. However, it was as if his voice was stuck, and he couldn't finish his sentence. He scratched his head awkwardly. Lu Xiaoyu's eyes lit up and she said loudly, businessman? I know. Those who do business are called businessmen. I've heard of them too. Merchant? She tilted her head, pouted, and said to Lu Xiaoyu, little fishy, that's not true. My papa isn't doing business. He's just singing with my mom. I'm not a businessman, I'm not doing business. Qin Yuxuan scratched his ears and cheeks for a while. Finally, he managed to squeeze out some words and explained excitedly, I remember now. My dad said that your dad is a good person, a super good person, so he's called a great philanthropist. Really? When she heard someone praise her father, she smiled happily and asked a little embarrassedly. The little girl's smile was a joy that came from the bottom of her heart. Her eyebrows were relaxed and her eyes were sparkling. Her cute little mouth even drew a relaxed arc. It was very comfortable to look at, and it was easy to be infected by her happy mood. A little boy sitting in the front row couldn't help but look back. He racked his brain to try to insert himself into the conversation between Xishi and Jiang Chen. He stuttered, that, I remember. There's a person on TV who's also called a great philanthropist, the great philanthropist of the 9th generation. I've also seen this TV show before. During the summer vacation, I watched it with my mom. Jiang Chen passed by and his ears perked up. He suddenly turned back and said excitedly, that great philanthropist of the 9th generation, is he a turtle? I forgot about that. I think so? The little boy in the front row scratched his head in embarrassment. She listened to their conversation and was a little unhappy. She yelled at Jiang Chen, no, he's not a turtle. Your papa is a turtle. Although the little turtle is quite cute, my papa is not. My papa is my papa. Jiang Chen looked at Xishi, dumbfounded, and said innocently, I'm talking about TV. Qin Yuxuan poked Xishi's down jacket and said, don't worry, Xishi, the great philanthropist I'm talking about is definitely not the great philanthropist of the 9th generation, he said. I'm a good person. I'm also a good person. You don't understand. Jiang Chen said unhappily. You don't understand. You don't understand. You don't understand. The two little boys, neither willing to give in to the other, began to argue. They even forgot what they were arguing about in the beginning and stood in the aisle with their necks raised. Xishi, let's go to the bathroom? Lu Xiaoyu was a little worried that they would fight. She even carefully moved closer to Cece's ear and whispered in a low voice. Uh-huh. Little fishy, let's run. She nodded innocently. So, the two little girls carefully slipped out from Lu Xiaoyu's side, leaving the two little boys who were completely unaware and very engrossed in the argument. However, when they returned home in the evening, She was still a little worried. She just got in the car and couldn't help but ask, Papa, you're not a turtle, right? Why do you ask this question? Yang Yi was confused. Because. Papa, let me tell you, this morning, Qin Yuxuan told me that his papa said that you are a great philanthropist. She felt that she couldn't finish the story, so she paused and began to tell the complete story. During this time, Lan Xian, who was sitting next to her, suddenly interrupted, oh, so Qin Yuxuan and Jiang Chen were arguing about this. Yes. They suddenly started arguing. She giggled at her friend. I don't even know what they were arguing about. Then the teacher took them away. Lan Xian said excitedly. Although she was interrupted, she didn't give up. She continued to talk about her worries. Qin Yuxuan said that Papa is a very good person. Then, during math class this afternoon, Teacher Lu also said that Papa is a very good person. She donated money to those pitiful teachers and gave them their salaries. She wants to thank Papa. Cece chattered and even imitated Teacher Lu Xianxian as she cupped her fists. In fact, Cece's retelling was still a little lacking. At that time, Lu Xianxian had the demeanor of a hero. After praising Yang Yi's righteousness and wealth, she also sighed and said that she wanted to learn from Yang Shi's father's way of doing things. Although she didn't have money, she would regularly donate 200 yuan to the teachers in the mountains every month. She also taught the children that when they grew up, they had to have love, but she didn't listen to the rest. When she saw Ms. Lu Xianxian praising her father, she was already immersed in joy and worry. Papa, are you really a great philanthropist? Because I know that Papa is super nice, but I don't want you to be a turtle, because little turtles are very cute, but I still don't want Papa to be a little turtle, I want my Papa to be my Papa. The little girl was worried, and her delicate and sparse eyelashes were still trembling slightly. She looked a little pitiful. Yang Yi finally understood. He also knew what TV series Jiang Chen was talking about. During the summer vacation, it was a costume fantasy TV series broadcast by Shanghai TV. Because it was adapted from a web novel, the origin was a bit magical, but the plot was still very interesting. Murphy and Wu Jingjing also watched this TV series together. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he comforted the little girl. Don't worry, Dad is Dad, not something strange. Although the children's misunderstanding brought some jokes, Yang Yi more accurately understood the truth that Lan Cao Kai told him before. He was indeed not a lone wolf. His public image, good or bad, could actually affect the children. He didn't have to deliberately let the public relations team create a perfect image for him in front of the public, but Yang Yi felt that he really did need to listen to Imo Shaowan and the others' opinions and appropriately respond to some negative news to reduce the impact of the negative impact on the children. But Qin Yuxuan and Teacher Lu are not wrong. Dad did do some good things. Just like what Dad taught you before, you have to learn to care about others and help others. The greater our ability, the greater our responsibility, so Dad also helped a lot of people. Yang Yi smiled and said to Shi, when you grow up, Dad will take you to help others. Let's do good things together, okay? Okay. But we don't want to be a great philanthropist. Hee, I don't want to be a little turtle. She first responded to her father happily, and then mischievously laughed. It seemed that the idea of a little turtle becoming a great philanthropist left a deep impression on the little girl. During the weekend, Murphy was playing with Tong Tong. She smiled and asked Shi, who was beside her, are you going to the company to sing with Mom today? How about it? Murphy's last concert of the year was scheduled for next week. Although she had returned to Jiangqing after a tour, Murphy, who had always been strict with her work, did not slack off. She ended her vacation early and went to the company to practice singing and rehearsing with the dance team every day, as if she was clocking in for work. It was a rare weekend, so Murphy did not slack off. She was preparing to go out and see if she could coax the two little guys to go to the company with her. That way, her husband could practice singing with her, however, Cece was not as easy to coax as before. She shrank back cleverly and smiled with her big eyes. Hee hee, I don't want to sing with Mama. I want to go to the park with Papa. Tong Tong was a little persuaded by his mother. He blinked his eyes and was about to agree when he heard his sister's words. He immediately thought of the newly developed forest park near the community. There were a lot of fun equipment there. Little Momo's mind flashed with the sounds of laughter when they went to play last week. She immediately changed her tune and opened her small mouth, cheerfully shouting, "Yes! Yes! Hang it in the park!" He had not mastered the last word yet. He had completely imitated his sister's pronunciation. Naturally, he could not get it right. Yes. We also have to take Bao Bao to play. Bao Bao can also play with a lot of things. Little brother, do you remember? Last time. She excitedly chattered with her brother. Tong Tong could not keep up with his sister's talking speed. However, he was used to not being able to understand what others were saying. Anyway, when he looked at his sister, he was also affected by her positive emotions. He became inexplicably excited and waved his little hands. Murphy looked regretfully at the two little guys who were already excited. She knew that she had no chance. She could only call on Mo Shaowan to pick her up. I'll play with them first. I'll go over at noon and pick you up for lunch. Xianxia smiled and comforted Murphy, who was a little hurt. Murphy pouted and said unhappily, "It's not fun. My son and daughter don't follow me anymore. All day long, they want Papa to bring them here and there to play." All right. You're in charge of me, and I'm in charge of the child. That means you're also in charge of the child. It's all the same. Are you still jealous of me? Xianxia smiled and coaxed, "Come, don't forget to give me a kiss. After you kiss me, you're not allowed to pout." Humph. Murphy purposely pouted even higher. Although she was only acting coquettishly in front of Xianxia, Murphy still felt threatened. She felt that her position in both Xi and Tong Tong's hearts was getting lower and lower. I have to find a way. Murphy thought to herself. I have to show Xi and Huo the charm of their mom. I have to show them that mom is actually more interesting than Papa. Murphy sat in the car and thought about it blindly. She wanted to take back her position from Xianxia. On the other hand, Xianxia sent Murphy to the company in Mo Xiaochuan's car. After that, he packed up and took Xi and Tong Tong to the forest park to play. Of course, he also brought Bao Bao in the car. Xi and Tong Tong got into the car first. Xianxia installed a baby safety seat for Tong Tong. As for Xi, she was already a grown-up, so she just had to fasten her seatbelt. Moreover, Xianxia didn't even have to do it himself. Xi had heard her father talk about it many times since she was young. After getting into the car, she pulled the seatbelt over and fastened it herself. However, they were both children after all. After getting into the car, Xi wasn't so obedient. She took off her sneakers and naughtily kicked her feet, which were wearing pink socks, on the back of the front passenger seat. Xianxia's large SUV was very spacious. The second row was adjusted to the back, and the platform between the first row and the second row was large enough for an adult to lie down flat. However, Xi still managed to kick it. The advantage of a young girl's long legs was immediately shown. When Tong Tong saw this, he followed suit and sat in his baby safety seat. He raised his chubby legs and tried his best to kick forward. However, even though the baby's safety seat increased his height and his father's driver's seat was adjusted to the back, after all, Xianxia was also tall and had long legs. Tong Tong was still too small. He tried his best to kick, but he couldn't reach it. Hee, little brother, you can't do it. Also, if you want to kick it down, you'll have to take off your shoes. Otherwise, you'll dirty the car. Xi laughed happily, as if she was taking pleasure in Tong Tong's misfortune. When steamed bun was called out by Xianxia, he knew that he was going to go out and play. He was also very happy and jumped around beside Xianxia. Moreover, this guy was very smart. He wanted to jump up from the second row because he saw that the young masters were sitting in the second row. However, Xianxia stopped him. Steamed bun, you sit in the trunk. He opened the trunk and patted it with a smile. Steamed bun was very intelligent. When he heard that he wasn't allowed to sit with the young masters, he lowered his head and ran back to the back unhappily. He then jumped up. Fortunately, she was very familiar with it. She pulled down the armrest of the second row's middle seat and opened the curtain. She barked at Steamed Bun through the hole, woof woof. Steamed Bun, come here. When Steamed Bun saw this, he immediately became spirited again. He wagged his tail happily and drilled his head into the hole in the middle. Since he couldn't get out, Steamed Bun adjusted himself to the most suitable position. He laid down at the back, and his head and neck drilled out of the center armrest and rested comfortably on the armrest. Hee hee, Steamed Bun, now you can play with us. She said happily as she rubbed Steamed Bun's head with satisfaction. Little Swanee also clapped its hands happily, kicking its little legs and dancing with joy. Steamed Bun was well behaved. He looked left and right at Tong Tong and right at Shi. He laid his head there as if he was sleeping. His ears drooped comfortably as he entered the car mode. Murphy was practicing with the dance team that she hired today. Although she mainly sang, she still had to listen to the choreography teacher's instructions and try to cooperate with them a few times. Murphy, who was focused on her work, temporarily forgot about her troubles in the car. She even forgot about the time and practiced for 2 hours. Murphy didn't come out of the dance studio until it was time for a break. This, I guessed right. Murphy was about to go drink some water and eat some fruit when she heard laughter from the pantry from afar. She walked in and saw 2 female colleagues from the company's public relations department on the weekend. They were gathered around a round table, laughing and playing a deck of cards. However, these cards weren't ordinary poker cards. Some of the cards were flipped over with beautiful cartoon drawings on them. Some were the same, and some were different. Hey! No, these 2 aren't the same. The girl who said confidently that they were the same now sighed regretfully after flipping over 2 different cards. Cover it back, it's my turn, the other girl yelled. They were so engrossed in their game that they didn't notice Murphy's appearance. The 2 girls were frowning as they looked at the covered cards. One of the girls suddenly felt a shadow in front of her. It was dark and uncomfortable, blocking the light. She subconsciously turned around to look. Suddenly, she was dumbfounded. She didn't know when Murphy was standing behind them, watching them play cards with full attention. How did it feel to be caught by your boss for being absent at work? She was experiencing it now. Murphy, Sister Murphy. She called out softly, then reached out her trembling hand to touch her companion. Soon, the 2 girls stood up from their chairs and lowered their heads in shame. One of them plucked up her courage and said in fear and trepidation, Sister Murphy, I'm sorry. We shouldn't be playing cards during working hours. It's the weekend. You're here to work overtime. Don't be so formal. Out of their expectations, Murphy waved her hand casually. Then she asked curiously, what cards are you playing? Why haven't I seen it before? Seeing that there was a turn for the better, the bolder girl quickly picked up the cards on the table and introduced them to Murphy. Sister Murphy, this is a memory card game that's been popular on the internet recently. Actually, the rules of this game existed in the past, but now someone bought the copyright of some animated images and made this card. Now it looks more vivid than before, so it's popular on the internet. She didn't say it accurately enough. The rise of the memory card game wasn't because of the animated images, but because the card was printed with many of the more classic cartoon images from the early 20th century. To the young people who had grown up now, these cards were equivalent to the portrayal of their childhood. On the internet, some people called it memory killer. Therefore, this card game received a lot of attention in a short period of time. Of course, after the touching memories created by this memory card game faded, the fever of this memory card game would soon subside. After all, there wasn't much innovation in the game. It was still the traditional memory card game that relied on memory to flip out 2 of the same card game, but this thing, for Murphy who didn't have much time and interest to play cards before, was a very new thing. You guys teach me how to play. Murphy excitedly sat down and pointed at the 2 girls opposite her with a smile. The 2 girls were a little scared, but they had no choice but to sit down and play the card with Murphy, trembling. The rules were very simple. Mofe only needed to try. It wants to understand it. Moreover, she felt that she was quite talented in this game. After flipping a few times, she actually found the same cards, but the cards that other people found were all different. The more she played, the more confident she became. Murphy actually came up with a bold idea. Of course, Murphy was not one to lose her will to play. After playing with the two girls for a while, she raised her head to look at the time. The break was over. She had to go back and continue rehearsing with the choreography team. "Where did you buy this card? Can you buy me a set?" When Murphy got up, she asked them with a smile. "Sister Murphy, it's sold in the Sahara Taba Mall." A girl answered honestly. She stole a glance at Murphy and thought to herself, "It's from your husband's company, can it be delivered today?" Murphy asked. "It should be tomorrow. We bought it the next day because this store is in Yangqing," the other girl said carefully. Another girl said cautiously. She paused for a second, and then suddenly had an idea and said, "Sister Mo Fei, if you are in a hurry, you can take ours back first. Anyway, it's just opened, and it's still very new." "How can I do that?" Murphy hesitated and asked, "If I take it away, what will you do?" Murphy was in a hurry. She wanted to take it out for lunch later. "Hee, Sister Murphy, let's go back to work." The girl stuck her tongue out mischievously. Then, she said seriously, "Actually, we played it a few times and felt that it was nothing." "Sister Murphy, you can play with it." The other girl next to her nodded in agreement. "Okay, I'll buy yours first. If you want to play with it, you can buy it online." Mo Fei did not hesitate. She quickly took out a small stack of 100 yuan bills from the wallet in her bag, handed it to them, and said. The two girls saw that the small stack of bills was a few 100 yuan. They didn't dare to take it and hurriedly rejected it. Putting aside Mo Fei, who was scheming, Xianxia took the two children to the forest park not far from their community. Because it was a park newly developed by the city government and had only been open to the public for less than a month, and because it was a park in Tingshan district with fewer people, there were not many people in the park when Xianxia and the others came to play last week. Today, there were more tourists than last week. However, compared to other established parks that were crowded on weekends, Forest Park was relatively quiet and clean. Today's weather wasn't bad. Although the winter mountain wind was chilly, the sun was bright during the day. After basking in the sun for a while, the body felt warm and comfortable. It was much more comfortable than being indoors. Although winter had arrived and the leaves were falling, the forest park was still full of greenery. There were many evergreen camphor trees, mason pine trees, and so on. The green leaves were still lush as usual, giving people a feeling of vitality. In the winter, this was indeed a pretty good scenery. Xianxia's car was parked at the entrance of the forest park. In order to ensure the safety of pedestrians, motorized vehicles were not allowed to pass through. Bicycles were also allowed, and bicycles could be rented in the park. However, Xianxia had two children and had no plans to ride a bike for the time being. "Steamed bun, come here." After Xianxia closed the car door, he shouted at Baozi, who couldn't wait to jump up and down with Xixi and Tong Tong on the grass outside. He took out a retractable dog leash from the side pocket of his backpack. Baozi obediently ran over. When he saw the dog leash, he obediently lowered his head so that his master could touch his collar. Xixi and Tong Tong also ran over. The little girl saw the dog leash in her father's hand and frowned. When her father squatted down to tie it around Baozi, she finally couldn't take it anymore. The little girl held her father's shoulders with her two small hands and began to plead softly, "Papa, can you not do this for Baozi? Baozi will be very uncomfortable." Xianxia stopped what he was doing and smiled slightly. He asked, "Why do you say that? Baozi will lose his freedom if he's tied to this leash?" Cece hurriedly nodded. Her expression was very serious as she said, "That's right. Steamed bun won't be able to play happily. My little brother used to be like this too. But other people will be afraid of Baozi because Baozi is a dog and he's so big." Xianxia patiently explained. Cece knew that her father was right, but she was still a little unwilling. The little girl gently twisted her little butt and pouted her little mouth as she said, "But Bao Bao is very obedient. Bao Bao is very obedient at home." She seemed to have thought of a way. Her voice rose slightly and she said with a little excitement, Papa, I can tell them that Baozi is a very obedient dog. Then, we won't have to make this leash for Baozi, right? Papa knows that you're very good to Baozi. Xianxia smiled and stretched out an arm to hug the anxious little girl. He said softly, but we're in a public place now, so we can't do whatever we want like at home. We have to consider not only Baozi and our own feelings, but also the feelings of others. Papa taught you before that we have to learn to stand in other people's shoes and think for them. Just like when we go out to play, if we see a big dog that isn't led by its owner, will we be scared? Will Papa nervously pick you up? Similarly, if we don't lead it, other people may not have time to understand whether Baozi is an obedient dog and will be scared by him. Their happy mood for the day will be ruined. Tell me, under such circumstances, shouldn't Papa tie this leash for Baozi? Xianxia asked with a smile. She hesitated. Although she didn't nod, Xianxia knew that she was wavering from the little girl's hesitant eyes. Look. Xianxia smiled, picked up the retractor, pressed the button, and pulled the rope to demonstrate to Xi. Actually, this machine is very magical. The rope can be lengthened and retracted. As long as Papa controls it well, Baozi won't feel uncomfortable. Xi gently squeezed her father's arms with her little butt. She was finally persuaded by her father. In her father's arms, she whispered hesitantly, then, Papa, be careful. Don't make Baozi unhappy, because we're going to have a good time today. Yes. We're going to have a good time. Xi is happy, Hua is happy, Papa is happy, Baozi is happy, and then the other uncles, aunts, brothers, and sisters are also happy. Xianxia said with a smile. It was quite interesting. In the forest park, what attracted Xi and Tong the most was not the beautiful natural scenery of the forest, mountain, or lake, but the simple children's entertainment facilities hidden in every corner of the park, for example, the red and green slides, the yellow painted seesaws, the small rotating iron chairs with yellow chairs with blue bottoms, the web-like climbing equipment that was more than a meter tall, and so on were not placed in one place. Instead, they were scattered in many places in the forest park as if they were waiting for children to explore. Xi and Tong had a lot of fun and even ran in front while giggling. Little brother, come here quickly. I remember that there is a big and super fun slide in front of us. Although it was already winter and Xi was wearing a thick coat, the little girl ran briskly and did not look bloated and clumsy at all. The little girl's cheerful and pleasant laughter drifted away in the gentle mountain breeze, like the singing of spring birds. Tong was not as agile and graceful as his sister. After all, the little guy was still young and his legs were short. He eagerly followed his sister and was left far behind by his sister. Of course. Although he was slightly out of breath while running, the little guy was still very happy. His little mouth muttered intermittently, good, fried chicken, fun flower ladder. The more he muttered, the more he was motivated to chase after his sister. Xianxia held Steamed Bun's hand and followed behind. Steamed Bun excitedly chased after the two little masters. However, he was not a good student and was always distracted. Sometimes, his attention would be attracted by a bush under a tree, and sometimes, he would be attracted by a roadside trash can that was made to look like a panda. As they walked and stopped, Xianxia could not keep up with the two children's pace. Steamed Bun. Xianxia could only keep calling this little guy. At the same time, he also retracted the retractor in his hand. Just like fishing, he retracted the rope and pulled Steamed Bun back. Then, he loosened the rope and let Steamed Bun continue running. They arrived at the super fun slide that Xi had mentioned. In fact, there was nothing special about it. It was just a little taller, and there was an additional barrel-shaped spiral slide. Although the highest point of the slide was indeed a little high, this section was safer than other open slides. This was because Xianxia did not have to worry about Xi and the others falling out of the cylindrical, opaque and transparent, spaced plastic slide. Little brother. Come on up. Xi had already climbed up the stairs. Then, she stood on the 2-meter-high plank road with railings and looked out. She called out in a clear voice. No, Mommy is scared. Tong grabbed the handrail with both hands. His chubby legs could not move when he saw his sister standing at a height of almost 3 meters. However, he did not come down. He was scared, but at the same time, he wanted to play. With so many complicated feelings, Tong Tong anxiously stamped his feet on the ground. Sister. Tong Tong looked up at his sister pitifully. He held the handrail with one hand and extended his other hand towards his sister. Wait for me. I'll go down and get you. Xixi's voice came from above. Then, Tong Tong saw his sister's figure disappear at the top. After a while, he heard his sister's muffled laughter not far away. Haha, little brother, look where I am. Xixi scratched her messy hair, patted her butt, and jumped up from the exit of the slide. Then, she waved at Tong Tong proudly. Hey! Tong Tong had seen his sister play this slide last week, but he had forgotten about it. Now that he saw it again, he was very surprised. He ran over and put his little hand into his sister's soft palm. Then, he could not help but look up at the exit of the slide that his sister had slid out from. That's where I slid down. Little brother, look. Xixi pointed at the slide enthusiastically and said to Tong Tong, little brother, let me tell you. It's super fun to slide down. It feels like you're swinging one way and the next. Then, unknowingly, you're coming down. Hee hee. Tong Tong looked at his sister with admiration. He did not know what to say. He only felt that his sister, who knew how to play and talk, was amazing. At this time, Xianxia walked over with steamed bun. He smiled and said gently, Xixi, bring Hua Hua up to play. Just slide down from the highest slide. Daddy will catch you from below. Xianxia was actually a little disappointed when he saw that Tong Tong did not dare to go up. He could not help but reflect on himself. Did he spoil this little guy too much? In his previous life, he did not know when it started, but he had already survived in dangerous jungles. Not to mention this kind of slide with enough protective equipment, he had even climbed towering trees that did not have any places to put his hands or feet. Compared to the shadow of death, the fear of climbing was insignificant. As Xianxi's son and a little man, Tong Tong should show some courage. Afraid? He would not be afraid if he practiced a few more times. Therefore, Xianxia let Xixi bring little Momo up the slide. Although in the eyes of ordinary people, it was a bit cruel to let a little guy who had just turned 2 years old play on a 3-meter-high slide, in Xianxi's eyes, this was just a small experience. Come on, Hua Hua. You can do it. Your sister is already sliding down. You have to work hard too. Don't let your sister look down on you. Xianxia clapped his hands and said with a smile, Xixi, you have to be careful too. You can't come down now. You have to wait until Daddy catches your brother before you slide down. Otherwise, if you rear-end the slide, you'll get hurt easily. Okay. Papa, I know. Xixi was so tall that she could stick her head out of the guardrail and respond to her father in a crisp voice. However, Tong Tong stood at the entrance of the slide and looked at the dark inside. After all, it was a closed slide. He was scared again. No, sister, don't play this. Tong Tong turned around and grabbed his sister's trousers nervously. He said pitifully to his sister. But Daddy said you want to play. Xixi scratched her head and said awkwardly. But, I'm scared. Hua Hua is scared. Tong Tong was shaken. He looked back at the slide and then looked up at his sister with his big eyes for help. Hua Hua, come on. You're a man. What are you scared of? Daddy's voice came from below. After hearing her father's hint, Xixi gently grabbed her brother's hand and persuaded him, brother, you're right. You're a man. Don't be scared. Then it's really fun. I won't lie to you. If I lie to you, I'm a puppy. I'm a steamed bun, okay? Papa is waiting for you downstairs. After some persuasion, little Swanee finally sat on the slide. He was about to hesitate and turn back to ask his sister for help, but his little butt slipped and his whole body disappeared into the slide all of a sudden. Xianxia didn't know what Tong Tong experienced in the mysterious slide. He only saw his little figure passing through 2 transparent slides. Soon, Tong Tong dizzily slid out of the slide. Not bad, not bad. You're very brave. Don't you think it's not scary at all? In fact, it's quite fun. Xianxia hurriedly bent down to help the little fellow who had just gotten up and was still unsteady on his feet. His mouth was full of questions. However, the scene in front of him almost made Xianxia burst out in laughter. When Tong Tong got up from the ground, his hair, which hadn't been cut for a long time, stood up one by one. It was just like the hairstyle that was very popular in his previous life. The principle was simple. It was already dry in the winter and the slide was made of plastic. When he slid down, the static electricity produced directly made Tong Tong's hair stand up. She also had static electricity, but her hair was too long and too heavy, so it didn't explode like Tong Tong's. Steamed Bun seemed to be frightened by Tong Tong's hairstyle. He first moved closer to him, then he was scared and retreated. Luckily, the smell was still his little master's. After confirming, Steamed Bun moved closer and licked Tong Tong's little hand. Little Momo was completely unaware. The spiral slide made him a little dizzy, as if he was drunk. He stepped on the grass with one foot and then the other, but the little guy was no longer as scared as when he came down. Instead, he liked the feeling of being swung around in the slide and laughed foolishly. She received her father's instructions and slid down the slide. When she saw Tong Tong, her father was taking pictures of Tong Tong with his phone. She noticed that Tong Tong's hair was a little strange, so she looked at it curiously. "Eh? What's wrong with little brother?" She muttered. However, before her father could answer, Tong Tong impatiently reached out his little hand and held his sister's hand. The little fellow who had recovered his strength grinned and said excitedly, Sister, let's go there and play." He pointed at the slide that he had just slid down. It was obvious that the little guy had forgotten his fear and was addicted to playing. At noon, Xianxia brought the two kids, who had been playing all morning, to the company to pick up Murphy for lunch. In the car, he told Mo-Fei about the performance of the two children in the morning with a smile, and emphasized on praising little Momo, who was getting stronger and stronger. Although Momo didn't dare to play at the beginning and only knew how to call out to his sister when he was standing at a high place and held his sister's hand tightly, after playing once, he found it fun and dragged his sister up and down to play more than 10 times. Xianxia laughed and said, "That's right. A real man must learn to overcome his inner fears and face challenges bravely." Little Tanny was sitting in the back, but he could still understand that his father was praising him. He happily sat in the baby safety seat, moving his butt, rubbing against the seat, and letting out hum laughter. Xi's big eyes also narrowed into 2 crescent moons and couldn't wait to agree with her father. She reported to her mom, "Yeah, Mom, let me tell you, after that, I wanted to play something else. Then, my brother wanted to play the slide." I was speechless. He didn't know where the little girl had learned this online term, but he often heard her use this term recently. When Momo was playing the slide, the static made his hair fluff and explode. I took a picture. You'll know when you take my phone and see. Xianxia was driving, so it wasn't convenient for him to play with his phone. He smiled and pointed at his phone in the armrest to Murphy. Murphy's reaction was a little slow. She came back to her senses after a while and picked up Xianxi's phone. She seemed to have something on her mind, however, Xianxia didn't have to find a chance to ask. When they arrived at the restaurant, he knew what the reason was. They had just sat down and Xianxia hadn't even started to order, but Murphy couldn't wait to call the two kids. She took out a small box from her bag and said mysteriously, Xishi, come and sit here. Mom will teach you and your brother a very interesting game, okay? It turned out that she had been thinking about this memory card and was anxious to show off her prowess, so she had been silently preparing her opening remarks and explanations along the way. Of course, she was a little indifferent to what Xianxia was talking about. There's a game to play? She was curious and happy. She quickly jumped down from her father's side and went to the sofa next to her mother. Tong Tong had his own chair, so he didn't have to get down. Look, this card is a memory card. It has a very cute cartoon on the front, right? Murphy smiled and showed the front of the card to Xi and Tong. Wow. She couldn't help but exclaim when she saw the cartoon images. The little girl's eyes were very sharp. She quickly found a card that she recognized. Hey, this is a little flower fairy. I've seen it on TV before, but it doesn't seem like there's a dumb bear. I can't find it. Cece's interest was piqued. Her little hands were rummaging through the cards, while little Momo was looking at his sister curiously. His little arms couldn't reach these cards, so he could only stretch his neck and stare intently at his sister's search. I found another little flower fairy, but there's no dumb bear. The little girl muttered. Murphy smiled and explained, this card has some classic cartoon images printed on it. There are only 17 types and a total of 34 cards. Of course, not all of them can be printed on it. She looked at her mother in surprise. She blinked her big eyes and rubbed the cards with her little hands. She said in confusion, but the dumb bear is better. The dumb bear is so cute. Why isn't it on the card? The dumb bear is a new cartoon, so it's not a classic. However, if there are new cards in the future, the dumb bear will probably be included. Xianxia finished ordering and handed the menu to the waiter. Then, he turned around and explained to Murphy with a smile. Yes, let's play with these cards first. You've noticed that these cards are actually 2 copies of the same card. So, let's play like this. We'll cover all of them and flip 2 copies. We have to find 2 copies of the same card. If they're not the same, we'll have to cover them back. Murphy explained how to play the memory card. However, perhaps it was because Mofei's description was too fast, or perhaps it was because her explanation was too dry, the little ones couldn't really understand. Therefore, when Mofei raised her head, looked at the 2 little ones expectantly, and asked them if they knew how to play, Cici shook her head, and little Momo was even more confused. Luckily, Xianxia helped Murphy out. He reached out and took the cards from Murphy's hand. He smiled and said, it's okay. I'll play with your mother. We can play and explain to you at the same time. That way, you'll know how to play very quickly. Of course, Xianxia wasn't sure if Tong Tong could understand. After all, teaching a 2-year-old to play cards was a little difficult. Watching Xianxia shuffle the cards and place them in the middle of the table, Murphy couldn't help but feel excited. She rubbed her hands together and smiled confidently. Mommy, let's see how good Mom is. Mom is super good at this game. Okay. She clapped her little hands happily. Murphy was very satisfied with her reaction. Tong Tong, on the other hand, was very interested in the cards in his father's hand. When a card was dealt and it was close to him, the little one couldn't help but want to lean out of his chair and touch it. You can't move yet. Murphy quickly held her son down and said sternly like a serious examiner, you can't cheat. Cheat? What the hell? Tong Tong looked at his mother in confusion. Okay, do you want to flip the cards or should I? After Xianxia laid out the cards, he said to Murphy with a smile. You do it. I'm afraid that I'll win too fast. Murphy said coolly. As she said that, she gave Xianxia a smug look, as if to say, you know what I mean. It was as if she was in the same group as Xianxia. After all, Xianxia had supported her just now. Win too fast? Don't we take turns to flip the cards? Can it be that if we flip the same card, we can continue to flip the cards? Xianxia asked in surprise. I remember you said that we take turns to flip the cards. When Xianxia received a threatening look from Murphy, he learned to be obedient. He shut his mouth and flipped 2 cards casually. He really flipped the cards casually, and Xianxia even tilted his head to one side. This was because Xianxia, who had learned Xianxia in his previous life, habitually glanced at the cards when they were shuffling. Even if he didn't want to cheat, he subconsciously remembered the position of each card. Murphy looked at the cards that Xianxia flipped and immediately turned to Xianxia happily and said, look, the 2 cards that Papa flipped are not the same. Xianxia smiled and explained the game to Xianxia and Tong Tong, Mom is right. Mom and I take turns to flip the cards. You see, these 2 cards are not the same, so we have to cover them back. However, you have to try your best to remember what cards are in these 2 positions. In the future, when you remember more cards later, if you encounter the same card, you will know where the other card is and you can flip it back. Xianxia looked at her father's hand and face with rapt attention and listened very seriously. Tong Tong obviously couldn't concentrate. He stretched his little neck and looked at the cards that his father had flipped over. With the colorful cartoon images, the little guy was much more attracted to these cards. Yes, this way we can take back the same cards. It's my turn. Hubby, put your hand back, I'm going to flip the cards. Murphy couldn't wait to play, so she urged him. Speaking of which, Murphy's luck was not bad. The first card that she flipped over was the same as one of the two cards that Xianxia had flipped over. However, Murphy still acted as if she didn't realize it. She reached out and wanted to flip over the other card that had not been flipped over. Fortunately, Xianxia noticed her silly actions and quickly grabbed her hand. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he pointed at the same card and said, "Flip this, did you forget? I flipped over this card just now." "Really?" Murphy still didn't believe him and looked at Xianxia suspiciously. Xianxia didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he was being doubted after giving her pointers. He nodded to Murphy helplessly. Murphy opened the card that he was talking about. As expected, the two cards became a pair. She immediately picked up the two cards happily and put them in front of her, as if she was afraid that others wouldn't give it to her. She happily explained to Xianxia, "Look, Xianxia and Mom have become a pair. We are in the lead." Seeing that Murphy was as happy as a child, Xianxia couldn't help but smile. He had completely lost the idea of winning the game. While Xianxia and Murphy were playing cards, the waiter served the dishes one after another. "Put it there, wait a minute." Murphy held a stack of cards in her hand and hurriedly pointed to the empty table next to her. She hadn't played enough yet. Moreover, she still had to play with Xianxia and the others later. How could she eat now? "Put it there, we will serve the dishes ourselves later." Xianxia had to stand up and apologetically nodded to the waiter and said. In this round, Murphy's luck was pretty good, and Xianxia secretly let her win by flipping the cards that he didn't flip, so Murphy won in the end. "Xianxia, do you understand?" Murphy asked as she looked at her daughter after she finished cheering. "I understand, but if on this card there are Sister Elsa, Sister Anna, Baby Snow, Ding Dang, Manny, a character from the Ice Age, Little Squirrel." The little girl counted and said regretfully, "If there are so many that I like, then it would be even better." Xianxia smiled and said, "Sure, I'll get someone to get you a deck of cards of our own." Not only that, Xianxia thought that if the children liked playing this game, he could also get some word cards for Xian to learn, some poetry cards for Xianxia to read, or some object cards for Tong Tong to learn more words. However, Mo couldn't wait for the new card now. She enthusiastically asked Cici to play a round with her. "Cici, you can try it first. Let's see if your luck is as good as Mommy's. Let's play a round, and then we will have dinner." "Okay then." She didn't mind. She straightened her little chest and pressed her two little arms on the table, blinking her eyes with interest. Tong Tong's attention had long been attracted by the dishes on the table next to him. The little guy looked over there eagerly. He also looked left and right at the decorations in the restaurant, and the waiters in white and black pants walking around with trays of food. It seemed that those dishes were even more interesting. Xianxia smiled and helped Murphy and Xianxia shuffle the cards, then placed them on the table one by one. Of course, Xianxia didn't cheat last time. When he played games with his family, he wouldn't cheat so shamelessly. Even this time, when he was the referee, Xianxia deliberately didn't remember the cards, so most of the cards on the table were still unknown. There were exceptions. For example, there were two cards that Xianxia had just let Tong Tong play with. Tong Tong pinched the edge of the cards, so it wasn't particularly obvious. However, what was Xianxia's eyes? He only needed a slight glance to know what cards they were. "You and Xianxia, who's first?" Xianxia asked with a smile. "How about a rock-paper-scissors game? Whoever wins will flip the cards first." "Okay." Xianxia answered crisply. She even actively hid her two little clenched fists behind her back, ready to play rock-paper-scissors with her mother. Murphy, like before, generously let Xianxia flip the cards first. These little twists and turns didn't need to be repeated. In the first few rounds, Murphy and Xianxia didn't flip the same cards. Xianxia was even more unfamiliar with the cards, so she asked her father every time she flipped a card, "Papa, look, is mine okay?" "You have to flip two cards the same to get your own." Xianxia patiently guided her, "Now you can't flip your cards, but you can't hide them. You have to flip them. Everyone has to see what cards you've flipped before you can put them back." "Okay then." Murphy looked at Xianxia's bias in guiding her daughter, and she secretly curled her lips. Don't think that Murphy was jealous. This girl played with confidence, and she proudly muttered in her heart, "Humph, you let your papa be the military counselor. Do you think you can beat Mom? You're too naive." It was Murphy's turn. Murphy had her own unique skill. She stretched out her hand and stroked the surface of the cards on the table, and her mouth moved. Although she didn't say anything, she said in her heart, "Pick the soldiers, pick the generals, pick the generals, pick the soldiers, pick the generals, pick the big watermelon Xianxia." But this time, luck seemed to be a little out of touch with Murphy. On the contrary, Xixi's luck was very good. She was the first to flip 2 cards that were the same. Can I really take them back? Xixi felt a sense of accomplishment. She happily grabbed the 2 cards, put them in front of her, and looked at her father with a little uncertainty. "Of course, put them in front of you. When the game is over, you have to count who won more cards," Xianxia said with a smile. Murphy looked at Xixi. She didn't care much and calmly prepared to flip the cards, muttering in her heart, "It's okay, we can also catch up later." But in the next round, Xixi flipped the same cards again. Moreover, the little girl didn't rely on luck this time. When she flipped the first card, she was stunned for a moment. She hesitantly turned her head to look at her father and asked as usual, "Papa, Papa, look, I seem to have seen this big monk before." "Yes, think about it, where did you flip it? Find it." Xianxia looked at Xixi with a smile and encouraged her. There was no doubt about Xixi's memory. The little girl blinked her eyes and looked around. She reached out and flipped the card that she had flipped open 2 rounds ago. "Yeah. It's really this." Xixi cheered. She happily grabbed the 2 cards and held them in front of her chest with her 2 small hands. The little girl's face was filled with a joyful smile. She pursed her lips and didn't want to laugh, but the corners of her mouth were raised. The baby fat on both sides of her cheeks was arched because of her smile. An intoxicating blush appeared on her delicate skin. Together with the little girl's pink lips, it was as if she had put on rouge, but hers was more natural and shiny. Of course, the most beautiful thing was the little girl's beautiful eyebrows. Her eyebrows were raised when she smiled, and her big eyes narrowed into 2 crescent moons. They were sparkling and very cute. When her father gave her a thumbs up and praised her, she shyly looked away and was secretly happy. But when some people were happy, others were worried. She kept getting the cards, but Murphy's hands were still empty. She couldn't help but feel anxious. "Do you want to ask my husband?" Murphy struggled in her heart, but she didn't want to cheat in front of her daughter, so she had to bite the bullet and continue flipping. In fact, she wasn't very good, because a little girl's concentration was not as good as an adult's. She only remembered the cards that she flipped, and those that her mother flipped, she didn't see them clearly. But in comparison, Murphy's skills were much worse. After 1 round, she took the lead to get 9 pairs of cards and won the game. "No. Let's play another round, okay? Let's play 1 more round. Mom was a little unlucky just now." Murphy looked at the pitiful 3 pairs of cards in her hands in disbelief. Then, she began to grasp the cards on the table tightly and looked at Xixi with pleading eyes. Tong Tong was drooling as he looked at the delicious food. Xixi, on the other hand, was happy because she won and didn't feel hungry. She nodded at her mother and said confidently, "Okay then. Let's play 1 more round. I think it's quite fun. Don't you want to eat?" Xianxia didn't know whether to laugh or cry. At first, Xianxia was worried that Xixi would throw a tantrum because she couldn't afford to lose this kind of card game, but he didn't expect Murphy to start the "let's play 1 more round, okay" mode. "We'll eat later. Hurry up and help me deal the cards. It'll be very fast." Murphy hurriedly handed the cards in her hands to Xianxia and urged him. Well, it seemed like he couldn't take her to the casino to play in the future. He couldn't even take her for a walk. Xianxia secretly made a note in his small notebook, shuffled the cards helplessly, and covered the cards on the table for Murphy and Xixi. But this time, in order to have lunch early and not let the 2 little guys starve, Xianxia paid attention and memorized the position of each card. Before lunch, Murphy finally won the game. Of course, when she won, she was reminded by Xianxia that she had the last laugh. She felt a little guilty and was too embarrassed to cheer. She hurriedly kept the card and stuffed it into her bag. She giggled and said, I don't want to play anymore, I don't want to play anymore. Let's eat. She was still a little reluctant. She had lost, but the little girl still wanted to win back. Unfortunately, she could not persuade her mother. She could only accept her father's promise of playing with you again tonight. She picked up her chopsticks reluctantly. They rested at the company in the afternoon. Although it was not as comfortable as at home, Xianxia and Murphy, as big bosses, still had their own lounge in the company building. The lounge was a little like a hotel room. Usually, there would be a professional to clean and tidy it. Moreover, it was a two-bedroom executive lounge. There were 2 bedrooms and a long and narrow living room. The space was very spacious. It was similar to other people's small apartments. Xi and Tong Tong, who were used to taking afternoon naps, started to feel sleepy after lunch. Xi yawned and walked beside her father listlessly while holding Bao Bun's leash. Tong Tong, who had already fallen asleep, was carried to the bedroom by their father to sleep. Bao Bun, rest in the living room. Xi, sleep with your brother, Xianxia instructed. Murphy took out a down quilt from the cabinet and covered the 2 little guys with it. It was winter now, and there was only air conditioning in the lounge. There was no heater. Therefore, when the blanket was just covered, the cool surface of the blanket still made Cece twist and turn, giggling, but soon, the quilt warmed up. Xi was also sleepy. After yawning twice, the listless little girl closed her eyes and quietly fell asleep under her mother's urging. Murphy returned to the room Xi and Xianxia were in. She was still a little persistent. She hugged Xianxia's arm on the bed and acted like a spoiled child, wanting Xianxia to teach her how to play the memory card. Hubby, I think you're very good. The cards you pointed out to me are all right. Can you teach me these powerful moves? This way, I can play with Xi at night. Murphy said in a sweet voice. Xianxia smiled and turned to look at her. Their eyes met. You want to learn from me? This is very difficult. Murphy excitedly nodded her head and said, it's fine. I also have some foundation, so I should be able to learn it quickly. Xianxia didn't continue to persuade him. Instead, he smiled and asked Murphy to bring the card over. They lifted the quilt and got into position in the middle of the bed. Memory card. Why is it called memory card? Xianxia fancily shuffled the cards and asked Murphy, have you ever thought about this question? Murphy looked at Xianxia's face in confusion and said, Xiaoxian and the others said that these cards are printed with some old animation characters, so they can evoke people's memories. This makes some sense, but in fact, the memory card also includes the word memory. Xianxia covered the cards on the bed one by one and said with a smile, it means that when you turn the cards over, or when others turn the cards over, you have to remember the position and the appearance of the cards that have been turned over. Murphy frowned and asked in confusion, how can I remember? Xianxia had just finished covering all the cards. He gently raised his eyebrows and waved his hand with a smile, saying, do you believe that I can remember all the cards here and what each card is? How is that possible? Murphy asked in surprise. Turn over any card to test me and see if I can say it. Xianxia pursed his lips. Murphy casually grabbed a card on the bed and carefully covered it so that Xianxia wouldn't see it. She glanced at it and then asked, then tell me, what is this card? I don't know which animation this card is from, but I know that there is an owl dressed as a detective on it. Xianxia stretched and said with a smile. Murphy suddenly widened her eyes and looked at Xianxia in surprise, how did you know? She thought that Xianxia saw it through the reflection of a mirror, so she deliberately turned around to examine it. She found that there was not even a reflective metal plate behind her, let alone a mirror. I told you, when I shuffled the cards just now, I could remember the position of all the cards. Xianxia smiled lightly and casually turned the cards over, look, this is. 10 minutes later. Sleep. I'm not playing anymore. I can't play this game with people like you who have good memories. Murphy put away the cards and yelled at Xianxia to cover herself with the quilt. Then, she hugged Xianxia's arm and lay down. After a while, Murphy raised her head and smiled at Xianxia, beaming with joy, and said, however, I still beat Xi once and you once. As long as we don't play anymore, our chances of winning are still 50-50. She knows how to comfort herself. Xianxia couldn't help but laugh, but he didn't refute. Instead, he lovingly pinched her nose and said softly, "You and Xianxia are 50-50, and you still have a perfect record against me. That's already very impressive. Hee, I like it when you let me win." Murphy happily snuggled in Yang Yi's arms. Translator, Atlas Studios editor, Atlas Studios. When it started snowing heavily in the north, the weather in Jiang City was pretty good. Although the temperature had dropped a lot, there was no rain or snow. The sky was clear and the air was clear. Looking at the bright sun and blue sky, one would feel comfortable and warm. However, when it came to warmth, it depended on where it was compared to. On Friday night, Xianxia, who had flown over from Yangqing, saw her best friend Chu Fangfang and couldn't help but complain, "It's so cold, so cold." "You call this cold?" "I was frozen like a dog in Shanghai. Although it's not far from Jiangqing, I think it's still warmer there," Chu Fangfang said with a smile. Yangqing is much more comfortable. At least it's still 10 degrees Celsius, unlike the north. Zhong. Xinjin deliberately played a joke that had recently become popular on microbroadcasting. Chu Fangfang was addicted to learning, so unlike Xinjin, she didn't have the leisure to use microbroadcasting. Therefore, she was a little surprised and asked, "Jiangqing and Shanghai are still considered north?" Xinjin smiled proudly. "Of course, there's a saying in Guangdong province that the north of Guangdong province is all north." Chu Fangfang suddenly understood and laughed. "You're talking about that? I think I've heard someone say that before." Of course, the two of them didn't come to Jiangqing just to have fun. On Saturday, they walked around a few famous scenic spots in Jiangqing. In the evening, they took a taxi to the popular music hall in the coastal area. Because Zhong had done Yang Yi a big favor, they received a reward from Yang Yi, 2 tickets to Murphy's concert in Jiangqing. Zhong and Chu Fangfang entered the venue with many excited fans, looking forward to it. It was said that in this concert, Mo Fei would release 2 new songs that would only be released in the album next year. Therefore, the tickets for the Jiangqing station had long been crazily bought and sold. The price of the worst seats was already 4,000 yuan per ticket. After all, under the strict control of Yang Yi's requirements, the scalpers only managed to get very few tickets. On the other hand, Zhong and Chu Fangfang were happier because Yang Yi had given them VIP tickets. They could sit at the front and finally enjoy Murphy's concert up close. Because of the advantage of VIP seats, Zhong and Chu Fangfang arrived very early. After checking their tickets and entering the venue, they couldn't wait to go to their seats. "Wow, it's so close to the front." Zhong face was full of excitement as she grabbed Chu Fangfang's arm. Seeing that no one was around, she jumped up and down excitedly. "It's really the front row. It's the first row. It's exactly the same as what I checked online." Although Chu Fangfang had always been very calm, at this time, there was a faint expression of surprise on her face. She said with a smile, "Yes, thanks to you, I have the opportunity to enjoy VIP treatment. If I bought this ticket from a scalper, it would probably cost tens of thousands of yuan. Don't talk about money. It's tacky." Zhong waved her hand and said with a smile, "Let's take a selfie. We won't post it on Weibo, it's too high profile. Let's post it on our circle of friends and let those guys envy us." Just as the 2 girls were busy taking selfies, the reporters outside the venue were in an uproar. This was because the deputy mayor in charge of culture and education in the city, as a representative of the leaders, appeared outside the venue. Yang Yi even came out to greet him. This was a bit of a show, but after all, Murphy would be singing a promotional song for Jiangqing City today, and there would also be a tourism promotional video for Jiangqing City in the venue. Therefore, it was normal for the city leaders to want to take a look. Not to mention these people, after a quarter of an hour, the venue was already lively. Zhong and Chu Fangfang, who were sitting in the VIP seats and looking at the officials from time to time, were a little nervous. But soon, Zhong found something and excitedly reached out to pat Chu Fangfang's arm. Look, is that Xianxia?" Zhong pointed to a little girl in the middle of a group of people in front of them and whispered to Chu Fangfang, "It should be her." The person holding her hand is her father, Lan Caocai, Yang Yi's business partner. Chu Fangfang looked over curiously. Indeed, Lan Caocai, Wu Jingjing and Lan Xian were walking out of the corridor outside the stadium to the VIP seats. Yang Yi also went to pick them up. However, Lan Xian was more eye-catching, because she was holding a big bunch of flowers in her hands. To be exact, it was cotton candy in the shape of a flower. They were sold outside the stadium. Every time there was a concert or an event with a lot of people, many vendors would quietly push their carts out. Lan Xian probably saw it too, so she pestered Lan Kai to buy her a bunch. It was quite interesting to eat cotton candy in winter, because the sugar shreds were easier to form after cooling down quickly. They were even more sparkling and translucent. After tearing off a little and biting into it, it was fluffy and delicious, cold and sweet. It was too much of a treat. Lan Xian was so engrossed in eating that she even forgot to walk. If it weren't for Lan Kai holding her wrist, the little fellow would have stopped somewhere and started tearing apart the cotton candy. She would have stayed there to eat forever. So cute. Zhongzhenzhen held her face, which was a little red from the cold, and looked happily at Lan Xian, who was trying hard to eat the cotton candy with her head raised. She said to her companion, "I like Xi and Xian Air, because Yang Yi often wrote some stories about Xian Air in his microbroadcasting. She and Xi are two innocent childhood friends. Innocent childhood friends are used to describe a boy and a girl who are childhood sweethearts, right?" Chu Fangfang was a very strict academic talent. She was very strict, so she corrected her with a smile. Tisk. Zhongzhenzhen curled her lips. Lan Kai wanted to help Yang Yi talk with the deputy mayor. When they passed by Zhongzhenzhen and Chu Fangfang's seats and walked to the reserved seats, Zhongzhenzhen couldn't help but ask. "Hello, hello. Can we take a photo with Xian Air? I really like her." Zhongzhenzhen was even a little rash. She came up with a red face and asked softly. Lan Kai and the others didn't react. Only Yang Yi noticed when Zhongzhenzhen appeared. However, he didn't notice who the two girls sitting in the VIP seats were because of the backlight. Now that he saw Zhongzhenzhen's appearance, he also reacted. "It's you," Yang Yi said with a smile. "You and your friends are here, right?" Before Zhongzhenzhen could answer, Yang Yi introduced the two girls to Lan Kai. When he heard that they were two enthusiastic fans who helped Yang Yi and Xi find the Teru Bozu in Yangqing, Lan Kai let down his guard. He smiled warmly and shook hands with the two girls. Of course, he also politely touched their hands before leaving. "Looks like you guys pay a lot of attention to Yang Yi's microbroadcasting. Otherwise, how could you recognize a girl like me who doesn't have much of a presence?" Lan Kai said jokingly. He gently patted Lan Xian's little head. However, Lan Xian didn't realize that she had become the main character. Lan Xian, who was busy dealing with the big marshmallow, finally had the chance to stand still and eat the marshmallow. She even licked the marshmallow that she touched with relish. Her fingers were a little sticky from the melted marshmallow. Since he knew the identities of the two girls, Lan Kai didn't make things difficult for Yang Yi. He generously allowed Lan Xian to take a photo with the two girls. Zhongzhenzhen and Chu Fangfang squatted down and surrounded Lan Xian. They smiled and made a peace sign with their hands. "Thanks to Xi, you're able to enjoy the treatment of a celebrity," Lan Kai said with a smile as he handed the marshmallow to Lan Xian. No, Xian Air is also a celebrity." Zhongzhenzhen had now gone through 6 months of experience in society. She said sweetly, "We've seen Xian Air and Xi perform in school. Xian Air sings very well. She'll definitely become a big star in the future." In this world, because of the developed entertainment industry, being a celebrity was indeed a very important profession. Lan Kai and Wu Jingjing couldn't help but be overjoyed when they heard others praising Lan Xian. Wu Jingjing couldn't help but laugh and say, "Really? Xian Air, look, even your sister says that you sing well. You should continue to learn from your mommy Mo in the future." Lan Xian was not interested in what they were talking about. She felt that it was troublesome for these adults to talk to her. They even stopped her from eating the marshmallow. What if it melted later? Oh. Lan Xian tore off a small piece of marshmallow and ate it. She answered absent-mindedly, then turned to look at Lan Kai and asked, "Daddy, where is Xi?" Yang Yi answered for Lan Kai, "Xi is backstage. Mommy is also there. Do you want to play with them?" Lan Xian nodded. She looked at the marshmallow in her hand, which had lost a lot of weight. She hesitated for a moment and said, "Yes, I have to share some marshmallow with them." "Well, this piece is for Xianxia, and this small piece is for Mommy, because Mommy can't eat so much." She was in a dilemma. She had to give the other half to herself. Although it was not enough, she still had to share some with Xianxia and Tong Tong. After all, she had a good relationship with Xianxia. Lan Xiaokai laughed and said, "Why didn't you say so earlier? Daddy will buy you another one." "You even share the marshmallow with Xianxia. Are you going to let others eat your saliva?" Of course, it was not that Lan Xiaokai had not considered this problem, but he did not want to buy so many because he was worried that if he bought two, Lan Xian would eat all of them. He did not expect his little foodie daughter to be so generous. "No. I tear it off and eat it. I can't eat it with my mouth, because the breath from my mouth will melt the marshmallow. Then it won't taste good." Lan Xian explained methodically, "So, I can tear it off and give it to Xianxia. I haven't eaten this before." Of course, Lan Xian was still taken backstage by Yang Yi to play with Xianxia. Lan Xiaokai was busy chatting with the deputy mayor, and this was not a suitable place for a young girl. Backstage, the kids were laughing and chatting endlessly. Even though it was just a handful of cotton candy, they still had a lot of fun. Xian air, look at me." Xianxia giggled. Yang Yi turned around just like Lan Xian when he heard that. He saw that Xianxia had unknowingly pulled out a large piece of white cotton candy. When they looked over, she gave Lan Xian a look that said, "Look at me," and bit the thick end of the cotton candy. Hee hee. Xianxia chuckled as she bit the cotton candy. Lan Xian and Yang Yi, who had turned around to look at them, could tell what she was doing and laughed. However, Xianxia seemed to be worried that Lan Xian couldn't tell. She stroked her beard and said vaguely, "Xian air, look, doesn't it look like my grandfather's beard?" Yes. Lan Xian had an idea. She also tore off a large piece of pink cotton candy, the inside of the fresh flour, and bit it in her mouth like Xianxia. However, she felt that it was very sweet. She couldn't help but lick and eat a little before saying, "Look, mine is red." "Hee hee, no, it's not red. Yours is pink." Xianxia took off her beard and corrected her with a crooked smile. Lan Xian didn't respond. She was busy stuffing the cotton candy into her mouth with her fingers. Tong Tong was the same. He sat on a chair and held a cotton candy in each hand. He was drooling as he ate. How could he have the time to look at what his sisters were doing? Yang Yi looked at the little guy's childish behavior with a smile on his face, but he felt extra warm. Perhaps he liked this kind of innocent state. He would leave the social work of chatting with the deputy mayor to Lan Xiaokai. Murphy's concert started. Just like before, Murphy opened with "Coming Across the Ocean to See You," which was one of her most representative works. There was no need to say much about this song. After all, to a certain extent, it also thanked the fans who came from all over the world to listen to her concert. The familiar melody and slightly sad singing made the fans at the scene intoxicated. However, after the song, Yang Yi came from backstage to the front and stood hand in hand with Murphy. When they saw Yang Yi, the fans below the stage were a little surprised, not only because of the arrow in Yang Yi's hand, but also because in Mofei's previous concerts, he usually came out at the end. Why was he so early today? Of course, the fans were very happy to see Yang Yi. After all, when they saw the arrow in Yang Yi's hand, they knew that Yang Yi and Murphy were going to perform a new song. Amidst the applause, Yang Yi smiled and started to talk to the audience. "As you all know, Murphy and I have recently signed a contract to become the tourism and cultural promotion ambassadors of Xianxia City. Although we were not born and raised in Xianxia City, we have lived here for many years. Our second child was born in Xianxia City. Therefore, we have deep feelings for Xianxia City, as if it was our second hometown. Thanks to the people of Xianxia City, we have become the tourism and cultural promotion ambassadors of Xianxia City. Since we want to promote our beautiful Xianxia City to the people of the whole country, I think there is nothing more suitable than a song specially composed for Xianxia City. After all, Murphy is a professional singer. I can barely be considered a musician." Yang Yi smiled. The fans below the stage laughed. They felt that Yang Yi was too modest. From the number of songs that Yang Yi had written, if he said that he could barely be considered a musician, then who else was qualified to say that they were in the music industry? After Yang Yi gave a simple opening speech, he did not continue to be long-winded. He made an announcement to Mo Fei's next song, then took a few steps back, sat on the error bench that had been prepared for him, and got into a good position. Murphy had been standing quietly beside Yang Yi. Her presence was very low as she smiled and watched Yang Yi speak. Now, after Yang Yi stepped back, everyone focused their attention on her. Murphy, who quietly picked up the microphone, although she did not move much, her temperament was extraordinary. Her movements were natural and elegant. Her every move showed that she could control the whole situation. Perhaps this was the confidence of a Queen of Heaven singer. With the microphone in her hand, the focus naturally fell on her. Only the sound of a bamboo flute could be heard from the backstage. Although it was played by the orchestra behind Yang Yi, the audience could hear the prelude from the speakers from all directions. And very quickly, it was mixed with Yang Yi's error performance and the melody of the ancient Chinese three-string instrument. Such a sad and light prelude made the audience feel refreshed. Music can be played like this? And with so many ancient instruments, this song is not bad. Below the stage, many of the audience had the same thoughts as Chu Fangfang. But after all, the accompaniment was just an accompaniment. It could never overshadow the main character of the song. Especially after the prelude, when Mo Fei's beautiful voice began to sing, people's attention still returned to Mo Fei. There are many stories in Jiangqing, full of joy and happiness. If you come to Jiangqing, you will gain a lot. Yes, this Stories of Jiangqing was a promotional song for Jiangqing's tourism after Yang Yi had crudely tampered with someone else's stories of a small town. However, although the lyrics were simple and straightforward, and the melody was gentle and long, under Murphy's interpretation, this song still gave off the feeling of peace but full of changes. Listen to her sing. It looks like a painting, but it sounds like a song. The realms of life are true, kind, and beautiful, and this includes, the lyrics were plain and ordinary, but in the dullness, there was a lingering aftertaste. Just by listening to Murphy's gentle and quiet voice with a hint of sweetness, the audience below the stage could describe in their minds the beautiful images of her and Yang Yi in Jiangqing, like a first love couple, holding hands and playing, or hugging each other warmly. Talk, 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 Stories of Jiangqing are really good. Invite your friends to come along, small town is a guest. Although the lyrics returned to small town in the end, by singing Jiangqing, which was not small in size, as a small town, it could bring Jiangqing closer to the audience. Unknowingly, a warm and comfortable atmosphere was created. Although the song was coming from all directions, Mo Fei's singing made it sound like a friend was gently persuading her. Beautiful images that belonged to her appeared in her mind one after another in the song. Perhaps this was just a small town and could not be compared to Beijing, Shanghai, Yangqing, or Harbor City, but what did it matter? The attitude of life in Jiangqing was just like the speed of Murphy's singing, slow and comfortable. It was most suitable for a simple life and plain happiness. It would be best if there were a few close friends gathered together in a yard full of flowers, drinking tea and chatting, and telling their own stories. Yes, although it was already winter, listening to Murphy's song made the fans below the stage feel the warmth of Jiangqing. It was as if spring was coming and the flowers were blooming. Everything was beautiful. Fang Fang, I suddenly want to work in Jiangqing. Zhong Zhenzhen was still so emotional. She held Xu Fangfang's hand and said emotionally, Xu, don't talk. Listen to the song quietly. Xu Fangfang raised a finger. She was already intoxicated by Murphy's sweet voice that came from the heart. Murphy sang the lyrics written by Yang Yi, but wasn't she singing her own heart? When the heart was sweet, the voice would naturally be intoxicating. After Story of River City was finished, Yang Yi switched to a new guitar amidst the enthusiastic applause of the fans below the stage. He returned to his seat next to Murphy. Clearly, he was preparing to sing another song himself. Could it be another new song? Zhong Zhenzhen was very close to Yang Yi. She could even see every string on his guitar. She asked her partner excitedly. Xu Fangfang gave her a meaningful smile and didn't say anything. I've invited 2 special audience members to my concert today. Yang Yi smiled as he spoke into the microphone that the staff had set up for him. If any of you are paying attention to Xianxia Chef's micro-broadcasting, you'll know that I sent a request for help on micro-broadcasting in September. After that, a girl from Yanqing helped me find a pair of terra dolls that could only be found on a pedestrian street in Yanqing. This was reported by the media. Moreover, almost everyone in the audience was a fan of both Yang Yi and Murphy. They all knew about this, so when they heard this, they all laughed. Zhong Zhenjin was stunned for a moment. She pointed at herself excitedly and said to Chu Fangfang, "It's me. Really, this matter has helped us a lot, because this Teru Bozu is what Xianxia wants." I was still thinking about how to repay this enthusiastic fan. Yang Yi briefly explained how he ended up giving Zhong Zhenjin 2 tickets to the concert with the most new songs. However, Yang Yi had a deeper meaning when he mentioned this at the concert. He pointed at Zhong Zhenjin and Chu Fangfang, who were being photographed by the cameraman on the big screen, and said with a smile, "After that, her good friend found me and told me that this kind and enthusiastic girl suffered a huge blow in her relationship last year. She hoped that I would sing When You're Old with Murphy to reawaken her beautiful expectations for love." On the big screen, Zhong Zhenjin looked at Chu Fangfang in surprise. She was both shocked and touched. Of course, this scene of 2 good friends being considerate of each other touched many in the audience. Everyone began to applaud. But I think that the song When You're Old is actually a bit of a public display of affection. However, Yang Yi changed the topic and said with a smile, "She's already been emotionally hurt. It's not right for us to show off our love in front of her. So, I've decided that we'll sing for this kind and warm-hearted girl. However, it won't be When You're Old, but a new song tailored for her." Yang Yi ended his nagging and said, "I hope you like The Price of Love, and I hope you can regain your confidence in love." A song written to persuade me? Although it wasn't written for her to sing, it was enough to make Zhong Zhenjin pleasantly surprised. What could be more ecstatic than your idol writing a song for you? On the big screen, Zhong Zhenjin covered her face and looked excitedly at Yang Yi and Murphy on the stage. Without any other musical accompaniment, Yang Yi directly plucked the guitar strings and gently swept them twice. Then, he slowly sang in his slightly weathered voice, "Do you still remember the dream of your youth? Like a flower that will never wither, accompanying me through the wind and rain, watching the impermanence of the world, watching the vicissitudes of life change." Not to mention Zhong Zhenjin, who was currently in a blank state, the other audience members who were listening attentively were all refreshed. Just by listening to the first few sentences, they could feel the sad magic contained in the song. However, this kind of sadness was not hurt, because in Yang Yi's singing, it was like an old man who had experienced all the hardships of time slowly telling his story, leaving a deep aftertaste. "The price I paid for love is something I will never forget. All the sincere and infatuated words will forever be in my heart, although he is no longer there." Yang Yi's singing was very special. When he said the last word he said it heavily and then gently let it go. It sounded like a short sigh. The audience who had never been in love might not have a deep understanding of the lyrics, but when Zhong Zhenjin or other fans who had fallen out of love heard it, they couldn't help but think of the person who had once been in love sweetly. Yes, perhaps this person had long been pushed out of their hearts, but all the beauty, those vows of undying love, those sincere and infatuated words, were still vivid in their minds. However, Yang Yi's song wasn't to make them reminisce and indulge in the memories of the past, because Yang Yi paused and began to raise his voice and sing softly, "Go, go, people have to learn to grow up by themselves. Go, 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 life will inevitably experience pain and struggle." Yes, the essence of this song was in the persuasion at the end. With a series of go singing, Zhong Zhenjin, who was in a daze, couldn't help but come back to her senses. She opened her mouth slightly and looked at Yang Yi. Yang Yi didn't like to sing like the current pop singers who pinched their throats and pretentiously sang. His singing style was a bit like the original author, elderly. It was as if he was pressuring his own life experience with the vicissitudes of life like an old father gently enlightening a confused child, but the more it was like this, the more flavorful this song was. When Yang Yi was singing, Murphy really didn't have any sense of presence. She stood quietly to the side as if she had become one with the lights. As long as the fans weren't watching her, everyone would think that Murphy was just standing on the stage and listening to Yang Yi sing. Since that was the case, why did she stay on the stage? But this was indeed the case for this song. When Yang Yi and Murphy practiced, they didn't intend to make it into a duet. It was only after Xianxia finished singing the first verse that Murphy quietly raised the microphone. In the second section, Xianxia played the guitar accompaniment, and Mo-Fei's voice sounded leisurely. Maybe I still miss him occasionally. Sometimes I can't help but miss him. Just treat him as an old friend. He also makes my heart ache, and also makes me miss him. Murphy's voice was still very different from Xianxia's. Xianxia's voice was full of vicissitudes while Murphy's was much gentler, but this didn't mean that Murphy would sing this song in the same sweet voice as when she sang Jiangqing stories. Her style changed with the content of the song. In this song, Murphy's interpretation was a bit like Liang Yongqi's. There was no deliberate sweetness, no deliberate vicissitudes of life, and no other deliberate fluctuations of emotions. She sang as if she was at her age, an intellectual woman in her 30s with experience, clear and tranquil. Of course, Murphy's strength lay in her ability to wrap her emotions in her calm voice. The changes in rhythm and emotions were actually very rich, but this required the audience to listen carefully and feel with their hearts, but this was the charm of the live scene. Zhong Zhenzhen and Chu Fangfang could feel Murphy's excellence in singing up close. Chu Fangfang was just happy and sighing, but Zhong Zhenzhen was directly stirred up by the deep emotions expressed in Murphy's voice. When Xianxia sang, she was still in a daze. When Murphy shouted, Zhong Zhenzhen was already in tears. That's right, that bastard. Why would she still think of him from time to time, and even occasionally worry about his recent situation? It shouldn't be like this. It's just that there's no longer a spark in my heart. Let the past go with the wind. All the sincere and infatuated words are still in my heart, although he's no longer there. Murphy's voice was like the wind, reaching Zhong Zhenzhen's ears. She blurred her eyes and tried hard to look at the stage. It was still a string of let's go, let's go. Zhong Zhenzhen suddenly realized that her mood was better again. In fact, it was just a small piece of suppressed emotion. In her heart, he was indeed no longer there, wasn't he? I've also been sad and cried, and my heart has also been broken. This is the price of love. Xianxia and Murphy were still singing on the stage. Love was indeed like this. There was beauty, but there was also a price. But now that she thought about it carefully, it was actually nothing. Let's go, let's go. Find a home for your heart. Zhong Zhenzhen saw that on the stage, Xianxia and Murphy were singing while looking at her encouragingly. Her heart suddenly felt at ease. After all, scumbags were only a small part of the population. She still had to bravely face the price and bravely find her own beautiful love. Just like Xianxia and Murphy, she had to properly manage a warm and happy family. Although it was just a concert, the day after Mo-Fei's concert, many media outlets still used a large number of sections to report on Xianxia and Mo-Fei. After all, in this concert, Xianxia and Murphy came up with new songs, and not just one or two. In addition to the 2 new songs in Murphy's new album that were promised at the beginning, Xianxia also sang The Price of Love for enthusiastic fans. These were all very hot news material, and the entertainment media naturally wouldn't miss it. Of course, there were also many professional music media reports on Murphy's concert from another angle. They used the evaluation of a magician who plays with melody and words to express their praise for Xianxia. In addition to the praise for Stories of Jiangqing and The Price of Love, the media also gave another new song, The Thief of Time, a very high evaluation. Even if it's like a dream, half awake, laughing and crying is happy. Good lyrics are like a pot of mellow and fragrant old wine. Listening to Murphy's soft narration of The Thief of Time, there is such a feeling. The wine doesn't intoxicate the person who intoxicates himself. As long as you taste it carefully, there will always be a long and graceful aftertaste. Those who have been in love before might be able to understand the feeling of being half awake, half crying, and half laughing. Time is the same. In the illusion of love, time will gradually pass by your fingertips. When you come back to your senses, perhaps you will already be in tears. For example, time is something that catches people off guard. When it's sunny, there's wind, and when it's cloudy, sometimes it's raining. Can't compete with day and night. Thinking of the past, I stole the hair but kept you. This paragraph is not only catchy, but also meaningful like a poem. The structure of its words and sentences is also very wonderful. When it's sunny, there's wind, and when it's cloudy, sometimes it's raining. This sentence is not a simple symmetry of the 2 groups of words. when it's sunny, does not match with when it's cloudy. Instead, the word when is dropped to the back. Although it's not a parallel symmetry, when sung, there is a kind of interlocking charm, which is very worthy of people's careful consideration. A lot of reports and reviews made many fans who couldn't get the tickets start to feel anxious. Although there were some behind-the-scenes videos of the concert that were officially posted on the internet, after all, they weren't clear sound sources, and they weren't complete songs. They couldn't wait to hear the 3 songs praised so much by the music critics. However, although the voices for Murphy's new album were louder, Xianxia and Murphy were still not in a hurry. They didn't change the idea of releasing the new album after the Spring Festival. After the concert, Xianxia and Murphy stopped their work and began to prepare for the upcoming winter holiday trip to Sweden. Traveling abroad was nothing special for Xianxia's family. After all, they had set foot on the other 2 continents before. But this time it was a little different, because this trip to Sweden was in winter. Whether it was the children or Murphy, who were used to living in the mild climate of Xianxia, they had never seen a world of ice and snow. What's more, Sweden was a Nordic country that was much higher in latitude than the northeast of China. In winter, it was covered with ice and snow, and the average temperature was a few degrees below zero. Such extreme weather was definitely not a small challenge for them, so Xianxia started to buy some cold-proof equipment for the trip to Sweden early. When she found out about this, she was suddenly interested. Every morning when she woke up and went home from school at night, she ran to look at the calendar and counted with her fingers how many days were left before the holiday. Not only that, the little girl was also eager to participate in her father's travel plans. Although she didn't know how to browse a lot of foreign websites and make travel guides like her father, she had a friend who could consult her. After learning piano in the evening, she went to find Lu Weisha for a video chat. She told Lu Weisha about the progress of her father's preparations and how many days were left before she could visit Lu Weisha. Lu Weisha also looked forward to Xianxia coming over to play. She was even happier than Xianxia. She had been looking for some of her own knowledge to tell Xianxia what was fun in her hometown, so the following scene often played out in Xianxia's study. "Papa, Papa." Xianxia, wearing her cute cartoon pajamas and a hoodie, ran over and knocked on the door of her father's study. She waved the phone in her hand excitedly and said, "Lu Weisha said that we can stay in their house, but we can also stay in a hotel made of super beautiful ice. Look, Lu Weisha sent me a photo. It's all snow and ice here. Isn't it super beautiful? It's a bit like Sister Elsa's house." The little girl was not satisfied with standing on the ground and talking to her father. This way, her father could not see the photo. She twisted her little butt and squeezed into the gap between her father's big boss chair and the table. Then she sat in her father's arms. This way, she could let her father hold her and then free her 2 small hands. One hand held the phone, the other swiped the phone screen and pointed at the photo on it for her father to see. Ice Hotel, of course Xianxia knew about it. He smiled and used the mouse to click on the travel guide document that he was making on the computer and showed a few photos to Xianxia. "Are you talking about this? Dad also found it. The whole hotel is made of ice, and there are many beautiful ice sculptures in the rooms. Do you want to experience such a hotel? It's just that it's a bit cold living here. It's not like our house where there's a heater. When the time comes, we still have to wear thick clothes to sleep." Xianxia laughed. "Wow, this is even more beautiful than the one Lu Weisha showed me." She turned her head and looked at her father in surprise. The little girl was addicted to the magical ice and snow magic. She felt that these beautiful ice and snow hotels must have been built by a very powerful magician, just like how only a powerful person like Sister Elsa could build them. How could she listen to her father's criticisms? "It should be the same hotel that Lu Weisha told me about. It's just that it's different every year. This is also a photo from last year. Every winter, it will collect new ice to build the hotel. Maybe, when we go to see it, it will be even more beautiful." Xianxia laughed happily, "And in this hotel, we can also live in an igloo with a glass dome. If we're lucky, we can see the aurora." "Wow." The little girl listened to her father's description. Her little hands couldn't help but clasp in front of her body. Her 2 big eyes revealed a pious light of yearning. She whispered in admiration, "I like it so much. Then let's book a hotel room like this and stay there for one night." Let's try it, okay? But, at that time, don't say that you're afraid of the cold. Xianxia said with a smile. Okay. But why is it only for one night? I want to stay in such a beautiful hotel every day. She couldn't help but move her little butt, open her hands, and said excitedly. Xianxia laughed and said, that won't do, where is it too cold? It will freeze you, little brother, and mom. Woo-woo, I'm not afraid of the cold. She pouted her little mouth and acted coquettishly with her father. Papa, if mom is afraid of the cold, let's let mom and little brother stay in Lu Weixia's house. Then, Papa and I will stay in such a beautiful hotel, okay? She left her mother and little brother behind just like that? If your mother knew, she would spank your little butt. Xianxia smiled. He knew that no matter what he said, she wouldn't know how terrible the cold was. Therefore, he just rubbed the little girl's head and said with a smile, let's wait for you to stay there for one night and experience it. If you're not afraid of the cold, then we'll talk about it. I'm sure I can. I'm not afraid of the cold. I'm like Sister Elsa, I can use magic. The little girl jumped down from her father's arms and said happily. With that, she ran out again. Although she was wearing thick pajamas, the little girl's figure was still very light. She couldn't wait to tell this good news to Lu Weixia. It was suitable to eat mutton in winter because mutton was warm in nature. It nourished the liver and brightened the eyes. In cold weather, eating mutton would make one feel warm all over. Therefore, this weekend, Xianxia specially bought a whole leg of mutton and some mutton chops. He was going to cook a mutton-themed feast to reward Xixi and Lan Xian, who had been studying hard and preparing for the final exams. However, Lan Xian was a little unhappy today. She wandered into the kitchen. Although she usually came to see what delicious food her father was cooking, the little girl was obviously not in a good mood today. She pouted her little mouth, afraid that her father would not see her. When Xianxia saw this, he asked with a smile, what's wrong? Xian, don't you like mutton? No. Lan Xian quickly shook her head and pouted her little mouth as she said, I like mutton. I like it very much. At this time, Xianxia also guessed the problem, so he asked, then why are you unhappy? Is it because your parents don't want you to go to Sweden with us, so you're unhappy? Hearing what her father said, Lan Xian felt even more wronged. She grabbed the edge of the table with her two little hands, pouted her little mouth, and nodded unhappily. In fact, Lan Caokai and Wu Jingjing were quite assured that Lan Xian would go abroad with Xianxia and the rest. After all, Xianxia would be watching over them. However, this winter break was different. Before the spring festival this year, Wu Jingjing had to go back to her hometown in the northeast. After that, she had to go back to her hometown in the countryside of Jiangqing for the spring festival. During the entire winter break, their schedule was full. Of course, Lan Xian had to go with them. Therefore, Lan Xian could not go to Sweden with Xixi to play with Lu Weixia. However, how could a child consider the difficulties of their parents? After Lan Xian's request was rejected by her mother, she threw a tantrum for a few days, crying and refusing to talk to her mother. This was also one of the reasons why Xianxia called Lan Xian over for dinner. He was entrusted by Wu Jingjing to help enlighten Lan Xian, who was still sulking. As Xianxia cut the mutton, he said gently to Lan Xian, who was watching from the side, actually, it's Papa Yang's fault that you can't go to Sweden this time. Lan Xian raised her head in surprise and looked at the side of Father Yang's face. Xianxia turned around and smiled at her. I didn't know that your mother had made plans for the holidays. If I had told your parents earlier, we might have been able to go to Sweden together. But because I didn't think it through, Cici only told you about this matter now. As a result, your mother has already promised your grandparents that she will go back to her hometown to take a look, so you can't play with us. Lan Xian stomped her feet anxiously. Her thin eyebrows drooped as she said unhappily, but I don't want to go back to the northeast. Because I want to go to Sweden with Xixi. Lu Weixia said that her hometown has a lot of delicious food. There's delicious fish, a lot of delicious cakes, and cheese to eat. Yes, although your grandparents' home also has a lot of delicious food, it can't be compared to Lu Weixia's home. There are so many delicious food that you haven't seen before. It's all Papa Yang's fault that you can't go with us. If you want to be angry with Papa Yang, okay? Yang Yi smiled. Be angry with Papa Yang? Lan Xian's expression was obviously hesitant. She frowned and muttered, no. It's just. Papa Yang, can you tell my father that I don't have to go back to the northeast with my mother and can go with you? The little girl's logic was still very clear. She knew what to do to satisfy her wishes. That might not be possible. Because, think about it, your grandparents haven't seen you for so long. They must miss you very much. They have prepared a lot of delicious food at home for their precious granddaughter to come back, Yang Yi said with a smile. If you don't go back, how disappointed will they be? Don't you think so? Think about it, they have prepared so many delicious food. What kind of delicious food is there in the Northeast? Dumplings, those thin-skinned dumplings with a lot of meat. They are very delicious. Candied sweet potatoes, this is not bad. This is a sweet potato that has been boiled with sugar and fried. When you pick it up, there will be very, very sweet sugar shreds pulled out. Perhaps it was because Yang Yi talked about a topic that Lan Xian was interested in. Although the little girl was still pouting, she finally couldn't help but say, also, that double-fried pork is also very delicious. It's full of meat inside. There are also sauced bones. They are very big. I can't finish eating one because there is still meat inside the bones. Yes, they have prepared so many delicious food for you to go back to eat. If you don't go back, will they be very sad? Yang Yi continued to guide her. Just like today, we made mutton. There was the rosemary fried mutton chop that we ate in foreign restaurants, stewed mutton bone soup, curry mutton, braised mutton, and finally, there was handheld mutton rice. If Papa Yang prepared all these delicious dishes, and then you said that I was going to play and wouldn't be eating at our house, would Papa Yang be very sad after I meticulously prepared so many delicious dishes for you? When Lan Xian heard this, her round eyes widened. She even seemed to smell the fragrance of the handheld mutton rice. She couldn't help but lick her mouth and cry out in protest, no, why wouldn't I eat at Papa Yang's house? There is so much delicious food. Then you should go back to Grandpa and Grandma's house, because they also prepared delicious food for you very carefully. They love you so much, don't you think so? Yang Yi asked. Lan Xian scratched her little butt with her hands and looked hesitant. It's okay. Yang Yi said with a smile. His voice was slightly emotional. It's just one less trip to Sweden. The next time we go, we will definitely take you with us. Also, Xian, let me tell you, this time, I have a very mysterious mission. Lan Xian's attention was attracted by Papa Yang's mysterious rambling. She couldn't help but ask curiously, mysterious mission? Yes. I want to secretly learn how to cook the best food in Sweden. Like those cakes, fish, and so on. Yang Yi couldn't help but smile. When I come back, I can make it for you and Shishi to eat together. Really? Lan Xian looked at Yang Yi in surprise. Of course. Think about it, Papa Yang is so good at cooking. When Papa Yang comes back after secretly learning how to cook, how can he not make it for you to try? Yang Yi raised his eyebrows proudly at Lan Xian. Hee. That's true. Lan Xian's mood finally improved. With a look of anticipation, she stuck out her little belly and laughed. So it's settled then? You don't have to go to Sweden with us. Be good and follow your mother and father to the northeast. Play with your grandparents, and then you can eat good food. When we come back, Papa Yang will cook the best food in Sweden for you. Okay? Yang Yi struck while the iron was hot and asked. Lan Xian struggled for a while, but in the end, she nodded gently and said with a little worry, then, Papa Yang, you must learn how to cook the best food. Of course. You must learn well, okay, Papa Yang will do it. How can you be worried? Finally, Lan Xian turned back to play with Shishi and Tong Tong, satisfied. However, when the little girl went out, she couldn't help but turn back and ask, Papa Yang, when can we eat? I really want to eat mutton rice. When Lan Xian ran back, Shishi raised her head and looked at her expectantly. She asked, Xian, did my papa ask you to play with us? It turned out that the two girls had already discussed it, however, Shishi was disappointed because Lan Xian was not sad at all. Instead, she giggled and said proudly, I'm not going to Lu Weisha's house. I'm going back to my grandparents' house. Your father said that he would learn how to cook delicious food for me. But then you can't play with us. She was stunned for a moment and said sadly, Lu Weisha's house has beautiful snow and a hotel that has been magically transformed. We have snow at home too. Lan Xian said, I've shown you before. My grandpa's house also has beautiful snow. Cici blinked. Now that Lan Xian had mentioned it, she finally remembered. However, she didn't know how to convince her friend. But I really want to go to Sweden with you. Then we can play with Lu Weisha together. She pouted unhappily. If you don't go, I'll be alone. Tong Tong, who was next to her, was speechless. Of course, she could not change the fact that Lan Xian could not go. After being sad for a while, the two girls simply stopped thinking about it. Little Momo saw that his two sisters were unhappy and didn't want to play with him. He blinked his big eyes and squatted at the side to think for a while. Suddenly, his eyes lit up and his little mouth broke into a happy smile. Sister, here, help me get it. Little Momo pulled on two of Cici's fingers, wanting to pull her sister up from the ground. However, the little fellow was too weak. Her little face was red from holding her breath, and she couldn't even pull her sister up. Little brother, what are you going to take? Cici stood up from the carpet in confusion and followed behind Little Momo as she asked. Little Momo giggled as he walked in front, but he didn't say anything. When they reached his pile of toys, the little guy turned his head. His little mouth was slightly open as he pointed to the building blocks under a basket of model cars. Do you want to play with a fire engine? She helped Tong Tong move the model cars down, but she misunderstood. The little girl squatted down, picked up a big fire engine, shook it, and asked Tong Tong. No, it's not a fire engine. Tong Tong's pronunciation was better now. He pouted and waved his hands. Seeing that his sister helped him move the heavy basket, Tong Tong was excited. He bent down shakily and grabbed the edge of the basket with his two little hands. He groaned and tried to pull the basket of building blocks. Of course, the basket that Yang used to pack up little Tao Wu's toys actually had wheels. Even though it was heavy, little Tao Wu was still able to drag it by himself. It was just that the way he was stuck up with his little but stuck up, with no way out, was a little comical. Little brother, let me help you. She saw this and quickly went up to help Tong Tong move the basket out. Cici was still very strong. She grabbed the two sides of the basket, which looked as heavy as a mountain to little Momo, and lifted it up with a light lift. This made little Momo very envious. When can I be as powerful as my sister? But soon, little Fuan shook his head and tossed the thought to the back of his mind. He looked at his sister, then turned back to look at the toy fire engine that his sister had taken out and put aside. He tilted his little head and pondered for a moment, then picked it up and followed his sister out eagerly. It was time to play with building blocks. Little Momo sat on the carpet and used his two little hands to pull out all the building blocks from the basket. When there was still a little left, the little guy used all his strength to lift up the basket. With a crash, the remaining building blocks fell all over his body. These building blocks were all made of wood. They were neither light nor heavy, but the craftsmanship was excellent. Every edge of the building blocks was polished smooth, unlike those low-quality building blocks that had a bumpy feel. Moreover, because they were painted, the building blocks had many different colors. When they were put together, the building blocks were colorful and looked like a work of art. Tong Tong was now putting the building blocks on the basket. Watching him play, Lan Xian and Shi, who were bored, couldn't help but come over. Mommy, are you playing with building a house? Lan Xian asked as she picked up two triangular building blocks. When Tong Tong saw that Lan Xian was also holding building blocks, he thought that she was going to play with him. He happily pointed at the top of the building blocks he put up and waved his little hands. Here, put it here. We can also build a house. Xian, I remember that we built a small house when we were in kindergarten. The teacher gave us super big building blocks. She said excitedly as she gestured with her hands and feet. Super big building blocks? Tong Tong looked at his sister in surprise, as if he had heard something incredible. However, not everyone had a good memory like Xianxia. When Lan Xian heard Xixi's words, she looked at Xixi in confusion and asked, "Really?" "Yes, and you said that your papa builds houses." "Xian, let's build a house too, okay? My little brother has a lot of building blocks. It's just a little small." Xixi giggled and suggested. "Okay." Therefore, the two sisters started playing in front of Tong Tong. When Tong Tong played with building blocks, he simply put the building blocks he picked up and put them on the basket. He didn't even think about the shape of the building blocks. However, it was much more interesting for his sisters to play with building blocks. First, they used square building blocks as the base, then long building blocks as the pillars and the door frame. They even put triangular building blocks on top of the building blocks. That way, the shape of the building looked much better, and it looked more like a proper building. Of course, Xixi and Lan Xian were not very creative, and the building blocks they built were not very beautiful. The two girls were still novices, but they were much better than Tong Tong, who played carelessly. Tong Tong couldn't help but look at the building blocks his sisters built, and then compare them with his own. He even forgot to continue building his own building blocks. After scratching his head, Tong Tong simply watched his sisters play. "What is this?" Xixi was quite satisfied, and she asked Lan Xian with a giggle. This is the entrance of a zoo." Lan Xian was also very imaginative, and she gestured and said, "There are many animals behind here. We have to go in and take a look from here." Tong Tong stared blankly at his sisters with his mouth wide open. He was a little unable to follow his sister Lan Xian's train of thought. Xixi's imagination was stimulated by Lan Xian. She excitedly grabbed Tong Tong's fire truck and shouted. The fire truck went around Tong Tong's tower-like building and then drove to the building blocks they built. That's right. When my younger brother becomes a firefighter uncle in the future, we can take my younger brother's fire truck together. From our home here, we can come here to play and see the zoo." Xiixi began to tell the story excitedly. It seemed a little wrong. How could they drive a public fire truck to play? However, how could a child understand these things? Children's words carried no harm. Tong Tong realized that he was also in his sister's story. Moreover, his sister's story was easy to understand, and he quickly became enraptured by it. Lan Xian also excitedly added, I know. We were playing in the zoo, and then we smelled something. Mommy said that there was a fire, and she wanted to drive the truck to put out the fire. Woo woo woo. Tong Tong felt that he had been given an important task, so he excitedly grabbed the fire truck from his sister's hands. He shouted happily, but his movements were a little clumsy. He drove the fire truck and knocked down his tower-like building. Hee, little brother, if this happens, we won't have a place to stay at home. Xixi said. Hurry up and put out the fire. What's that smell? Lan Xian exclaimed as she sniffed the air with her little nose. It felt as if her acting had become real. However, she quickly looked towards the kitchen in surprise. Wow, I know, it's the smell of mutton. Papa Yang is roasting mutton. It smells so good. Finally, in Xixi's eagerness, the final exam was over. The next day, the little girl was going to board the plane to the Nordic countries with her parents and brother. Before leaving, Xixi didn't forget to send Bao Bao, Xiao Dodo, and the two chickens to Lan Xian's house with her father and asked Lan Xian to help take care of them. Although Lan Xian would soon return to her grandmother's house in the northeast, her house had a nanny to take care of it. Grandma Wu would stay in Xianxia to take care of the pets and flowers at home. Xian, remember to give Bao Bao, Xiao and the others food every day. That way, they won't miss us too much and lose weight, the little girl said to Lan Xian reluctantly. In fact, taking care of pets was not Lan Xian's responsibility, but Xixi and Lan Xian didn't know that. Lan Xian listened to Xixi's request and still felt that it was a little difficult. She scratched her head and looked at the large wave of pets with a troubled expression. One had to know that their house only had one pet, bye. In fact, there was also a large group of ornamental fish in the fish tank. Usually, Lan Xian didn't need to take care of them. Now that so many pets had suddenly appeared, it seemed a little troublesome. Moreover, they were making a fuss. The 3 fat cats were fine. They had lived in Lan Xian's house several times, so they didn't feel strange at all. However, the two chickens were restlessly moving around in the cage. One of the roosters even crowed from time to time, and its voice was even louder than Lan Xian's own. Bao Bao was the most noisy one. He knew that his owner was going to leave him alone again, so he was whining sadly. He even shook his head to match the sound of his voice. She didn't know which husky he had learned from, but he seemed to be sadly saying, "I don't want to live anymore, I don't want to live anymore. Bao Bao, you have to listen to Xian'er. Papa and I will come back to take you home soon." She felt pity for Bao Bao. She squatted down, held Bao Bao's head, and comforted him. You should also tell Xian'er that she will help you get the student handbook and see how many marks you got on the final exam. Then she will tell you on WeChat, Yang Yi said to Shishi with a smile. That's right. Shishi called out in a clear voice as she hugged the steamed stuffed bun. The two girls still had a lot to talk about. Not only did Shishi have something to tell Lan Xian, but when Shishi was about to leave with her parents, Lan Xian also came over and hugged Shishi's arm reluctantly, whispering in her ear. Hee, I have a camera with me. Shishi said to Lan Xian with a smile. Lan Xian said, and said anxiously, then you must remember it. Yang Yi took the children from Jiang City to Shanghai first. At present, there were 3 cities in China that had opened direct flights to the capital of Sweden, Beijing, Shanghai, and Harbor City. The history of Shanghai's flight was not long, but it was the closest to Yang Yi and the others. While waiting for the plane in the VIP lounge of Shanghai International Airport, Murphy looked at Shishi. The little girl was sitting on the sofa and humming a song. Her long legs extended over the edge of the sofa and were shaking gently, exuding her happy mood. Murphy suddenly thought of something and asked, Hey, Shishi, did you bring your winter vacation homework? There was no other meaning to this question. It was a typical mom saw that you were idle and was a little unhappy, so she wanted you to study. Shishi came back to her senses. She blinked and looked at her mother innocently. After a while, she shook her head and replied, No. Why didn't you bring your winter vacation homework? Mom, I remember that you have already sent your winter vacation homework. Murphy frowned and asked doubtfully, We are going to Sweden this time. If you bring your winter vacation homework with you, you can do it during your break, such as now. What if you can't finish your winter vacation homework by the end of the vacation? She felt that she was being questioned by her mother. She pouted her little mouth and unhappily twisted her little butt on the sofa. She said, Papa said that I didn't need to bring it. Yang Yi had just gone to the front desk to see if there was anything to eat and asked the waiter to bring it over. As soon as he sat down, he heard the conversation between the two and asked curiously. When he figured out why Murphy made Shishi unhappy, Yang Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He patted the back of Murphy's hand on her lap and said softly, Well, don't blame Shishi for this. It was my decision. Seeing Murphy's puzzled eyes, Yang Yi said with a smile, It's okay. Since we are going on a trip, let's have fun for a few days. Shishi also promised me that when we come back from Sweden, she will seriously make up for the homework. Murphy was a typical traditional Chinese parent. She said to Yang Yi with some worry, I'm worried that Shishi will play outside and will only think about playing when she comes back. She won't be able to sit down and study. Then we have to cultivate the child's self-control. She should play to her heart's content and study to her heart's content. This way, she won't delay each other. Yang Yi said with a smile, instead of thinking about studying during the trip and being absent-minded when doing homework, why don't she be like us now? We have agreed that she will study hard when she comes back. Don't you think so? She. Cece pouted her little mouth and nodded her little head. Yes. Come on, Pinky, swear with Mommy so that Mommy won't worry. Yang Yi smiled and raised his eyebrows at the little girl. She was amused by her father's raised eyebrows. A smile appeared on her face and she regained her enthusiasm. She jumped down from the sofa, stretched out her right pinky, and ran to her mother. Murphy wasn't stubborn. She believed in Yang Yi's teaching methods. She shook her head gently and smiled. She pinky swear with Shishi and said gently, Well, Mommy will watch your performance. Yang Yi and his family were sitting in the first-class cabin. Moreover, the first-class cabin of an international flight was very luxurious. Each seat had its own cubicle, and when the door was closed, it was their own personal space. For the children, the happiest thing was that each seat had its own independent TV to watch. They just had to wear headphones. Tong Tong, who had been on planes many times, was very calm. Although he was only 2 years old and was still a little kid, he wasn't like the little girl sitting in the business class in the VIP passage. She was very scared when she was in a confined space and cried loudly in her mother's arms. The little guy had been staring at the crying little girl. This made Murphy very worried. She was afraid that the crying would be contagious. Fortunately, Tong Tong didn't seem to care at all. He just looked at the little girl curiously. When they arrived at their seats, Tong Tong was placed on the chair near the window by his mother. The adults were all busy putting away their carry-on luggage and didn't have time to pay attention to Tong Tong. However, the little guy was still laughing. He stood up on the soft sofa and held on to the partition next to the chair. He watched his sister and parents busy walking around. This posture made it seem as if he was watching everyone work, but in fact, he was also actively participating in it. "Papa, do I sleep with my brother?" She was a little excited when she got on the plane. She first skipped around the first-class cabin and then ran back. She pointed at her brother and asked her father, "Do you want to sleep with your brother?" Xianxia smiled and said, "But you have to sleep in the middle. That way, it's more convenient for your mother or father to take care of you." Tong Tong was listening next to them. He obviously misunderstood. He grabbed onto the partition and jumped up from the sofa. He shouted anxiously, "Oh, no, no, I want to sleep with my sister." Xianxia reached out and pinched Tong Tong's nose. He said with a smile, "Who said no? Why are you in such a hurry?" Tong Tong was a little confused. He looked at his father in a daze. He seemed to be thinking, "What do you mean?" "Then my brother and I will move here." She actively picked up her brother's pillow. "Brother, come down. Let's sleep in the middle. There's one in your seat too." After a long flight, Xianxi's plane arrived at the capital of Sweden. Before they got off the plane, they could see the thick snow piled up outside the runway through the window of the plane. The terminal not far away was also covered with white robes. Needless to say, before they got off the plane, Xianxia and Murphy dressed the two children in many layers of clothes and thick down jackets. They also put on warm knitted hats on their heads. Finally, they tied a circle of scarves that could be pulled up at any time to protect the children's delicate faces from the wind and frost. Murphy also wore a lot of clothes. However, women like to look beautiful, so she didn't wear bulky cotton pants. Instead, she chose a combination of flannel leggings and jeans, which made her legs look longer and thinner. A long windbreaker and snow boots could also keep her legs warm. In addition, she also wore a thick shawl. Although it wasn't made of animal fur, it was still very warm. After all, she had made enough preparations, so Murphy's dressing was still very fashionable. Xianxia didn't wear so much. He wasn't afraid of the cold, so a down jacket was enough for him. But even so, Xianxi's dressing was not considered shocking in such a cold Nordic country. After they got off the plane, they saw some blonde Westerners in the terminal. They didn't know if they were locals or tourists. Anyway, they were all Westerners with blonde hair and blue eyes. Not all of them were fully dressed. Although the airport had heating, after all, except for the staff, many people got off the plane or came in from outside to take the plane. Some of them were even wearing thin sports jackets and a pair of shorts that exposed their long calves. They were traveling with backpacks. There were also some beautiful Nordic women who were sitting in coffee shops and drinking coffee while waiting for the plane. They were elegantly wearing skirts, and only a windbreaker was draped over the back of the chair. Such attire made Murphy envious. Of course, everyone's physique was different. There were Westerners who wore cool clothes, and there were also Westerners who were afraid of the cold and wore thicker clothes. For example, there was a middle-aged man in sunglasses who was sitting in a chair and chatting with his friends. Although he was tall and strong, he still wore a sweater that was obviously added with velvet and held a windbreaker in his arms. David and his family, who had come to pick up Xianxia and the others, were also wearing a lot of clothes. Their physiques were still very normal. Of course, when they met, no one paid attention to the issue of clothes. After not seeing each other for half a year, other than Xi and Lu Weixia who were happily holding hands and jumping around together, David and Yang Yi, and Maria and Murphy were also happily hugging each other. And what about Tong Tong? That's alright, this little guy is very discerning. Originally, he was sitting in the luggage cart that his father was pushing. When he saw his sister and sister Lu Weixia hugging each other, he hurriedly rushed over and hugged each sister's thigh with one hand. Xi, your brother still remembers me. Lu Weixia said happily to Xi. Yes. I told him that we were going to look for sister Lu Weixia to play, and then he knew it was you. Hee. Xi was overjoyed. She held Lu Weixia's hand and couldn't bear to let go. The two girls were communicating in Swedish. At this time, David looked over and said gently, Lu Weixia, you have to speak English with Xi because Xi's mother doesn't understand Swedish. Lu Weixia stuck out her tongue embarrassedly. She and Xi moved to the side so that the adults wouldn't see them and secretly whispered to each other. They were probably condemning her strict father. From time to time, happy laughter could be heard from Lu Weixia and Xi's side. However, even though Lu Weixia was chatting with Xi in English, Tong Tong still couldn't understand. He tilted his head and looked at his sisters in confusion. He didn't know what they were talking about. However, this was normal. Tong Tong was used to not understanding the words of the adults. Lu Weixia's home wasn't in Stockholm. Usually, because of David's work, they would live in an apartment in Göteborg. Lu Weixia would also go to school in Göteborg. However, their hometown was actually in Luleå, a beautiful and quiet town in the north. In fact, compared to big cities like Stockholm and Göteborg, Luleå had a lot less cultural sites to visit. Moreover, it was winter, and the sunshine was very short. Instead of going to Luleå, it was better to stay in Stockholm or Göteborg. The two cities were closer to each other. However, because Yang Yi's family came from afar and wanted to experience the local customs of Sweden, as well as enjoy the beautiful natural scenery and aurora of the Arctic Circle, Luleå and its neighboring northernmost city, Kiruna, were the best choices. Therefore, according to Yang Yi and David's previous discussion, while David was on his annual leave and Lu Weixia was still enjoying her last week of winter vacation, they arranged for everyone to gather in Luleå and Kiruna. After that, Yang Yi's family and David's family would return to Göteborg. With Maria as their tour guide, she would take them to other cities in Sweden. In Yang Yi's plan, besides Sweden, they had other itineraries. After that, after Yang Yi and his family said goodbye to David's family, they would take the world's famous train that ran through Europe from Stockholm to Paris. By taking the train, they could enjoy the scenery from Northern Europe to Western Europe, and it also saved them a lot of trouble. Of course, when they arrived in Paris, it was Murphy's shopping time. After buying clothes and bags, they finished their trip to Europe and took a flight back to China from Paris. There was a lot of talk about the travel plan, but no matter what, under David's arrangement, they would first take a bus to the train station, then transfer to the train to Luleå. Sweden was not a very big country. Its land area was not as big as China's Sichuan province, but the shape of its land was long and narrow. From Stockholm to Luleå, there was still a distance that was close to Hong Kong and Shanghai. However, although the journey was a little rough, Xi and Tong Tong, who had slept enough on the plane, were still very excited, especially Xi. She sat next to Lu Weixia on the train. The two girls looked at the scenery outside the window and chatted happily. It's a pity that you didn't come to our house to play on Christmas Day. Lu Weixia brought up the issue again. She said regretfully, otherwise, we would have a lot of delicious food and programs. I even held candles and sang poems with my grandma in the church. But I have exams, and it's my holiday now. She said regretfully. Okay then, hey, Lu Weixia, is your watch broken? I saw the time on the watch. It's only 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Why is the sky already dark? She asked curiously. It's not like that. It's very dark in winter here. Lu Weixia said to Xi with a smile. Then, my teacher said something. Oh, I forgot the principal. Look, it's so dark outside. In our school, classes are still open at 4 o'clock, so the day after tomorrow is still bright. Xi opened her hands and gestured. I know, because I also studied in China, and I was your classmate. Lu Weixia giggled. Tong Tong did not understand at all. He could only look at his sister and then at the blonde Lu Weixia. His eyes were full of admiration. Perhaps the children were full of vigor, so they were not only not afraid of the cold but also had a lot of fun. However, Murphy was not so optimistic. After coming out of the terminal, she was blown by the cold wind. She was so cold that she could not speak. Although she was fully prepared, Murphy still underestimated the power of winter in the extremely cold region. She sadly found that the clothes she was wearing seemed to be a little too little. Her windbreaker and shawl could not withstand the cold wind. The cold wind was like a slippery mouse, going straight into the gaps of the clothes. When the snowflakes hit her face, Mo Fei felt that she was going to be suffocated by the cold. Fortunately, Yang Yi noticed her predicament. Not only did he take off his down jacket and put it on Murphy, but Yang Yi also hugged Murphy in his warm embrace in the unheated taxi. "You're wearing so little. Aren't you cold?" Murphy looked at Yang Yi, who was only wearing a long-sleeved shirt in the cold wind. She was dumbfounded. After calming down in the taxi, she could not help but ask Yang Yi. "Of course, your husband is trained after all." Yang Yi raised his eyebrows at Murphy proudly and said. Murphy had heard Yang Yi say this many times. In the past, she thought that Yang Yi was just bragging. This time, she really believed him. Fortunately, the train was heated. This time, Murphy learned her lesson. She asked Yang Yi to keep watch outside the toilet on the train. Then, she changed out of her jeans and put on down pants that could really withstand the cold. In addition, Murphy took out her thickest down jacket from the luggage and prepared to put it on when she got off the train. When they came out of the toilet, Murphy blushed and covered Yang Yi's eyes. She said embarrassedly, "Oh, turn your head. Don't look." "Why? You're not ugly." Yang Yi said with a smile. "I'm very ugly, okay? I'm wearing so much that I'm bloated." Murphy shouted. "How is that possible? You're already very thin. No matter how much you wear, you won't feel fat. Moreover, such a beautiful woman is standing here. I tell you, even if there are 100 more clothes to cover you, no one will think you're ugly." Yang Yi shouted. Although she knew that Yang Yi was making her happy, Murphy couldn't help but giggle. She retracted her hand and said, "How can it be as exaggerated as you say? Okay, I'll let you look. Isn't it ugly?" Yang Yi deliberately looked at Murphy, then laughed and hugged her. He said, No, I have to hide you. Such a beautiful wife can't be seen by others. Hee, old Yang, touch your conscience and see if it's still there." Putting aside the cold and snow, Lul was a quiet and beautiful historical town. When the train arrived at Lul, David drove them through the city shrouded in darkness. Everyone could see that there were almost no other cars passing by, and the city was mostly filled with low-rise private houses. There were no high-rise buildings that made people feel busy. Under the night sky, tens of thousands of houses were brightly lit. It should have been a different kind of scenery. However, it was a pity that the city was too small. It was so small that it could only be called a small town in China. Its population was also small. The residential areas were sparse, and there were some trees in between. It was the same for David's house. It was a two-story house, a combination of brick and wood. Because the surface was covered with a layer of snow, it did not seem to have any artistic achievements. However, after entering the house, it was a completely different world. The combination of the wooden floor and the wooden stairs, in addition to the animal skin blanket that was tightly laid out, looked extra simple and warm under the illumination of the bright lights. David's parents were at home. They had prepared a sumptuous dinner for the guests. The hungry children couldn't wait and urged the adults who were still chatting to sit at the table. Perhaps they were really too hungry. After the meal started, Xi and Lu Weixia, the two little girls, gathered together and looked at each other while laughing and eating heartily. It was worth mentioning that Lu Weixia used a knife and fork at home. However, for Xi, who occasionally went to eat Western food with her parents, using a knife and fork was not unfamiliar to her. It was just that she wasn't used to it, especially when it came to cutting large pieces of chicken steak. The little girl was a little embarrassed and wanted to ask her father for help. Xi, let me help you." Lu Weixia didn't wait for Yang Yi's response. She stood up very enthusiastically and reached out to take the knife and fork in Xixi's hand. She helped Xixi cut the chicken steak on the plate into small pieces. This is much better. Xixi happily smiled at Lu Weisha. Tong Tong, on the other hand, could not help himself. He still did not know how to eat these things. Western dinners were like this. A large plate was placed in front of him. There were 2 pieces of bread with different shapes, tastes, and textures. There were also some corn kernels, mushrooms, a large piece of chicken, and of course, delicious Swedish meatballs. However, Tong Tong couldn't handle these knives and forks, so with her mother's help, she tried them one by one. The adults also drank some wine and chatted happily. Tong Tong could only drink pea soup, but Murphy did not know that the Swedish pea soup had been spiced with mustard. The little fellow tasted a mouthful, and her little face immediately wrinkled. It took a while for her to recover. Don't. Tong Tong put on a bitter face and waved her hands repeatedly. Her fearful expression amused the 2 elders. However, the other dishes were still quite delicious. Let's not talk about the meatballs. When Lu Weisha came to China last summer, they had eaten them before. Tong Tong's favorite dessert was the berry cake that everyone served in advance for him. The jam was made from wild berries, and it was smeared directly on top of the delicately baked cake. The sweet and sour jam immediately whetted little Mommy's appetite. After eating 1 cake, she still wasn't satisfied. She even pulled her mother's hand, wanting to eat a second one. However, perhaps because she was too happy eating, she forgot one thing. When she was almost full, the little girl suddenly cried out in annoyance. She put down her fork and patted her head lightly. She patted her little mouth and said to her father, "Oh, I forgot." Lu Weisha could not understand what Xixi said earlier, so she asked curiously, "Xixi, what did you say? What did you forget?" Yang Yi asked Xixi in English. "I forgot to take pictures." The little girl explained. "There's so much delicious food that I forgot to take my camera out. I need to take pictures." It felt like a compliment in disguise. Hearing this, Lu Weisha's grandmother was very happy. She stood up and used a pair of tongs to pick up some fresh and tender salmon for Xixi, saying, "Eat more if you like." "Oh, there's still so much? I can't finish it all." Xixi looked at her plate and touched her little belly. She was a little embarrassed. "Xixi, you should thank your grandmother," Yang Yi reminded her. After Xixi thanked her grandmother obediently, Lu Weisha could not help but ask, "Xixi, why did you take pictures?" "Hee, it's because of Xianxia." The little girl crossed her 2 little hands in front of her and smiled at Lu Weisha. She was a little embarrassed. She said that she wanted me to take pictures of all the delicious food that I ate, because when my papa comes home, he will cook delicious food for her. Yang Yi was stunned for a moment when he heard this. Then he realized with a smile that when the 2 little girls hugged each other and whispered to each other when they parted. "Why didn't Xianxia come to our house to play? I miss her too," Lu Weisha said regretfully. The 2 little girls might have been full, so their fighting spirit dropped sharply and they began to chat. Yang Yi and the others stayed at Lu Weisha's house for 1 more day. Near the Arctic Circle, the sunshine time in January was actually very short. The next day, when the sky brightened, it was after 10:30 in the morning, and before 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the sun went down again. So, taking advantage of these few hours of bright sunshine, David took Yang Yi and his family to visit some of the old buildings in Lul. The most important thing was that this was the famous church village, and there was even a stone church with a long history that could be traced back to the 15th century. Of course, the most beautiful thing was the wooden houses with red walls and red tiles near the church village. The wooden houses that were only 1 story high formed a continuous line. The red paint on the walls contrasted with the white snow, giving off a unique feeling of grandeur. However, it was said that in the summer, there would be a grassland on the ground here. "We will hold a midsummer festival celebration here in the summer," David introduced. Lu Weisha also said happily to Xixi, "My mother will participate every time, and sometimes I will participate too. We will wear red clothes and white dresses, and then we will hold a wreath and dance. It's so lively." Xixi looked at Lu Weisha enviously. She didn't know that the scale of the celebrations in these small cities couldn't be compared to the temple performances during the spring festival in Jiangqing. She just listened to Lu Weisha's description and added a rich and lively scene in her mind. A sea of people, red clothes, and white dresses, wow. That's amazing. The little girl's praise made Lu Weisha even more excited to share. Lu Weisha wasn't even this lively in China. Now that Xishi was in her hometown, she became more willing to talk and kept telling Xishi about some special things in her hometown. Of course, they only stayed in Lul for 2 days. Soon, David's family and Yang Yi's family boarded the train to Karuna. There, the little ones could not only stay in the ice-themed hotel that they had been looking forward to for a long time, but they could also ski and experience some small adventures that they had never imagined. Hee hee. Hee hee, behind a skiing-themed hotel in Karuna, there was a smooth and clean snowy slope. It was only around 9 in the morning, and the sky had just started to brighten. At the bottom of the slope, a group of people were panting lightly as they lined up and started to climb up slowly. In fact, it could not be considered a mountain climb, because its altitude was pitifully low. If it was skiing, it would be equivalent to 2 ski slopes that were only about 100 meters long. Moreover, the mountain was not steep, and there was a buffer between the 2 sections to slow down the speed of the descent. The only difficulty was that the snow wasn't very thick. It would still make it difficult to walk as easily as it was on flat ground. Even though it was a big challenge for the children, Xishi bravely followed her father's footsteps and tried her best to climb to the top of this snowy mountain. That's right. Yang Yi and the others had woken up early in the morning and had been waiting for the sun to rise. At David's suggestion, they decided to climb up the small snowy slope together and enjoy the beautiful sunrise. At the beginning, when they said that they would compete to see who was the fastest to climb up the slope, the 3 children were very enthusiastic. Lu Weisha and Xishi, the 2 long-legged sisters, took big strides and walked in front of them. Tong Tong, who was tightly wrapped in a scarf, did not want to be outdone. His short legs left shallow footprints as he ran forward to catch up with his sisters. However, when the slope was very flat at the beginning, the 2 sisters giggled and ran far away. When Tong Tong, who was trying to balance himself like a little penguin, looked up and glanced at them, he was surprised to find that his sisters had already run more than 10 meters, leaving him far behind. Oh. No. Tong Tong was stunned on the spot. His muffled muttering could be heard from the scarf covering his face and mouth. The little boy stood there stupidly and stretched out his gloved left hand, as if his sisters were in front of him and he wanted them to hold his hand as they walked. However, a gust of cold wind blew past. The little boy only felt the wind passing through his fingertips, but his sisters were walking further and further away. Tong Tong took back his hand and scratched his head with some effort. Strictly speaking, he was scratching his thick woolen hat. He mumbled something and continued to walk forward, chasing after his sisters. After passing through the short, almost flat slope, they finally started to climb the slope. Although it was not steep, there was a slight angle, and the soles of their feet were a little slippery. The 2 girls, who were full of energy, could not run too fast. Lu Weisha was panting slightly. She held Xi's hand and told Xishi to walk slowly with her experience. Okay, let's walk slowly. We still have to wait for Papa and Mom. Cece's stamina was very good. She wasn't even out of breath yet. She nodded energetically at Lu Weisha and then leaned over to speak. The 2 girls walked in front of them hand in hand. They were both wearing pink ski jackets and were about the same height, just like a pair of twin sisters. However, this part of the challenge was much more difficult for Little Rascal. The little boy, who was still very strong even after being abandoned by his sisters, suddenly slipped and fell on his knees on the snowy slope. In fact, Yang Yi, Murphy, David, and Maria were all following behind Tong Tong. David and Maria were used to seeing Northern European children walking on snowy city roads. They also knew some Eskimo children who followed their hunter parents through snowy mountains and dense forests to hunt at a young age. However, when they saw a Chinese child who had lived in a warm southern city since childhood showing good perseverance, they were all praising Tong Tong to Yang Yi. Murphy was still very worried, but Yang Yi comforted her and insisted that Tong Tong also go through some training. However, just as they were praising the little boy, he fell down, and Mo Fei was taken aback. In a panic, she wanted to pull him up, but she almost fell down herself. Yang Yi reacted the fastest. While pulling Mo, he strode forward and gently grabbed the little guy's arm with his other hand to prevent him from losing his balance and rolling down the mountain. However, what surprised Yang Yi was that the little boy did not seem to care about his fall at all. Perhaps it was because the snow was soft and did not hurt when he fell, but Tong Tong only frowned after his father pulled him up. He lowered his head and looked at the snow on his gloves and the snow on his pants when he knelt on the snow. It was a little dirty, it was okay. Tong Tong skillfully wiped his hands on his body. Soon, his gloves were clean. Are you hurt? Murphy squatted down and pulled down the scarf on her face. She looked at her son and asked worriedly. Tong Tong shook his head. There was even a hint of a smile in his eyes. Murphy realized that after pulling down the scarf, her face was cold and looked a little like Mom's. She quickly pulled it up and asked in a muffled voice, "Let Dad carry you, okay?" However, Tong Tong seemed to have found a way to speak comfortably from his mother's actions. He pulled down the scarf and revealed his red lips. He pointed at his sister and said, "I want big sister." Yang Yi did not know whether to laugh or cry as he shook his head. In order not to delay everyone's journey, and considering that they still had to play later, he did not want to let Tong Tong exhaust himself. He simply carried Tong Tong in his arms and rubbed his head against his son. He laughed and said, "You only know how to ask for big sister. Can't you ask for Mom and Dad?" Okay, Dad will take you to chase after big sister now." Murphy stood up. She did not forget to tug at Yang Yi and ask Yang Yi to wait while she redid the scarf for Tong Tong. It was freezing cold. Murphy did not want Tong Tong's mouth to be chapped by the cold when they returned home. When the group of people climbed up the snow slope, the sun finally began to show signs of rising in the sky. The cloudless blue sky of Karuna seemed to be dyed with a layer of light at the edges. Gradually, the purple light spread out and dyed the snow-white mountain slopes and the snow-capped mountain peaks in an intoxicating purple. Wow! Murphy, who had climbed up with great difficulty and was so tired that she could only hug Yang Yi's arm and stand there. At this moment, she was also stunned by the beautiful scenery in front of her. She sighed softly in admiration. Although Yang Yi took out his camera and asked David to take pictures of their family during the sunrise, they did not forget to appreciate the beautiful scenery. When the sun rose from the horizon at around 10 o'clock, its golden rays bathed everyone. She raised her head happily and happened to see her father's gentle gaze. The little girl smiled happily and leaned her small body on her father's body. "It's so beautiful. Dad, take a picture of it. This way, I can take the picture and tell it to Xian Air, little Yuer, big sister Xiaowei, Chi-Chi, Shiyun, and Zhaoyu." When her father took the picture, she was still very excited and pointed to the left and the right. "Then you have to learn how to ski. This way, you will have more stories to tell them," Yang Yi said with a smile. Lu Weisha, who was next to Shi, heard this and excitedly jumped in front of her and said, Shi, I'll take you to ski. It's very easy. Although I'm not very good, skiing is really fun." Although they had climbed to the highest peak, if they wanted to ski, they still had to go back the way they came and return to the foot of the mountain. After all, Shi and Murphy were still a pair of novices. It was easy to go up the mountain, but difficult to go down. Even if it was a small slope, it was still difficult to ski in the snow. When Murphy went down the mountain, she was a little unsteady on her feet. However, as she hugged Yang Yi's arm, she was unconvinced by Yang Yi's evaluation and asked, "Why aren't you a novice? Have you ever skied before?" Haha. Yang Yi smiled proudly and said to Murphy, "Your husband is awesome. Except for not going to outer space, there is almost nothing on Earth that your husband can't do." Murphy thought that Yang Yi was bragging, so she snorted and made a face at Yang Yi. However, with the scarf covering her face, he could only see it through her eyes. The two of them were flirting in private, and only Tong Tong, who was in Yang Yi's arms, could hear them. However, the little guy did not notice. His red nose was frozen, and his bright eyes were looking at his sisters who were falling in front of him. Shi and Lu Weisha slipped from time to time, but they did not care. They did not even need the help of their fathers. They helped each other up and then giggled with each other. The two girls did not use scarves to cover their mouths. Shi also pulled down her scarf. The energetic little girl did not seem to be afraid of the cold. Her cheeks were as red as Lu Weixia's from the cold, but this did not affect their light laughter in the sun and snow. "Hey, Lu Weixia, she, look here, look what I found!" David suddenly shouted not far ahead. "What is it?" Lu Weixia muttered curiously. She then called out to Cici, and the two young ladies ran over excitedly. Tong Tong was envious when he heard his sister's exclamations, but he had no intention of leaving his father's comfortable embrace. Tong Tong knew that she could not walk as fast as her long-legged father. If she followed her father, she could get closer to her sisters faster. Why not? Soon, Tong Tong also saw something that made her sisters gasp in amazement. It was a small sleigh that had been left here by an unknown person. It was made of wood, and some snow fell on it, making it inconspicuous. "We have to send it back to the below." Lu Weixia repeated her father's words to Yang Yi, but she got stuck on some words. Lost and found. She remembered it clearly. Although she didn't know the meaning of the unfamiliar word, it didn't stop her from reading it out for Lu Weixia. "That's right." Lu Weixia scratched her head in embarrassment. But before that, David chuckled. He pulled up the skateboard of the sleigh and said to Lu Weixia and Shi, "You can sit on this first." Lu Weixia and Shi cheered excitedly one after another. Lu Weixia thought that it was fun to sit on the sleigh, but Shi didn't know anything. When she saw how excited Lu Weixia was, she also cheered and jumped. Even though Cici was wearing thick winter clothes, she could still jump around a little. Tong Tong, on the other hand, couldn't do it. The little guy was weighed down by the clothes, and he was so clumsy that he had to sway when he walked. But it didn't matter. Tong Tong relied on his weak and helpless advantage to enjoy the treatment of an emperor. After a flurry of arrangements, Lu Weixia sat at the front, Shi sat at the back, and Tong Tong was sandwiched between his two sisters. Murphy was a little worried and told Shi to hold on to her little brother and not let go. "Mom!" Tong Tong groaned. His eyes sparkled with excitement, and his little hand pushed his mother's hand away. Murphy was stunned for a moment. She was so angry that her nose became crooked. She muttered sourly in her heart, "Little guy, you've forgotten about your mother now that you have your older sisters?" The pulling rope of the sleigh was handed over to Yang Yi, who volunteered himself. His strength was undeniably great. After 2 days in Sweden, David had already been convinced by his strength. Yang Yi not only pulled the sleigh, but he also held Murphy's hand with his other hand. He still looked relaxed. Under Yang Yi's control, the sleigh slowly descended. The little ones sat on the sleigh and screamed. Although the speed was similar to walking, it was still a little exciting. They had their backs to their fathers, but their bodies were tilted downward. Looking at themselves sliding down, they felt as if they were going to suddenly fall. However, did he think that this would scare the little ones? She couldn't help but shout excitedly, "Papa, faster! Faster!" It seemed to be a little slow. It would take a long time for them to go down the mountain. Lu Weixia was in a state of excitement. Although Shi spoke in Chinese, Lu Weixia could basically understand. She followed Shi and shouted a little tongue-tied, "Faster!" Tong Tong's ears were filled with the sound of the wind and the various screams of his sisters. He didn't understand what they were shouting about. However, at this time, Tong Tong couldn't care less about what his sisters were shouting about. He was infected by his sister's emotions. He also waved his little hands and shouted through the scarf, "It's weird, it's bad." Yang Yi smiled helplessly and said, "We can't go any faster. If we go any faster, we'll fall." The little ones didn't care. Instead, they laughed and had a lot of fun. The one who was about to fall was Murphy. However, when she saw the children's happy expressions, she couldn't help but get close to Yang Yi's ear and whisper, "I also want to play with this sleigh." Yang Yi looked at her in surprise. Although he didn't say anything, Murphy could tell what Yang Yi meant. "Do you want to snatch it from the children?" This incredulous expression made Murphy gnash her teeth in hatred. She habitually reached out to Yang Yi's waist, but this time there was no way. There was a thick layer of clothes between them. "I was joking," Murphy said resentfully. However, it was obvious that she was a little depressed. There was a hint of sadness in her eyes. "Okay, after teaching the children how to ski, I'll take you to play something else. It's more interesting and exciting." Yang Yi smiled and coaxed her softly. When they returned to the bottom of the hill, everyone changed into the ski equipment they bought yesterday. Tong Tong was more pitiful. He couldn't ski yet, so he could only watch his sisters run in and out. They were instructed by their fathers to put on helmets, gloves, and other protective equipment. They also wore ski goggles. Then, each of them hugged their skis excitedly and waved them in front of Tong Tong. So cool, Tong Tong looked at Xianxia with envy and admiration. No one knew what was going on in his little head. Taowu, come here. Finally, as if his father had finally remembered him, Tong Tong saw his father waving at him. Although Tong Tong was a little clumsy from being wrapped up, he still ran over happily. However, his father just tidied up his clothes and pointed at Maria. Taowu, you have to follow this auntie later, okay? Daddy will come back later to take you on the sleigh. They started skiing. Tong Tong did not follow Maria, but followed behind Murphy, who was so upset that her nose was about to become crooked. She even wanted her mother to hold her hand. It turned out that Tong Tong had made a fuss just now. Murphy had no choice but to sacrifice her entertainment time and stay behind to take care of Tong Tong. Luckily, Maria also stayed behind to accompany her, so the two of them were not too bored. Leaving Tong Tong and Murphy aside, Xianxia and David brought the two girls and ski equipment to the slope. First, there was a demonstration. David was born and raised in a snowy country. Even if he had put on weight in his middle age, his skiing skills would not be too bad. It was worth mentioning that Lu Weixia was only 8 years old, which was 1 year older than Xianxia. In China, she was still at an age where she needed to be protected by her parents and was doted on by her grandparents. However, Lu Weixia had also been skiing since elementary school and had fallen countless times. Lu Weixia, who was wearing a light purple ski suit, was like a purple butterfly as she slowly slid down the slope. Of course, Lu Weixia did not know any fancy tricks. She was more careful when she was standing up. Then, she gently made a small turn and slowly slid in front of Xianxia. Wow! Lu Weixia, you're so good. Xianxia was wearing ski goggles. Perhaps she was not used to it. She raised her head slightly and looked at Lu Weixia enviously. You know how to ski? Lu Weixia shook her head and said honestly, I'm not good at skiing because I haven't learned to ski often. My brothers are better than me. Lu Weixia was not being modest. She had not learned to ski for a long time, so she could not compare to the children in her hometown. Before she started skiing, David and Xianxia started talking to the girl. David was more formal. He talked about the boring principles of skiing, mainly to let Xianxia understand the reasons and precautions of skiing. For example, when skiing, one should use the side blade of the skis to block the snow and exert force. For example, when should the center of gravity be forward, when should it be back, and why? For example, why did he have to use the internal brakes? Perhaps it was because he was wearing ski goggles. David didn't see Xianxia looking at him blankly. What Xianxia taught was much more practical. He taught Xianxia some self-protection techniques. What if you fall like Lu Weixia? Xianxia gently asked as he held on to Xianxia's shoulders. Fell? Xianxia looked at her father in surprise. The little girl had never thought about the possibility of falling while skiing, and her father's explanation made the little girl unprepared for the cruel reality. Even skiing can cause you to fall. Just like when you first learned to swim, you would choke on water. Xianxia smiled and said to his daughter, it's normal to fall. Everyone learns to ski by falling. You can ask Lu Weixia if she fell when she learned to ski. Lu Weixia was at the side. After hearing this, she said honestly, yes, I fell down many times, and it was very painful. I even sprained my ankle, and I can't walk anymore. Xianxia opened her mouth and looked at Lu Weixia for a while, and then looked at her father for help. The little girl grabbed the ski pole and couldn't help but touch her little butt. She muttered, but, Papa, I'm afraid of pain. She fell so many times down the mountain, but she didn't cry out in pain. It was probably Lu Weixia's honest words that made Xianxia nervous. It won't hurt, it won't hurt. Xianxia smiled and comforted her. Look, Papa put on so many protective gear for you today, and there's one on your butt. Also, you have to learn from Papa. If you fall, lean back and sit on the left side. That way, it won't hurt. Xianxia taught Xianxia some injury prevention techniques based on his skiing experience. Coupled with his personal lying down demonstration, she quickly understood. It turned out that when one was about to fall, they would encounter such a situation. If they pushed sideways, they would be less affected by the fall. Papa will help you look after it, don't be afraid. Xianxia comforted her. She also wanted to learn from Lu Weixia and ski elegantly and beautifully like her, and not be left behind by her friends. She mustered her courage and stood up shakily with the ski pole in her hand. Needless to say, at the beginning, she was also dizzy from the fall. If it weren't for the protective gear and Xianxia's company, the little girl would have felt so wrong that she didn't want to play anymore. You have to do this. Lu Weixia suggested enthusiastically. With her companions urging each other, the dizzy Cici still got up again and headed down the snowy slope. Tong Tong and his mother were sitting at the rest pavilion watching their sisters ski. When Tong Tong saw his sister fall, he didn't think much of it at first. He even waved his chubby little hands and wanted to cheer for his sister happily. But he was soon shocked by his mother's constant worried shouts. Little Mommy looked at his mother in confusion, and only then did he realize that something was wrong. Aya, why do you keep falling? It's so dangerous. Aya, did you sprain your ankle? Emofe was worried sick. After all, Cici was also a piece of flesh that fell from her body. This was the first time that Tong Tong used this way of thinking. He tilted his head and looked at his mother for a while, then looked at his sister. It must hurt a lot when you fall, right? The little mosquito blinked its eyes in sympathy and secretly touched its own little butt. However, due to its thick clothes, the little mosquito was so clumsy that it couldn't even touch its own butt, so it could only pretend that it didn't care. Although she kept falling, her posture became more and more accurate. Even when her father was holding her hand, she still managed to ski for some distance. She has a good sense of balance. This makes it easier for her to fall. David brought Lu Weixia back and praised, she's learning very fast. Give her a few days, and she might be better than Lu Weixia. Lu Weixia didn't care. After hearing her father's honest evaluation, she couldn't wait to report to Xi. She even said to Xi expectantly, Xi, you can do it. Hurry up and learn. Then we can ski together. Although the snow was soft, Xi was still a little dizzy from the fall. The little girl forced a smile at her friends and continued to ski with her father. If Xi was here to learn how to fall, she definitely wouldn't like skiing. However, the little girl still wanted to be cool like her friends. Therefore, with her father's encouragement, the little girl was full of energy. She was very focused when it came to learning. She was also very tenacious and talented in skiing. However, skiing was not easy at all. Many people were still beginners after years of learning. How could the little girl learn how to ski in just a few hours? While Xianxia was teaching Xi how to ski, he was still thinking about Murphy, who was taking care of Tong Tong. Today, his wife was also looking forward to skiing with them. However, in order to appease Tong Tong, Murphy sacrificed her own happiness. Xianxia was not a daughter-con who would forget his wife after having a daughter. Murphy was still very important to him. He wanted to create a program that the whole family could participate in. Xianxia looked at the snowmobiles parked at the foot of the mountain. However, he still had to teach Xi how to ski. The little girl was still in the state of wrestling, so Xianxia was not at ease. He was also fully equipped. He watched from the side slowly and gave a few pointers from time to time. Ski in an S shape. Don't rush down directly. Xi, look over here. My hands should be slippery like this. Hey, be careful. Seeing that Xi had fallen, Xianxia quickly propped himself up and chased after her. He pulled up the little girl, who had flipped sideways on the snowy ground, causing a large amount of snow to fall. Are you okay? Are you hurt from the fall? Xianxia originally thought that he could be very hard-hearted and let Xi fall a few more times. However, he could not help it and rushed over anxiously every time. Xi also learned from her father's perseverance. After her father pulled her up, she patted the snow off her body, took 2 deep breaths, and shook her little head. However, Xianxia was still not at ease. He took off his gloves and touched Xi's ankles and knees with his bare hands in the -10°C cold wind. Basically, he could not feel anything with a few layers of clothes between them. However, Xianxia was still very focused. Using his keen senses, he was able to sketch out Xixi's bone structure in his mind. She's fine. Yang Yi heaved a sigh of relief. When he looked up, Yang Yi saw Xixi looking down at him. Although she was wearing ski goggles, Yang Yi could still see the little girl's big, bright eyes. Papa, gloves. The little girl snuggled into her father's arms through the protective gear. Her gloved little hand gently rested on her father's shoulder. She pointed at her father's exposed hand and mumbled. Oh, oh. Yang Yi smiled and obediently put on the gloves so that Xixi wouldn't worry. But at this moment, Murphy's cries and laughter suddenly came from the sky. Look up. Mo Fei still said it in Chinese and English respectively. This way, Yang Yi would not miss it no matter what. Yang Yi raised his head in surprise. He didn't know when the cable car of the ski resort had started moving. On the other hand, Murphy, Maria, and Kitty were sitting on one of the hanging chairs as they slowly passed by. Tong Tong wasn't afraid of heights at all. On the contrary, the little guy thought that it was quite fun to play like this. He cried out happily from the top. His eyes were looking forward. He was excited about the top of the slope and the snowy peaks that were even further away. However, he ignored his mother's shouts and seemed to have forgotten about his sisters who were struggling below. Yang Yi and Murphy's eyes met. He smiled and gave Murphy a thumbs up. He was still thinking about when to accompany Murphy. He didn't expect Murphy and Maria to come up with a way to entertain themselves. This time, Xixi reluctantly slid over. When she was about to fall, she actually leaned forward and backward to balance herself. Great! Very great! Yang Yi slid over to Xixi's side and praised her with a smile. Xixi, this is the first time you didn't fall. Xixi wasn't really a beginner. After all, her technique wasn't standard. She didn't fall this time, but it didn't mean that she wouldn't fall the next time. However, her father's praise still made Xixi feel a great sense of accomplishment. Hee hee. The little girl raised her head and smiled shyly at her father. She even shook her little butt shyly. It was probably because her clothes were too thick and not because Xixi hurt her butt. The little girl didn't shake her butt too much and it wasn't very obvious. Yang Yi didn't rush to point out Xixi's problem when she slid just now. He first patted Xixi's shoulder and smiled as he pointed to the cable car that her mother and brother had left. He then told her what had happened just now. Wow. Xixi sighed as she looked enviously at the cable cars passing by. Do you want to take a break? Daddy will take you to ride the cable car. Yang Yi gently patted Xixi's shoulder and asked with a smile, you must be very tired from skiing. Next time, we'll go to the north. This is Xianxia's grandmother's house. You can learn to ski there. Oh. Cici shook her head, unwilling to comply. You still want to ski? Didn't your butt hurt? Yang Yi was slightly surprised and asked half-jokingly. Xixi nodded her little head. She pointed to Lu Weisha, who was not far away and could ski higher. She pouted slightly and said, I want to ski. The little girl wanted to ski like her friends. Moreover, she was still in high spirits and wanted to ski better. Yang Yi naturally wouldn't discourage Xixi's enthusiasm. He snapped his fingers and said with a smile, okay, then let's continue to learn to ski. Although Yang Yi still didn't believe that Xixi could learn to ski in one day, this didn't prevent his heart from being filled with joy. She is indeed the daughter that I, Yang Yi, have taught. At noon, they had a simple meal at the restaurant in the ski resort and took a break. However, Yang Yi and David, two men who hadn't had enough fun skiing in the morning, decided to have a competition with each other. This competition was proposed by David. When Yang Yi was teaching Xixi how to ski, he secretly observed them and felt that Yang Yi's skiing skills were very good. Yang Yi was also a little itchy, so the two hit it off. They carried their equipment and excitedly got on the cable car to the top of the mountain. Murphy and Maria looked at each other and smiled. Maria suggested, who wants to watch your father ski together? I want. Xixi and Lu Weisha jumped up excitedly. Tong Tong followed behind his sisters. He didn't know what they were talking about, but he also jumped up happily. The group of people came to a rest stop in the middle of the ski slope and looked at the two small black dots that had just come down from the cable car. There weren't many people in the ski resort today. Perhaps it was because the winter vacation of the Swedish children was coming to an end, so there were no more than 10 people skiing. At this moment, the other guests were leisurely eating lunch, so Murphy and the others easily recognized Xianxia and the others. Suddenly, they saw the two small black dots start to slide down. They were both sliding down in an S shape, as if the small black dots were drawing arcs on the clean snow. However, there was still a difference in speed. Not long after, the small black dot on the left took the lead and widened the distance between it and the small black dot on the right at an extremely fast speed. "Which one is Papa?" Murphy couldn't help but mutter. Murphy said it in Chinese very softly, so only Xianxia and Tong Tong could hear it. "The fastest is Papa." Xianxia said confidently, "Papa is super awesome. Papa is good at knocking." Tong Tong also nodded affirmatively, not knowing if he understood. As mentioned before, the slope of this ski resort wasn't too high, so they didn't have to wait too long. In the time it took Murphy and the children to talk, they soon saw the appearance of the little black dot at the front of the ski resort. That equipment and appearance. It was Xianxia. The result of the PK was out, but no one cared about it. What everyone admired was Xianxia's thrilling skiing speed. He was already in a state of rapid skiing, but he could still make a sharp turn. The closer they got, the more obvious this feeling was. Maria was experienced and knowledgeable, but she couldn't help but marvel. Murphy was still a little confused, because she had never skied before, so she couldn't make a correct judgment. She could only look at Maria and couldn't help but worry. When Xianxia reached the end of the first section of the slope at high speed, Murphy could see more clearly. She found that Xianxia actually flew up and turned 360 degrees in the air, crossing more than half of the buffer zone. Then, Xianxia used the inertia to slide over and continued to slide down. But at the moment when Xianxia flew up, Murphy's heart was mixed with several emotions. On one hand, Murphy still felt that Xianxia's performance at the moment was very cool. After all, Xianxia was skilled and daring, and he made a very beautiful turn. In between the rise and fall, it was as if he went from moving to still, as if he was gliding on flat ground, and it didn't cause much snow to fall. On the other hand, Murphy was also worried for Xianxia, and she blamed Xianxia in her heart. "Why are you acting cool? What if you break your leg?" Murphy was so nervous that she ignored Xianxia, who was beside her, who was very excited. The little girl was fascinated by the scene, and after confirming that it was her father, she jumped on the spot happily. Now that she saw her father's great performance, the little girl felt even more proud. "Xianxia, your father is so cool." Lu Weisha couldn't help but turn her head and say to Xianxia with envy. When Xianxia reached the last section of the slope, he had already slowed down, but his figure was still very cool. He made a big arc and finally slid in front of Murphy, Maria, and the children. "Papa." Xianxia couldn't hold back. She waited for her father to stop, and then she cried out happily. She quickly broke away from her mother's hand that was holding her arm, and ran happily to her father. "Come, Xianxia." Xianxia smiled and raised his arm, and gestured to Xianxia. The little girl understood almost instantly. With a slightly hoarse laugh, she giggled and ran in front of her father. She raised her hand high, jumped lightly, and clapped with her father. "Papa, you're number one." After the little girl finished clapping with her father, she stood on her tiptoes and said to her father with a little pride. "There's no number one. Uncle David and I both have our own strengths, so this is just a small exhibition game. We'll show you how fathers ski." Xianxia quickly corrected her. Of course, Xianxia himself also felt that he deserved to be number one. David was only now slowly sliding to their side. However, it was still better to be humble when teaching children. They shouldn't compete too much. Therefore, even though David didn't mind praising Xianxia, Xianxia responded calmly and didn't show any arrogance at all. He had to set a good example for the children. The sun in the afternoon was very short, and it was expected that the sun would set at around 3 o'clock. Although they could still burn the midnight oil after dark, the temperature in Kiruna dropped quickly when it was night time. Xianxia could endure it, but Murphy and the children couldn't stand such cold weather. Therefore, they planned to leave for the hotel when the sun went down. Therefore, when Xianxia and David came back, they would take the little girls to practice skiing again. At first, Murphy was very interested in learning how to ski. However, after seeing Xianxia fall so many times, and how she kept falling on the same spot after putting on the skateboard, she simply couldn't show Xiaxia's good sense of balance. After falling twice, she decided to give up and let Xianxia continue to teach Xianxia. At around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the sun began to set in the west. Xianxia temporarily entrusted Xianxia to David and Lu Weisha so that they could continue to teach Xianxia how to ski. He went down the mountain again and rented a snowmobile. He drove directly to the front of the lounge and pulled Murphy and Tong Tong onto the snowmobile. Mommy will sit at the back and Huawei will sit in the middle. Both of you have to hug my waist. Xianxia arranged. Murphy had been looking forward to this moment for a long time. She pressed tightly on Xianxia's hip and lowered her head to coax Tong Tong, who was too excited to take an afternoon nap. We're going to ride the car. Car. Hee hee. Tong Tong hugged his father's broad waist and smiled contentedly as he was sandwiched between his parents. However, he was more excited about the type of car than what he was going to do next. What kind of car is this? The little boy muttered to himself. Motorcycle? Ambulance, fire truck? It was as if there was only the existence of a fire truck in his mind. Xianxia and Murphy didn't hear the little boy's muttering clearly because the snowmobile had already started moving. The sound of the snowmobile drowned out Tong Tong's question and answer. It didn't matter. The most important thing was the experience of riding the snowmobile. Tong Tong, who was protected in the middle by his parents, didn't feel much difference. He only felt that the scenery around him seemed to be moving backwards as the snowmobile started moving. It was the same feeling as when his father drove the car. Hee hee. The little boy thought it was fun. He looked around excitedly and couldn't stop for even a moment. In comparison, Murphy was not as courageous as Tong Tong. Ah. When Xianxia was halfway up the mountain and was about to dive down, Murphy looked at the snowy scenery below and couldn't help but grab onto Xianxia's clothes and scream. Slow down. Don't go too fast. Murphy shouted nervously. She was still a little embarrassed and found an excuse. Don't hit the children below. Xianxia didn't stubbornly dive down at full speed. After all, he wanted to bring Murphy to experience riding a snowmobile. He didn't want to enjoy the thrill of speed himself. He drove down slowly and didn't continue climbing. Instead, he drove Murphy and Tong Tong around the gentle slope of the ski resort. Yay! Murphy was very satisfied and cheered loudly from behind. Xianxia drove a few rounds with Murphy and Tong Tong. When the sun was about to set, Xianxia returned the snowmobile and went to pick up Xianxia to check on her skiing results. Of course, Xianxia also wanted to call Xianxia along. They were ready to go back, however, the scene in front of him left Xianxia dumbfounded. Xianxia was already skiing side by side with Lu Weisha. Moreover, Xianxia's performance seemed to have improved a little, which Xianxia didn't expect. How did she learn how to ski? Of course, Xianxia was still a little slow and her movements were a little nervous. However, the little girl was indeed skiing with her friends. Moreover, she didn't look like she was going to fall. She's so good, Xianxia was pleasantly surprised. On one hand, he was happy for Xianxia. After all, learning how to ski in a day was almost impossible in the eyes of ordinary people. However, Xianxia still managed to learn. At least for this round, the little girl's movements seemed to be quite good. On the other hand, Xianxia couldn't help but feel a little sour in his heart. How did his daughter learn how to ski under other people's guidance? Dad hasn't even seen her learn how to ski. It was dark, and everyone who returned to the hotel had a happy smile on their faces. Especially Xianxia, who had learned how to ski, beginner. She was sitting cross-legged on the bed, happily holding her father's camera. She brought her little brother to look at the photos that Auntie Maria had taken. Xianxia didn't care that her little brother was right beside her. She giggled and called out to her little brother, this one is super good. Tong Tong was quite supportive. His rosy little mouth was slightly open, and his two little hands were grabbing onto his sister's arms. He tried his best to stick his head into his sister's arms to take a look. When he saw his sister's heroic posture while skiing, he happily raised his two little arms high up in the air. Hee hee. Tong Tong squinted his eyes and laughed heartily with his sister. Xianxia was finally satisfied and turned to the next photo. However, the legendary handsome didn't last for more than 3 seconds. She quickly turned to the photo of herself falling in the snow. Her little face instantly turned red. "Oh, I can't look at this." She shyly covered the camera and hid it on the left side of her body. Don't ask She why she didn't just skip the photo and move on to the next one. She didn't think that far ahead. However, the more she hid it, the more curious Tong Tong became. He had only caught a glimpse of it and didn't see anything clearly, thus, Tong Tong couldn't take it anymore. He anxiously pulled on his sister's arm and pouted his little mouth, "Woo-woo. I want to see it, I want to see it." "You can't see it." She shouted. "You can see it." Tong Tong pulled on his sister's arm and adeptly looked at his sister with his big round eyes as he muttered. She's principles weren't very strong at the moment, and she was quickly defeated by her little brother. She reluctantly took the camera back and showed it to Tong Tong while she pouted her little mouth and said, "You can look at it, but you can't laugh at me. Do you understand?" Tong Tong tugged on his sister's arm to bring the camera closer. He saw his sister's new heroic posture. Falling down can also be very handsome, if Thomas turns around to look at her. Then, the little guy looked up and giggled at his sister. "Aya, you're really making fun of me. I'm not showing it to you." She angrily grabbed the camera and turned it to the side. However, the little girl didn't have such a bad temper. After a few seconds, she saw the photos of the father skiing taken by Aunt Maria. She forgot about the unhappiness just now and happily held the camera for her brother to see. "Little brother, look, Papa is really good at skiing." Tong Tong snuggled up to her sister and watched intently. She nodded her little head repeatedly and imitated her sister. "Yes, Papa is awesome." However, she and Tong Tong didn't know that at this time, their super awesome Papa was playing with water with Mom in the bathroom. It was worth mentioning that the hotel in Karuna that they stayed in for the past 2 days was not like the ice-themed hotel that they booked tomorrow. It was completely made of ice and had a lot of personality. However, the luxurious feeling of this hotel was not bad at all, not to mention the floor-to-ceiling windows and the view of the mountains in the distance. The most praiseworthy thing was that there was a big pool in the bathroom of each room. The pool was filled with hot spring water that was steaming hot. After playing for the whole day, it was really comfortable to soak in the hot spring for once. Yesterday, Yang and Murphy took the children to soak in the hot spring once. Today, she and Tong took the opportunity to look at the photos on the big bed outside. Especially Tong Tong, with his sister helping to take care of him. Yang dragged the red-faced Murphy into the bathroom. A new environment, a new position, and a new angle. The process and taste were indescribable. Anyway, when they came out, Murphy's face was flushed red. Her skin seemed to have softened after soaking in the hot spring water and relaxed due to the steam. It also seemed to be covered with a layer of attractive luster. Behind her, Yang looked refreshed. However, his actions were a little strange. He sneaked up to the trash can and threw a bag of things into it. Then, he laughed to cover up his laughter and pounced on the 2 children who were screaming on the bed. "Hurry up and tidy up. We still have to meet up with Lu Weisha and her family later for dinner." Yang laughed and said as he patted the 2 children's buttocks. Although they returned to the hotel and did everything, in reality, it was only 6 o'clock in the evening. It was not even 3 o'clock yet, so Karuna still had its own unique characteristics. Although the children were very excited during the day, in the process, they also exhausted a lot of their energy. In addition, they didn't sleep at noon. Before 8 o'clock in the evening, she and Tong Tong couldn't resist the sleepiness. They crawled into the warm blankets and fell asleep. Yang, on the other hand, had a harder time. He let Murphy lie on the bed with her limbs spread out. Then, he climbed up and gave Murphy a massage. "You've worked hard today. You climbed up and down and fell many times. If I don't give you a massage and massage your muscles, your whole body will be sore tomorrow and you won't be able to walk." Yang smiled and said gently as he massaged the muscles on Murphy's arms and stretched her tendons. Murphy had already experienced Yang massage skills countless times. Naturally, she didn't refute. She buried her head comfortably between the 2 pillows and snorted comfortably like a little pig. After an unknown amount of time, Murphy was in a daze and was about to fall asleep amidst the waves of pain and comfort. However, Yang's surprised voice suddenly rang in her ears. Honey, wake up. Wake up and see the aurora. Murphy was indeed a little tired. Her original physical fitness was relatively poor, but in the past few years, following Xianxia, she exercised every 2 to 3 days and led a regular and healthy life. That was why she was able to persist in trekking through mountains and rivers for a few days. However, even so, her physical fitness was far inferior to Xianxia's. Now, she was in a half-awake state and in a daze, she couldn't get up. Xianxia smiled and simply carried Murphy by her waist as if he was snatching a civilian girl. He carried her to the floor-to-ceiling window. Ah! With this jolt, Murphy finally woke up. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry as she patted Xianxia's shoulder. Only then did she sit down on the sofa and look at the distant sky in surprise. The dark sky had been lit up, as if 2 long flames were dancing in the air. The silver-blue color was ever-changing. The flames extended outwards in curved folds, but the vertical angle had an illusory feeling like a curtain. It was like a 3D pattern, dazzling and fascinating. Wow! Murphy finally let go of the arms around Xianxia's neck and cried out in surprise, "It's really the aurora. I've seen it on TV before." Xianxia smiled and said, "Of course it's real. I'll go and wake up the children. I was thinking of going to the Ice Snow Hotel tomorrow to wait for the aurora. I didn't expect to meet it so coincidentally today." It wasn't easy to wake up a child who was sleeping soundly. Not to mention little Wan. When Cici was shaken awake by her father from the bed and pulled up by her little arm to sit up, she felt inexplicably wronged in her heart. Woo woo. The little girl rubbed her eyes with her 2 small hands as she sat on the bed and cried sadly. Her voice was very soft, and it felt as if she was half asleep. Xianxia looked at the little girl who was crying so hard that her hair and cheeks were wet. He found it funny, but he also felt sorry for her. He smiled and asked, "Why are you crying? Get up and look at the aurora." Then, Xianxia heard his daughter mumble in between sobs. "What did you say?" Xianxia curiously moved his head closer to Xixi's mouth. "I want Papa." Cici lowered her little head, and her bangs covered her eyes and her little hands. She sniffed softly and said in a daze, "What? You want Daddy?" Xianxia didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He reached out to rub the little girl's head and said, "Isn't Daddy right in front of you? Why do you want Daddy?" Xianxia didn't coax Xixi for the time being. He turned around and woke Tong Tong up. Tong Tong was even harder to wake up. When he woke up, he cried even more sadly than his sister. He felt as if his beloved robot had been snatched away from him. Fortunately, when Tong Tong woke up and started crying, Xixi gradually woke up. She was still a little confused, so she sat on the bed and stared blankly at her little brother who was crying and rolling around, kicking his little chubby legs. Xianxia left Tong Tong to Murphy. He went to the bathroom, wrung out a warm towel, and came over to wipe Xixi's face, who was still in a daze. After wiping away the tears on her face and the sweat stains caused by the heater, the little girl became bright and beautiful again. Especially her pair of black and bright eyes, which were still a little misty and watery, made people very happy. Xixi raised her little head and looked at her father. Then, she pointed at Tong Tong, blinked innocently, and said to her father, "Daddy, little brother is crying." Xianxia smiled and pinched her little nose. He said with a smile, "You still have the nerve to call him little brother. Weren't you crying just now?" Xixi suddenly felt embarrassed. She cried and buried her head into her father's arms. It had to be said that even though Xixi was a little more awake after wiping her face, she still didn't have enough sleep. Therefore, the little girl nestled in her father's arms and couldn't help but yawn lazily. Her eyelids slightly drooped. She looked like an emperor in the morning court. If the ministers didn't have anything important to report, she would definitely doze off and fall asleep again. Xianxia called out to Murphy, then pulled Xixi up and said with a smile, "Let's go and see the aurora." The little girl's head was sleepy, and her thinking speed had decreased a lot. She took 2 steps forward and asked in a daze, "Aurora?" However, all the grievances, sleepiness, and confusion before, after seeing the colorful aurora, all of it seemed to be worth it. Wow! Xixi's head was finally awake. She nestled in her father's arms and looked at the changing sky outside the floor-to-ceiling window in surprise. Her rosy little mouth couldn't help but open as she gasped in admiration. Not only Xixi, but Tong Tong, who had cried the hardest, also had red eyes. He sniffled and looked at the sky in a daze. Tong Tong's little brain was still very simple. He couldn't understand what kind of natural phenomenon this was. He was even in a daze and didn't know what he was doing. His big watery eyes reflected the changing lights, but there were only a few question marks left in them. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? In contrast, Xi was much more knowledgeable. When she was at home, she learned about the aurora from Lu Weisha. Then, Yang Yi took her to watch some science videos about the aurora. But sometimes, knowledge didn't have a chance to show up in front of the magnificent natural scenery. Xi looked at the changing colors in the sky, and even the aurora was mixed with some red hues. Her eyes were blurred, and she was so shocked by the beautiful scenery that she couldn't speak. It wasn't until Lu Weisha was woken up by her parents, Yang Yi had called David's family earlier, that she rushed over. With the company of her friends, Xi finally recovered from her daze. She excitedly huddled with her friends and chatted with them. Xi, look, I didn't lie to you. The aurora is really beautiful. Lu Weisha said with a smile. Yes, Lu Weisha, your hometown is really amazing. The sun sets early, but there are still such beautiful auroras. Xi said. There are a lot of auroras, and I've seen a lot of them. Lu Weisha said. But you've only been here for a few days. I'm so afraid that you won't be able to see the aurora. That would be such a pity. But I can see it. Xi said happily. Hee, that's great. The two girls chatted happily, and at the same time, they enjoyed the changing aurora in the sky. Perhaps, it wasn't just good luck. It was also a very happy thing to be able to enjoy the beautiful scenery with her friends. The aurora lasted for nearly an hour. When it ended, Tong Tong had already fallen asleep in her mother's arms. Xi and Lu Weisha were also very sleepy. The two girls kept fighting to keep their eyelids open, but with each other's company and talking, they managed to get through it. Of course, after the aurora ended, Lu Weisha went back to her room with her parents, and Xi naturally went back to bed to sleep. Yang Yi covered the two children with a quilt, and then came over to the sofa. Looking at Murphy, who was lazily nestled on the sofa, he laughed. Aren't you going to sleep? Are you going to stay here and wait for the second aurora? It's rare for it to happen twice in a day. I'm not looking at the aurora. I think the sky is very beautiful right now. It's full of stars, without any light pollution, and we can see the Milky Way. Murphy said emotionally as she raised her hand, as if she was looking at the sky through the gaps between her fingers. Yang Yi looked around and gestured with his fingers. He smiled and said, why don't I move all the sofas over and put them together? This way, we can sleep on the sofa and look at the starry sky all night. It's quite romantic when you put it that way. Okay. Murphy happily jumped down from the sofa and rolled up the sleeves of Yang Yi's oversized shirt. She looked like she wanted to help Yang Yi move the sofa. Stop. You have thin arms and legs. Don't do this kind of heavy work. Yang Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The sofas in the hotel were very wide, very big, very long, and very thick. If the sofas were put together, they would form a big bed. Yang Yi even took the pillows, quilts, and blankets from the other bed. Murphy happily helped to lay out the blankets. She stepped on it and pulled Yang Yi over to let him sleep first before she snuggled into the blanket. She hugged his arm and comfortably let out a long hum. Actually, this hotel isn't the best place to look at the aurora and the starry sky. I saw on the internet that in Finland, there's a hotel with a glass dome that imitates the Eskimos' igloos. The entire sky can be seen through the glass dome. Yang Yi described to Murphy and smiled. It's a pity that we're in Sweden and can't go to Finland. Otherwise, we can go and experience that hotel together. It must be very special. Murphy rubbed her head on Yang Yi's chest and chuckled. With her lazy and charming voice, she said, I don't care about the igloos or the glass dome. As long as you're by my side, I'll be happy no matter where I go. Yang Yi couldn't help but laugh. He wanted to say a few more teasing words, but he was so touched that he couldn't say anything. He could only reach out and put his arms around Mo Fei's neck, lowered his head, and gave her a lingering, gentle kiss. With the company of David and his family and the tour guide, many small things were arranged properly. Yang Yi and the others were less worried. The next morning, after breakfast, Yang Yi and the others checked out of the original hotel when the sky was still dark. They sat in a small van rented by David and headed to the legendary ice hotel. After all, the city was sealed by ice and snow. The entire city was covered in thick white snow. The tires of the small van were almost stuck in the snow. As they moved forward, they made a deep roaring sound. It felt like they were going to collapse at any time. However, although the small van was driving shakily, as if it was cross-country in a rugged mountain, which made it very uncomfortable to sit in, for the children, this kind of shaky car was more interesting. Along the way, whether it was Xixi, Lu Weisha, or Tong Tong, who was in her mother's arms, they were all giggling non-stop. The ice hotel was located in a small town 20 kilometers away from the city. Although it took about an hour to drive there in the snow, and the time was a little long, it passed very quickly amidst the laughter and laughter. When they came back to their senses, they had already arrived at their destination. The ice hotel's appearance was not very good. It was like a small raised snow slope, but it was really made of ice. After entering, one would find a completely different world. Like the hotel's bar, the bar counter was made of ice, and there were some patterns carved on it. However, the most beautiful thing was the translucent ice that was illuminated by the light. There were some crystal textures inside, and it was completely natural. Every piece looked different. When the light reflected, the blue light made the entire hall look cold and elegant. Staying in such a hotel was not cheap at all. However, there were still many tourists who came. They stayed in the hotel in the city and then bought a tour ticket to see the entire ice sculpture landscape of the hotel. Of course, Yang Yi and the others did not care about this little bit of money. Yang Yi was only concerned about the comfort of the two most luxurious suites that they booked. After all, they had children. If it was like the row of ice beds that they had visited at the beginning, it would be meaningless. Fortunately, after the hotel staff opened the door for them, Yang Yi saw that the interior of their suite was not bad. It was similar to what was described on the internet. The facilities were definitely not as good as the hotel they stayed in last night. There was no TV, computer, or other electrical appliances. There was only a slightly larger ice bed that could accommodate Yang Yi's family of 4. There was also an ice table and 4 ice chairs at the side. Other than that, there were also some ice sculptures on the walls. Compared to the ones outside, there were more of them and they were more exquisite. Coupled with the colorful lights, the colors of the entire room became lively. "Are there no windows here?" Murphy asked curiously. "There are no windows because it's very cold outside. An enclosed environment is more suitable for keeping the interior warm." The waiter understood English and replied in English. Murphy felt that she had asked a rather stupid question, so she shrunk her head back in embarrassment. She moved closer to Yang Yi and whispered to Yang Yi, "I didn't want to open the window, but I was wondering if the room would be too stuffy without a window." Yang Yi smiled and took her to see an external ventilation device in the room. Although there were no windows, the 2 suites they lived in had an advantage. That was, they had a separate bathroom. They could not take a bath and could only go to the toilet. But even so, compared to the simple rooms outside, it was still much better. There was no heating in the room. After all, they were living in an igloo. If the heating was turned on, the room would probably collapse. Murphy looked at the thick animal fur blanket on the bed and was a little worried that it would be too cold to sleep at night. However, they would not stay in the hotel immediately. After putting down their luggage, Yang Yi's family and David's family once again got into the minivan and staggered to Lake Rosa. However, before arriving at their destination, they first came to a small town on the outskirts of Lake Rosa. David went over to ask, and soon, they rented enough sleigh car teams. Yes, they wanted to experience dog sledding, but generally, 6 dogs pulled a sleigh that could seat 2 people. Now, in order to meet the needs of Yang Yi and his family, they changed to a larger sleigh that could seat 4 people with 12 dogs pulling it. And counting Lu Weisha's family, they needed at least 24 dogs, including the tour guide and the others. Almost all the sledding dogs in the small town had been bought. Of course, the old Swedish man who ran the dog sledding program was still very happy. He counted the money while exhaling white cold air and laughing nonstop. After knowing that they were going to take a sleigh, She asked her father curiously, Papa, are we pulling the sleigh? Xianxia was stunned for a moment. He remembered the scene of going down the mountain after watching the sunrise yesterday. He smiled and patted Xianxia on the shoulder and said, No, we are going to take a sleigh pulled by a puppy, we are all. Before Xianxia finished speaking, the noisy barking of dogs outside had reached their ears. Rushing out of the cabin, Xianxia took the eager little guys and saw a large group of dogs outside. To be exact, it was a large group of huskies, that's right, the black and white, or a little gray hair, the black eyes and small pupils, the silly appearance. Xianxia recognized their identity at first glance, huskies. Why is it a husky? Murphy looked at Xianxia in surprise and asked in a low voice. She was embarrassed to show her ignorance in front of others, so she only dared to ask Xianxia secretly. Of course, Xianxia knew this kind of dog very well. He smiled and said to Murphy, They are huskies. They have another name, Siberian sled dogs. They were first used to pull sleighs because they are cold-resistant, eat little, and are very serious when pulling sleighs. In the past, hunters would pull sleighs with them to the deep forest to hunt. Murphy looked at Xianxia in surprise, and then looked at the huskies who were staring at them before they started. She couldn't think of the so-called serious work in these legendary huskies. Are these dogs? She had already started discussing with Lu Weixia. Yes, they are very powerful. They can pull us and run, just like horses. Lu Weixia said. Lu Weixia, don't you think they are like wolves? She asked Lu Weixia, both happy and worried. It's okay, they are not wolves, they are dogs. Lu Weixia laughed. She looked at the huskies who were wagging their tails in a friendly manner and shaking their heads to rub against their companions. Her fear disappeared and was replaced by curiosity and joy. Papa, can I touch these dogs? They are so cute. She said to her father enviously. That's not okay. Xianxia shook his head and patiently explained, because they are different from steamed bun. When steamed bun is at home, we often give him a bath, but these dogs have never been bathed, and then they have to work, so they will smell very bad. Indeed, although the cold made it difficult for the nose to breathe, Xianxia could still vaguely smell the stench from these dogs. After all, they lived in a dog pen, not a pet dog that lived with humans, but after listening to her father's words, she felt even more sorry for these big dogs. Watching the bearded grandpa Swede fastening the sleigh rope on the huskies, Cece couldn't help but frown her snow-stained eyebrows. Papa, Papa. The little girl turned around and gently tugged at her father's clothes with her two gloved hands. What's wrong? Xianxia squatted down. The little girl's eyes were still very bright, as if there were stars twinkling in the dark night. However, her eyebrows drooped slightly and she said worriedly, Papa, why do these dogs have to pull these sleds? Xianxia froze for a moment and found that this question was a bit difficult to answer. He pondered for a moment and said, Because this is their job. But they are very pitiful. They are so small, and then they have to pull heavy things. She hugged her father's shoulder and said a little sadly, Papa, can we not let these dogs pull us? We can take a car. Xianxia smiled and patted the little girl's back gently. He said, Are you worried that they will be tired? She nodded with a serious expression. But these dogs are different from other dogs. They like nature and the feeling of pulling sleds. When they were young, they started pulling sleds and running. They won't be tired just because they pull us, Xianxia explained. These words were actually a bit untrue. Xianxia also knew that the huskies didn't just want to pull sleds. He also knew that humans tamed them for their own convenience. However, Xianxia also couldn't be sure if letting these huskies pull sleds was a kind of torture for them or just a game for them to stroll and run wildly. It was like throwing frisbees to dogs. It seemed a bit inhumane to let them run around and pick up things, but dogs liked it. They wanted humans to play with them every day, really? She asked doubtfully. Yes, you see, how happy they are now. They are jumping around and can't wait to pull us and run in the snow. Xianxia smiled and said, and, do you know? In our city, there are also some people who raise them, just like how we raise steamed buns. Ah? She was a little fascinated. But these dogs are very energetic. They need humans to take them out to play and let them run to their heart's content. If they stay at home for too long, they will feel very uncomfortable. They will bite the furniture at home and do some silly things. Xianxia said softly, so, compared to them, these dogs who can run in the snow they are familiar with every day are still very happy. She was fooled by her father. She tilted her little head and muttered doubtfully, is that so? When they first came to the town, the sun had just risen. When they got on the sleigh, the sky was already very bright. The bearded hunter took a dog and sat in an independent sleigh in front. He shouted, and suddenly, all the dogs became restless. When it was Xianxi's turn to ride the sleigh, the 12 huskies couldn't wait to run. Such a large group of muscular dogs ran happily. Although the sleigh of Xianxi's family of 4 was very heavy, it was still dragged. Moreover, because the resistance in the snow was reduced, the huskies dragged the sleigh along the path that was pressed out of the snow. It was not very difficult for them to run forward. Oh. Xianxia was a little worried about these dogs just now, but after they started running, the little girl finally felt the enthusiasm of these dogs. She leaned back, and if it weren't for her father holding her, she would probably have fallen on all fours. Hey, Socks! Tong Tong, who had sharp eyes, suddenly shouted excitedly and struggled to stand up from her mother's arms. No. Tong Tong, you have to be obedient. Don't move. Xianxi's left hand pressed on Xixi's little shoulder, and his right hand was also about to take care of Murphy, whose head was in his arms because of the cold wind. When the sleigh sat up and sped up, the wind in the wilderness became stronger. Naturally, the body felt the temperature even lower. Fortunately, before they came out today, under the advice of the experienced David, Xianxia asked the children and Murphy to wear more clothes and enough windproof equipment, such as face scarves. However, the children were not afraid of the cold. They did not want to wear face scarves, so they simply tied scarves around their necks and continued to shout energetically in this world of ice and snow. Xixi forgot her previous worries and happily waved at Lu Weisha, who was on the sleigh in front of them, and whispered, "We're behind you." She knew that Lu Weisha wouldn't be able to hear her if the wind was so strong, but she still couldn't help but mutter. At this time, Xixi felt her hand being pulled. She turned her head and saw Tong Tong, who was tightly held in her mother's arms. The little girl was a little depressed when her father interrupted her statement. She looked at her sister anxiously. "Sister, look, socks, the dogs have socks." Tong Tong said intermittently to her sister in the wind. "Socks?" Xixi looked in the direction of Tong Tong's hand and showed a surprised expression. "It's true." Xiixi was far away and didn't pay attention earlier. She thought that these dogs' feet were black, but now it seemed that they were all wearing a pair. No, it should be said that each dog was wearing 4 custom-made black cotton socks. The white elastic band at the top was very strong. It allowed the socks to be firmly worn on their feet and protected the huskies' paws well. Also, to a certain extent, it increased the friction and made them run more cheerfully. "Wow, brother, it's true." Xixi turned her head in surprise and said to Tong Tong, "The dogs are really wearing socks." Tong Tong felt that she had received her sister's praise. She smiled contentedly and stayed in her mother's arms. The journey was relatively monotonous. There was only one accident, which was a small section of uphill road where the snow was thick and it was difficult to walk. However, the dogs were still very smart. They stopped, turned their heads obediently, stuck out their tongues, and wagged their tails to wait for people to help them. Of course, if these huskies did not roll their eyes to look at people, they would be even cuter. When they arrived at Lake Rosa, there was a very special tourist attraction, which was to experience the icebreaker. The decommissioned icebreaker was used as a sightseeing boat, and it carried Xianxia and the others to experience the icebreaker journey. When they arrived at an isolated lake area, facing the calm lake water that had been specially cleared of ice, there was another novel experience waiting for Xianxia and the others, floating on the ice lake. As they would still have to take the sleigh on the return journey, the children did not feel very sad when they said goodbye. Xixi held her brother's hand and happily said goodbye to the dogs. Then, everyone took the icebreaker together and arrived at the floating spot on the ice lake. But there, they encountered a big problem that David had forgotten about. Only people who are 1.45 meters tall can float on the ice lake? Xianxia looked at David, a little surprised. When he heard the captain's words, Xianxia could not help but frown. He looked back at the children. Tong Tong, as a dwarf, he definitely could not reach 145 meters. And Xixi would probably be a little bit troublesome. Xianxia measured Xixi's height every month at home. Even before they came to Sweden, he measured Xixi. In other words, Xixi was 139 meters tall a few days ago. This height was already very outstanding. She was only 7 years old. Among the children of the same age in China, there was a clear gap. This was also why every parent-teacher conference, parents would sigh and wonder why Xixi was so tall when they were all Chinese and grew up eating grains. But overseas, Xixi's height could only be considered above average. Lu Weixia was 1 year older than Xixi. Compared to Xixi, she was slightly taller, but not by much, just 2 or 3 fingers width. In any case, Xixi was 139 meters tall. In just a few days, it was impossible for her to grow 6 centimeters tall. After listening to Xiangyi's question, David was stunned for a moment. He then patted his head and apologized with a face full of regret. He had not participated in this project for a long time. This history could be traced back to before he and Maria were married and had children. Naturally, he had forgotten about such a requirement. With apprehension, the children stood below the 145-meter height line to be measured. Sure enough, as expected, Xixi did not pass. Not only Xixi, but Lu Weixia also fell short. She was about 142 meters tall. What should I do? Xixi looked at her father eagerly. Her 2 little hands were so confused that she did not know where to place them. Only Tong Tong was still foolishly happy. He did not know that he could not float in the lake. He even curiously moved his short little legs and walked around the boat, looking at so many new things. Xianxia gritted his teeth and pulled a long face. He asked the captain if he could make an exception. Tong Tong, Xixi, and Lu Weixia were about the same height. Could he turn a blind eye and let them go down to play? In the past, Xianxia did not like this practice. He felt that taking the back door was a sign of weakness. But now, for the children, Xianxia opened his mouth. However, the strict Nordic people did not give Xianxia a chance to make an exception. They even explained in detail why they did not allow children below 145 meters to go down the lake. On one hand, it was because it was not safe. They were worried that the children's body coordination was not good enough. On the other hand, it was because they had specially made rubber suits that could float people. They needed to be at least 145 meters tall to be able to support them. Thus, there was no other way. Xianxia turned around regretfully. He held Xixi's little hand and patiently explained. I can't play anymore. Xixi looked at the group of tourists who had already gone down the lake reluctantly. Her envious eyes made one's heart ache. However, at this time, Lu Weixia ran over and comforted Xixi. Xixi, it's okay. I can't go down to play either. When you come to my house to play in the future, we can play this together. Xixi quickly regained her vitality under the persuasion of her friends. She happily held Lu Weixia's hand and jumped up and down. Okay, but I want to wait until my brother is as tall as you. Then we can play together. Okay. Lu Weixia jumped up and down with Xixi without hesitation and giggled. Xianxia could not help but smile at the side. You're really an innocent child. You've never thought about how long you'll have to wait for a 2-year-old Momo to grow up to 145 meters tall. Although Xianxia and the others came out to play very early, it was not long before they had to embark on their return journey. After all, the sunshine was very short. If they did not go back early, it would be dark on the way back. When they took the sleigh back to the town where they parked, the sky was obviously dark. Although there was still a bright sunset on the horizon, burning the sky like a raging fire, the sun had already set. Xixi, let's go. We have to go back to the hotel, Xianxia said. But I haven't said goodbye to the dogs yet. Xixi reluctantly looked at the huskies who had followed the lead dog back to the doghouse after they got off the sleigh. Then Daddy will carry you. You can say goodbye to the dogs by the window. Xianxia had no choice but to gesture to the front. He bent down and lifted Xixi up high. This way, the little girl could see the dogs through the window. Oh, so smelly. She had just got close to the window and could not help but frown. Right? Daddy told you this morning that they look very cute, but they hardly take a bath. They just rub themselves in the snow, so they're very dirty and smelly. Xianxia laughed. Don't touch the window. You'll get dirty if you rub your clothes against the window. But why don't the dogs take a bath? She asked, feeling conflicted. Because it is very cold here. After the dogs take a bath, the water in their hair does not dry easily. It is very easy for them to get sick from the cold. Also, normally, they do not need to take a bath, Xianxia explained patiently. Although she was conflicted, she saw that when she got close to the window, the dogs in the doghouse all looked up at her and jumped around excitedly. This made the little girl happy again. Dogs, goodbye. She waved at them reluctantly and said softly. When Xianxia carried Shi and walked in the direction of the minivan, the little girl still hugged her father's neck and said, Daddy, I think these dogs are very cute. They are like steamed bun. They are very obedient. I want to bring them home. This way, steamed bun can play with them. At this moment, in Xianxia, steamed bun, who was obediently staying in Lan Xian's house, suddenly sneezed. He raised his head and looked around. In the end, he only saw 3 pairs of green eyes that he had woken up. Bring them home, bring them back. Xianxia thought about having such a large group of demon kings living in his house and felt a headache coming on. These huskies were very obedient, but when they were not at home, these guys could not resist their lively nature. They would start to bite the sofa, play with the toilet paper, and so on, and make a mess of the house. Ahem, Shi, we already have steamed bun and little Guai at home. We don't need so many more dogs, right? Besides, it's so far away. We can't bring them back. Xianxia said with a smile. Shi was quite sensible. She sighed regretfully, nestled in her father's arms, and muttered, yes, but I will miss them. Well, when we come to Sweden in the future, we will definitely come back to see them, okay? Xianxia said with a smile. When the time comes, we will buy a big bag of beef and bring it to them. They will be very happy. Yes, yes. At this time, Shi's imagination seemed to be stimulated by her father. She regained her usual liveliness and happily gestured in her father's arms. Then I will also prepare gifts for them. I want to draw pictures for them. In the world of ice and snow, the little girl's little face was red from the cold. Her innocent smile was like a snow lotus blooming softly and quietly. She was so cute. The hotel was like an ice cave. Although it sounded romantic and seemed like a fantasy, they only knew how cold it was when they lived there. At night, after a simple dinner, everyone returned to their respective suites. In Xianxi's suite, the waiters had already considerately laid out 2 more layers of animal skins and prepared several layers of thick blankets for them. Because the light reflected from the ice was very dim in the room, Shi and Tong Tong were a little sleepy when they returned to the room, so they lazily leaned on their father. What should we do tonight? Murphy came back happily. Then, she looked around the room filled with ice and found that there was no place to sit down. She could only look at Xianxia eagerly. Let's sleep early tonight. We'll take the bus back to David's house tomorrow morning. Xianxia smiled and brushed away the snow on Shi's shoulder. He said, it's Lu Weisha's house in Göteborg. Shi was still a little reluctant to leave her father's leg. She blinked her eyes and asked, Papa, aren't we going skiing? The little girl was still thinking about yesterday's skiing. The little girl, who had just learned a little, wanted to continue learning. We can't do it this time because Uncle David has to go to work and Lu Weisha has to go back to school. Next time when we come to Sweden or go to the northern city to play, Papa will take you skiing. Xianxia explained to Shi apologetically. Okay then. Shi pulled on the hem of her father's coat. Because the coat was too big, her little butt could not be seen. She only slightly twisted her body and pouted her little mouth as she said sullenly. I want to learn how to ski next time. Murphy was unwilling to be left out. Then, she returned to the topic at hand. How are we going to sleep tonight? I just realized that there is no place to change clothes or take a bath. Xianxia laughed and pointed to the big bed. He said, forget about taking a bath. Let's go back to Göteborg first. Tonight, we'll sleep in our current clothes. Don't worry about anything else. Just go to bed and sleep. Wear my current clothes. Murphy looked at Xianxia in shock. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. Of course, this disbelief was directed at Xianxia. Her eyes seemed to be saying suspiciously, "Are you sure you want to sleep without showering or changing clothes?" Would Xianxia be able to tolerate being so sloppy? Not to mention Xianxia, even Shi, who was listening at the side, was so anxious that she stood on tiptoe. She stretched out her right hand and let her father grab her right wrist. She asked awkwardly, "Papa, but if I don't take a bath, will I become smelly?" "It's okay, just bear with it. One night will pass. We're here to experience this ice hotel." Xianxia comforted her gently. When Dad was in the army, he was often covered in mud and hid in the rainforest. There was no place to shower or sleep, but he still managed to survive for half a month. Although she was still worried that she would become smelly, after her father helped her take off her thick snow boots and put on new socks, the little girl seemed to have forgotten her initial sleepiness and began to jump on the bed with Tong Tong again. Stepping on several layers of furry animal skin blankets, they could not feel the hardness and coldness of the ice bed below them. The children's curiosity naturally prevailed. Hee hee. At first, Shi and her brother did not speak. They just jumped around on the bed. After all, the large bed that could fit 5 or 6 people was enough for them to freely exercise their energy. Even when she stepped on the slippery animal fur and fell down, she rolled twice on the thick blanket, lying on all fours, and laughed with a slight gasp. When Tong Tong, the little fool, saw his sister fall down, he followed suit. He slowly turned around and rolled over, lying on all fours beside his sister. Then he turned his head and looked at his sister with a grin. She turned over and crawled over like a little pig. She arched her head on Tong Tong's stomach and shook her head, making Tong Tong hold his sister's head and laugh loudly. Ha 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 ha, the little fellow's laughter was very loud, and it echoed in the large room. "You're smelly." She raised her head and said with a grunt. He. No, sister is smelly. The little fellow continued to laugh. However, because he was too fat, he could not straighten his body directly. Like a little turtle, he tried for a long time before he gave up and chose to lie down. He yelled with laughter. "You didn't take a shower." She wanted to tease him, so she deliberately turned her head and shouted, "I want to sleep with Papa tonight, not with you." Tong Tong heard this and became anxious. He turned over and tried to arch his little butt. As he climbed up, he struggled to groan, "Oh, no, I want sister to sleep with me." At this time, with the help of Xianxia, Murphy took off her thick coat and changed into a clean-down jacket. Then she quickly climbed into bed and got under the blanket. However, the blanket was not warm at this time, and she was so cold that she cried out, "Don't fight, Papa is mine. Mom also wants Papa to hug me to sleep tonight." At this time, the two little fellows laughed even more wantonly. "Haha, I also want Papa to hug me." Little Tigress was still following her sister, jumping and barking. However, it was difficult to tell whether it was the sister who led the brother astray, or the brother who led the sister astray. After all, she rarely laughed so crazily. The little girl grew up and became more and more reserved. Today, she jumped on the bed and shouted as loudly as Tong Tong, which was really rare. It was as if the playful nature of children had returned. After a while, Xianxia asked the two children, who did not feel cold, to get under the blanket. "It's time to sleep. We have to get up tomorrow morning to catch the train." She reluctantly got under the blanket. Tong Tong had not played enough, but now he was his sister's little follower, and he would do whatever his sister did. Murphy shouted, "It's so cold. Mom tried so hard to warm the blanket, but you brought in the cold air." Ha ha. The two little fellows laughed triumphantly as if they had done a prank. After playing to their heart's content and shouting until they were exhausted, she and Tong Tong fell asleep under the warm blanket. After they fell asleep, Xianxia quietly got up and put on cotton hats that could cover their ears. After all, the temperature in the room was still a few degrees below zero. It was warmer because it was isolated from the outside, so a knitted nightcap was not enough. However, after doing all this, Xianxia looked up and saw Murphy's sparkling eyes. "Why don't you sleep?" Yang Yi asked softly. I'm cold. Mo Fei looked at Yang Yi pitifully. Her hands were still under the quilt. She arched a little, gestured a little, pointed at the space under the little guys, and said, "It's cold here." Yang Yi understood what she meant. He smiled gently and said, "Then come over and sleep on my right side." Murphy was immediately overjoyed. She did not dare to get out of the blanket, so she directly buried her head under the blanket. Like a groundhog, she arched a big lump and crawled over under the little fellow's feet. Fortunately, the blanket and bed were very big. After crawling over, Murphy trembled and hugged Yang Yi's arm. She buried her head under the blanket and said in a muffled voice, "It's cold here too." "It's okay. It'll be warm soon." Yang Yi pulled his right arm out of Murphy's hand, then wrapped it around her head and hugged her in his arms. He first kissed her cold face and smiled gently. Murphy was hugged by Yang Yi and finally felt relieved. She twisted her body and used the pillow to find a position where Yang Yi's arm would not be pressed down by her. Then, she could comfortably snuggle in Yang Yi's arms. She smiled at Yang Yi with satisfaction, closed her eyes, and began to sleep with a sweet smile. Yang Yi's other hand also hugged the two little fellows. His body was at full power, like a heater, continuously providing them with heat. It was a little tiring, but just treat it as practicing martial arts. The most important thing was that his family could sleep comfortably and peacefully. With Yang Yi's protection, Murphy and the two little rascals had a good night's sleep. When they woke up the next day, Tong Tong was sleeping in his father's arms. Xi, on the other hand, was sleeping slanted over. She was practically lying in her father's arms. Her two arms were hugging her father's neck, and her head was nestled against her father's face. Even though her father's beard was a little prickly, she was still sleeping soundly. Xi's sleeping posture was very strange. Her right leg was hanging from her father's arm on the bed. Her socked foot was raised up, and it was right between her brother and her father. Tong Tong was miserably hugged by his father, and he even unknowingly buried his head in his sister's calf. His nose was very close to his sister's foot. The little rascal was sleeping very soundly. He was probably immersed in a delicious dream. After sitting on the train for a few hours, they returned to Göteborg. At Lu Weisha's house, Yang Yi, Murphy, and the children could finally enjoy the heat and hot water. First, they took a comfortable bath. Then, Maria went to the supermarket to buy ingredients. Yang Yi cooked for everyone. For Yang Yi, it was considered a simple Chinese meal. Firstly, they wanted to show off Yang Yi's cooking skills. Secondly, everyone was tired from the long journey. They wanted to take a break and eat a warm Chinese meal to comfort their tired stomachs. At night, they could go out and enjoy the night view of Göteborg. During dinner, Xi did not forget to pick up her camera. She wanted to take pictures of the dishes and bring them back to Xianxia. Yang Yi did not know whether to laugh or cry. He stopped the little girl who was still in a daze. "Why are you taking pictures of this? These are all things that Xianxia has eaten before. You have to take pictures of some special dishes, and then take pictures of some beautiful scenery. Only then can you share them with Xianxia." The time spent playing with friends was always short. The next day, Lu Weisha could still spend half a day in Göteborg with Xi in the morning, but in the afternoon, she had to go to school to register. Her short winter break was over and the new semester would begin. As for Xi and her family, after sending Lu Weisha to school in the afternoon, they would also take the train to Stockholm. There, after a simple day of sightseeing, they had to leave Sweden and travel across half of Europe by train. They came to the romantic capital of France for shopping. Their European trip could be said to be coming to an end. However, for Lu Weisha and Xi, this afternoon's farewell at the school gate was already the end of their reunion. They didn't know when they would meet again, so the two girls couldn't bear to part with each other. They held each other's hands tightly at the school gate and felt sad. Before Xi could cry, the sentimental Lu Weisha was already wiping her tears at the school gate with her backpack on her back. "Lu Weisha, I also want to play with you." Xi looked at her friend's tears and finally couldn't help crying. Her eyes were as red as her face, which was red from the cold. She asked tearfully, "Papa, can I play with Lu Weisha for a few more days?" Yang Yi knew this would happen. He walked up to the two girls and gently hugged them in his arms. He comforted them softly, Shishi, although we can stay for a few more days, Lu Weisha still has to go to school. She can't play with us. If we stay, we will disturb Lu Weisha's studies. Lu Weisha shook her head hard and said with a choked voice, I don't want to go to school. I want to play with Shishi. Woo, Lu Weisha, you are so kind. Shishi was stupidly moved when she heard this and cried even more. Don't cry. If you cry again, your beautiful faces will be frozen. Xianxia didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he coaxed them. He knew that at this time, there was no way to reason with the two girls. However, Xianxia still didn't expect Shishi to be so imaginative. She cried and pleaded, I can also go to school with Lu Weisha. I don't want to go on a trip, okay? Papa, we don't want to go shopping. I want to go to school with Lu Weisha. Xianxia asked helplessly, that won't do. Let's not talk about whether Lu Weisha's teacher and principal will let you come to school or not. If you want to stay in Sweden to study, what will happen to your family? Xianxia, little you Shiyun, Chichi, sister Xiaowei, won't they miss you more? Shishi looked at her father helplessly with misty eyes. But Lu Weisha can come to our house to play for a long time. Lu Weisha, a little girl who was older than Shishi, couldn't bear it. She buried her head in Shishi's shoulder and sobbed. Xianxia paused and said softly, actually, it doesn't matter. Although we didn't spend much time in Sweden, we still had a lot of fun. You and Lu Weisha were very happy, right? Then, when we went back, it was almost summer again. When the summer vacation comes, we can invite Lu Weisha to come to China. Think about it, our amusement park will open then. When Lu Weisha comes, we can go to the amusement park together and see if the ice palace we built is more fun than the ice hotel we stayed in. Also, let me tell you, there are many fun things in the amusement park. Xianxi's vivid description made the two girls forget to cry for a while. They stared at him blankly and listened attentively. So, let's think about it. The next time we see Lu Weisha, we won't have much time to play together, right? Xianxia said with a smile. Then why are we in a hurry to play these few days? It will also affect Lu Weisha's studies. Why don't you both go back to your own schools, study hard, and learn more knowledge? When the summer vacation comes, we can play together, okay? Finally, under Xianxi's persuasion, the two girls finally said goodbye to each other reluctantly. They took a photo of a weeping beauty as a souvenir. Shishi waved and watched Lu Weisha walk into school. She was going to embark on a new journey with her father. After returning to Stockholm, Xianxia was surprised to find that the security of the entire city had been raised by a level. Even the familiar train station when they left the station was assigned a very strict security force. Xianxia and his team were also under strict scrutiny. It was worth mentioning that when Murphy and Maria were shopping in Göteborg last night, they bought a pair of crystal high heels that could only be put on display and not worn. It was not because it was expensive, but because it was fragile. Don't ask why she still bought it. The power of beauty can make a woman blind. This pair of high heels was also asked by the security personnel to take out for a check. After confirming that there was no problem, they were allowed to pass. Maria, who came to be their tour guide, accompanied them and helped to explain the whole process. After that, Maria explained to Xianxia and the rest apologetically, this is not targeted at Asians. Everyone will go through such strict scrutiny. She was apologizing to Xianxia on behalf of her motherland. After all, such strict scrutiny and the tense faces of the policemen still scared the children. Shishi held her father's hand nervously, not daring to leave his side. Did something serious happen? Why are there so many policemen? Murphy, who did not pay much attention to the news, asked curiously. Yes, because next week, there will be a global climate conference in Stockholm. Many countries' leaders or politicians will come here, so the level of security has been raised to the highest level, Maria said. Isn't that dangerous? Murphy asked Maria worriedly. Don't worry, Stockholm is the safest at this time. Maria laughed and said, as long as we stay away from the demonstration team, we can enjoy the protection of the president while traveling in Stockholm. Xianxia was also very calm. He smiled and observed the surroundings. He knew that although Maria's words were a bit of a joke, what she said was not wrong. Do not underestimate the power of one country, and even more so, do not underestimate the combined power of many countries. Even the organization that Yang Yi had worked for in his previous life would not have dared to take on such a mission during a meeting where the presidents of many countries were gathered. At least, Yang Yi had not done such a thing in his previous life. In his previous life, when he was dealing with a politician from a small country in the Middle East, he had to plan carefully for a long time before taking action when the other party let down his guard. Only a fool who did not care about his own life would dare to break into someone else's impenetrable defense when the other party was heavily guarded. Even if there were such men of sacrifice, when faced with such a high level of security, the success rate of a terrorist attack would be very low. Not to mention not daring to take action, at such a time, Yang Yi had to hide as far away as possible. After all, he had a criminal record, and he could not afford to be investigated by others. After all, those scenes in the movies where people bravely charged into dangerous places were all fictional. Of course, in this world, Yang Yi's identity was just an ordinary person. He could calmly walk on the streets with his wife and children, and leisurely enjoy the scenic spots of Stockholm. Yang Yi and his family did not encounter any unnecessary obstacles in their last days in Sweden. The next afternoon, Maria sent them on a train that was unique to this world, which went directly to the European continent. The speed of the train was not fast, which was just right for them to travel all the way south and travel through half of Europe. During the one-day and one-night journey, the interesting things were not only the scenery outside the train, but also the constantly rising temperature and the two children playing in the train. When they were in Sweden, Murphy was so cold that she could not have fun. But as the train traveled south, gradually, the temperature rose, and the weather became warmer. The temperature rose from -10 degrees to above zero. Especially when they were passing through Germany, the weather there was completely comfortable. It was similar to the winter in Xianxia. Murphy could get rid of the thick cotton coat and change into her favorite pair of flannel leggings and jeans. If they encountered a bus stop that was longer and she could get off the bus for a walk, she only needed to put on a long windbreaker and didn't have to worry about the cold. Finally, Murphy, who had worn too much and looked a little bloated, returned to her fashionable and lively appearance. She was so happy that she couldn't wait to ask Yang Yi to take a few more photos of her at the small scenic spots next to the station. After all, when she was in Sweden, Murphy didn't want her bloated image to appear on camera. For Xixi and Tong Tong, who did not know the cold and warmth of the weather, they did not care whether they were wearing a lot of clothes or not. In the relatively spacious four-bed sleeping compartment that their father had booked, the two children played non-stop except for sleeping. Although they were playing a special game, some simple actions were enough to make them laugh for a long time. For example, Xixi took advantage of her long legs and climbed onto the upper bunk. Last night, when they went to bed, Yang Yi and Murphy each took one child to sleep on the lower bunk. Therefore, the upper bunk was a new experience for the children. After seeing his sister climb onto the upper bunk, Tong Tong also grabbed the small ladder and stood on the lower bunk bed, trying to climb up. "Don't climb up, it's dangerous." Murphy pulled the ambitious little boy back. In the end, she stuck her head down from the upper bunk bed and made a face at Tong Tong. This made Tong Tong very anxious. He whined and ran around in circles, trying to find a way to get up. "Little brother." She giggled, stretched out her small arm, and shook it at Tong Tong. Although they were on a European train, the height difference between the upper and lower bunk beds was not very big. Tong Tong was standing on the lower bunk, so he could reach the upper bunk if he raised his hand. When he saw his sister reaching down, he quickly stretched out his hand as if he wanted to grab onto this life-saving straw. However, she reacted quickly. She immediately withdrew her hand and dodged. "Hee hee." The little girl winked at her brother proudly. Tong Tong pouted, but he was not discouraged. He still held on to the small ladder and looked up eagerly. Since he did not climb up, Murphy did not stop him. She and Yang Yi watched the siblings with interest. After a while, she stuck her head out again and tried to reach out her small hand. Sure enough, Tong Tong acted as if he was being fished and hastily pulled her hand out. But this time, he missed again. Cece's reaction was still very fast. She immediately withdrew her hand and then laughed happily. "Eh." Tong Tong stamped his feet in dissatisfaction. An anxious expression was written all over the little guy's face. Little brother, do it again. She saw this and stretched out her hand again. This time, Xi's reaction seemed to be slower. Tong Tong grabbed his sister's hand. Hee hee, I got it. The little fellow finally had a little sense of accomplishment. He beamed with joy and raised his head, grinning at his sister. Xianxia watched from the side and could not help but raise his eyebrows. Could it be? Sure enough, Xi was on top again. After she withdrew her hand, she stuck her head out and said, "Little brother, do it again. I won't let you catch me this time. I'll catch you." Tong Tong puffed out his small chest and jumped up and down confidently. However, the speed at which Xi attacked and retracted her hand was very fast. This time, little Xiaowei returned empty-handed. "Do you want to continue?" Xi stuck her head out again. Her slightly messy hair hung down, but it could not hide the little girl's happy smile. Yes. Tong Tong was completely immersed in this game. Although he often failed to catch his sister, occasionally he could catch her, which made him so happy that he somersaulted on the bottom bunk. Haha. The little guy and his sister's presumptuous laughter echoed in the box and even attracted the attention of the train police. Later, they lowered their voices a little, but still had a good time. Why do I feel that Xi deliberately let Momo catch her? Murphy could not help but ask Xianxia. Xianxia had been holding back his laughter for a long time. He stuck his head out and whispered in Murphy's ear, "It should be. Do you still remember table tennis? Xi is very good at table tennis, but everyone is not willing to play with her, so I taught her to go easy on her friends. Now Xi is the same. She probably wants Tong Tong to play with her, so she also goes easy on Tong Tong." But even so, Tong Tong was still very happy. These days, he could not stop laughing. He was more cheerful and happy than before the trip. Perhaps, this was also because his sister could play with him. When they were at home, his sister always had to go to school during the day and did not have much time to play with him. It was rare that he could play with his sister in this small room. How could Tong Tong care if his sister was teasing him? He was happy enough to play with his sister. During the journey, when they passed by Leipzig in Germany, Murphy suddenly thought of something. She asked Xianxia to let them get off the train and stop at this ancient city that carried the history of music. Xianxia knew that the city of Leipzig, in this world, for the vast majority of musicians, actually had a sacred meaning of pilgrimage. After all, there were many classical music masters from Europe who had come out of this city. Among them, there was no lack of great musicians like Beethoven in Xianxia's previous life, who brought countless beautiful symphonies, operas, and other works to this world. Even now, Leipzig's Conservatory of Music cultivated many outstanding professionals every year, and its ancient concert hall, countless top music masters have performed here. After being renovated in the 1980s, it was like Vienna's Golden Hall, where every orchestra and every performance master rushed like a flock of ducks. Although Murphy was in the pop music industry, she grew up listening to classical music from Leipzig. After knowing that they were going to stop at Leipzig, Murphy couldn't help but want to go on a pilgrimage. However, this idea also meant that they wouldn't be able to catch the train that was only stopping for a short time. Then what should we do? Xi looked at her father a little anxiously. It doesn't matter. Xianxia smiled, waved his fist, and said to boost their morale, "It doesn't matter if we can't catch this trip, we can sit down and buy new tickets. Since we're out to play, we should have fun." "Oh yeah. Long live Papa." Murphy was overjoyed. She raised her arms and cheered. Not only that, Murphy also reached out her hand, wanting to high-five Xi and Tong Tong. Xi giggled, deliberately turned her body, and ran away. Fortunately, Murphy still had Tong Tong. Influenced by his mother's positive mood, the little boy also jumped and laughed. He tried to raise his little hand, and in the midst of his giggling, he clapped with his mother. However, the little boy's clap was not very accurate, and his little palm only brushed his mother's hand. Murphy was not satisfied. She shouted at Tong Tong, who was running happily to his sister, "Hey, you haven't clapped yet." Unfortunately, there was no orchestra performing in Leipzig's concert hall today, so Xianxia and Murphy could only stroll around and enjoy the scenery of this music-holy land. However, in the open square outside, Xianxia and Murphy enjoyed a unique performance. A street artist with a beard and tattered clothes carefully held his violin and played a beautiful melody. his skills were really not bad. Even though the difference between him and Yang Yi could not be seen, Murphy was still far from his level. Yang Yi even felt that the artist's skills were enough to perform in some of the country's provincial concerts, but why would an artist like this choose to wander the streets of Leipzig instead of using his skills to find a decent job to support his family? Murphy asked Yang Yi such a question. Yang Yi thought for a long time, then smiled bitterly. Who knows? Maybe he's another Entercland. Who's Entercland? Asked Murphy, confused. Yang Yi snapped out of his thoughts, smiled, and said, he's a character in a story I'm going to write, but he abandoned his wife and children for the sake of art. The story is a little depressing, so let's not learn from him. When Murphy heard that, she immediately shook her head and said in surprise, I don't like people like that, you can't learn from them. Yang Yi smiled, rubbed Murphy's head, and said, do you think I'm that kind of person? The two kids did not pay attention to their parents' conversation. They were completely focused on the street artist's performance. Perhaps Xi and Tong Tong did not understand and did not know how to appreciate it, but their feelings of beauty were the same. Listening to the beautiful melody and watching the man's intoxicated performance, Xi's expression was a little serious, as if she did not dare to disturb others. Tong Tong was also very fascinated, holding his sister's hand with one hand and his mother with the other, not moving an inch. In Leipzig, Yang Yi and Mo Fei also visited some quaint musical instrument halls. The most valuable thing to buy here was the violin. On the one hand, the workmanship was very good, and the German craftsmanship was admirable. On the other hand, it was light and easy to carry. After all, it was impossible for Yang Yi to buy a piano and carry it home when he was traveling. However, even after Yang Yi took Murphy and the children around, he still did not plan to buy one. Why not? Asked Murphy, surprised. Yang Yi smiled and said, the violin you gave me is enough. Why would I buy another one? Murphy was stunned for a moment. She felt sweet inside, but she was a little stubborn, so she pretended not to care and said, but this one is even better. Look at the materials used. It's not unreasonable that it's expensive. It's a grade higher than mine. Although she said that, Murphy still blinked nervously. She looked at Yang Yi with eyes full of worry. Yang Yi laughed and said, then I don't want it. I think that the violin you gave me as a birthday present can play the most beautiful music in the world. Murphy was satisfied. She shook her head proudly and snorted sweetly. Do as you wish. They returned to the train station. Although the sunshine in Germany was much longer than in Sweden, it was already night when they returned after dinner. Yang Yi bought a train ticket to Paris. However, their train was a little late, so they had to wait at the train station for 2 hours. So late? Murphy stretched lazily in the waiting hall, then put her arms on Yang Yi's shoulders and smiled. If I had known, we would have gone shopping at the restaurant before coming back. Although Murphy and Yang Yi were in an ordinary waiting hall, and there were people coming and going around, no one could recognize them. After all, Yang Yi and Murphy's fame had not spread to Germany yet. Moreover, in the eyes of Westerners, Asians looked similar. Even if they had heard some of Yang Yi's English songs, they would not be able to recognize them immediately. With a hurried glance, they would only think that they were ordinary Asian tourists. But this feeling was good. Mingling with ordinary people, they did not have to worry about being surrounded, and they did not have to wear big sunglasses, airtight masks, and hats. Yang Yi and Murphy liked this ordinary and free feeling very much. Xi and Tong Tong could not sit still during the 2-hour waiting time. Xi quickly jumped down from the bench with her brother and ran around the bench that they were sitting on happily. Brother, come and chase me. Hee hee, you can't catch me. Xi ran in front, and her bell-like laughter echoed in the train station. Little Swan and I was also giggling, but he was busy chasing after his sister, so his laughter was not obvious. He only shook his little butt and ran behind his sister. Even if he could not catch up, he was still very happy. But soon, the two little guys were stopped by their father. Yang Yi still paid attention to the quality of children's education. He was worried that the two little guys would disturb the quiet and orderly atmosphere of the train station, so he quickly waved his hand and said, Xi, Mommy, come here. They could not play, and they had to listen to their father's reasoning. Xi and Mommy were sandwiched in their father's arms and could not move. But at this time, the clear sound of a piano came from not far away, which attracted the attention of the two little guys who were a little impatient. Someone's playing the piano. She had been learning piano from her parents for a semester. Although she wasn't very good at it and was only at the beginner level in Xianxi's eyes, she was very sensitive to the sound of the piano. She immediately poked her head out of her father's arms and looked around with her big bright eyes. She quickly locked onto the direction. Piano? Tong Tong hadn't reacted yet. He was attracted by his sister's reaction and looked forward in confusion. Seeing that the two little guys were so interested and that it was indeed boring to just sit there, Xianxia let go of his arms and patted their little butts. He smiled and said, "Let's go and take a look." When Xianxia bought the tickets, he had asked the railway staff to arrange for the large pieces of luggage to be loaded onto the luggage car. Therefore, Xianxia and Murphy only had to carry a carry-on luggage bag and bring the children to the sound of the piano. It turned out that there was also a piano in the corner of the waiting hall of the train station in Leipzig. Why was it also? Because when he saw this piano, Xianxia suddenly recalled that when his family was in America, there was also such a piano in Fort Worth's St. Lucas Square. However, that was a vertical piano, while the one in front of him was a grand piano. It was indeed a city of music. The city government wasn't stingy with their investment in music. Xianxia and Murphy brought Xianxia and Tong Tong to a nearby chair and sat down. Xianxia might have felt that the angle of the piano was too small, so she simply stood up and pinched the hem of her shirt while focusing on the person playing the piano. The person playing the piano was a tall Caucasian youth. He was probably also a tourist in Leipzig because he was carrying a small backpack. Although he was only playing at an amateur level, to Xianxi's picky ears, there were many mistakes in the sound and rhythm. However, he was playing very seriously. His expression was focused, and he was not disturbed by the surrounding passengers. Even his eyes were focused, giving people the feeling that he was not at the train station, but at the Leipzig concert hall. This kind of dedication really made people feel his love for music. Naturally, although he didn't play perfectly, there were still many tourists with kind smiles on their faces. They raised their phones or cameras to take pictures or videos of him. After the young man finished his performance, he thanked the audience amidst a round of applause and left quietly. The waiting hall of the train station returned to silence and order. However, Xianxia was still by her father's side, looking in the direction of the piano from time to time. The little girl's expression was a little hesitant. On the other hand, Tong Tong was a little impatient. He struggled out of his father's arms and looked left and right. He was afraid that his father would scold him, so he deliberately walked to the other side. Then, he turned around and walked back to his sister. Hee. Tong Tong had just lifted his evil little paws when he realized that his sister had suddenly turned her head. He was instantly embarrassed and could only smile awkwardly at his sister. Hee, sister, I caught you. Wow, this little guy wanted to play with his sister, but he didn't say so directly. He secretly wanted to play a prank on his sister so that she would catch him. However, Xianxia was a little absent-minded. She reached out her hand and shushed Tong Tong. She whispered, "Don't make noise. Be quiet." Tong Tong shrunk his head and followed his sister's example. He beamed with joy and shushed his sister. Xianxia could tell that something was wrong. He stood up and gently placed his hand on the little girl's shoulder. He smiled and said, "Xianxia, let's go and see what the piano looks like, okay?" He did not say it directly because he knew that Xianxia would be a little shy. This suggestion was exactly what Xianxia wanted. She happily lifted her little head and looked at her father. She did not say anything and just happily stuffed her little hand into her father's hand. Xianxia pulled Xianxia and brought her to the piano. The little girl curiously poked her little head out to look at this piano that belonged to someone else. The little girl, who had a good upbringing, was very sensible. She only dared to look but did not dare to touch it. She did not even dare to touch the piano stool. "Do you want to try it?" Xianxia asked Xianxia with a smile. "Can I play it?" The little girl looked at her father with some surprise and asked. "Yes, it's placed here for tourists to play when they are waiting for the bus. We are tourists, so of course we can play it." Xianxia smiled and pointed at the piano stool. He said, "Come on, sit on it and try it." However, Xianxia was still a little embarrassed. She giggled, hugged her father's hand, and hid behind him. She shyly said, "I don't want to." "What are you afraid of? You have been learning the piano for half a year. You can play a few songs. Play your favorite song and let everyone hear it." Xianxia said encouragingly, "Learning music, you have to be bold to show it. Only then will there be more progress in the future." Xianxia also wanted to cultivate his daughter's courage. Although the little girl has participated in many stage performances, but this kind of impromptu performance in front of a group of strange tourists requires a lot of courage. Perhaps she wanted to give it a try. Xixi's expression was now a little moved by her father's words. She shyly grabbed her father's finger with one hand and secretly touched the piano keys with the other. She hesitantly looked at her father and said, but I still don't play very well." "It doesn't matter. No one will laugh at you." Xianxia smiled and said, "Moreover, look at that big brother just now. He didn't play very well. Didn't everyone like his performance? Didn't they all applaud him?" "I applauded too." Xixi's eyes wandered as she whispered, "Well, come on, give it a try. Play your favorite and most familiar song. Even the birthday song is fine." Under her father's encouragement, Xixi finally sat on the piano stool. However, she was still a little embarrassed. She placed her two small hands on the black and white piano keys and looked at her father for help. At this time, there were already many tourists nearby who noticed this scene. Everyone saw an Asian little girl sitting on the piano stool. Moreover, her nervous appearance was a little pitiful. They spontaneously applauded for Xixi. Xixi looked to the side in surprise. Those kind smiles made the little girl nervous for a while, and then relaxed a little. "Look, everyone is looking forward to your performance," Xianxia said with a smile. "Come on, Xixi. Dad believes in you." Xianxia let go of Xixi's hand and gave her a last encouraging look. Then, he took a little step back to give Xixi an independent performance space. Then, he picked up the camera hanging around his neck and took 2 photos first. Then, he prepared to record Xixi. After the encouraging applause, the train station returned to its original silence. It was as if everyone was listening to a concert, except for some announcements on the platform. They were all smiling and looking expectantly at the Asian girl sitting in front of the piano. Xixi's outfit today was very fresh and cute. Because of the warm weather in Germany, the girl didn't need to wear thick clothes. She wore a pink sports jacket and a pair of black slim pants. She didn't even need to wear a hat. The pink headband that matched the jacket combed her long hair. From the back, she looked elegant and natural. Moreover, the girl was born beautiful. With a serious expression on her delicate little face, it was enough to make people want to cherish her. Without further ado, Xixi sat in front of the piano attentively. Although she was still a little nervous, she had already mustered up her courage and began to gently press on the piano strings. "Hey, it's to Alice." Xianxia raised his eyebrows in surprise when he heard the first few notes. He played this song for Xixi before he played the song Snail for Xixi. It wasn't difficult, but it wasn't particularly easy either. After all, the original version of To Alice had very high requirements, but the later version was much simpler. Xianxia also gave Richard's version of To Alice to Xixi to practice. The girl liked this song very much. In the beginning, she played it messily, but after practicing for half a year, she could occasionally play it coherently. However, Xianxia didn't expect Xixi to play such a song. This was the girl's first time playing the piano outside. Xianxia was worried that she didn't have the confidence, so he only asked her to play a super simple song like the birthday song. In any case, Xixi's performance began. Her right foot gently stepped on the pedal, and the slender fingers of her 2 small hands danced on the piano keys like a butterfly. It looked very beautiful. If there weren't a few wrong notes, it would be even more beautiful. Xixi was still a little nervous. Not only did she play a few wrong notes, but she also played a little hurriedly. The melody was obviously a little fast. However, Xianxia did not intend to guide her for the time being. He looked at the little girl expectantly, hoping that she would be able to adjust herself. "You can do it, Xixi. You are Daddy's pride," Xianxia thought to himself. However, at this moment, there was a bit of commotion in the spectator stands. It wasn't that Xixi played too badly, Although the little girl played the wrong notes and played a little too fast, no one would be so picky about a 7-year-old girl. The moving melody of To Alice was still very beautiful, and many knowledgeable tourists suddenly felt its extraordinariness. What song is this? People curiously asked their companions, thinking that they were just ignorant. However, the commotion did not stop because everyone realized that no one knew what song it was. It was Xianxia's fault for being lazy and not releasing the good stuff. However, everyone's whispers were still politely maintained at a very low decibel level. It did not affect Xixi, who was focused on playing the piano. Xixi's playing condition was getting better and better. In the beginning, the little girl was indeed very nervous. Her fingers did not dare to press down hard, and she even played the wrong notes while trembling. If it were someone else, they might be even more nervous and even more afraid to play. However, Xixi felt her father's support behind her, so she persevered. The little girl's memory was very good. She did not need to look at the score at all. In addition, she had practiced this song for half a year. Xixi played it very skillfully. After playing for the first time, Xixi became calmer and calmer. However, the serious expression on her face eased slightly, and the rhythm of the music also returned to a normal level. All of a sudden, the gentle charm of To Alice was reflected. The people in the discussion quieted down and listened with fascination. There were even some people who just wanted to watch the fun who could not help but take out their phones to record. Yang Yi, who was standing behind Xixi, also revealed a gratified smile. She was indeed Yang Yi's daughter. Her character was tough enough. A competition-type player. Yang Yi thought of the evaluation of Xixi by teacher Xia Suqing, who taught Xixi's dance class in Huijia Primary School. His heart was brimming with pride for Xixi. Of course, it did not mean that Xixi played very well even if she played slowly. The little girl had only learned the piano for half a year. Many playing habits that required a lot of practice and accumulation to change still appeared in her. For example, when Xixi played the piano, her eyes could not help but look at the piano keys. Xixi had already worked hard to develop the habit of playing blindly under her father's request. However, she was still lacking in confidence. Her little head twisted and turned, looking left and right. She looked very serious, but this was also a sign of unprofessionalism. Other than that, Xixi did not know how to grasp the emotions of this song. It was not just To Alice. Most piano songs had emotional expressions, such as weak, very weak, gradually strong, light, gentle, and so on. However, at Xixi's age, it was almost impossible for her to understand so many complicated emotional changes, or what kind of emotional thoughts she should put into it. Therefore, the little girl only played according to the rhythm of her father's playing in her memory, imitating and playing mechanically. In this way, Xixi still had many shortcomings, but Yang Yi was satisfied enough. A 7-year-old girl who could play the piano bravely in public, and even play it fluently, what else could be asked of her? When Xixi was playing the piano, Tong Tong finally could not hold back. He broke free from his mother's hand and came closer. His two little hands grabbed the edge of the piano, and he curiously watched his sister play. It was not that he had not seen it before, but the scene today was special. Even Tong Tong felt that his sister had a special glow. This glow attracted the little guy, and he could not help but get closer to his sister. When the passers-by saw this loving scene, they all smiled. Of course, Xixi also finished playing very quickly. When she made a gesture to stop, the tourists next to her all laughed and applauded the little girl. Some people even shouted bravo and cheered loudly. Xixi had just recovered from the world of music when she felt everyone's enthusiasm. This made the little girl a little embarrassed. She was happy and hurriedly got up, rushed to her father, and buried her little head in his arms. You played very well. Everyone is praising you. Yang Yi smiled and gently patted the little girl's head. He said softly, come on, give everyone a bow. Xixi had gone to the concert with her parents before, so she knew what her father meant. The little girl raised her head a little shyly, and her father pulled her forward. They opened their hands and bowed gently to express their gratitude to the people who were smiling kindly. Everyone laughed. Some people were worried that Xixi did not understand English or other foreign languages, so they directly used body language to encourage the little girl, giving her a big thumbs up. However, at this time, the tinkling sound of the piano came from behind them, and it ruined the atmosphere. However, when everyone looked over, they all smiled. It turned out that it was the little girl's younger brother who had curiously pressed on the piano keys. When little Momo realized that her little action had been discovered, she hurriedly retracted her little hand and hid it behind her back. It was as if she was deceiving herself. "Do you want to play the piano, too?" Xianxia asked him with a smile. Tong Tong shook his little head and hid behind his sister in embarrassment. He stuck out his big eyes and looked at his father with a smile. He was smart enough to whisper, "Papa, play. Papa wants to play too." When she heard this, she was also interested. She held her little brother's little hand and jumped up and down with a smile. "Papa doesn't want to play." Xianxia hurriedly waved his hand. He wanted to keep a low profile, however, the little girl was not satisfied. She pulled her father's hand and pulled him to the piano. She called out in a light and pleasant voice, "Papa wants to play. I want to hear Papa play." "Well, Tong Tong, you bad boy, you actually learned how to divert trouble." Just as she finished playing the piano, a group of people got off a train that had just stopped at the station. Some of them were carrying musical instruments, while some were empty-handed, but they were all talking and laughing. Among them, there was an Asian face. If Xianxia saw him, he would definitely recognize him as an acquaintance. However, Xianxia had no time to pay attention to him, because he was being pestered by his daughter, who wanted him to play the piano once. "We can't hog the piano all the time. Other people want to play it," Xianxia explained to the little girl helplessly. However, she did not agree. She pouted and protested, "No, Papa, it's not fair. I played the piano, and then you have to play too." We. The little girl was a little speechless, but the onlookers took over Shishi's words and started to jeer. Although the onlookers did not understand the conversation between Shishi and her father, when they saw the little girl pull her father to the piano, they already understood what was going on. As a matter of fact, they all smiled and applauded Xianxia, and even encouraged him to try with words. Not only were they encouraging him, but they were also very curious about the level of a father who had taught his daughter so well. Xianxia did not want to be in the limelight, but now he was also unable to refuse the kindness. He smiled helplessly at Shishi, stopped being shy, and sat on the piano stool. Everyone quieted down, just like before, and waited for the performance to start. Shishi was also very happy. She pulled Tong Tong, skipped around to her father's left side, and stood next to the piano. The little girl did not forget to make a gesture to her brother. After Xianxia sat on the piano stool, he pondered for a while, thinking about what song to play. There were a lot of beautiful songs, such as the familiar Flight of the Bumblebee, the third movement of Beethoven's Moonlight, and many difficult piano pieces by Franz Liszt. Of course, there was also Maxim's Cubana Cubana. However, Xianxia did not want to show off his skills. He felt that his purpose of sitting in front of the piano was not to win everyone's applause, but to set a good example for Shishi and even Tong Tong. In this way, the piano piece he had to choose was destined to be rich and colorful in the expression of emotions. Only in this way could it play a good role in guiding Shishi. Secondly, its difficulty could not be too low. Forget about the level of Ode to Alice. Xianxia did not want to show off his skills, but it did not mean that he wanted to hide his skills. This was meaningless. "I got it. The Crave." Xianxia thought of this piano piece that appeared in the movie The Pianist at Sea, which he liked very much in his previous life. This song appeared in the plot of the piano duel between 1900 and the founder of jazz, Jerry. In the movie, both Jerry and 1900 played this song, and Jerry played it so well that 1900 was in tears. It was a composition by Jerry in real life, but it was worth mentioning that this was not a song to show off his skills. Although the two of them used it to duel, the real show of their skills started after Jerry said something that made 1900 angry, and then they took out the other songs again. This The Crave was a very classic jazz piano piece, and it was also a song that Xianxia liked very much. The difficulty was not high, but the emotions it expressed were very wonderful. Just like its name, hope, enthusiasm, and the free soul of jazz music, the thoughts it expressed were also positive, and it was very worthy of Xianxia's performance. It was a long speech, but Xianxia only thought for a few seconds. He began to raise his other hand, paused slightly, and began to play. At the beginning, the melody was very light, and the surrounding tourists could not help but feel refreshed. Of course, the way Yang Yi pressed the strings with ease, and the smooth and beautiful music that made people feel comfortable listening to it, also made many people in the station who had a certain level of musical literacy stunned. Not simple. Even the station in Leipzig did not have so many professionals, but not being able to play professionally did not mean that they did not know how to appreciate it. Many Europeans had listened to countless concerts since they were young, and their ability to appreciate music was certainly not ordinary. As for the tourists nearby, when they saw Yang Yi's fingers begin to dance, they could deeply feel the power of Yang Yi's piano skills. It was not as fast as playing a song like Flight of the Bumblebee, but Yang Yi's fingers were very light, as if he was not playing the piano, but his fingers were gently dancing with the rhythm, giving people an indescribable feeling of naturalness, smoothness, and softness. The crave was a light piece, and the rhythm of the notes expressed the desire for beauty. As the rhythm jumped, it was as if a relaxed and joyful state was diffusing like the fragrance of flowers, making the audience feel indescribable happiness, and when Yang Yi played, it was precisely this happiness that was expressed. His height was not too conspicuous in the West, but when he played the piano, his body exuded a kind of elegant confidence. His strong face gently swayed, as if expressing the tenderness of the music, and even catering to the characteristics of jazz music. Yang Yi's wantonly twisting body also conveyed a kind of freedom concept. The beauty of music could make people cry, and this did not only exist in novels and movies. Some people who could really understand music could not help but close their eyes and listen to it intoxicatedly. Then, they could not help but feel a little moved, and 2 lines of hot tears would fall from the enthusiast's eyes. Of course, very few people, and no one saw it, not to mention the other audience members. Even Murphy, who was sitting next to their luggage, could not help but close her eyes and listen to it intoxicatedly. She was not moved, only happy and excited. "This is my man." The main audience members were Xi and Tong Tong. Tong Tong did not know how to appreciate it, but her sister was enraptured by it. She seemed to be infected by the enthusiasm of the music, and the little girl's face was filled with a sweet smile. Papa played the piano so well. Beautiful music always made people addicted to it, and they even forgot the time. Yang Yi played the entire song for nearly 5 minutes, but after the song was played, some of the audience members were still not satisfied and did not come back to their senses for a long time. Some reacted quickly and gave applause, but it was very sparse, and after a while, it gradually became denser. In the end, everyone in the waiting area stood up and enthusiastically applauded Yang Yi. Yang Yi stood up and bowed to thank everyone. At this time, he was surprised to find that he was surrounded by people, as if everyone in the waiting area had gathered. But Yang Yi played so well that even if he had already thanked everyone still applauded and smiled at him with the most sincere respect. A fat German even praised Yang Yi loudly in German. Yang Yi smiled slightly, cupped his hands in greeting, and thanked him in German. This Asian who can play the piano so well also knows German. Suddenly, Yang Yi received more praise. Mo Fei couldn't help but come up to him and give him a big hug. Xi also ran up happily and hugged her father with her brother. "Papa, you are super awesome." The little girl's little face was red with excitement. Tong Tong, like a parrot, also shouted like her sister, "Papa is super awesome." The 2 little guys looked at their father with admiration. Yang Yi suddenly felt that his idea of setting an example for the children had been realized. He smiled, held Murphy's waist, and patted the heads of the 2 little guys with a smile, and said, "Then you have to work hard in the future and be as awesome as your father." After a short hustle and bustle, the tourists did not bother too much. They all laughed and rushed to their respective trains. The train station seemed to be quiet again. But at this time an Asian man in casual clothes with an extraordinary temperament finally found the opportunity to walk up to Yang Yi with a smile. "Yang Yi, long time no see." How could he meet someone he knew at a train station in Germany on a whim? Yang Yi couldn't believe his eyes. After being stunned for a moment, he finally reacted. However, he was still happy. He opened his arms and hugged the other person. He smiled and said, "Teacher Jian, why are you in Leipzig too?" Yes, the person who called out to Yang Yi at Leipzig station was Jian Yifan, who had just gotten off the train with his band. Jian Yifan and Yang Yi first met at a coffee shop. P.S. See chapter 236 and 237 for details. At that time, Yang Yi's piano skills were only at a professional level. Jian Yifan was a guest professor at Jiangchuan University and a very famous pianist in the country and abroad. He was the first real piano master that Yang Yi knew. Of course, Jian Yifan was generous with his teachings, which benefited Yang Yi a lot. This was also why Yang Yi respectfully called him Teacher Jian. Later, when Yang Yi was studying at Jiangchuan, he met Jian Yifan again and learned piano from him for a period of time. That was how his skills improved by leaps and bounds, reaching the level he was at today. Yang Yi, I heard your performance just now. Your piano skills have improved quite a lot. Jian Yifan first praised him, then smiled and answered Yang Yi's question. Our band has a performance in Leipzig in 3 days, so we just arrived here. I didn't expect to hear such beautiful music when I passed by the station waiting room. Of course, the two of them were communicating in Mandarin. However, Jian Yifan had brought his band members along, so he couldn't just leave them hanging. At first, Jian Yifan wanted to be Yang Yi's translator. However, later on, he realized that Yang Yi could not only speak English, but could also communicate naturally and fluently in German. As such, he decided to speak German with his band members, which he was more familiar with. Some of Jian Yifan's friends in the band played cello, while others played wind instruments. However, they were very interested in the piece Yang Yi just played. They didn't hear she play, and they only heard half of Yang Yi's performance. When they found out that the jazz piano piece was composed by Yang Yi himself, they were all surprised. Haha, let me formally introduce you. This is Yang Yi. Although he's not in the classical music industry, he's a very famous pop musician in China. His wife is also a singer, one of China's top singers. Jian Yifan proudly introduced Yang Yi to his friends. He even introduced Murphy. He's also composed some English songs. Do you still remember Jingle Bells that became popular in the past 2 years? That was also composed by him. Jian Yifan knew Yang Yi quite well. After all, Yang Yi had been in the limelight in the news for the past few years. Even though Jian Yifan rarely paid attention to the pop music industry, he would still take a few glances at his acquaintances in the newspaper. Jian Yifan did not mention Yang Yi's other pop songs. He only mentioned Jingle Bells because they didn't usually listen to pop music. It was just that they had a performance last Christmas, and after the performance, they gathered together to improvise this song, so they were more familiar with it. Jingle Bells was also written by Yang Yi. The few Westerners in the band widened their eyes in surprise. Yang Yi smiled slightly. He was not overly modest in front of these people. He calmly replied, "My English name is Leon." This instantly caused them to sigh with emotion. When she saw so many foreigners appear, she was a little nervous and snuggled into her mother's arms. She was very curious about what her father was talking about with them. However, even her mother could not understand their conversation. The little girl could only blink her big eyes in confusion. When she saw these people exclaim, she seemed to feel her father's excellence. Unknowingly, the little girl felt very proud. Of course, no matter how great Yang Yi's achievements in the pop music industry were, after all, they were not working in the same field. A few exclamations were enough. What was left was for Yang Yi to have a simple exchange with them about the music just now. After that, Jian Yifan wanted to invite Yang Yi and his family to watch their band's performance. Unfortunately, Jian Yifan's performance was 3 days later. Yang Yi's family did not have that much time to stay. It was not a problem for the train to be rescheduled. Yang Yi did not lack the money. However, the problem was that Yang Yi wanted to bring Murphy and the children back to China after touring Paris. If they went straight back to Anqing, they could at least make it back in time for the Chinese New Year. Therefore, this time, he could only regretfully decline. After a short meeting, Jian Yifan and his band did not stay for long. They hurriedly carried their instruments to the hotel they were staying at. The waiting hall of the train station returned to its usual peace. No one was sitting in front of the piano playing music. Yang Yi and Murphy also brought the children back to their seats and sat down. They patiently waited for the train that would arrive in less than an hour. "I didn't expect to meet Teacher Jian here," Murphy said to Yang Yi with emotion. Yeah, I know that he often performs in Vienna, Austria. This time, he was probably invited to Leipzig, Xianxia said to Murphy with a smile. Teacher Jian's mental state is still very good. I can't tell that he's almost 60 years old at all, Murphy said with admiration. The two were bored waiting for the train, so they chatted casually. Xixi's eyes darted around. She had been holding it in for a long time. Finally, there was a small pause in the conversation between her parents. Then, she hurriedly interrupted. Papa, let me tell you. Just now, when I was playing the piano, I played it wrong at the beginning. Xixi burrowed into her father's arms and snuggled up to him, directly taking over his body. Papa knows, the one you played. Xianxia smiled and directly listed all the mistakes to Xixi. Oh. Papa, don't talk about this. I'm not talking about this. The little girl shook her butt shyly and pouted her small mouth, saying, I thought everyone would laugh at me, but they didn't, so I wasn't afraid. Why would they laugh at you? You played very well. Xianxia smiled and rubbed the little girl's head. With Xixi chatting together, time always passed quickly. After a while, their train arrived. Murphy held Tong Tong, who was already sleepy in her mother's arms, and Xianxia carried the luggage bag and pulled Xixi onto the train to warmer Paris. Originally, it was a very happy day, but for some reason, after getting on the train, Xianxia began to feel a little absent-minded. After he arranged for Murphy and the children to rest in the carriage, he took the thermos out of the dining car to get hot water. Through the window, the city lights still illuminated the night sky. However, there seemed to be a mass of dark clouds covering the southwest sky. Did he see it wrong? When the train arrived in Paris, it was already the next morning. The sky outside the window had just begun to brighten, but the sky was very blue. A few white clouds floated lazily in the sky. It seemed a little different from the serious air pollution in Paris that was reported in the news. In fact, the smog in Paris was different from that in Beijing. It was also polluted, but the blue sky could still be seen from the ground. However, Xianxia still secretly heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the blue sky. Where are the dark clouds? He wondered if there was something wrong with his senses yesterday. However, no matter whether there was a problem or not, Xianxia was still careful and secretly vigilant. This was his habit in his previous life. It was also a lesson he learned after being secretly photographed by LVU in this life. He had re-established his vigilance. However, Xianxia did not show it. He still laughed and looked at Murphy and the children's dance. When they got up in the carriage, Murphy was in a very good mood. She woke up Xixi and Tong Tong and started to dance the samba happily. She also sang, Come to Paris, buy a dress. Come to Paris, buy a bag. Come to Paris, buy shoes. She was so happy that she was like a 3-year-old child who had never seen the world. Mofei's happiness also infected the two little guys who had just woken up and were still rubbing their eyes with a confused look on their faces. Cece's two little hands were intertwined, and she stretched forward. Her small body could also be pressed into a beautiful curve. Then she looked at her mother and giggled. She even laughed so hard that her little brother fell to the ground. The train had already arrived at the station, so Xianxia and Murphy simply tidied up the two little guys and got off the train together. Let's go to the hotel first, take a shower, change our clothes, and then go shopping. Murphy walked in front excitedly and ordered. Don't worry, we still have luggage. Xianxia did not know whether to laugh or cry and stopped Murphy. This little guy wanted to go shopping. Oh, that's right. Murphy retracted her footsteps in embarrassment. However, although Mofei was too impatient today, Cece liked her mother very much. Just now, the little girl was also very happy to be with her mother. She waved her hands and walked in front of her mother with a straight step. It was rare for Xixi to be in sync with her mother. It was not difficult to collect the luggage. Xianxia and the others came to the front of the luggage cart and handed over the receipt. Soon, the staff brought down the 2 suitcases for Xianxia and the others. However, while waiting for the luggage, Xiangxi's ears twitched and he noticed a trace of movement. He looked into the distance and saw a few figures hiding behind a parked freight train in the distance. Of course, from Xiangxi's angle, he could not see those people. However, Xiangxi's eyes were very sharp. He could vaguely see the ankles and calves that were exposed through the gaps under the car. Thieves? Yang Yi guessed secretly. It should be. They came so early, probably waiting for the staff to not notice, and then secretly steal some of the goods in the freight train. However, Yang Yi did not intend to be a hero. He did not have the heart to be a hero in the first place. Now that he had his wife and children, it was better to avoid unnecessary trouble. So, Yang Yi only took a glance, then retracted his gaze. He took his 2 suitcases as if nothing had happened, thanked the staff, and left with Murphy and the others. However, before he left, Yang Yi took the opportunity to glance in that direction again. A face flashed past, and a pair of gloomy eyes fell into his line of sight. Yang Yi had already turned around. He smiled and gestured for Cece and the others to sit on the trolley. Then, he pushed the 2 little fellows forward. However, the vicious look in his eyes still remained in his memory. Faintly, Yang Yi felt a little uneasy. When they returned to the crowded train station, the noisy and lively atmosphere drove away a little of the haze in Yang Yi's heart. After all, this was Paris, an international metropolis and the transportation hub of Europe. Even in the morning, there were still many people at the train station. Regardless of whether they had gathered from all over the world or were preparing to leave by train, the huge train station was filled to the brim. Yang Yi smiled and joked with Xixi and Tong Tong. Okay, we're going to get on the escalator. Passengers who have arrived at the station, please get off. Xixi was amused by her father. She giggled and even grabbed the handle of the luggage. She said mischievously to her father, passengers who have arrived at the station don't get off, hee. Tong Tong didn't know whether he understood or not, but he felt that the conversation between his sister and his father was very interesting. He imitated his sister and hugged the handle. He giggled and said, I'm not getting off, I'm not getting off. Yang Yi helplessly patted Xixi's head and said with a smile, okay, seriously, get off. It's not safe to sit on the escalator like this. Xixi, be a good role model for your little brother. Xixi didn't really want to be lazy. The little girl was very obedient. She stepped back and jumped down from the luggage. After all, the advantage of having long legs was greater. Little brother, get off too. Xixi was very eager to help. She wrapped her arms around the handle and hugged Tong Tong's armpits from the front. You're not getting off. Tong Tong muttered. However, his mouth didn't match his heart. He leaned over and hugged his sister's neck to let her carry him down. You're so heavy. Little brother, you've gained weight again. Xixi yelled as she carried Tong Tong down. Tong Tong giggled with his sister and rubbed his hands on his body in embarrassment. However, after they got on the escalator, Xixi suddenly turned around and pulled her father's hand. She said weakly, Papa, I want to go to the bathroom. That's right. The little girl woke up in the morning and wanted to get off in a hurry. Me too. I want to pee too. Tong Tong openly acted like a hooligan. He stuck out his little belly and said in a clear voice after his sister. You want to go to the bathroom? Yang Yi looked at the entrance of the bus station in front of him. He pondered for a moment and said, then let's go back to the waiting hall. It's not easy to find a bathroom outside. Also, I don't know if there will be a traffic jam if we take a taxi to the hotel. Murphy smiled and said, that's a good idea. By the way, we can take out a towel and wipe Xixi and Tong Tong's faces. They haven't washed their faces and brushed their teeth since they woke up this morning. After making a happy decision, Yang Yi led Murphy and the children down the escalator. There were quite a lot of toilets in such a big train station. However, because Cece and little Momo wanted to wash their faces and brush their teeth, Yang Yi simply took them to the most remote toilet. This was the passage leading to the staff. Not to mention that there was no one in the toilet, there were usually very few passengers who came here in a hurry. Go in with Mama. Papa will be outside. I'll take care of your luggage. Yang Yi opened his carry-on luggage and took out a towel, a toothbrush, and other toiletries for Murphy. Then, he smiled at Xixi and Tong Tong. Tong Tong was too young. It was fine for a 2-year-old boy to go to the ladies' room. However, Xixi could not go to the men's room. Yang Yi was on guard. Murphy led the 2 children into the restroom while laughing and chatting happily. Yang Yi stayed outside and guarded the 2 suitcases. However, when Yang Yi scanned the waiting hall out of habit, he made an unexpected discovery. Eh? Yang Yi's gaze fell on the people in gray windbreakers who stood in groups of 2s and 3s around the public telephones. He faintly felt that something was wrong. Why are there so many people dressed like this? The haze in Yang Yi's heart, which had been suppressed by him, suddenly shrouded him again. Seeing such a scene, Yang Yi suddenly felt a sense of danger. But before he could identify it, an electric scooter driven by a cleaner in the station entered his sight. Coincidentally, the scooter was parked next to the 2 men in gray windbreakers. Did they realize something was wrong? Yang Yi creased his eyebrows. But soon, Yang Yi saw that on the electric scooter, someone lifted the curtain and handed 2 long black bags to the 2 men in gray windbreakers. The 2 men in gray windbreakers took the opportunity to hide the bags in their windbreakers. Their movements were so fast that only Yang Yi could see it clearly. F***ck. Yang Yi suddenly felt goosebumps all over his body. Looking at the shape of the bulging bags, Yang Yi could guess what was inside. Could it be? Coincidentally, the electric scooter turned around, and Yang Yi's gaze fell on the faces of the 2 men in the cleaner's uniform on the scooter. They had black hair and yellow skin, but unlike East Asians, their faces were more three-dimensional and curvaceous. Their eyebrows were well-defined, and their noses were high. They looked a bit like Caucasians. But even without their signature sideburns, Yang Yi could still recognize them, F***ck. Why are these lunatics here? Yang Yi thought anxiously. Yang Yi was very familiar with these people in his previous life, but that was only when he was carrying out a mission. After all, wealth comes from danger. But if it were not for the mission, Yang Yi would not have wanted to provoke them. The electric scooter was still turning around, and Yang Yi also saw the eyes of the other person sitting in the passenger seat. Although there was no contact between the pair of malicious eyes, it was enough to make Yang Yi shudder. It's him. Yang Yi had seen this pair of eyes before, just behind the freight train. One-on-one, Yang Yi was not afraid of these guys at all. Even if he could not handle them, he could easily escape. But now, Yang Yi was no longer a lone wolf. He still had the comfort of his family on his shoulders. When Yang Yi thought of Murphy, Shishi, and Tong Tong who were still washing up in the bathroom, his heart sank. Damn it, why didn't these people go to Stockholm? Why did he come to Paris? Of course, Yang Yi also knew why. If it were him, he wouldn't have chosen to attack the heavily guarded Stockholm either. It would have been better if they had just gone out directly. As long as they got into the taxi, whatever happened at the train station behind them, whether it was a flood or a landslide, it had nothing to do with them. She shouldn't have suggested going to the toilet at the station. Or perhaps they should not have stayed in Leipzig yesterday. If the train had not stopped yesterday, they would have arrived in Paris last night, and today they would have been shopping instead of appearing here. Of course, regret wouldn't solve the problem. Yang Yi quickly calmed down. His eyes narrowed slightly, and his vision became much sharper. Can we still go out at this time? Yang Yi's brain started to calculate precisely like a computer. He turned his head to look at the station door at the top of the escalator in the distance, thinking about how long it would take for him to bring Murphy and the children out without any luggage and without alerting the enemy. But soon, Yang Yi's heart sank again. This was because he saw the men in gray coats start to move. Yang Yi temporarily ignored the movements of the others. He could clearly see that there were about 3 groups of 6 people, and they seemed to be casually getting on the escalator. They want to block the door. It's too late. Yang Yi saw that the men on the escalator had started to lift up their coats and take out their black cloth bags. When they were about to take out their weapons, he closed his eyes, turned around, and walked resolutely to the ladies' room. When he opened the door of the ladies' room, the sound of gunshots rang out like firecrackers during the New Year. The screams were still a little slow, but Yang Yi had already pushed his suitcase into the ladies' room. After he closed the door, all the noise outside seemed to have been blocked outside. The 2 little guys had finished brushing their teeth. Murphy was wiping Tong Tong's face, and Shishi was standing next to them, secretly laughing. When she saw her father come in, Shishi mischievously screamed, "Ah, Papa, you can't come in. This is the ladies' room." When Tong Tong heard the noise, she couldn't help but push away her mother's hand and towel. She looked at her father and giggled. Yang Yi's face was cold at first, but when he saw the two children, he couldn't help but soften a little. He squeezed out a smile, rubbed Xixi's little head, and said with a smile, "There's no one else here. What are you afraid of?" However, Yang Yi didn't have time to play with the children. He first got into a cubicle, stepped on the toilet, and reached out to push the top of the cubicle. "What's going on?" Murphy was still smiling and wanted to ask Yang Yi why he came in, but when she saw Yang Yi's actions, she suddenly froze. After a while, she realized that something was wrong, so she quickly walked over and asked. Although the top of the cubicle could be removed, the space inside was very narrow. It was usually used by repairmen to repair the circuit, so there was no way to hide. However, there was still a way. Yang Yi changed to another cubicle and used the multifunction key in his hand to unscrew the screw of the air vent. Fortunately, because the station was relatively large, it required a good ventilation design. Therefore, even though it was a cubicle, the air vent was designed to be very large. The air vent was 600 mm x 600 mm square, and the air duct was 800 mm x 600 mm, which was enough to allow an adult of a normal size to crawl in. Of course, it was possible to crawl in, but it was impossible to crawl from the air duct to other places like in the movies. After all, there were other devices blocking the air ducts. Moreover, Yang Yi didn't know if the air duct would fall down as he crawled. Something happened outside. "There's a KBFZ. There's no time to explain. Listen to my arrangements. Don't worry, as long as I'm here, nothing will happen to you," Yang Yi whispered into Murphy's ear. At this time, Murphy obviously knew what Yang Yi was talking about. Her eyes suddenly revealed a panicked expression. She was just an ordinary person, so how could she not be afraid? Murphy's eyes turned red, and she bit her lower lip tightly. She was afraid that she would cry out in fear and frighten the two children. However, she was really panicking, and her whole body was weak. She could only hold on to Yang Yi's arm and try her best to support herself. "Don't panic. You still have children." Murphy tried her best to remind herself that she had to be strong for the children. Yang Yi looked at Murphy's expression and deliberately smiled casually. He said, "Don't worry, your husband is so powerful. I've seen all kinds of big situations. I promise that I'll bring you out of danger." "Really?" Murphy looked at Yang Yi pitifully. At this moment, she only had Yang Yi as her support. "It's true." Yang Yi nodded firmly. Although Yang Yi was whispering in Murphy's ear, he did not dare to relax at all. He placed the two suitcases on top of each other and stacked them on top of each other on top of the toilet bowl under the air vent. "Come on, honey, you climb up first, and then I'll bring Xixi and Tong Tong up. You take them to hide inside first." Yang Yi estimated that those people in gray trench coats would take some time to control the situation, so they would not be able to take care of them for the time being. However, Yang Yi did not dare to delay and began to make arrangements. I don't have any strength." Murphy gritted her teeth and persisted. She took off her high-heeled shoes and climbed up the suitcase with the help of Yang Yi. However, her body was trembling and she could not stand steadily. With tears in her eyes, she whispered to Yang Yi with a sobbing tone. "Papa, what is Mom doing?" Xixi and Tong Tong curiously stood by the side and looked at their parents in confusion. "We're playing a little game." Yang Yi asked Murphy to hold on to the toilet's partition. With a leap, he also sat on top of the partition. Then, he took the time to turn his head and smiled at Xixi. He pretended to be relaxed and said. At this time, Yang Yi's terrifying arm strength finally came in handy. He bent down and clamped Murphy's slender waist with both hands. With a gentle hug, he lifted Murphy up. This was enough for half of Murphy's body to reach into the pipe. "Wow! Papa is so awesome." Xixi stood below and looked up with a face full of admiration. She praised as if she was watching an acrobatic performance. Tong Tong looked at his sister and then looked at Mom, who was trying her best to climb inside. He pouted and said, but, Mom is also super awesome." Perhaps because she heard the children's praise, Murphy's body, which had been paralyzed with fear, surged with strength and she tried her best to climb up. Fortunately, the air pipe and the ceiling of the station were very stable and did not shake at all. The quality of foreign construction was indeed incomparable to that of domestic construction. Sit here first. Later, I'll let Xianxia and the others go in from here. Then, I'll hold you and let you climb through. Xianxia explained. He jumped down from the toilet partition. Now, he had a few words to say to Xianxia. Xianxia squatted down and pulled the red string from Xixi's and Tong Tong's necks. He took out the Buddha statue that he had made for them before and let the two little guys hold it in their hands. Then, he hugged Tong Tong with his left hand and Xixi with his right hand and gently kissed their little faces. Xixi, I want you to help me with the game we're playing today. Xianxia said softly as he looked at the side of his daughter's smiling face, who made his heart filled with tenderness. Yes, Xianxia had already made up his mind. Unless there was no way to hide it, Xianxia would stand in front of the children like an indestructible barrier. Not only would he shelter them from the wind and rain, but he would also not let the storm outside leave a trace in their young hearts. Even if the smart Xixi could guess it, as long as she did not see it, Xianxia was not worried that it would affect the little girl's mental health. Okay, Papa, what do you want me to help with? Xixi blinked her big watery eyes and asked her father in a clear voice. Because we're going to play a game of hide-and-seek today. You have to help me hide in the pipe above. You also have to help me take good care of your brother. Don't let him be afraid, don't cry, and don't talk too loudly, okay? Xianxi's ears were pricked up, and he spoke a little fast. After the door was closed, the gunshots outside became very faint, and Xixi and the others did not feel anything. However, Xianxia could still tell if someone was approaching. Just now, there was chaos in the staff area. Not only were there gunshots, but there were also screams. It was very noisy, and Xianxia was very worried. Fortunately, no one had approached them for the time being, probably because it was too remote. Hearing her father's words, the smart little girl still felt that something was wrong. Her delicate little eyebrows slightly wrinkled, and she hesitantly muttered, then. But. Xixi took a step closer, snuggled her little body into her father's arms, hugged her father's neck with two small hands, pouted her little mouth, and whispered, but Papa, I'm scared too. For some reason, the little girl was very nervous. Maybe she also felt the danger from her parents' expressions. However, at this time, the little boy next to them giggled. Tong Tong did not feel anything, and thought that his father was going to play a fun game. He puffed out his little chest, waved his two little hands, and shouted excitedly, don't be scared, don't be scared. Shoo! Xianxia quickly put up a finger to signal Tong Tong to be quiet. He pricked up his ears, and after confirming that there was still no movement outside, he said to Xixi, we are just playing a game. What is there to be scared of? Also, isn't your father always here? Xixi looked at her father, hesitated for a while, and then reluctantly nodded. Xianxia smiled and let Xixi hold up the Buddha statue in her hands. After he adjusted the volume for the little girl, he removed the earphones from the back of the Buddha statue and put them on the little girl. The current Buddha statue was no longer the original model. Since Xianxia had nothing to do in the past 2 years, he had modified it to make it more exquisite. For example, this kind of equipment that could be inserted into the Buddha statue could be used as a miniature loudspeaker and could be taken out as an earphone. This took a lot of Xianxi's time and effort. But it was definitely useful. In a situation like this, using earphones could reduce the risk of being discovered if the sound suddenly came out. Do you still remember how Daddy taught you how to use this thing? Xianxia said softly. Press it gently like this and you'll be able to talk. Xixi looked at her father in confusion, but she still nodded. Xianxia also took out a wireless earphone and stuffed it into his ear. Then, he opened the GPS program of these Buddha statues on his phone and waved his phone at Xixi. You'll be up there later. If there's anything you want to report to Daddy, you can use this to tell Daddy. Daddy will be down there. Then, we'll be like playing a spy game. Secretly, don't let anyone find out, okay? Xianxia knew that the current situation was a big challenge for Xixi, but at this time, he could only hope that Xixi could be strong. He gently rubbed the little girl's head, looked at Xixi with anticipation, and said softly, help Daddy take care of your little brother. Let's play this game together, okay? The little girl looked weak and helpless now, but she still held her father's finger, pouted her little mouth, and nodded gently. Remember Daddy's words, Xixi. If it's inconvenient for Daddy to respond when you ask Daddy, don't worry. Daddy will gently tap 3 times like this. Yang Yi's finger tapped the phone's microphone 3 times gently. He smiled at Xianxia and said, "You don't have to worry, because this means that Daddy has already told you that Daddy heard what you said. Wait a moment and I'll give you an answer." Xiaxia's rosy little mouth was slightly open. The little girl, who was usually talkative, did not know what to say at this moment. She could only nod foolishly. Yang Yi reminded her of a few more things to take note of, then deliberately revealed a hearty smile. He gently clapped his hands and said, "Okay, let's play this game together." He first picked up Xianxia and stuffed her into the ventilation duct with her face facing the outside. Fortunately, because it was winter, the air conditioning system was not turned on. It was just a normal ventilation system, so it was not very cold inside. However, Yang Yi still gave Xianxia and Tong Tong an extra jacket in advance. "Daddy." In the duct, the little girl's eyes were sparkling, but they seemed to be a little misty. The rims of her eyes were red, and she called out softly, "It's okay. Everything will be fine." Yang Yi smiled and gave the little girl a thumbs up, asking her to crawl a little further inside. After that, it was Tong Tong's turn. After Yang Yi stuffed the little guy into the duct, he pinched Tong Tong's nose and said with a smile, "Now that we're playing the game, we can't talk loudly or cry, okay? TSK, Daddy believes that you're a man, and you're also very good." Tong Tong was not afraid at all. He was in the mood to play, so he just shrunk his neck, dodged his father's big hand, and then giggled with his father. After that, Yang Yi also sent Murphy to the children's side. Murphy was already trying hard to hold back her tears. Just now, when she was in the duct, she could clearly hear the gunshots outside. She already knew that Yang Yi was telling the truth, and she was even more afraid. You're not coming up?" Murphy asked hurriedly when she saw Yang Yi pick up the back cover of the air duct and was about to install it after he carried her over. "I'll watch from below. Don't worry, I'll take care of everything." As Yang Yi spoke, he stretched out his hand and pulled out the Buddha statue from Murphy's neck, indicating that she should put on the headphones. In such a hurry, it was already good that Yang Yi was considerate, and it was inevitable that he would be flustered. But, hubby. When Murphy heard that Yang Yi wanted to protect them, she was touched and worried at the same time. She was so anxious that tears rolled down her cheeks, and she softly choked with sobs. "Don't cry, you won't look good if you continue to cry." Yang Yi was still in the mood to joke. He stuffed Murphy's head back into the duct and smiled, "Don't worry, your hubby is powerful. My skills are not comparable to those small fries outside. I'll be down there, so I can adapt to the situation. But, I don't want you, don't fight with them, okay?" Murphy thought that Yang Yi wanted to get rid of the evil for the people, so she pitifully begged. After all, Yang Yi's previous identity was an upright and plain-spoken soldier, but how could Murphy know that Yang Yi had never thought of risking his life, and he did not have the righteousness of his predecessor. The current him was very realistic, and considered everything very carefully. If it were not for the people he loved the most in danger, Yang Yi would never act rashly. How could it be so easy to be a hero? There were countless people in gray coats outside, and they were all lunatics with guns. Yang Yi was not stupid enough to think that he could not be killed like Ultraman, and that he could turn the tide and save the world. He had a mortal body, and a bullet could knock him down. Moreover, Yang Yi knew that if he fell, Murphy and the children would be exposed to danger. Therefore, no matter what, Yang Yi couldn't risk the lives of himself and his loved ones for a group of people who had nothing to do with him. Wasn't it the police's job to catch the bad guys? "Don't worry, I won't be a hero. I will just stay here and protect you." Yang Yi comforted her softly. After he comforted Murphy, he began to use the multifunction key ring to screw up the air vent cover. After the cover was closed, the bathroom seemed to become quiet again. Yang Yi's eyes became sharp again. He looked around, and his head was spinning quickly. Yang Yi had already thought about it. First of all, he could not stay in the women's bathroom, because he would get too little information about the outside world. Moreover, this kind of defense was very passive, and the risk was very high. It would be best if he hid outside, and as long as someone approached the bathroom, he would take action and nip the danger in the bud. But before he went out, Yang Yi felt that he had to find a suitable weapon first. Yang Yi's most powerful weapon was his knife skills, followed by various assassination weapons and guns. Of course, now that he had integrated the kung fu of this body, his close combat ability could not be underestimated, but after all, the opponent had a gun, but where could he find a weapon? In Europe, he had to go through all kinds of security checks. Besides a 2 to 3 centimeters long spike on his key ring, he had nothing else. It would be great if he had a knife. With a knife, Yang Yi's confidence could be raised to the point of arrogance. But this was just wishful thinking. In the toilet of the train station, where could he find a knife? Yang Yi's eyes wandered around the only 2 trolley boxes. He was thinking about whether to remove the trolley bars, but even if he removed them, they would not be sharp enough. He did not have more time to polish them. However, when he thought of the word sharp, Yang Yi thought of something. He opened the zipper of the suitcase and took out a beautifully packaged wooden box. After opening it, a pair of exquisitely carved crystal high heels appeared in his hands, sparkling under the light. That's right, it was the pair of crystal high heels that Murphy had bought when she was shopping with Maria in Göteborg. They could only be admired as a piece of art, not to mention how expensive the material of this pair of high heels was. The shape of the heels was more than 15 centimeters high. Moreover, the heels were very thin and sharp. If he was stepped on by this pair of high heels, forget it, let's not think about it. Yang Yi now had his eyes on this pair of high heels, which were 18 centimeters long. Obviously, with such a length, slender, and sharp, in the hands of an expert like Yang Yi, it was enough to be used as a military knife. Honey, I'm sorry. Later, I'll buy you 10 more pairs of crystal high heels. Yang Yi said in his heart. He exerted strength in his hands and directly broke the shoe into 2 pieces from the waist of the shoe. In this way, he could still hold the smooth and round upper part of the heel and exert strength. If this long sharp thorn were to pierce down at a relatively fast speed, it would be fatal. After making a military knife, Yang Yi put the remaining half of the shoe and the other intact crystal high heel back into the box. After tidying up and stuffing the trolley box into the innermost compartment, Yang Yi prepared to go out and investigate the situation. Before going out, Yang Yi whispered to Murphy through the headset, "All right, I'll go out and take a look. Don't worry, I'll be fine." Murphy's voice was very soft as it came through the earpiece. In order not to worry Yang Yi, she suppressed her urge to cry and said softly, You have to be careful too." When Yang Yi pushed open the door, he carefully used Murphy's mirror to look around. However, when he really walked out, he could feel the completely different atmosphere and the smell of blood outside. Yang Yi realized that all the cells in his body were trembling. It wasn't nervousness or fear, it was excitement. "Are you thirsting for battle?" Yang Yi said to himself in his heart. However, he remained calm and reminded himself, "Don't forget that you are no longer alone. You are no longer alone in this world." Yang Yi avoided the location of the surveillance cameras. This was his habit. Every time he went to a place, he would look around and remember the location and angle of all the surveillance cameras. After walking out of the toilet for some distance, Yang Yi hid behind a potted plant and used the mirror to secretly check the situation outside. Just as Yang Yi had guessed, the waiting hall of the station was in a mess. All the tourists and station staff were detained here. Moreover, whether it was in the hall or upstairs, there were gunmen in gray coats watching over them. There are about 18 people here. However, there should be some people who are hiding somewhere. Yang Yi counted silently. This was not a movie. There were still some people lying in a pool of blood on the ground. Looking at their clothes, some of them were station guards, some of them were station staff, and some of them were tourists. Quite a number of them died, but there were still some who were struggling and crying out in pain. Because of this, some people mustered up their courage and foolishly walked toward the men in gray. Although the station was filled with cries, screams, and noises, and it was difficult for Yang Yi to hear what they were talking about, judging from their gestures, these silly people were trying to ask the executioners to rescue the wounded who were still struggling. Yang Yi's expression was as cold as it was in his previous life, but he sighed in his heart. How naive. Don't get yourself involved. Perhaps Yang Yi would still be so cold that he would not sacrifice his own life and that of his family for these people. However, after living as an ordinary person for the past few years, he still had the compassion of an ordinary person. Seeing that the war did not spread to his side, Xianxia took out his mobile phone and checked the news about today's incident. He had to say that the Western TV and media reports were really impressive. Xianxia sent people to set up a foreign version of microbroadcasting and Facebook. The official media accounts above were also constantly following up on the progress of the incident. XXXX took hostages at the Paris train station and shouted at the French and American presidents to ask for the release of 1,000 felons from Island X. Xianxia saw this and sighed in his heart. Sure enough, they are not easy to deal with. How can I be so unlucky to encounter the most difficult group of tough bones in the world? There were also moving pictures. Xianxia could see that the train station was surrounded by the French military and police. The media's helicopters were also hovering around, but due to the brutality of the men in gray, no one took action for the time being. There are so many hostages. If they were to rescue them, wouldn't there be countless casualties? Xianxia pondered. The felons from Island X, those people will definitely not be released. It can only depend on the police and these people to see who will win, but Xianxia remembered that in his previous life, he heard about an attack on a certain opera house in this city. Even if the attacker was killed, in the chaos, hundreds of hostages were killed. Xianxia thought about it. No matter what, he could not let Murphy and the children out. But at this moment, suddenly a burst of fierce gunshots echoed in the large space of the station. Xianxia was startled and withdrew his thoughts. Sure enough, the men in gray were impatient with those righteous people. They directly picked up the automatic rifle in their arms and fired at the ceiling. There was another burst of screaming and crying in the station, but fortunately, Xianxia saw that those people were just scared to the ground. The man in gray who fired the gun did not shoot at them. However, this barrage of gunfire made the gray-robed men even more arrogant, and they all laughed out loud. These men in gray were still organized. Someone shouted a few times from upstairs, and their laughter calmed down. Xianxia could understand what they were saying. Xianxia could basically understand the Semitic language. But then, the station's broadcast suddenly rang. This time, the person who spoke was in English, and the message was to warn the hostages to obediently lie on the ground and listen to their orders. But Xianxia could still hear that this person's tone was very calm, and he had the demeanor of a commander. Did the important person of these people go to the station's control center? Xianxia thought to himself, and a pair of malicious eyes appeared in his mind. He should be there too, right? Could it be the person who spoke just now? Xianxia was not interested in exploring this question. He held his phone and continued to pay attention to the leaked negotiations on the media. As long as I don't go near the toilet, how you fight has nothing to do with me, Xianxia thought to himself. But even if Xianxia wanted to stay out of it, others wanted to rub the fur on his lion's head. All of a sudden, two men in gray walked towards him with guns in their hands. They were talking to each other as they walked towards him. Damn you. At this moment, in the air duct of the women's toilet, Mofei was cautiously poking her head out and looking outside through the circular fence. But it was empty below, and there was no movement at all. This made Murphy even more anxious. However, compared to the silent Murphy, Tong Tong was completely oblivious to what was happening outside. The little guy thought that he was participating in an interesting game. Tong Tong kept moving his little butt between his mother and big sister. Then, he blinked his big round eyes and looked at his big sister, secretly laughing to himself. You can't laugh. She could feel the tension in the air, but she didn't know what was going on. She only knew that the little girl's heart was filled with sadness. Now that Tong Tong was laughing, she remembered her father's advice and whispered to Tong Tong. In front of her, Mofei finally couldn't hold it in anymore. She pressed the Buddha statue hanging on her neck up and down. The head of the Buddha statue drilled into the big belly, but this way, they could still talk. Mofei whispered, "Hello, how's it going over there?" She spoke very softly, as though she was afraid that her voice would be heard. However, there was no response from the earpiece, so Murphy started to panic. No, nothing must have happened. Maybe the earpiece is broken. Yes, it must be because the weather in Sweden is too cold. Murphy muttered to herself as she tried to find an excuse. But Mofei's eyes couldn't help but turn red. There were tears rolling down her cheeks, but she was biting her lower lip tightly. However, at this moment, there was a sound coming from the earpiece. It wasn't Xianxi's voice. Instead, it was 3 slow and light knocks. What was that? Murphy was dumbfounded. Actually, she heard Xianxi talking about it, but it was too urgent. Xianxi only talked to Xi and forgot to tell Murphy the secret signal. As a result, Mo-Fei's mind was now blank. She couldn't remember that she had heard the conversation between Xianxi and Cici on the pipeline just now. Fortunately, Xianxi's reply was sent out at the same time, so Xi could hear it. The little girl was stunned for a moment before she whispered, "Papa said that he can't talk until later." Really? There was a rustling sound. Murphy turned around with difficulty and looked at her daughter. Her eyes were filled with hope as she whispered, "Really? Papa said 3 times, and then he will talk to us later." Cici seriously raised 3 slender white fingers and said to her mother. Murphy breathed a sigh of relief, but soon she felt that Xianxi should be in trouble, so he didn't respond in time. Therefore, Murphy's heart was in her mouth again. She quickly shushed Xi and signaled her not to talk. Tong Tong was caught in the middle. She looked left and right with a blank face. Yes, Xianxi was preparing to attack the 2 men in gray who were coming over. He had already pulled out his army knife, high-heeled shoes, from his waist. However, just as he leaned out of the potted plant, Murphy's voice suddenly came from his headset. He was worried that Murphy would get into an accident if he didn't respond, so he had to go back first. He took out his mobile phone and made a simple secret signal. Then, he plugged his mobile phone and turned off the sound of his headset. His eyes became sharp again. But before he started the car again, Xianxi's heart skipped a beat. He looked at the surveillance camera that the 2 men in gray had just passed by. His mind spun quickly, and in the end, he chose to put the heels of his high heels back on his waist. Xianxi's figure silently appeared from behind the potted plant. He quietly approached along the edge of the potted plant where the surveillance camera couldn't capture him. It was as if he had returned to the bloody world. The survival skills that Xianxi had imprinted in his soul bloomed again. Moreover, although he was used to living a comfortable life, he had never relaxed his self-cultivation. With his perfect physical fitness, Xianxi felt that he could move stealthily more smoothly than in his previous life. He was like a ghost, hiding in the air. Even though he had already walked behind the 2 men, they still didn't notice him and were still talking. Xianxi could understand the Semitic language. From their conversation, Xianxi knew that although they were already men of sacrifice, they had not completely become killing machines that could be controlled by others. They still had their own emotions. They were angrily talking about their loved ones who had died in the war. They compared the number of white people that they had shot to death, venting their inner hatred without restraint. Xianxi had already snuck up behind them. He could even avoid the lights that might give him away because of his shadow. Perhaps you have hatred in your hearts, but I'm sorry, I won't allow you to vent your hatred here, Xianxi thought to himself as he listened to their words. At the same time, Xianxi's 2 open hands flashed out like a fox's shadow, causing the air to fluctuate. The 2 gray-clothed men seemed to have sensed something, but they only raised their eyelids before suddenly twisting their heads. Muffled cracking sounds rang out at the same time. The vigor that represented vitality gradually faded from their eyes, and the gloominess of death quietly covered them. Xianxi's palms were still covering their mouths. His strong arms supported the 2 heavy bodies that were powerlessly sliding down. Although he had killed 2 lives, Xianxi's expression was calm. He was neither happy nor sad, let alone excited. These people, other than using guns to attack civilians, were actually just ordinary people. Xianxi could fight all of them alone with his bare hands. Wasn't it just killing 2 small fries? What was there to be excited about? For the time being, the crisis was resolved. Xianxi first moved the 2 guys into the men's toilet and carefully put them down. Because they had directly twisted their cervical vertebrae, causing damage to their medulla oblongata and spine, Xianxi did not leave any traces behind. Now, when he dealt with the 2 bodies, he had to be careful not to leave any traces of himself. For example, he had to erase any fingerprints that he might have left behind. His computer-like brain started working again. Now, it seems that the possibility of successfully avoiding danger with Murphy and the children is higher. Then, I can consider the next problem. Xianxia searched the bodies of the two dead men while pondering, how can I separate myself from Murphy and the children? Xianxia really did not want to be a hero. Even if it was just letting the police know that he had killed two KBFZ members, it would not do. Once the media publicized it, he would become a thorn in the side of these lunatics. Xianxia didn't want these people to target him or his family. While he was still thinking about it, he had an unexpected gain from looting the bodies. In addition to 2 rifles and some magazines, Xianxia also found a Gurkha scimitar with a leather sheath on the waist of one of the dead men. There is such a good item? Xianxia was delighted. Actually, he did not like to use this kind of scimitar. Although it was very mechanical, it had a big curve. He preferred the tang knife, which was straight and sharp. Of course, the tang knife was a little long, so it was more convenient to use it for assassination. But, at this time, it was good enough that he had a knife to use. How could he be so calculative? Xianxia pulled out the scimitar and looked at the blade. After confirming that there was no mistake, he put it back into the sheath and placed it on his waist. Then, he took off one of the communication headphones and put it on himself. There were also gloves. Xianxia wanted to make sure that he did not leave any traces behind. Naturally, there were 2 automatic rifles. Xianxia brought one along and stuffed 2 magazines into his trouser pocket. After walking out from the men's washroom, Xianxia was in no hurry to do anything else. He dashed back into the women's washroom. On one hand, he wanted to put back the broken crystal high heels. If he had known it would not be useful, he would not have broken it. On the other hand, he wanted to inform Murphy and the children that he was safe. When the door to the women's washroom was opened, Murphy heard the movement. She immediately became nervous. Her face turned pale and she was at a loss as to what to do. Thankfully, Xianxia's gentle voice made her feel safe. It is me. Murphy's tense heart finally relaxed somewhat. Her body slumped down and tears silently flowed out from her eyes. Xianxia unscrewed the screw and opened the baffle of the air vent. When he saw Murphy hiding inside, his heart ached. He took out a tissue from his pocket and wiped the tears from Murphy's eyes. He pretended to be relaxed and said, "It's okay. Don't worry, I'm fine." In fact, Xianxia was relieved because he found that the opponents were not strong. They were just ordinary people who only knew how to use guns and bombs to bully ordinary people. After killing the 2 men in gray, Xianxia got their communication devices and could know their movements at any time. It could be said that the toilet was safe for the time being, therefore, Xianxia had the time to open the air vent to comfort Murphy and the children. Although her tears were flowing, Murphy didn't want Xianxia to worry. She tried to calm herself down and said softly, "I heard the gunshots just now. I didn't know what happened to you." "Thank God, you're fine." "Of course I'm fine. They were just some small fish and shrimps." "Your husband is powerful," Xianxia said with a smile. "How are she and mommy?" Only then did Mofe realize what was going on. He hurriedly made some space so that Cici could squeeze little Momo, and the 2 little heads squeezed out one after another. Hee, Papa. When Xiao Yujing saw Papa, he thought the game was over. He gave a clear cry and laughed with Papa in delight. Shoo, you can't speak loudly," Xianxia said quickly. She was sensible. The little girl looked at her father's face worriedly and said in a low voice, "Papa, I miss you so much." "Papa misses you too." "It's okay. Wait patiently for a while. After we finish the game, we'll go shopping, okay?" Xianxia comforted with a smile. Cici nodded obediently and continued to say in a low voice, "Papa, let me tell you, just now, you made 3 bangs, but Mama still doesn't know." "I was the one who told Mama." Xianxia braced himself and listened to his daughter patiently. He knew that at this time, she also needed to express her uneasiness. It was not good to hold it in. Tong Tong was sandwiched between his sister and his little head was pressed under his sister's chin. He blinked his eyes in confusion. Finally, the little guy who felt very uncomfortable struggled. "Big sister." Little Bian twisted around and looked pitifully at Cici. She seemed to come back to her senses at this time. She stepped back to give her brother some space. However, she was still reluctant to leave her father. She seemed to have thought of something and said in a low voice, "Papa. I'm hungry." Seeing his daughter's pitiful appearance, Xianxia patted his head and said with a smile, Papa is such a big idiot. I actually forgot. Wait a moment. Xianxia opened the partition of the bathroom and went to the next cubicle. He opened his carry-on bag and took out some chocolates, biscuits, and other snacks. After all, he was traveling with a child, so he must eat a lot. Xianxia was also brave. At this critical moment, he calmly took out little Momo's milk bottle and used the hot water in the kettle, which was installed on the train, to fill the bottle with milk for the little guy. Of course, it didn't take too much time. Xianxia's movements were very swift. When Xianxia climbed up again, he had already handed a small bag of food, a bottle of milk, and a bottle of mineral water to Tong Tong like a hotel waiter. Shishi, take a look at this milk. If it gets cold, you can give it to your brother. Hua Hua, you have to share some with your sister. In times of trouble, we have to help each other in order to overcome the difficulties together, understand? Xianxia didn't care whether Hua Hua could understand or not, so he gave a few words of advice. However, after having food, Shishi and Tong Tong's emotions were soothed. Murphy also relaxed a little because of Xianxia's calm and collected performance. After rescrewing the lid, Xianxia walked out of the women's bathroom. His gentle eyes became sharp again. Xianxia sneaked back to the potted plant. He first observed the situation in the waiting hall of the station. There wasn't much change. The hostages were still lying on the ground, and the surrounding area was guarded by armed men in gray. Then, Xianxia took out his phone and looked at the news on the internet. According to the news, as Xianxia had expected, the negotiations had reached a stalemate. The hijackers were still clamoring that if they didn't get a satisfactory answer, they would start killing one hostage every 10 minutes in half an hour. Time. I have about 15 to 20 minutes left. Xianxia looked at his watch and calculated in his mind. According to the police's habit, they would take action at the most critical moment. In other words, Xianxia only had about 15 minutes left to do what he wanted to do. 15 minutes is enough. Xianxia got up quietly. Like a ghost, he silently avoided the surveillance cameras and passed through the staff passageway. Then, he avoided a man in gray who was patrolling the staircase and climbed up to the 3rd floor like a gecko. Xianxia wanted to do 2 things. First, he wanted to go to the surveillance room and destroy all the surveillance video records. After all, even though he had avoided the surveillance camera, the 2 men in gray that he had killed had swaggered past the surveillance camera. Xianxia didn't know if these people had cut off the surveillance signal, but he couldn't take the risk. He had to clear himself of suspicion. Of course, the second thing was also for the same purpose. After he cut off the surveillance signal, he wanted to move the 2 men in gray from the men's bathroom to another place, so that others wouldn't think of him as a hero. However, just as Xianxia was about to go to the surveillance room, he heard an angry shout from the intercepted headset, which made his heart sink. It was the leader's command, but it was different from the calm command he had given at the beginning. It seemed that the failure of the negotiation had made him angry. But what really made Xianxia uneasy was the content of his command. Xianxia, who could completely understand their language, could clearly hear the leader asking the people downstairs to send people up to move the big guy down and stick it on the pillar in the waiting hall. If the arrogant politicians didn't agree with his request, and if the military and police dared to rush in, he would send the entire station to the sky and let everyone be buried with them. F***ck. There really are explosives. Xianxia's heart was pounding like a herd of alpacas. He clenched his teeth and clenched his fists. If they really did move the big guy down, there would be a conflict during the final battle, and then the station would be detonated. Xianxia didn't think that he, Murphy, and the children, who were hiding in the toilet, would be able to escape this disaster. When the nest is overturned, there will be no eggs left intact. But just as Xianxia was cursing in his heart, he raised his eyebrows slightly and turned his gaze to a big room with the sign, surveillance room. He was indeed looking for this room at the beginning, but Xianxia found this room not because he saw the sign on the door, but because his sharp ears heard the movements in the room. Although the leader's shout came from his headset, Xianxia's other ear, which was wearing his own headset, could also hear the exact same sound from the crack in the door of this room. These people, weren't they negotiating with the officials at the control center? Why would they be here? Of course, Xianxia quickly thought of the key point. The control center of the train station was usually set up on the top floor, which was easier to break into. In comparison, the surveillance room could see all the positions inside the train station through the surveillance camera, and it was also safer and more secretive. So, these people set up the command center here. I searched high and low for it, only to find it by chance. Xianxia thought to himself. But he was not in a hurry to make a move. Instead, he silently crept over, and when no one was paying attention, he slowly adjusted the camera that was aimed at the door of the surveillance room. In order not to attract the attention of the people in the surveillance room, Xianxia did not move too far, only making sure that the camera could not see him. Then, he stuck close to the wall, like a shadow, and crept along the blind spot of the camera. Just like before, without making a sound, he twisted the neck of the man in gray who was guarding the door. Really too weak. Xianxia felt that this group of people, other than their courage to face death unflinchingly, could not even compare to some of the special forces in the country. They had no sense of danger at all. Xianxia used his body to support the collapsed body of the guard, and put him down along the wall. There was no time to hide in a hidden place, because after the leader finished shouting, there were already people downstairs calling for help, preparing to go upstairs. Going upstairs, 1, 2, 3 people. Xianxia counted the names. Then, he leaned against the door of the monitoring room and closed his eyes. He listened carefully and counted in his heart. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 breathing sounds. It was less than he had imagined. In the monitoring room, the leader of the gray-clothed men was shouting angrily into the phone. When he was agitated, he even waved one of his arms. Beside him, one person was using a small computer that he carried with him to pay close attention to the movements of the media. Another person was closely watching the surveillance cameras on the wall. He was paying close attention to some of the surveillance cameras that might have been broken in. In addition to these 3 people, there was also a man in gray who was in charge of combat. When the knocking sound came, he was sitting near the door with a rifle in his hands. When he heard the knocking sound, he grabbed the rifle tightly and stood up vigilantly. "Who is it?" he asked in a deep voice. "Take the big guy. Didn't XXX say so?" A familiar Semitic voice came in. Although the voice sounded a little impatient, the man in gray was still relieved. At the same time, the leader who was on the phone put the microphone in front of him and waved for the man to open the door. He looked impatient, as if he was worried that their conversation would interfere with his negotiation. The man in gray who was on guard did not dare to be negligent. He quickly freed one hand to open the door. When he saw the man in the gray windbreaker, he further relaxed his vigilance. However, when the man in gray in front of him raised his head and revealed a face that was completely different from theirs, the man in gray who was in charge of security suddenly realized that something was wrong. However, he only had time to widen his eyes. The light in his brown pupils froze in an instant, and he could no longer speak. Xianxia's sharp eyes pierced through the man's shoulders that suddenly drooped. He looked at the leader who was still busy negotiating and the technicians on both sides who were focused on the screen. That's right, Xianxia had disguised himself as the gray-clothed man. He had put on the gray-clothed man's windbreaker and even put on the man's hood. The dagger he had used to stab the gray-clothed man's chin at lightning speed into his brain stem and medulla oblongata had all been found on the gray-clothed man outside the door. After calmly getting rid of the first man in gray, Xianxia's left hand was like an iron clamp tightly holding the man's arm. He held the man's body firmly and blocked the view of the people inside. Xianxia's right hand slowly let go of the handle of the dagger. He gently reached for his waist and pulled out the sharp machete. 2 drops of blood fell. One dripped on Xianxia's windbreaker, and the other dripped silently on the ground. In the monitoring room, the other 3 people didn't notice. The leader who was on the phone even waved at Xianxia, indicating that he should wait there until he finished the call. However, Xianxia already recognized the leader who was on the phone. It was the man with the pair of malicious eyes that he couldn't forget. Perhaps the negotiation was met with a strong rebuttal again. His eyes were filled with hatred, madness, and viciousness. "There's no need to wait for half an hour. I'll let you see the consequences of angering me." The leader slammed the phone down in exasperation. He cursed and shouted in the control room, "Pick 10 hostages for me and drag them out." Perhaps he was too angry, but he forgot to give orders over the radio. However, the leader didn't care. He reached out and pressed a microphone on the control panel. Their people had connected it from the control room. It could broadcast directly to the entire station. The leader, who was almost crazy, attracted the attention of his two assistants. They couldn't help but turn to look at their boss. At this moment, Xianxia knew that his chance had come. XXX. Listen to my orders, now. The broadcast in the station could be clearly heard in the monitoring room. The leader, who was spitting into the microphone with bloodshot eyes, didn't notice that the heads of the two assistants behind him had been twisted at a strange angle, and they silently fell into their chairs. Catch 10 people, no, 20. The broadcast stopped abruptly, and there was no more sound, leaving only a puzzling silence. Of course, the passengers and hostages in the station were scared out of their wits. They were lying on the ground shivering. However, without any further orders, the guards in gray didn't know where to start. Catch people? What for? How would they know? The leader that they worshipped had his neck slit and was lying in a pool of blood in the monitoring room. Xianxia didn't make any unnecessary movements. He neatly approached the leader and covered his mouth. With a swipe of his scimitar, the world became peaceful again. So talkative. Xianxia coldly glanced at the eyes of the KBFZ leader, who had once made him fearful, and thought to himself. I thought you were strong. Turns out you are just a piece of trash. However, after getting rid of the 4 people in the monitoring room, Xianxia didn't have time to be happy. He moved the body of the guard outside the door into the room and closed the door. There were 3 people in gray going up the stairs. Although Xianxia had enough time to escape, he didn't have enough time to destroy all the surveillance footage. Therefore, Xianxia decided to go all out and ambush the next 3 people. Of course, Xianxia didn't try to be brave. He was able to assassinate the 4 people in the monitoring room without using a gun. That was because he was playing a psychological game. He hit the other party when they were unprepared. Moreover, among the 4 people, 2 of them were technicians. They didn't have any fighting power. However, Xianxia didn't think that he could rely on a scimitar to get rid of 3 armed militants. Therefore, Xianxia also picked up a gun this time. Fortunately, he found a gun with a silencer on the control panel. The experienced Xianxia didn't just wear gloves while holding the gun. He also used someone's scarf to wrap his wrist and the windbreaker that he had stolen. As Xianxia had expected, although Xianxia had imitated the leader's voice and made the other party lower their guard, the moment the door of the monitoring room opened, the smell of blood that escaped made the leader in gray open his eyes. However, by the time he realized that something was wrong, it was already too late. Xianxia, who was pretending to be a guard behind the door, raised his hand at lightning speed. Xianxia pointed the first 2 shots at the 2 men in gray standing behind him, who were still in a daze. The bullets drilled into their foreheads. The leader in gray was exactly what Xianxia had thought. He panicked and made a dodging action. If Xianxia had fired at him, he might not have hit the vital parts. However, Xianxia had already calculated everything. When the other party hurriedly squatted down to dodge, he put away the gun with his right arm and held the Gurkha scimitar with his left hand. He leaned forward and swung. In terms of shooting, Xianxia didn't dare to say that he was very good. However, in terms of knife skills, Xianxia didn't believe that there were many people in the world who were better than him. Therefore, under the silver light that was as beautiful as the moonlight, the leader of the gray-clothed men was not spared either. He dropped his gun and covered his bleeding neck. With 2 whimpers, he fell to the ground with a loud thud. Scum. Xianxia sighed faintly. There was even a hint of resentment. 15 minutes later, a media reporter waved his phone in ecstasy and rushed to the military police headquarters that was setting up an inescapable trap. Another 5 minutes later, the special military police, who were ready, attacked the Paris train station that KBFZ had occupied for more than an hour. Smoke bombs and flash bombs kept exploding. The intense gunfire could be heard clearly from the reporter's area far away. An hour later, on the TV, the host reported sorrowfully. It has finally come to an end. According to incomplete statistics, more than 60 station staff and tourists were unfortunately killed at the scene, and more than 100 people were injured. During the police's siege, 6 police officers were unfortunately hit by stray bullets and died in the line of duty. In addition, more than 10 military police officers were injured and are currently undergoing emergency rescue. However, just as the host and an expert were fiercely discussing whether it was appropriate for the police to give up on negotiations and choose to attack the station directly, their TV station received an unconfirmed piece of news. The host excitedly reported again, "We received news that the police found XXX equivalent explosives in the station. Fortunately, these explosives weren't equipped with detonators and weren't detonated. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable." Regardless, this successful rescue operation made people who were paying attention to this incident heave a sigh of relief. They started to light candles on social media and pray for the injured tourists and police officers. At this moment, in the train station, where the smoke had yet to disperse, Xianxia and Murphy, who had just come out of the toilet, were sitting in the ambulance driven by the paramedics. His and Murphy's clothes were dusty, their hair was messy, and they looked like they were still in shock. Xianxia and Tong Tong were in their father's arms, and their heads were covered by their father's big hands. They could not see anything except for the sirens in their ears. Xianxia was still very obedient. She vaguely sensed that something was wrong. The scared little girl just wanted to hug her father and bury her head in his thick chest. Only in this way could she feel a little safe. Tong Tong, on the other hand, was very mischievous. The little fellow had no idea what he had just experienced. When he heard the ambulance siren, he could not help but twist around in his father's arms. Unfortunately, he could not break free from his father's large hands. Delicate car, I want to see a delicate car. The little guy, who was covered in his father's stomach, began to muffled cries. Xianxia's family, as well as the other hostages who had been rescued, were escorted by the police into the ambulance. They left the train station, which was a mess and looked as cruel as a battlefield. When the ambulance drove out of the gloomy train station and passed through the gate, it was as if they had entered another world. Through the window of the ambulance, if they did not look at the police cars, reporters, or the helicopters hovering in the sky, they would realize that the morning sun in Paris was bright and beautiful. It gave people a sense of warmth and hope in the cold winter. There were several hospitals that had taken in the hostages. The hospital that Xianxia and his family went to was also very chaotic. Injured hostages were sent in from time to time, and there was not even a quiet ward available. However, Xianxia's family could temporarily rest in the restaurant that was guarded by the police after the doctor checked that there were no injuries. They couldn't leave for the time being because the police would come over later to take their statements and do a background check. This was normal, as after such a big incident, every country would conduct a background check to ensure that KBFC did not take advantage of the chaos to slip away. Moreover, it was fortunate that Xianxia and his family were East Asians. If they had been Middle Easterners, they would have been interrogated on the spot. Although his luggage and communication equipment had undergone a preliminary inspection before he left, they had not been taken away. Therefore, after some thought, Xianxia decided to call back to China and ask Guizi's father to help pass a message to the embassy. After putting away his phone, Xianxia returned to the dining table. Xianxia and Tong Tong were drinking milk and eating croissants for breakfast. I want it. Tong Tong pointed at the croissant in his sister's hand. When he saw the butter filling in his sister's bread, he waved his hands and shouted excitedly. You have it too. You can eat it inside. She pointed at the croissant in her brother's hand and shouted. The little girl's tone was raised by her brother. The croissant was very heavy, and Tong Tong could only grab a corner of it. It was a little difficult for him to chew on it with his small mouth. In fact, the breakfast in France was quite ordinary. It was not as varied as Chinese food. However, such a big loaf of bread was something new to the two children, so Xianxia and Tong Tong ate it with relish. Tong Tong lowered his head and looked at the mountain of bread in his hand. He shook his head unwillingly. He used his trump card on his sister, his pitiful eyes and expression. His mouth was slightly open as if he was anticipating something. Xianxia had no choice but to reach out her hand and pass the croissant to her brother. She was still chewing on the bread as she said vaguely, "Then I'll let you have a bite." Hee. Tong Tong immediately beamed with joy. He held his sister's hand between his two small wrists and pressed it down. Then, he lowered his head and bit into the croissant. When he raised his head, not only was his mouth full, but there was also a bit of butter on the tip of his nose. Hee hee. She was amused by this scene and laughed happily. Although the little girl noticed that something was wrong at the train station and was worried about her father's safety, she was only a 7-year-old girl after all. She did not have such complicated thoughts. When she saw that her father had returned safely, she left the train station without being exposed to the tragic situation. Naturally, she forgot about the unpleasant things and played with Tong Tong. Tong Tong and his sister looked at each other and smiled. He did not notice the butter on his nose. He excitedly held out the bread in his hand and said in a childish voice, "Sister, eat, I don't want it. Your saliva is on it." She teased him on purpose. "Oh, I can't." Tong Tong did not comply and continued to hold out his hand. He only withdrew his hand after his sister shared the bread with him. However, compared to the carefree children, Murphy was greatly affected. After all, she knew that something big had happened. Moreover, when she left, she saw the bloodstains on the ground. This scene would probably bring nightmares to the simple-minded Murphy, therefore, Xianxia saw that Murphy had lost her appetite. She only drank some milk and gently held the cup while looking at the children in a daze. Xianxia simply moved the chair over and reached out to hug Murphy's slender body. He gently kissed Murphy's forehead and said softly, "It's okay." M.O. Faye snuggled against Xianxia's broad chest. There were thousands of words in her heart that she wanted to say, but when the words came to her mouth, she found that she couldn't say anything. She just felt as if she hadn't slept for several days and nights. She was very tired. She just wanted to stay in Xianxia's safe and warm arms, avoiding the wind and rain while having a quiet rest. However, when she closed her eyes, Murphy was a little frightened and could not help but shed a few tears. She sniffled and whispered in front of Xianxia, "Hubby, I'm scared." Xianxia could only hold Murphy in his arms so that she could feel safer. He even softly coaxed her, "It's okay, it's okay. Isn't it all in the past? Let's wait for a while. We won't buy any clothes. Let's book the fastest flight and go home, okay?" Murphy weakly nodded and whispered in agreement, "Okay, we won't buy clothes." She just wanted to follow Xianxia and take the children back to their familiar and safe hometown. Cici still noticed her mother's strange behavior. The little girl put the bread back on the plate and jumped down from the chair with her 2 small hands. She ran to her father and mother's side. "Mom, what's wrong?" She blinked her big eyes that seemed to be able to speak. She looked at her mother, who was facing her father with her back facing her, and then looked at her father and asked in a low voice. "Mom is tired. She needs to rest." Xianxia told a white lie. Cici came to a sudden realization. However, the little girl did not comfort her mother. Instead, she ran back and sat on her chair. She actively muttered to her brother, "Mama is tired and wants to sleep." "Brother, you can't speak loudly, okay?" Can't speak loudly, however, it did not matter. Tong Tong was not as talkative as his sister. He held the croissant that his sister had already bitten open and kept eating while looking at her. The Paris train station incident was a major event that shocked the world. It also attracted the attention of many countries and foreign media. The fastest and most effective response was the Chinese embassy. After the incident, they quickly sent a commissioner to the police station to find out if any Chinese citizens were injured or killed in the incident. However, soon, a domestic phone call came in. Not only was the embassy alerted, but some of the mainstream Chinese media reporters who were waiting for news at the embassy also received the news that surprised them. In this major event, not only did Chinese citizens appear at the scene, but their identities were also not simple. Looking at the ambassador who rushed to the hospital in a hurry, although the reporters could not follow him, they all excitedly picked up their phones and contacted the headquarters in China. Soon, the news spread throughout the country. All major media outlets that did not have overseas resources and online media reposted the short message. It is reported that China's outstanding entrepreneur and entertainment star Xianxia and Murphy's family were involved in the Paris train station robbery during their trip. They have been sent to the hospital and their condition is unknown. This news was not shocking enough. After all, it was published by the official media, so the wording was more cautious. The media that reposted the news reported the news one after another. The wording was even more alarmist, such as the biggest celebrity who appeared in the Paris train station KX, the future richest man in China, and the superstar. Many titles were given to Yang Yi and Murphy. Then, they used the tragic news of Yang Yi's family's uncertain survival to stir up the public's emotions. For a time, even though Guozi immediately used micro-broadcasting to inform the public that Yang Yi's family was safe and sound, it did not stop the public from praying for Yang Yi. It was as if Yang Yi was about to die. Everyone cried and shouted on micro-broadcasting, sending out red candles and praying for Yang Yi's safety. When the domestic media uproar just began, Yang Yi was already being interrogated by 2 routine police officers in the hospital's cafeteria. Because the other party's attitude was not too bad because he was yellow, and they allowed the delicate Murphy and the children to rest on the other side, Yang Yi did not insist on hiring a lawyer. We boarded the train from Leipzig, Germany last night and arrived in Paris at 6:10 in the morning. Yang Yi answered in fluent French, which made communication much smoother than English, and left a good impression on the other party. We came to Paris for tourism and shopping. My wife and I are in the music industry in China. When the incident happened, we happened to be in the bathroom in this area. I heard gunshots, so I asked my family to hide inside. Yang Yi asked the other party to take out the diagram of the train station, pointed to the bathroom where they hid, and said frankly, "I don't know why they didn't search our bathroom." Fortunately, we were not discovered by KBFZ. When I heard gunshots outside, I was already very nervous. Yang Yi spread his hands and showed a trace of fear, but I didn't tell the children what happened. I just told them that we were playing a game of hide-and-seek. However, it had to be said that for such a big incident, the French police's attention level rose to a very high level. Even for an inconspicuous passenger like Yang Yi, they had already investigated a lot of information based on his passport. A police officer took out a piece of paper and asked seriously, "We found that you originally booked a train ticket from Sweden to Paris on the 12th. You should have arrived in Paris yesterday. Why did you change to the train that arrived today?" "Because Leipzig is too attractive. As I said just now, my wife and I are in the music industry in China, so when we passed by Leipzig, we wanted to go to Leipzig." Yang Yi answered calmly, "So, we changed the train." The police officer wrote the statement, then picked up the paper about Yang Yi's investigation information, looked at it, and nodded. Obviously, Yang Yi's words were similar to the answer he expected. At this time, at the door of the restaurant, a group of people filed in. There were Chinese people in suits and several high-ranking police officers accompanying them. "I'm Gao Yi, the minister of the Chinese embassy in France. Are you Mr. Yang Yi?" The middle-aged man, who was not tall, but his image and temperament were very serious, extended his hand to Yang Yi. There was no need to elaborate on the small talk. With the help of the people from the embassy, Yang Yi's family could finally leave the hospital. They took the car driven by the embassy and returned to the headquarters of the Chinese embassy in District 7 in France. The minister, Gao Yi, was the second in command in the embassy. However, he was also very busy and did not have time to chat with Yang Yi. After sending Yang Yi to the embassy, he received a notice that there were casualties of Chinese citizens in the disaster. He excused himself and hurriedly brought others to the hospital for a visit. Yang Yi, Murphy, and the children sat in the conference room inside the embassy. A staff member helped to entertain them. "We are finally safe. At least we can hear the familiar Mandarin." Yang Yi patted Mo Fei, who was still a little nervous, stretched his body, and said with a smile. He wanted to use positive emotions to get Murphy out of her fear as soon as possible. The effect was not bad. Seeing Yang Yi smiling so relaxedly, Murphy was also relieved. She smiled gently at Yang Yi, took a sip of hot water, and whispered thank you to the girl. The appearance of Yang Yi and Murphy still caused quite a stir inside the embassy. After all, these two people were famous. Even if many diplomats rarely cared about the domestic entertainment industry, Yang Yi and Murphy still made many diplomats remember them because they were in the limelight in the United States and sang a lot of English songs. Some of the younger staff members in the business department or the science department couldn't hold back their curiosity. They came to the conference room to see Yang Yi and Murphy under the pretense of concern, and shyly took out a small notebook for Yang Yi and Murphy to sign. There were even some girls who liked Shishi very much. Seeing the delicate little girl sitting on the side and taking care of her brother, they couldn't help but ask to take a photo with Xianxia as a souvenir. Hee, no. The little girl mischievously turned her head and jumped down from the chair. It wasn't that Xianxia was shy, nor was it that she was throwing a tantrum. The little girl ran to her father's side, pressed her hands on her father's thigh, and jumped up and down. Only then did she look back at the big sister and shyly smiled. Hee, I have to let Papa tie up my hair before I can take a photo. Oh, this little girl is getting more and more shameless, however, because Xiaxia's hair was messy after climbing the pipe, and she didn't have a chance to take a shower yet. When Xianxia wiped the little girl's face, he also used a hot towel to wipe the dust on Xiaxia's hair. So, after he untied Xiaxia's hair tie, Xianxia didn't have time to tie up Xiaxia's hair. The laughter in the conference room diluted some of the sadness and tension. Murphy also looked much calmer. She also sat beside Xianxia, reached out to touch Xiaxia's head, and smiled softly. Inside the embassy, especially in the office area at the back, signal control was actually implemented. Sitting in the office, Xianxia didn't even know that his mobile phone signal was blocked. It wasn't until Lan Caocai couldn't wait and directly called the embassy to ask about Xiaxia's news that the staff transferred the signal through the landline that Xianxia and Lan Caocai talked on the phone. Are you really okay? You're fine after returning to the embassy? That's God's blessing. When we saw the news, we were scared to death. Lan Caocai said with emotion. Xianxia's mother was so worried that she cried. Although Xiaogua said that you were fine, we were still very worried. When Xianxia heard this, his heart felt warm. Just as he was about to say something, a loud voice suddenly interrupted them. I was also very worried. Papa Yang, you've been away for so long. Why haven't you come back yet? Lan Xian shouted, I've already come back from my grandpa's place. Xianxia was stunned for a moment, and couldn't help but smile. This little fat girl didn't seem to realize the seriousness of the matter. However, the little girl's concern made Xianxia feel very gratified. When he went back, he would give this little girl an extra drumstick. It's okay, Xian. We'll be back soon. Don't worry, Xianxia said softly. Xian? Xiaxia, who was next to him, heard her father call her when he was on the phone, and suddenly became excited. She quickly ran over and asked excitedly, Papa, is that Xian? I want to talk to Xian. Therefore, the phone was occupied by these two little girls. After leaving Sweden, Xiaxia, who hadn't talked to Lan Xian, excitedly chatted with Lan Xian on the phone. Xian, let me tell you, we were very strange today. My brother, Mom, and I all went to the sky. Not the sky, but the building. Well, and I played the piano yesterday. A lot of people saw me. It's okay here, but I ate delicious bread in the morning. I haven't taken a picture yet. I forgot to take a picture. Xianxia asked the embassy's technical staff to help remove the signal limitation on his mobile phone. Suddenly, a lot of missed calls and text messages flooded in. So many? Xianxia was a little surprised, but also a little touched when he looked at the familiar names in the missed calls and text messages, as well as the worried greetings. Ding Xiang, Guozi, Mo Xiaowan, Lu Xiaoshu, Miao Chuan, Du Yuanlei, Zhu Jia, Lu Benji, Fu Jun, Mao Peifu, Chen Fengchen, and so on. Even Hu Songnan from Harbor City, Lin Muan, Chen Yijia, and those star friends who had filmed shows and movies with him, it turned out that there were so many people who cared about them. Xianxia, who was a little unsociable, was a little touched. When natural and man-made disasters happened in other countries, ordinary people in the country might not gloat, but they would just watch calmly. They would rarely be as compassionate as they were when they prayed for blessings on micro-broadcasting and worried about those who were not related by blood. However, after the news of Xianxia and his family being involved in the KX at the Paris train station broke out, the news really touched the hearts of many people. Regardless of whether they were fans of Xianxia and Murphy, many netizens were worried about Xianxia, Murphy, and their two children who were very famous and liked by netizens. After all, Xianxia and Murphy's image was still very positive. They didn't have any scandals and didn't cause trouble all day long. This kind of low-key, serious, family-oriented, and responsible star was still very popular. Jiao Siyuan was like this. She and her husband were both die-hard fans of Mo Fei, but after they had babies, they were all so busy because of the babies that they didn't have time to pay attention to the news of the entertainment industry. They only occasionally paid attention to whether Mo Fei had released a new album and bought one to show their support. But this afternoon, when she was at work, she found out from her colleagues that Yang Yi and Murphy were in danger. Jia Siyuan, who had become sentimental after giving birth, panicked and shed tears. Scenes of her attending Murphy's fan meeting after her pregnancy flashed through her mind. She couldn't believe that the conservative and serious Murphy, and the gentle and talented Yang Yi behind her, would be killed in this big event that shocked the world. Jia Siyuan's crying scared the colleague who passed the news to her. The little sister panicked and pulled out a tissue for Jia Siyuan and quickly explained, "Sister Siyuan, why are you crying?" "No, they're not dead yet." "Ah, no, we don't know what the current situation is. The news said that they went to the hospital. Maybe it's just a small problem. It's not a big deal, right?" This explanation made Jia Siyuan feel better. She calmed down and regained her rationality. She took out her phone to watch the news and complained to her colleague, "You scared me to death. I thought something really happened to them. It didn't matter if he was injured or not, as long as he was still alive." Of course, Jia Siyuan didn't want them to get hurt. He was absent-minded the whole afternoon at work. He secretly took out his phone and kept checking the news and micro-broadcasting to see how things were going. As time went by, some of Yang Yi and Murphy's close friends, such as Guozi, Yang Yi, and Luo Xian, who Jia Siyuan followed, started to speak up for Yang Yi on micro-broadcasting. They said that they had contacted Yang Yi and confirmed that they were all safe and sound. These micro-broadcasts allowed Jia Siyuan's heart to relax by a large margin. In the end, what made her smile was that not long after, Yang Yi released a short video through his own micro-broadcast, which completely dispelled the rumors that something had happened to them. At the beginning, Yang Yi swept the camera to Murphy and the two kids, who were playing with the kids in the conference room. He told the netizens that they had successfully arrived at the embassy and said that they were safe and sound. "It's a blessing in disguise. Unfortunately, we happened to run into the chaos at the train station in Paris. Fortunately, when it happened, we just happened to hide in a remote women's washroom. Perhaps because the train station was too big, those people didn't search one by one, so we escaped. I just hope that everyone can forget about me hiding in the women's washroom. I hope that it won't be the biggest stain in my life." Yang Yi made a small joke to show that they weren't affected too much. Hearing this, Jia Siyuan couldn't help but laugh. She laughed so hard that tears appeared in the corners of her eyes. At the end of the video, Yang Yi still did his routine. He took Murphy to the camera and said a prayer for the civilians who were unfortunately killed and injured in this incident. Jia Siyuan forwarded this micro-broadcasting to her husband through WeChat. In this world, micro-broadcasting and WeChat were both developed by Yang Yi's company, so intercommunication was inevitable. When she put down her phone, Jia Siyuan finally showed a relaxed smile like many netizens who were relieved. The excitement in the domestic media also attracted the attention of foreign media. Some international media, such as ABC, CMM, and RTS, also paid attention. Don't underestimate the foreign media. They also quickly found out about Yang Yi's public identity. They found out that not only was Yang Yi a Chinese celebrity, a young tycoon with a net worth of several billion US, they also found out that Yang Yi and Murphy were quite famous in the American entertainment industry. They also knew that they had many well-known works. In addition, Yang Yi was the creator of The Voice, as well as the boss of Facebook and the overseas version of micro-broadcasting. These identities also surprised the foreign media. They couldn't help but do a special report on Yang Yi and his family. While the news channel's host was still broadcasting, he and his partner were guessing, this is probably the biggest celebrity involved in this incident. Originally, when ABC, CMM, and other television media outlets introduced an Asian person in their news reports, it didn't pique the interest of many European viewers. But not long after, ABC's resourceful news source also dug up some news about Yang Yi. They obtained exclusive authorization to broadcast a video that had just been released, a video of Yang Yi and Shishi playing the piano at Leipzig train station. Yang is not only the creator of Facebook and micro-broadcasting, he is also a musician through and through. Not only is he good at pop music, he's also proficient in classical music. He's really a godlike man. If you don't believe it, the video below will convince you. ABC's news host boasted. The video was edited. The first to be broadcasted was a clip of Xianxia playing the crave. In the video, Xianxia was like a virtuoso, dancing his fingers effortlessly. The passionate and beautiful melody was mesmerizing. Unbelievable, incomparably wonderful, brilliant beyond compare. The host used all the words of praise to describe Xianxia's performance. Following that, he contacted a professor at the Leipzig Academy of Music to confirm that this piano piece had not been released yet. Only then did he tell the audience, "It's very possible that this piano piece was composed by this musician who composed songs like Imars and Diamonds. This is because he has a habit of improvising his own compositions." It had to be said that hard skills were the key to convincing Westerners. Xianxia's performance not only made ABC's host admire him so much that he couldn't help but praise him, it also attracted the attention of many viewers. Many of the European viewers were finally starting to take this unknown celebrity seriously. If you still have doubts about my judgment, then please enjoy another song. The performance may not be good enough, but the melody, please believe me, will definitely move you. The host of ABC was still talking when the screen switched to the clip of Xianxia playing to Alice. The host introduced softly, "This is Yang's daughter. She was also recorded by a passerby when she was playing the piano at Leipzig railway station last night. She was also involved in this incident with her parents and brother, but fortunately, she hid in the toilet with her parents and escaped." No one was willing to pay attention to the host's words. The scene of the little girl wearing a lively pink coat and a pink headband playing the piano seriously on TV had touched the softness of many Western viewers. They couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh, oh." They tilted their heads and looked at the little girl very much. Of course, the music was also very pleasant to listen to. To Alice was a gentle melody like a lover's gentle narration. It made Xianxia even more loved by everyone. Fortunately, nothing happened to her. God bless. Many of the European viewers were happy that Xianxia's family had escaped danger. However, Xianxia's family, who were looking forward to flying back to China as soon as possible, now encountered a little trouble. They received news from the embassy that, for the time being, all the hostages were restricted from leaving the country by the French police. As for when they would be released, this would have to wait for the results of the investigation. Although this restriction caused a lot of controversy, the French police still stubbornly carried it out. Xianxia's family had no choice but to temporarily stay in the embassy and accept their protection. But Xianxia had a faint feeling that this restriction was related to him. Xianxia's guess was right. All the hostages could not leave the country for the time being. This restriction order was indeed related to him, but it was only related to what he had done at the train station. The French police were hunting down the remaining accomplices of the grey-robed man while also searching for the mysterious person who had helped them a lot in the incident. Heroes only existed in movies. No government would like those so-called heroes who were outside the law and government management. Moreover, there was no evidence that the mysterious person who had disintegrated the KBFC's command system had nothing to do with this batch of KBFC. Perhaps, he was also a member of the grey-robed man. The French police had been secretly investigating, but because Xianxia had used a stolen mobile phone to send the notice to the reporter, this secret could not be kept. The next day, someone leaked the news. Multinational media such as ABC and RTS did not hesitate to use this as a pretext to make a fuss, saying that the French police were incompetent. When there were already people helping to defuse the bomb, the attack had still caused a large number of casualties among the hostages. Of course, the French police denied it flatly. They would never admit that their military police had made a poor judgment during the attack, causing some of the KBFC hidden among the hostages to not be killed in the first place, resulting in the heavy casualties. They have done enough to save the lives of more than 3,000 people and killed the KBFC. They are the most trustworthy heroes of France, the police spokesman said. However, this matter had caused a lot of controversy among the French police's higher-ups. What's more, after a few days of investigation and interrogation, they couldn't find the whereabouts of the mysterious person at all. They didn't even have a clue. Their restriction order was still in effect, which had caused a lot of controversy internationally. The high-level leaders couldn't sit still anymore. We can't continue investigating. Put more energy into hunting down the KBFC. This is what we should be doing. The voice of opposition said. Give us a little more time, or let us summon the people on the list back. I don't believe that we can't find any clues. The superintendent in charge of this matter gritted his teeth and insisted. Look at what's written on your list. XXX, American farm owner, runner-up of the 6th American farm shooting competition? And this, Yang, Chinese, billionaire and superstar. You want to summon him back for interrogation? Is there something wrong with your head? He also has another identity. He served in the Chinese People's Army from XXXX to XXXX. He's a soldier, the lieutenant said without much confidence. And then? Just because he was a soldier, he was suspicious? Why would a billionaire take such a huge risk to help us get rid of KBFC? The opposing high-ranking official shook his head and revealed a sarcastic smile. You still want to summon him? Do you want the Chinese ambassador to France to sit in front of us today and question our approach? Or do you wish to face his legal team? Then there are other suspects. However, the governor ignored him and turned to look at the person sitting in the middle. Minister, I think we should stop here. Our target should be the KBFC, not the so-called hero. Who knows, he might be an insider and was killed in the conflict. We need evidence. The lieutenant could not help but shout. But we also seek the safety of the people and the dignity of the Paris police. The governor looked at the minister and said seriously, we're already very passive in the media. Minister, even if we need to establish a hero, it should be our special police. Let the people rest assured, for next year's budget, the minister sitting in the middle looked a little moved. Leaving aside the internal affairs of the French police, Xianxia and his family were ordered to stay in Paris. They had no choice but to continue staying in the embassy and miss the opportunity to go home for the new year. On New Year's Eve, after Xianxia and Murphy reported to their families that they were safe, they went to the Chinese embassy in France to celebrate the new year with the embassy's diplomats, the Chinese students who were invited by the embassy, and a few Chinese tourists who were lucky enough to escape the Paris train station incident but could not return to China. Time in Paris was 6 hours slower than in China. Therefore, early in the morning, Xianxia's family and the embassy's diplomats recorded a New Year's greeting video and sent it to Central TV's Spring Festival Gala production team. Then, they stuck up Spring Festival couplets and made dumplings with their compatriots who arrived one after another. The New Year's Eve dinner was brought forward to noon, but the atmosphere was very lively. In a foreign country, it was a very happy thing to be able to celebrate the New Year with compatriots who had the same skin color and the same language. What's more, there were 2 big stars among them this time. This made the Chinese students, who were still chasing stars, very excited. The ambassador even said with a smile, when the Spring Festival Gala ends tonight, we will have a small party ourselves. Who knows, it might be even more exciting. Of course, Brother Yang and Sister Murphy each sing a song, and then a duet. Then, our cutest Xianxia will play a piano piece. Won't 4 wonderful performances come out? Xiao Kai, who received Xianxia and his family at that time, teased them with a smile. She reached out and hugged Xianxia, who was currently the most popular and favorite girl in the embassy, and rubbed Xiaxia's cute little face. When Xianxia heard Sister Kai say that she was going to play the piano, she smiled shyly, twisted her shoulders, and slipped out. She even shouted mischievously, "Hee hee, no." Xianxia was already very familiar with the embassy. She was chased by a few Chinese students and ran 2 rounds before she came back. However, when the young lady came back, she discovered something new. Those stern uncles were gone, but there were still a lot of people around the table next to her father. He was teaching the Chinese students how to make dumplings. Murphy also stood there with Tong Tong in her arms and smiled as she watched Xianxia make dumplings. Mofei had become much quieter in the past few days. Fortunately, Xianxia had been by her side all the time. Otherwise, after seeing those bloody scenes, she might have closed her heart and become cold again. Today, because of the strong New Year spirit, everyone was in the banquet hall chatting and laughing as they made dumplings. There were also many fans who plucked up the courage to ask her for advice. Murphy's mood became much better. However, Tong Tong was not like his mother who liked to stay in one place without moving. He was already a little impatient in his mother's arms. At this moment, when he heard his sister's movements, he struggled to get down. Then, you have to look after your little brother. Murphy had no choice but to put Tong Tong down and remind Shi. She was a little worried. Although she was still standing next to Yang Yi, her eyes were still following the two little guys. There were too many people around their father, so she could not get a word in. She could only hold her little brother's hand and continue to wander around the banquet hall. At this moment, Xiao Kai's older sister called out from a nearby table, Shi, come over. Let's make dumplings together. There were many tables in the banquet hall for making dumplings. Xiao Kai's older sister was making dumplings with her colleagues from the business department and the cultural exchange department. However, there were not many people. The leaders were walking around to express their condolences to the people, so the staff members were not so busy. However, when Xiao Kai's older sister called out to them, the few diplomatic staff members smiled. Little brother, let's go make dumplings, okay? She hesitated for a moment before she turned to ask her little brother. Little Fuchen was looking left and right. The noisy environment gave the little fellow an endless sense of novelty. When his elder sister asked him a second time, he turned his head back in confusion and looked at his elder sister in confusion. Aya, you won't listen to me. I won't ask you any more. She pouted. However, she quickly exhaled and said energetically, let's go make dumplings. She held her little brother's hand and walked excitedly towards Xiao Kai's older sister. She even held her little brother's hand and swung it vigorously. She looked like a military official who was doing a morning parade. Tong Tong liked this feeling very much. He giggled as he tried to keep up with his older sister's long legs. She received a very warm welcome at the table of the diplomatic staff. Not only Sister Kai, but the uncles and aunties were all smiling and fighting to hug her and Tong Tong. Sister Kai was still laughing behind them. Hey, you guys. How can you hug people without washing your hands when making dumplings? What if you dirty their clothes? In the end, because little Momo was too small, he was carried up by an enthusiastic auntie. Someone gave him 2 candies, and the little guy chewed one in his mouth and held the other in his little hand in front of him. He comfortably watched his sister being carried by those uncles and aunts to make dumplings. This is how we make dumplings. Look, we take a piece of dough, spread it out, and then put some meat on it. Then, we pinch it with our fingers and the dumplings are ready. Big sister Xiao Kai taught Shi, but she was clearly a rookie. Not only was the way she made dumplings, but the dumplings she made were so ugly that people couldn't bear to look at them. At first, Shi listened patiently and watched curiously. However, when Sister Kai was done, the little girl tilted her head in confusion and pouted. That's not right. Sister Kai, my papa doesn't make dumplings like this. My papa told me to make dumplings like this. The little girl gestured with her 2 small hands as if she was doing a real show. She was very serious about making dumplings for Sister Kai to see. Seeing Shi's serious explanation, the uncles and aunties next to them all laughed. Xiao Kai, you've been taught a lesson by a child. You want to teach her with your mediocre skills? Big sister Kai, who didn't feel the slightest bit ashamed of misleading others, ignored the teasing laughter. She asked Cici in surprise, Cici, you know how to make dumplings? This sentence could be understood in another way. If Shi had only seen her father make dumplings, then Sister Kai would probably continue to encourage Shi to teach her the simple way to make dumplings. However, Sister Kai was destined to be disappointed. Shi nodded seriously and said, yes, I know how to make dumplings. Sister Kai, let me tell you, we also know how to make dumplings at home. Xianxia and I both love eating the dumplings made by Papa. Then, Papa said that you should pack a few as well. Later, let's see if you can find them. The little girl even imitated her father's tone of voice, which instantly made these old uncles and aunties extremely adorable. The more she talked, the more excited she became. She talked about how she and her friends designed their own dumplings as if she was telling a story. She also talked about how her brother only liked to eat the fillings when he ate dumplings but was afraid of being scalded. Accompanied by the little girl's story, the table was filled with laughter. Unknowingly, they had made a lot of dumplings. Of course, she also made a few. But it was a pity that the little girl didn't look as good. She was just a little better than Sister Kai, At noon, the ambassador who had just gone out, Gao Yi, the minister who had gone to pick up Yang Yi, and several leaders of the embassy walked in with a few foreigners. They smiled and said, "Let's welcome Mr. Smith, the ambassador of Canada to France, and Mr. Williams, the ambassador of New Zealand to France." After all, it was a diplomatic institution, and it was normal to invite ambassadors from other countries to celebrate the Spring Festival. This had nothing to do with Yang Yi, because it was not his turn to help greet the guests. However, when the dumplings were in the pot, there were fewer people around Yang Yi and Murphy. Gao Yi walked over and whispered to Yang Yi, "Just now, there was news from France that their president is signing a document. It is estimated that the restrictions will be lifted tomorrow. If you are in a hurry to go back home, I will arrange the earliest flight for you." Obviously, due to the pressure of public opinion and the frequent pressure from the embassies of many countries, the French police had to give in. Moreover, they didn't want to lose face. The reason why Gao Yi took care of Yang Yi so much was not only because of Yang Yi's special identity, but also because someone in China said hello. And this person was not Guo Jingyan, who was just a small mayor, but the former deputy commander of the Southwest Military Region, Lieutenant General Xianxia, who had now been promoted to Beijing. He was the big boss who had invited Yang Yi to be the spokesperson of the Southwest Military Region. Although France could not find any information and refused to admit their mistakes, in the hands of the senior officials of various countries, there was a piece of information about what happened inside the train station. In China, there was a lot of information about this. Although it had not been confirmed who did it, Zhang Yazhong had asked Luo Zongxing and Xianxia. Needless to say, who else but old Yang could kill so many people single-handedly with such great skills? "This guy is too bad, he even got into a fight with KBFZ." Xianxia was so excited that she couldn't wait to fight side by side with Yang Yi. Luo Zongxing was much calmer. He held Xianxia down, gave her a look, and said, "It might not be Yang Yi. His identity is different now. It's unlikely that he would make a move casually. Moreover, I haven't seen him for more than a year. I don't know if his skills have deteriorated." Although Luo Zongxing was covering for Yang Yi, everyone was well aware. In any case, these private discussions would not be leaked. Zhang Yazhong also asked for help and asked the embassy to help Yang Yi solve the problems as much as possible so that Yang Yi could be brought back as soon as possible. After all, Yang Yi was also one of the military's own people. After knowing that they would be back in China soon, Yang Yi and Murphy looked at each other and smiled. Murphy also held Yang Yi's hand tightly. She was very happy. At noon, everyone ate dumplings together and ate the reunion dinner prepared by the embassy's chefs. They celebrated Chinese New Year's Eve together with the time in China. Of course, an essential program for the Chinese New Year was watching the Spring Festival Gala. It was worth mentioning that the video they recorded in the morning was also shown on the Spring Festival Gala. Yang Yi and his family appeared in the French embassy, which caused quite a stir in China. Of course, during this time, Yang Yi's phone calls were endless. The calls from his relatives and friends across the sea were basically non-stop. It was not until the Spring Festival Gala ended and people in China fell asleep to the sound of firecrackers that Yang Yi's situation finally calmed down. The Chinese New Year's Spring Festival Gala had ended, but in Paris, night had just fallen. The embassy's own celebration of the Chinese New Year had just begun. After the ambassador gave a simple speech, he smiled and said, "Let's not beat around the bush. Tonight, a celebrity couple, who can't be invited even if we spend a lot of money in China, will come to our banquet hall. We can't let them go. Yang Yi, Murphy, why don't the two of you perform first?" This was already discussed. Yang Yi and Murphy had also practiced this new song in private. Therefore, Yang Yi stood up with a smile and made a gentlemanly gesture of invitation. Murphy gently held Yang Yi's outstretched hand. The two of them looked at each other sweetly and walked to the center of the banquet hall. Perhaps it was because she was on the stage, but Murphy's temperament suddenly changed. She, who had become weak because of worry and fear, was now calm and composed. It was as if she had naturally become the focus of the stage. Murphy showed a strong sense of confidence. "Hey, it's Papa and Mom." She clapped her hands and shouted excitedly. She had been playing at Sister Kai's table this afternoon. She was very happy to see her parents on the stage. She excitedly reached out and tugged at Tong Tong, who was busy eating snacks. Little brother, look, it's Papa and Mom. With this tug, the fried dough twist in Tong Tong's hand fell from his pants and rolled to the ground. When she saw this, she scratched her head a little embarrassedly and whispered, but Papa and Mom, they want to sing. Sister Kai noticed this and quickly withdrew her clapping hand. She helped break open a section of the fried dough twist and handed it to Tong Tong. She said, it's okay that it fell. There's more. With the new fried dough twist, little Momo was very open-minded. His two little hands carefully held the new fried dough twist and began to gnaw on it. He even smiled proudly at his sister, as if he had forgotten about the half of the fried dough twist that had fallen on the ground. She glanced at Tong Tong but did not argue with him. Instead, she focused on her father and mother who were walking to the center of the stage. Especially her father. When she saw her father walking to the long zither that had been prepared for him, she could not help but jump on the chair excitedly. Xianxia is going to play the zither? Sister Kai asked her colleagues in surprise. Cici turned her head and looked at big sister Kai. She happily reported to her, that's right. Where's the zither? Your father knows how to play the zither? That's amazing. Sister Kai exclaimed as she gave Xianxia a thumbs up. At this time, Tong Tong finally raised his head. His mouth was full as he mumbled, Papa is amazing, you might not believe it, but Tong Tong's tongue was entangled by the fried dough twist so that he could not make the super sound. Cici giggled and nodded. She then turned her little head back and looked at her father without blinking. They were not the only ones who were surprised. The students and staff at the other tables were looking at Xianxia in surprise. Even the foreign ambassadors at the main table were looking at the ancient Chinese instrument with great interest, waiting for Xianxia's performance. Xianxia sat in front of the zither while Murphy adjusted the position of the microphone for him. Xianxia put on his fake nails and teased the audience with a smile, since it's a traditional Chinese festival and there are so many international friends participating, it's natural to use our traditional Chinese instruments to spread our long and beautiful culture. Everyone laughed knowingly. The ambassador at the main table also translated Xianxia's words to the foreign guests with a smile. Xianxia's movements were very fast. He taped up the fake nails, and Mo also picked up her microphone and stood gracefully beside Xianxia. At first glance, the two of them looked like a perfect couple, which was also envied by others. A full moon night, I hope you like it, Xianxia announced. He then looked at Murphy gently and began to play the zither. The prelude to the zither was beautiful. After all, it was a zither. The melodious sound was like pearls falling on a jade plate. Everyone could not help but close their eyes and listen to it. For those foreigners who did not know how to appreciate it, although they could not hear how wonderful it was, they would still be a little amazed. They felt that it was not easy for a big guy like Xianxia to be able to easily control this complicated stringed instrument and play such a beautiful sound. They all applauded. However, the accompaniment could not steal the limelight of the song. After the prelude, Murphy raised the microphone and sang in her soft and hoarse voice, "The spring breeze blows into my heart, I miss you so much that I can't fall asleep. Why can't you understand the meaning of the falling flowers? You can only look at the bright moon outside the window." The lyrics were a bit like a young girl's tenderness, sweet and sorrowful, but Mo's voice was not as sweet as a young girl's. It was even slightly hoarse, as if it carried the sadness of time. However, just like young Xianxia, who Xianxia had heard in his previous life, Mo's singing was very sincere and could still touch the softness of people's hearts. Next, it was Xianxia's turn. He played the zither while looking at Murphy and saying, "The moon hangs high, curved like your eyebrows." Indeed, Xianxia sang well. He was gentle like a patient and considerate uncle. Many of the girls who were listening to the song below were mesmerized. But to be honest, in the interpretation of this song, Xianxia could not be compared to Murphy. After entering the performance state, Murphy seemed to have overcome the obstacles of the past few days. She smiled sweetly at Xianxia and sang with her not very sweet voice that could turn women gay. Especially when the two of them sang the first lines of the Shui Diao Getu, "When will the bright moon appear?" With a cup of wine in my hand, I asked the blue sky, "I wonder what year it is in the heavenly palace." Sister Kai, who was sitting next to Xianxia, could not help but hold her face and murmur happily, "Wow, it's so beautiful." It was not just beautiful. The way Xianxia and Murphy sang together was so sweet that it was intoxicating. The love and sweetness that melted in the song was even more enviable. Cece heard the commotion and turned to look at Big Sister Kai. She knew that Big Sister Kai was cheering for her parents' performance. She giggled happily and puffed out her chest proudly. Yang Yi and Mo Fei's performance gave people a feeling that the beginning was the peak. The next few programs performed by the versatile international students, although there were interesting skits and French songs, which still won the applause of the audience, compared to them, it always gave people a feeling that something was lacking. It was not only the performances that were lacking. After Xixi and Tong Tong finished their performances, they returned to their parents' side. Sister Kai's table also lost a lot of chatter and laughter. But fortunately, Xixi still had a performance to perform. After the ambassadors pushed each other and sang a song, the host of the gala went over to invite Xixi to play the piano on stage when the performance was about to become even more dull. Yay! Xixi, Xixi, Xixi. Under the cheers of a few students who were a little excited after drinking some red wine, Sister Kai also smiled and raised her arms to cheer in unison. Everyone was so enthusiastic that Cece, who had just come down from the chair, felt a little embarrassed. She twisted her little butt in embarrassment and threw herself back into her father's arms. She hugged her father's arm while sticking out her little head and looking outside shyly. Tong Tong, who was snuggling up to his mother out of boredom, heard everyone shouting his sister's name. It took him a while to come back to his senses. He propped himself up on his chubby arms and looked at his sister. Then, he looked left and right at his excited brothers and sisters with a confused expression. What's wrong with my sister? When Yang Yi saw that she was embarrassed, he smiled and held her hand. He stood up and said gently, let's go. Play to Alice for everyone. You performed it in front of so many people last time. I believe you can do it. Everyone is calling me. She hugged her father, raised her head, and whispered. That's because everyone likes you very much. Look, even Sister Kai is giving you a thumbs up. Yang Yi laughed. In fact, the performance at the train station in Leipzig last time had given Xixi some courage. This time, with her father by her side, she didn't need much persuasion. She finally plucked up her courage and sat on the piano stool. Although the piano in the banquet hall was only an ordinary upright piano, due to limited funds, and although Cece's piano skills had not improved much compared to the last time, she was able to play Ode to Alice smoothly. The beautiful melody won her praise from the entire banquet hall. When Xixi was performing, the Canadian ambassador to France, Mr. Smith, thought of something and turned to the Chinese ambassador in surprise. He asked, "Is this the little girl who performed at the train station in Leipzig?" After getting an affirmative answer, Smith said with emotion, "I've seen that video. Yesterday, my wife showed it to our daughter, hoping that she would also learn to play the piano well. I didn't expect to see the real person at the Chinese embassy today." Xixi didn't know that she had already gained many fans all over the world. However, after Xixi's short performance, everyone was still a little unsatisfied. They were all cheering, hoping to hear the performance of the other protagonist of the video, Yang Yi. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment, but still agreed generously. He took the host's microphone and said, "Before the party begins, let's observe a moment of silence for the misfortune that happened at the train station in Paris a few days ago. Indeed, the festive atmosphere of the festival has diluted the sadness in our hearts to a certain extent, but I hope that we can use this beautiful festival to pray that such a terrible thing will never happen again." After saying it in Chinese, Yang Yi repeated it in English, eliminating the need for the female host to translate. However, it was obvious that this English was said to the other foreign guests. This posture suddenly became solemn. Of course, the atmosphere had already become a little heavy due to Yang Yi's instigation. However, everyone still clapped warmly. They saw Yang Yi sitting on the piano stool, and at the same time, he placed the microphone in his hand on the shelf that he moved over, aiming it at his mouth. Was he going to improvise? The overseas student fans who liked Yang Yi were pleasantly surprised. Xixi didn't go down, and Yang Yi let the little girl sit next to him. Although Xixi didn't perform much, Yang Yi still wanted to let Xixi experience what a real performance was like up close. Xixi liked to watch her father play the piano, especially when she was sitting close to him. Whether it was in the side hall at home or in a public place like this, Xixi felt that her father looked very good when he played the piano and sang. Perhaps it was the charm of confidence, or perhaps it was the effect of the music. Anyway, her father was super cool, therefore, the little girl sat next to her father obediently. First, she looked at her father's skillful playing with envy. "I want to play like you, Dad. You play so well." Then, when her father began to hum softly into the microphone, the little girl raised her head again and looked at her father's side profile attentively, listening attentively. "There's a place in your heart, I know it's love." Xianxi's voice was very soft, as if he was gently persuading a child. There was no sense of the vicissitudes and strength in his voice at all. It was as if he was a different person singing. But it was true. Xianxi was singing a very famous charity song Heal the World by Michael Jackson, the world's greatest superstar in his previous life. Like MJ, Xianxi sang with soft feelings and showed his concern for the children in his voice. Don't think that Xianxi's English song was a little high. Everyone present, including the staff of the embassy, was a language expert. Even if the foreign students mainly studied French, the students who were able to study abroad, and were invited to the embassy dinner party, were basically students with good grades. The English that they learned in China was definitely not bad. Therefore, the simple lyrics of the English song that Xianxi sang could be understood by everyone, even Xi, who was sitting next to Xianxi, could completely understand the content of her father's song, let alone the foreign students who had studied for so many years. The opening line, "There's a place in your heart, I know it's full of love." The content was not complicated. It was similar to the meaning of human nature is good at birth. The purpose of it was to awaken people's love for the world. Xianxi sang softly. The lyrics, accompanied by the slow rhythm and beautiful piano music, flowed slowly into everyone's hearts like a clear spring. The entire conference hall quieted down. Whether it was the Chinese or the invited foreign guests, especially the ambassador of Canada in France, Mr. Smith, who admired Xianxi's daughter very much, they all put down their chopsticks and listened solemnly. In this place, you'll feel there's no pain or sorrow. There are many ways to reach the place of love in your heart, as long as you care for life. As Xianxi slowly hummed, the thoughts that he wanted to express gradually revealed themselves. It turned out that Xianxi did not criticize the brutality of the KBFC like the media outside. Instead, he went back to the source and grasped the crux of the problem. He even hoped that everyone would care for life, reduce conflicts, and call for a cessation of war so that the world could return to love and peace, just like what he sang in the lyrics: "Make it a space, make it a place, heal the world, give each other a little more space, make this land a better place, save the world." The lyrics were quite catchy, especially the last line, "Make it a place, for you and for me, and the entire human race, make this land a better place, for you, for me, and even for all mankind." Everyone listened to it once or twice and memorized it. She sat at the side and listened to her father sing. In fact, she could still understand the literal meaning of the lyrics, but gradually, the little girl's limited thinking ability could not keep up with the deeper meaning of the lyrics. However, this did not prevent Xi from listening to her father's singing and appreciating the beauty in her father's voice. For example, there are people pledging, "If you care for me, make it a place, for you and for me." She found it difficult to understand the meaning of the lyrics, but she could hear the more memorable beauty of the lyrics because of the rhyme. She could also see that when her father sang this part, he gently shook his head because he had to raise his voice. At this moment, only deep admiration was left in the little girl's heart. She could not help but turn her head to look at the brothers and sisters, uncles, and aunts around her. They were all listening very seriously, and there were even many people who were shaking their hands along with the melody. Their engrossed appearance made Xi feel her father's charm even more clearly. "My papa." Xi thought proudly, firmly imprinting the cool appearance of her father playing the piano and singing a song in her heart. This song was very long, so long that when Xianxi sang to the end, everyone could gently nod and hum a few words: "Make it a place, for you and for me." However, no matter how long the song was, it had to end. Because it was a live performance, Xianxi did not repeat too many times in the end, nor did he drag it out too long. He just ended it with a simple trill and gently raised his hand. The whole banquet hall was silent. Everyone was silently recalling this calm song with an indescribable feeling. When Xianxi stood up, everyone seemed to suddenly wake up and warmly applauded for Xianxi. The sudden applause caught Xi off guard. She jumped down from the chair to take her father's hand when she saw him waving to her. The little girl was a little surprised and took half a step back slightly. She leaned on her father and carefully opened her big eyes. She saw the brothers and sisters, uncles and aunts sitting at the table applauding first. Then, after the uncles at the main table stood up, they also stood up one after another and gave them a bigger round of applause. There seemed to be an indescribable sense of honor spreading in the little girl's heart. She felt her little hand being squeezed by her father. She came back to her senses and looked up at him. Then, under her father's signal, she nervously turned around with him and bowed to the audience. At this time, the little girl heard a tall foreign uncle at the main table ask, "Yang, what's the name of your song?" Cici knew that this was a question for her father. The little girl turned to look at her father, only to see him calmly nod and reply in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing, "The world." Then, she saw the tall foreign uncle give her father a thumbs up and praise him, "Thank you." "And you're right." "Thank you." "You're right. We should be more concerned about life and creating a better world." For some reason, she felt that this uncle's praise and recognition of her father seemed to carry a lot of weight. Many people cheered and applauded for this. However, before she could react in a trance, the little girl was surprised to see the tall foreign uncle give her a thumbs up again. He smiled and said, "And you, little girl? You're the best piano player. My daughter and I both like your performance very much. Keep up the good work." This sudden praise caught Xianxia off guard. The little girl was a little embarrassed and hid behind her father. Her well-behaved and cute appearance once again won her the love of everyone's laughter. The next afternoon, at the international airport in Paris, Ambassador Gaoi sent off Xianxia's family, who had taken the first flight home to Shanghai after the restrictions were lifted, on behalf of the embassy. Since Sister Kai was not very busy with work, she also volunteered to come and send off Xianxia on behalf of all the staff members who liked her. Lu Weisha's family originally wanted to come as well. David and the others were also worried sick when they heard from the news that Xianxia's family was in danger. However, Xianxia didn't want this small matter to affect his friend's work and studies, so he didn't agree. After much persuasion, Lu Weisha's family finally gave up on the idea. However, before boarding the plane, Sister Kai, who was still relatively young, couldn't help but feel sad in her heart. She hugged Xianxia and cried, "Xianxia, I really can't bear to part with you. You brought us so much joy these past few days." Big Sister Xiao Kai squatted on the ground like a child, holding Xianxia's hand with tears in her eyes as she sobbed. "Sister Kai, don't cry, okay? If you cry, I want to cry too." Sob, sob. Xianxia seemed to resonate with Sister Kai, and her eyes suddenly turned red. The little girl's skin was white and soft, and when her eyes and nose turned red, it was as if she had put on a layer of natural rouge. The redness gradually faded, and it made people's hearts ache. Okay, I won't cry. I like you so much." Sister Kai couldn't bear to see Xianxia cry, so she quickly took out 2 pieces of tissue. One was for herself, and the other was for Xianxia. She pretended to be relaxed and smiled. "Sister Kai, you can also come home with us. You can come to our house as a guest. Let me tell you, my father can make a lot of delicious food." Xianxia sniffed and said seriously. Sister Kai smiled through her tears and said, "Thank you, Xianxia. Thank you for inviting me to your house as a guest, but I still have work to do." Even though Cici was very reluctant to part with Sister Kai, who had formed a deep friendship with her in the past few days, the little girl still boarded the plane back to China with her father, mother, and brother. However, on one side was a farewell, and on the other side was a reunion. Xianxia was still jet-lagged, and when she walked out of the airport in Shanghai in her father's arms, she saw Lan Xian waiting for her outside. Yes, Lan Kai had brought Lan Xian to pick her up at the airport. Other than Yang Huan, who was far away in his hometown for the new year, Mo Xiaowan, Guozi, Ding Xiang, Lu Xiaoshu, Miao Chuan, and even Zhu Jia, who had heard the news, all came to pick her up at the airport. Of course, Yang Yi hadn't seen them yet, because he wanted to keep a low profile. Guozi and the others were quite popular now, and they were too big of a target. In order not to cause a sensation, they stayed in the minibus outside for the time being. When Yang Yi carried Xianxia and pushed the luggage trolley out of the VIP passage, Lan Xian saw them. Her loud and clear voice lit up, and she shouted happily, she. Papa Yang. Fortunately, there weren't many people in the VIP passage, so Lan Xian's shout didn't attract anyone's attention. She only attracted the attention of Shi, who was still half asleep. Because she had just woken up, her hair was fluffy and messy. She felt that she was ugly, so she had been burying her head in her father's arms. When she heard the shout, she raised her head in a daze. Suddenly, the little girl couldn't help but shout in surprise, Xian. Yang put her down with a smile, and she couldn't wait to run to her little friend, whom she hadn't seen for more than half a month. The little girl's steps were light, and when she ran with her long legs, she was like the wind. In a flash, she ran to Lan Xian, who was just in a lazy running posture, but actually didn't run much. He. Xian. She hugged Lan Xian happily. The two little girls shouted and laughed, jumping over there. Lan Xian shouted, Shi, I missed you so much. I thought you were coming back, but you didn't. Then my parents said that they were very worried about you. Papa said that he can't come back yet, so we stayed in a big house first. But we're all Chinese. Cici described her experience in the past few days to her friends with a smile of exultation. Yang Yi and Murphy, who was holding Tong Tong, followed behind. Lan Xiaokai was a little emotional. He also hugged Yang Yi. Although he had a lot of questions, he only had one sentence left. He patted Yang Yi on the shoulder, breathed a sigh of relief, and said with a smile, It's good that you're back, it's good that you're back. Wu Jingjing, on the other hand, pulled Murphy aside and asked about her well-being. The two women whispered and chatted happily. Yang Yi also missed Lan Xian. Without the chubby little girl running around in front of him looking for food, Yang Yi always felt that something was missing. Therefore, after a few simple words with Lan Xiaokai, he turned around, lowered his head, and patted Lan Xian on the shoulder. He smiled and teased her, Xian, come, give Papa Yang a hug. Let's see if you've gained weight after playing with your grandparents. If you've gained weight, Papa Yang will have to supervise your exercise later. Lan Xian actually deliberately ignored Papa Yang. Now that she heard Papa Yang's words, her little mouth pouted even higher. The chubby little girl couldn't help but snort and say, No, I don't want to be hugged by you. As if she was no longer sleepy, she pulled her little friend's hand and hid while mischievously shouting to her father, Papa, you have to carry both of us up. What's so difficult about that? Yang Yi laughed heartily. He took a step forward with his long legs and caught the two giggling little girls. He held Shi and Lan Xian in his arms like two bags. You've gained weight, Xian, you've eaten too much delicious food at Grandpa and Grandma's house. Yang Yi smiled and teased Lan Xian. No, Shi has gained weight. Lan Xian giggled, pointed at Shi and shouted loudly. I didn't, haha, Xian has gained weight. Shi also shouted, and the alliance between the two girls suddenly collapsed. When they returned to the minibus, Shi and Lan Xian didn't want Yang Yi to leave. They followed him like two little followers. When Yang Yi finished greeting everyone, Shi and Lan Xian dragged Yang Yi to sit at the back. In this way, Yang Yi could sit facing the aisle, and the two girls could happily sit on both sides of him. These two guys. Murphy smiled gently and shook her head. She and Wu Jingjing sat together and chatted. Mo Xiaowan and Ding Xiang sat behind them. The few women gathered together and had a lot to talk about. When the minibus was on the highway back to Jiang City, the chatter in the bus gradually weakened. Because Tong Tong and Shi didn't have jet lag and were sleepy, no one dared to disturb them. However, Lan Xian's eyes turned. She knelt on the seat and climbed up with her father's arm. Father Yang, I missed you so much. You're home so late. When no one was looking, Lan Xian finally giggled and acted coquettishly with Papa Yang. I can't help it. In fact, I also wanted to come back early. Yang Yi rubbed the chubby girl's head and said. Then, when you were abroad, did you learn how to cook those delicious food? Cici has already shown me the photos. They're super yummy, I can still remember them. Lan Xian giggled as she puffed out her tummy. Although Yang Yi's family had returned to China, their international influence had not diminished. On the contrary, Yang Yi and Shi reappeared in front of everyone because of an edited video released by the Chinese embassy in France on the international microbroadcasting. They became the focus of praise and attention all over the world. Many mainstream media outlets in the West reprinted the video of Yang Yi singing "Heal the World" in their news reports. ABC's news host, who liked Yang Yi very much, said exaggeratedly, "Yang is a model artist. He knows what he can do. He uses music to wake up confused people. Listen to how he sings." The host, who was as handsome and flirtatious as a coquettish person, closed his eyes, wrinkled his nose, and shrugged his shoulders. He struggled to raise his voice and sang with great effort, "There are people pledging, if you care for me, make it a better place, for you and for me." Then, he shook his head and sighed, "I love this song to death. Friends, really, please stop those damn wars. Let's make our world a more peaceful and beautiful place together. Please don't let such a tragedy happen again. Please don't let anyone get hurt again. God damn it, I like Yang and his song so much." The host smiled as if he hadn't had enough of it. It was not just ABC. When the video was at its peak, almost all media outlets were reporting on it. When ordinary Western people watched the video, they also had a very devout love for the song. Just look at the comments under the international microbroadcasting that the Western media reprinted the video. "I used to think that Chinese people always liked to stay out of things. Yang changed my mind. His appeal moved me. I should also learn to care for life. I didn't expect a Chinese musician to be able to write such a meaningful English song. But later, when I checked Yang's previous songs, I realized that I was ignorant. My favorite song, Diamonds, was actually written by him. What's more, it was originally sung by his wife. Yang is an excellent musician, and he is also a good person with a heart of gold. Do you see his daughter, the little girl who played the beautiful piano at the train station? She's sitting next to her father and listening. I love this scene. Yang is promoting the idea of caring for life to the child, to the next generation of people who can change the world. That's so loving, so sweet." The video became popular abroad and naturally attracted the attention of the domestic media. Even under the lead of some official media, many mainstream media outlets were praising it. They said that Yang Yi and Murphy did not forget to spread positive energy while traveling abroad, showing the boundless love of the Chinese people to foreigners. Driven by the hot topic, countless media outlets also made special reports. They detailed the development history of Yang Yi and Murphy over the past few years, details of Yang Yi and Murphy's love and happiness. They followed the trend and praised Yang Yi and Murphy, earning the attention of the public. However, just as the reporters from all over the country were excited to find Yang Yi and Murphy, who had already returned to China, some people gradually realized that no one could find Yang Yi and Murphy. Even their Phoebe studio was very low-key and tactfully rejecting all interview requests. What was going on? Now was the time when they were famous and could continue to win the favor of the people all over the country. Why did they quietly stop all their work in the entertainment industry? Why did it seem like they suddenly disappeared in front of the public? Of course, Yang Yi and Murphy did not really disappear. They made a trip back to their hometown at the end of the Chinese New Year. Later, when the new semester started, there were still reporters who took pictures of Yang Yi at the entrance of Xianxia school. They also took pictures of Yang Yi and Murphy at the entrance of the Phoebe studio. However, they still did not accept any interviews. Finally, in the middle of February, in the latest episode of Xixin Interview, Yang Yi and Murphy, who had made their first appearance since the incident at KBXJ at the Paris train station, expressed their thoughts to their fans through Luo Xian. It turned out that after surviving a disaster, Yang Yi and Murphy realized the value of life. They also hoped to spend more time with their families and take care of their children's healthy growth. At this point, the audience could only complain helplessly, "Don't you spend enough time with your families? In the past, before this incident, I didn't see you appearing in public often. I didn't see you leaving your children behind to rush to work." Of course, Yang Yi and Murphy knew that in their hearts, they said this as an excuse. Yang Yi and Murphy made this choice because Yang Yi felt that the more they were in the eye of the storm, the more they should keep a low profile. On one hand, they had to use a positive image to get rid of suspicion. On the other hand, they had to be careful to avoid being shot at. Reducing their exposure was the best choice. It just so happened that Murphy also suffered some psychological trauma because of that incident. She also hoped that she could live a peaceful life with Yang Yi's company and walk out of this shadow. Therefore, on Sister Luo Xian's program, Yang Yi and Murphy also announced their decision to temporarily leave the entertainment industry this year. Not only did they not take any jobs, but they also would not arrange a concert schedule this year. However, because they had previously promised to their fans, Murphy's new album would still be released and sold in the country's music halls and Sahara Online Mall according to the original plan. After the latest episode of Xixin interview was broadcasted, Phoebe Studios' official micro-broadcasting also forwarded the video and announced the release date of Murphy's new album while apologizing to her fans. But interestingly, in the comments section below this micro-broadcasting, Yang Yi and Murphy's fans had the same attitude. They were calm, so calm that they didn't seem like their fans. Don't worry, don't worry. It's fine as long as you have the album. Just let us know in advance when you're coming back. As long as you're doing well, we'll continue to pay attention to your music. It's good to spend more time with your family. Cultivate Xixi and Huawei well. These two little cuties must inherit your music career in the future. Speaking of which, even if you don't hold a concert or accept any program announcements, it won't affect you guys from releasing songs. Yang Yi is inspired to write a song, and you guys can go to the recording studio to record it. You can just send it to us to listen to. We definitely won't mind. Asterisk. Perhaps it was also because Murphy's previous 2 retirements from the music industry had made these fans used to it. Everyone showed a tolerance that amazed the entertainment reporters. Yang Yi and Murphy's popularity was still declining bit by bit. Even though Murphy's album attracted a lot of attention in March, and many of Yang Yi's works were released later, there were some news reports about them from time to time. However, it was undeniable that they almost never appeared in front of the media reporters before July. Although Yang Yi and Murphy had entered a state of retirement, their legends were still circulating in the entertainment industry. First of all, after the Spring Festival, the large-scale anti-corruption TV series In the Name of the People began airing on Jiangnan TV station's primetime slot. This TV series became popular before it was aired because its scriptwriter was Yang Yi. Even if Yang Yi was currently very popular in China, the ratings of this TV series would not be low. What's more, its director was Chen Fengchen, and there was a large group of veteran actors who could definitely be called acting masters. Moreover, it was a realistic theme that attracted a lot of attention. When it first aired in February, its ratings broke Jiangnan TV station's own record. After that, this TV series caused a lot of discussion on the internet. Some young people who usually didn't watch this kind of TV series couldn't help but join in the fun. Naturally, at the end of February, its ratings were close to the previous record of Soldier's Assault on CCTV. Although it was a pity that it didn't break the record of Soldier's Assault in the end, Yang Yi's works once again showed such strong popularity. The discussion about whether Yang Yi could be considered a gold medal scriptwriter was once again rampant. Next, after entering March, Murphy's new album quietly appeared on the shelves of various music stores without any promotion. She didn't go to major TV stations to participate in singing competitions. This album, called Stories of a Small Town, featured slow, old-fashioned love songs. In the album list, in addition to Stories of Xianxia and Stealing Time, which Murphy sang in the concert before, there were also many songs that Murphy sang solo, such as Red Bean, I Only Care About You, Just Like Your Gentleness. Of course, just like Murphy's previous album, Yang Yi also participated in this album. However, the song that Yang Yi and Murphy sang together in this album was not the song Full Moon Night that they sang at the Embassy's Spring Festival Gala. Full Moon Night was a song that came out later. Phoebe Studios' micro-broadcasting also promised to release these songs in the form of singles. In the album Stories of a Small Town, Yang Yi and Murphy sang You're the Most Precious. This song was more affectionate than Full Moon Night. After all, in Yang Yi's previous life, this was a song sung by the god of songs. With so many fine songs, Murphy's new album Stories of a Small Town naturally showed excellent quality that surprised the fans. Although its release didn't deliberately create a big momentum in advance, after its release, it was still the album that all the music critics rushed to comment on. Even as early as the end of February, a music magazine ranked the most anticipated album in March. Murphy's new album ranked first on both the music critics and music fans lists. But what surprised the entire music industry and caused a heated discussion was the album's results after its official release. Because Murphy didn't participate in any TV station's music chart program, the songs of this album couldn't be seen on the New Song Elite list, the Music Power list, and other related lists. But in addition to these lists, Murphy's new songs still showed the performance of dominating the other lists. On the New Song Bestseller list, the first song was Red Bean. Among the top 10 songs, Murphy's new songs occupied 7 positions. There was no suspense on the radio new song chart. The first place was dominated by the Confession song I Only Care About You. In addition, 5 of the top 10 songs were from the Stories of a Small Town album. Of course, the most important list was the new album sales chart. From the first day of March, Stories of a Small Town showed amazing strength. It was far ahead with nearly twice the sales of the second place, although many singers chose to delay the release of their albums in order to avoid Murphy's limelight. Murphy's new album showed the same strong performance as her Say It Yet album released at the end of the year before last, which shocked the whole music industry, and the music media kept exclaiming "The Wolf is Coming." An album, without much publicity investment, could sell such a performance, which was enough to make people sigh with emotion about Murphy's charm and Xianxia's strength. In mid-March, Stories of a Small Town broke the platinum record with a sales data of 20 million. Although it was not able to break the record set at the end of the year before last, this terrifying speed still made many media outlets scramble to report it. In late March, the sales volume of Stories of a Small Town had reached an unattainable figure, but at this time, the media had already expressed aesthetic fatigue with a wry smile and were too surprised to move. Of course, these honors were not surprising. Murphy did not accept any media interviews because of this. It was just that Xianxia and Murphy's fans were too happy. Not only could they buy the new album and 12 new songs that they could slowly listen to and appreciate, but they could also be proud for a long time because of the hot discussion caused by Murphy. But no matter how well Murphy's album sold and how loud the concert was, Xianxia and Murphy had no intention of making a comeback. At most, there were paparazzi who secretly took photos of Xianxia and Murphy taking Tong Tong to the spring sports meeting held by Xianxia school. This was one of the few times they showed their faces during this time. As April approached, Jiangnan TV's variety show I Am a Singer welcomed a replacement newcomer. It was a Cantonese singer from Harbor City, Lin Muan. His soulful singing in Cantonese moved many listeners and gained him a lot of fans. Perhaps it was because of the popularity of his fans in Guangdong and Guangxi, or perhaps it was because his singing voice was very special and soothing, but Lin Muan did not get eliminated even though his ranking in each episode was not high. He continued singing all the way until the Battle of the Masked King. Of course, Lin Muan only sang Cantonese songs after all. Even though his backup singer was his senior brother, Xianxia, Lin Muan only placed 5th in the end, regardless of whether he won the honor of being the Masked King of the Year. Lin Muan's solid singing and unique voice made the entire Chinese audience recognize the special singer, Lin Muan. However, after I Am a Singer ended, Xianxia's microbroadcasting and Lin Muan's microbroadcasting both updated their statuses at the same time. All of a sudden, the fans of both parties and many passers-by were surprised. Let me formally introduce to everyone, Lin Muan, a Cantonese singer from Tianxiang Records. He's also my little brother. Back then, he came to Jiangqing with his girlfriend and started singing at my coffee shop. Now, he's finally made a name for himself with his own efforts and has realized his dream of singing Cantonese songs in front of the whole country. Please support him. Xianxia's microbroadcasting also included a photo. It looked like it was taken recently. Lin Muan and his wife, Ran Jin, were sitting at a coffee table with Xianxia and Murphy. Lin Muan also thanked Xianxia for his previous nurturing in the microbroadcasting. He took the initiative to mention that he was introduced to Xianxia's company by Xianxia. He also learned singing from Xianxia, Murphy, and Xianxia's producer, teacher Jining Ming. Many mushy words did not need to be repeated. Lin Muan and Xianxia's microbroadcasting interaction surprised many media reporters. They thought that Lin Muan's participation in I Am a Singer was not only due to his own ability, but also due to the operations of Tianxiang Records behind him. However, they did not know that Lin Muan actually had such a relationship with Xianxia. However, whether it was the media or the public, they still had a good impression of Lin Muan. Many of the entertainment industry's verified accounts praised Lin Muan and Yang Yi's approach. After all, if it was exposed in advance, not only would it make Lin Muan more famous, but it would also affect the final results of I Am a Singer. Now that the dust had settled and Yang Yi and Lin Muan announced it on micro-broadcasting, the friendship between these two capable singers would become a much-told story in the entertainment industry. Before May and mid-June, the news about Yang Yi and Murphy had decreased a lot, but in late June, the media was surprised to find that Yang Yi's work was going to be released during the summer vacation. The Truman Show, which was filmed last year, was a work written by Yang Yi and fully funded by Yang Yi's company. Because Yang Yi had basically not been in charge for the past 6 months, the early publicity of the movie was a little lacking. But it didn't matter. After the movie test screening, many reporters looked dignified and were full of sadness. They were all shocked by the reality TV show that could manipulate other people's lives, and they were also moved by the protagonist, Truman, who was not willing to surrender to the so-called fate, played by Guizi. The movie is so illusory that it makes people feel like it's telling a story from another world, but it's so real that you always have a fear that it may happen around us. In the near future, the scenes in the movie are shocking. Do you dare to imagine that except for yourself, everything is not real? From your closest parents, lovers, neighbors, passers-by, they are all just supporting roles, on standby by your side 24 hours a day. If you can't believe it, please come and watch this movie. Yang Yi is indeed a master of manipulating people's hearts. His new work has once again shocked people's hearts. There is no need to elaborate on the content. Come to the cinema, and you will experience a new spiritual baptism. There is an old Chinese saying, life is like a play, and a play is like life. But if you find out that your life is really just a play, how will you react? I like Guizi's performance. He vividly portrayed Truman's struggle and efforts. In this movie, he seems to be Truman himself. From him, you will understand that you can never stop a heart that pursues the truth and freedom. After the test screening, whether it was the passersby's comments on movie review websites or the film critics' comments in their own columns, they all gave good reviews without exception. Almost all of them were 5-star reviews, and the final score after the test screening was as high as 9.3. Many netizens who were waiting for the summer vacation to watch the movie were looking forward to it. But the main actor of this movie, Comrade Fatty Gua, was now going through the greatest mental torture of his life. It's over. Guizi had been recording The Ultimate Challenge with teacher Dan Hongkue for a long time, so he had also learned a few northeastern dialects. He ran to Yang Yi's house and asked Yang Yi for advice with a conflicted expression. What? What did you do? Yang Yi asked in surprise. Guizi wanted to say something, but when he turned around, he saw Xixi and Tong Tong standing beside the sofa. Xixi was holding onto the sofa's armrest, and Tong Tong was leaning on his sister's body with his belly protruding. The two kids were looking at him curiously with their eyes wide open. It was as if they had prepared their stools and melon seeds, waiting for him to tell them a story. Ahem, about this matter, Xixi, Mommy, wait next door for a while. Uncle Little Gua wants to discuss something with your father. Guizi didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and hurriedly pulled the two kids to the side hall. But we also want to listen to it. Cece pouted her little mouth and said reluctantly. You can't listen for now. Later, I'll ask Sister Ding Xiang to cook something delicious for you. Guizi coaxed. Tong Tong's hand was pulled, and he beamed with joy when he heard that. He said in a childish voice, hee hee, delicious. Little brother, don't believe it. Uncle Little Gua is lying to kids. She said, but she was still giggling. Guizi finally coaxed the two kids to the side hall and let them play with the steamed buns. Then he came back and told Yang Yi with a sad face, Sister Ding Xiang is pregnant. What? Yang Yi and Murphy were both shocked. It was found out yesterday, and she went to the hospital for a checkup. Guizi smiled foolishly, scratched his head embarrassedly, and then sighed. It was obvious that he had a lot going on in his mind. How many months has it been? Mo Fei asked with great interest. Less than 3 months. Then what are you going to do? Yang Yi asked. Murphy interrupted them discontentedly and said, what else can I do? Ding Xiang is pregnant. Little Gua, you should get ready to marry her. Don't be like your brother Yang, who waited until I was pregnant with my second child before marrying me. Yang Yi shook his head helplessly. I also want to marry Sister Ding Xiang, but, alas. Guozi said hesitantly. It turned out that he and Ding Xiang had planned to wait for the movie The Truman Show to be released and win the Best Actor award before coming clean with their family. However, The Truman Show was released and before the award was settled, Ding Xiang found out that she was pregnant. This disrupted Guozi and Ding Xiang's plan, and they both panicked. You should tell your family quickly. Don't wait until Ding Xiang is pregnant before getting married. Murphy said in a critical tone. Guozi said worriedly, but if I tell my family directly, will it backfire? I'm worried that if I argue with my family, it will affect Sister Ding Xiang's mood. Now that Ding Xiang was pregnant, Guozi wanted to take care of her carefully. You have to tell them sooner or later, right? Now is the time. Yang Yi and Murphy gave Guozi an idea. However, no matter how much his friends said, Guozi had to deal with this important life event. He went back and thought about it. With Yang Yi and Murphy's opinions, as well as his own ideas, Guozi took action. On June 20th, although it was 620 and not 520, Guozi posted his marriage certificate on microbroadcasting and tagged Ding Xiang. Life is not a game. With this as proof, Guozi will give you a lifetime of happiness. Ding Xiang, who didn't have any official comments, also forwarded Guozi's microbroadcasting on her private microbroadcasting and said affectionately, "Please take care of me for the rest of my life." With the sudden confession and marriage certificate, Guozi, who was about to step on to the next level of his career with The Truman Show, actually announced his marriage. This caused an uproar among the media reporters, and the onlookers were even more confused. What? When did he fall in love? How did he get married? Some time ago, some media outlets wrote that Guozi, who was about to become famous, was a potential stalk. They also deliberately fabricated that Yang Yi deliberately cultivated Guozi to make a qualified husband for Yang Huan. Now, Guozi suddenly gave them two tight slaps on the face. It turned out that Guozi and Yang Huan did not have any romantic entanglements at all. Just like how they acted in the show, they were a pair of opposite sexes, but who was Ding Xiang? How did Guozi get a marriage certificate with her without anyone noticing? Some fans who often followed Guozi and were familiar with Guozi recognized Guozi. They were surprised and said, "Hey, isn't she Guozi's agent? I heard that she was sent by Yang Yi to run some foundation." An actor falling in love with his agent, as long as he didn't get involved, this might be a great story in the entertainment industry. But for Guozi, his challenge had just begun. He secretly got the marriage certificate and couldn't wait to announce it to the public. That night, Guozi summoned up the courage to go home. "Don't worry, you stay at home and drink your soup. I'll be back soon. Don't worry, I'll definitely be able to convince them. I'm very confident." Guozi opened the courtyard door and called Ding Xiang with high fighting spirit. With a smile, he put away his phone and opened the door with his head up and chest out. Bang! Comrade Guozi knelt down heavily on the floor of the living room. All his movements were natural and smooth, just like Messi, who stopped his leg, put his foot on the ground, and shot his leg. Guozian, who was sitting on the sofa with her parents in fear, was also dumbfounded by what she saw. "Dad, Mom, please blame me for acting first and reporting later. Please don't blame Ding Xiang and don't scold her. She has a baby now. What's there to be unhappy about? Please scold me." Guozi knelt on the ground and said with his head lowered. 2 minutes later, Guozi ran out of the house in a panic. Behind him, a shoe smashed out, followed by Tan Huijian's exasperated scolding, "Stupid brat, you actually left Xiaoding outside. If you don't bring Xiaoding back tonight, see how I'll beat you to death." It was July, and this time, the media's focus was on Yang Yi, who had not appeared for a long time. Because the amusement park, which had been reported many times, was finally going to welcome the news of its trial opening. On July 1st, the official micro-broadcasting of Yang Yi and Murphy's studio, the official micro-broadcasting of Sahara Press, the official micro-broadcasting of Dreamland Park, the official micro-broadcasting of Dreamland Park, and the official micro-broadcasting of Frozen, which had been operating since the release of the movie last year, all held a repost lottery at the same time. The prize was very special. The 4 official micro-broadcasting companies would draw 100 fans from the fans who reposted the micro-broadcasting and give them tickets to the Ice Kingdom theme park in Dreamland during its trial operation. Dreamland Park was currently only preparing to launch the Ice Kingdom theme park, and there were 2 other theme parks under construction, the Fantasy Garden theme park, which was based on the story of Alice in Wonderland, and the Future World theme park, which was based on the story of Doraemon. But even so, the Ice Kingdom theme park had made many fans, who fell in love with the movie and story of Frozen last year, ecstatic, but it was worth mentioning that the 4 official micro-broadcasting repost lottery activities, in order to prevent people from maliciously manipulating the tickets, limited the participation of fans who followed before that date. In addition, there was also a restriction on real name users, because the tickets would also be real name users, and they would need to check their ID cards and tickets before they could enter. However, this lucky draw was not just a cold rule. It also reflected the care and concern of a human being. Below the micro-broadcast, there was also a detailed description of the fans who had won the ticket. If they were married or had children, as long as they brought their household registration book and the user marked on the ticket, they would be able to bring their wife or husband, as well as their children, to the amusement park for free. This is blatant discrimination against single dogs and unmarried friends. Although there were still fans complaining about this rule, in general, everyone praised Xianxia's generosity, which had solved the needs of many families with children. Hurry up and get married, Boss Xianxia can't stand it anymore. July 23 to July 26 was a big day for the trial operation of Dreamland Park. After the trial operation, the park would rest for 5 days and make minor adjustments according to the feedback. Then, from August 1, Dreamland Park would officially open to the public. However, on July 22, many lucky fans who had been selected had already brought their families to Jinling City in Jiangnan. There were even many fans who did not win, but were a little unwilling to give up and came to join in the fun. There were also many reporters who had heard the news, and they gathered in Wuqing County, which had become a star city in Jiangnan, and were waiting to participate in tomorrow's opening ceremony. Both Jinling City and Wuqing County, to maintain a strict culture and hygiene, in order to maintain the local image, under the attention of the whole nation's citizens. Wuqing County even decorated with lanterns and decorations, as if at the new year. Merchants also took the opportunity to hold activities to provide a good shopping. However, no matter how lively it was outside, no one knew that while they were all looking forward to it, a group of children and their parents had already started their day trip to the amusement park. Needless to say, this group of children was Xixi, Tong Tong, Lan Xian, and Xixi's friends, Lu Xiaoyu, Yu Xiaowei, Chen Shiyun, Nan Zhaoyu, Yang Luoqi, and Lu Weisha, who had already agreed with Xixi to fly over from Sweden with her mother. Today was a special day for Xixi and her friends. Xianxia told Xixi that she would be the first to visit the amusement park built for her. Of course, if he only brought Xixi alone, she wouldn't have a good time. Therefore, Xianxia asked Xixi to invite her best friends. On the day before the trial operation, they would come in and play first, although Xianxia also promised to let Xixi's classmates come to the amusement park to play. Considering the management and safety issues, the other little students all gave their parents tickets in the form of free tickets. After the official operation, they would only come to play. Of course, Xianxia didn't want such a happy day to be ruined by those naughty little boys. With Nan Zhaoyu among the little girls, Xianxia had almost regarded him as a thorn in his side. Therefore, how could Xianxia allow those naughty kids to disturb his good daughter? Xixi didn't know the little thoughts in her father's mind. She was skipping in front and excitedly introducing to her friends. Let me tell you, it's last year, I came here with Papa, and then I saw that this place hadn't been repaired yet. Look, there are gates here. Wow, look, what is that? She turned a corner and pointed to the tall ice castle in the distance with a look of surprise and exclaimed excitedly. It was as if Xixi had asked a question that could be answered. Her friends, who had long wanted to speak and were so excited that their faces were full of bright smiles, all rushed to speak. However, Chen Shiyun's voice was still louder. She shouted loudly, I know, that is a castle made out of ice. Haha, it's Sister Aisha. Yang Luoqi, who always did her homework seriously, followed behind Chen Shiyun, giggled and added. Everyone was chattering, and Lu Weixia was not to be outdone. In order to find Xixi this time, she had received Chinese training from a tutor for half a year. Originally, Lu Weixia had some foundation in Chinese when she was in kindergarten with Xixi. After learning for half a year, she could understand most of what everyone said and could also chime in a few words. Lu Weixia's accent was a little special, but she still spoke fluently. Sure. Is our league going to play? However, when she said that, Cici couldn't understand what Lu Weixia was saying amidst the clamor of everyone's discussion. They switched back to Swedish. After a while, Xixi beamed with joy and said in Chinese, I know, Lu Weixia. That's right, this is what we are going to play later. Tong Tong had grown up for half a year, and he had changed a lot. He had grown a lot taller, and his walking had become more solid, instead of wobbly. However, at 2.5 years old, he was still a baby. Tong Tong still had his trademark bulging tummy, and his little cheeks were still chubby and pink, making people want to pinch them. In order to avoid the scary eyes of the adults, Tong Tong did not want to be with his mother. He was proud of himself, holding Sister Xiaowei's hand in one hand and Sister Lu Weixia's hand in the other. In order to keep up with his sisters, he walked happily, but he did not feel tired at all. In comparison, Chen Shuyuan's younger brother, who was slightly older than him, was a little lackluster. He was carried by his mother, unwilling to get down to walk. While the little fellows were chattering away, the adults were also following behind, chatting and laughing. Boss Lan, look at how happy you are. The properties around you are selling well, right? Chen Guoqiang asked with a smile. How much have the property prices in Wu County town increased recently? Lan Caokai waved his hand cheerfully. Not bad, not bad. It's all thanks to Yang Yi. Wu County town is developing very well now, and the province is preparing to turn it into a tourism and economic development zone. Hey, do you guys think that a small investment in Wu County town would be profitable? Chen Guoqiang's mind was very nimble, and he spoke up. Let's not talk about this for now. Today, our mission is to accompany the children, have fun, and enjoy ourselves to the fullest. As for business, let's go back and eat before we talk about it, right? Lan Caokai spoke very well, and it was very comforting to listen to. He even patted Yang Yi's shoulder and said with a smile, Yang Yi, now that we are in your territory, why don't you introduce us to the fun places here? What was so fun about the Ice Kingdom theme park in the City of Dreams? That was too much. It would take half a day to talk about it, not to mention the time it would take to play. Yang Yi clapped his hands with a smile and gathered the children together. He said, Children, today, we'll take advantage of the fact that the sun is not very hot. Let's walk outside and see who can find the most cartoon characters on this curved street. Then, when it's almost noon, we'll go to the snow castle again, okay? Yang Yi still had a strong appeal among this group of children. When he spoke, almost every child looked at him attentively. When he finished speaking, it was as if the little guys had become active again. They jumped and jumped happily, clapping their little palms and shouting, okay. Xixi was also excited. The little girl had also been carefully dressed today. She was wearing a dress with a top and a skirt, a white sleeveless top, and a black yarn skirt that was actually connected. A few layers of gauze covered her, making her look elegant and elegant. It was also exceptionally breathable and comfortable to wear. After all, the weather in July was a little too hot. Of course, in order to have a good time, Yang Yi still let Xixi wear a pair of sports shoes with these 3 Velcro strips. The color was chosen by her. Xixi liked pink very much. However, what made Xixi most satisfied was the high bun that her father had tied for her. Her hair was tied high so that she wouldn't sweat so much. It also gave people a feeling of vitality. Coupled with the white lace headband, against the little girl's beautiful little face, this little girl was fresh and cute under the sun. She was especially likable. Xixi was so happy that her cheeks were a little red. She raised the corner of her mouth and asked happily, Papa, it's those. Sister Elsa, Sister Anna, will they all come? Yes, it's not just them. Some of them will appear in the future, like Alice, Diego, the little squirrel, and so on. They might all appear. You'll have to work hard to find them. Yang Yi said with a smile. What Yang Yi said had actually appeared in the storybooks he had published before, but they were still only the images of illustrations and were still being adapted into movies or cartoons. However, she and her friends had all seen them, and everyone had many of these cartoon characters at home. Therefore, when Xianxia explained with a smile, the little guys all shouted excitedly. Then let's go find it. Cici let out a cry of joy. Her crisp voice was like the singing of a lark, echoing in the park that was shaded by the trees. It was really not difficult to find. After turning around the passage in front of the gate of the park and circling around a flower bed, Xianxia, who was running at the front, turned around in surprise and shouted, "I found it, Diego!" The children all ran up like a swarm of bees. Lu Weixia followed Xixi and ran out, while Yu Xiaowei could only pull Tong Tong alone. After all, Yu Xiaowei was 2 years older than these little friends. Moreover, she grew up in a single-parent family, so her mind was a little precocious. At the very least, she knew how to take care of Tong Tong's feelings. She didn't dare to run too fast for fear of pulling down Tong Tong. Fortunately, Yu Xiaowei quickly saw the oversized doll that everyone was surrounding. Her anxious mood could slow down a little. This isn't Diego, this is Sid. Sid can stand up and howl. Lu Xiaoyu giggled, baring her fangs and brandishing her claws to show Sid's daily comical appearance. No, this isn't Sid either. Sid is a man, and this one has hair. It should be a woman. I remember. There's one who looks like Sid. Her name is Brooke. She has a super beautiful house. It's all crystal. She had a good memory. She rolled her eyes and said. But at this time, the sloth, Miss Brooke, suddenly moved. She turned around and stretched out her hand to greet the children. Her expression was still immobile. Ah! Unexpectedly, the sudden movement of the big doll startled the children. She also took a few steps back in panic and snuggled with her friends. Nan Zhaoyu couldn't compare to the curious Tong Tong. He was so scared that he hid at the back and even looked at the adults behind him, trying to find help. Are you a monster? Chen Shiyun mustered up her courage and stepped forward to ask. The other party waved his hand, indicating that he was not. In fact, it was a rule of the park that the staff who acted as cartoon characters didn't speak. It was just like in Western countries, where people couldn't tell children that Santa Claus was fake. A cartoon character who didn't speak could at least maintain a sense of realism in front of the children. Perhaps it was because they saw that this big doll was not threatening. The children who were huddled together in fear just now became bold again. Cici couldn't help but take a step forward and ask in a low voice, "Then what are you? Why did you suddenly move?" What should I do, if I can't speak? How can I answer with body language? The staff stood there awkwardly. Fortunately, at this time, Yang Luoqi said weakly, "Are you really, Brooke?" The staff was overjoyed. She gave Yang Luoqi a thumbs up. Wow! It's really Brooke. Instantly, the children exclaimed in surprise. You're so beautiful. Your hair is all curly. And your eyes are so big. The group of little girls talked at once. This made the staff member, who was hidden in the thick doll clothes, burst with joy. She cupped her face and made a shy gesture. The adults finally came. Yang Yi waved the camera in his hand and said with a smile, "Okay, who wants to take a picture with Miss Brooke?" Me, I came first. Chen Shiyun shouted excitedly with her hand raised. Papa, I also want to take a picture with Miss Brooke. She was so excited that her little face was red. She jumped up and down, and her tied hair was a little messy. A few strands of hair fell naughtily beside her ears. First, take a picture together, and then take it one by one. Yang Yi called out. Not only him, but several other parents who brought cameras also picked up their cameras with a smile. They were ready to take a few more pictures of their children and share them in the WeChat group. At first, it was very good. The little girls stood together and happily took a picture with Brooke the sloth with a peace sign. But soon, Chen Shiyun shouted excitedly, "Uncle Yang, hurry up and take a picture for me. I still want to find others." All of a sudden, the enthusiasm of the little girls was ignited, and they rushed to take a picture quickly. Tong Tong didn't understand why the sisters were so excited. He just sat on the mountain and watched the tigers fight. He jumped briskly beside Lan Xian, waving his little hand and laughing. In the end, the sisters ran forward one by one, followed by their fathers. But when it was his turn to take a picture, Tong Tong suddenly realized that there was only Sister Lan Xian left, whose eyes were shining with wisdom. "Hey, come here. Mommy will play with you." Murphy smiled and clapped her hands. However, Tong Tong turned around and ran to Sister Lan Xian. He pulled on Sister Lan Xian's hand and turned back to his mother with a mischievous smile. Lan Xian didn't mind bringing Tong Tong along. She even said to Tong Tong proudly, "Aya, let's not look for them. They're so big. We'll just take pictures." Her explanation was a little confusing, but Lan Xian meant that she wanted to wait for everyone to find them before taking pictures with those cartoon characters. Tong Tong didn't care whether he understood or not. He nodded blankly and habitually said, "Okay." The two little guys, one big and one small, waved their hands and walked in front. Their proud laughter was even more cheerful than the surprised screams of the sisters in front of them. Xianxia and her friends could play for a whole day if they were asked to simply look for the cartoon characters that were scattered in every corner of the park. However, there were so many fun machines in the park. Soon, the children were attracted by Xiaxia's new discovery. "Come and see. There are so many sleds here." Xiaxia stood in front and waved her little hands excitedly as she shouted loudly. Finally, the little girl felt that it was not enough, so she softened her voice and added, "It seems like it's really fun." Coincidentally, Lan Xian and Tong Tong were passing by with Murphy and Wu Jingjing, who were chatting happily behind them. When they heard Xiaxia's call, the two children walked over curiously. "Xian, little brother, look, there are sleds here." When Xiaxia saw them, she grabbed the railing with one hand and gestured with the other. She could not wait to introduce the sleds to them. "Little brother, these sleds are much bigger than the ones we rode in Sweden." "Pretty sleds?" Tong Tong repeated curiously. Although he could not remember what his sister had said, he was more interested in sleds. He also walked closer and looked at it with his big eyes. Inside, there were many sleds arranged in a large field. The sleds were in different colors. Some were classic green, some were beautiful blue, some were sweet pink, and so on. But without exception, the bottom of the sleds were painted with the sharp-edged look that a sled should have. Actually, this ride was not complicated at all. It was just a modified version of those spinning honey pots or spinning coffee cups. However, the Snow Palace theme park had changed it into the style of a sleigh. Moreover, the entire area where the sleigh moved was decorated with ice blue floors. Even the pillars were decorated with snow-white spruce trees and silver pine trees. It looked like a world of ice and snow. Even though the sun had begun to shine outside, looking at these colors gave one a cool and comfortable feeling. At this moment, Xiaxia's friends came over one after another. Yu Xiaowei walked over to Tong Tong and grabbed the railing to look inside. She exclaimed softly, "Wow, it's so beautiful." When Tong Tong heard her, he turned around and looked up at Sister Yu Xiaowei and giggled. When Yu Xiaowei lowered her head, Tong Tong mischievously turned his head away as if he was not the one who was giggling just now. "Haha." Yu Xiaowei giggled and reached out to pat Tong Tong's head. "Come, let's sit in the sleds. Each family will get one, but after sitting in the sleds, the children are not allowed to climb up." Yang Yi gestured for the children to change into their slippers and enter the venue. Although the trial operation had not started yet, today was considered a small rehearsal. Therefore, all the staff were at their posts and the sleds could be started for the children to play. However, once they sat in the sleds, it was impossible for the children to settle down. The moment Xiaxia entered the sleds, she immediately climbed onto the seat and knelt on it. She grabbed the edge of the sleds and giggled as she looked at the other children. Sister! Sister! I want to!" Tong Tong shouted anxiously. He was still used to asking his sister for help, but in reality, as he grew taller, he could climb up on his own. Tong Tong could not wait any longer. Without waiting for his sister's help, he climbed onto the seat next to his sister. Halfway up, Xiaxia turned her head and looked at her little brother. Xiaxia was also very enthusiastic. She grabbed little Lil Frog's pants and pushed little Lil Frog's butt up. Finally, Tong Tong came up. He stood on the seat and waved happily at Sister Lan Xian, who was not far away. Over here, over here." Her Majesty is sitting in the middle of the children. Let me take a picture of you. Xianxia held Murphy's hand and brought her up. After that, he took a step back and smiled as he held the camera. Murphy giggled. She was in a good mood. She hugged Xishi with one hand and Tong's but with the other as she looked at Xianxia's camera. However, the two children were restless. Xishi hugged her mom's shoulders and giggled. If mom is the queen, then I'm the princess. Me too, I'm the princess too, Tong quickly said as if he was afraid that his sister would forget to bring him along when she ascended the throne. You're not the princess. You're a boy, so you should be the prince. Xishi retorted. Tong knew that there were princesses and princes. He seemed to have suddenly realized something and said, "Oh, I'm the prince." No, you're Cinderella. How can you become the princess so easily? Murphy teased Xishi and laughed. Ah? No, I want to be the princess. Xishi shouted as she shook her but coquettishly in front of her mother. When the sleigh started to spin, the entire venue was filled with the cries of the children. Although the sleigh wasn't spinning very fast, the children's cries and sharp laughter made them feel as if they were riding a roller coaster. It wasn't that they were afraid. The sleigh was spinning at an average speed. It spun on its own for a while, then rotated steadily around the outer ring. It wouldn't cause them to feel dizzy at all. However, they had a lot of companionship to play with. Cece, who was usually not so easily agitated, also let her father support her slender waist at this moment. Then, she stood on the chair, revealing her smiling face with two missing teeth, and shouted loudly. Little fishy, I see you. Where are you? Xishi, where are you? Look behind you. Hee, I'm going to catch up with you. Drive. Ha 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 ha. Just like that, the venue was filled with the children's laughter. Moreover, they were addicted to sitting on the sleigh and couldn't bear to get down. It was as if they couldn't get tired of playing, however, it was also good. Because the sun was high in the sky, the air outside was hot. It was not as comfortable as being in the sleigh venue. All the fathers and mothers took out the water or drinks they brought and asked the children to drink. It wasn't until after 11 o'clock that the music outside started to play. Xianxia called out, let's go. Let's go outside quickly. There's a parade outside. They're all very beautiful cars and cartoon characters. It's a pity not to see them. Only then did the little ones rush out together in a hubbub. The parade outside really didn't disappoint them. Although it was only a dress rehearsal, they knew that the big boss and his children were watching. Every cartoon character was performing very hard. In the long motorcade, in addition to the singing and dancing cartoon characters, there was also Donald Duck's toy car, Officer Rabbit's police car, and carriages with Chinese characteristics. There were many Chinese-themed cars, which were specially designed by Xianxia so that this fantasy city would contain more Chinese elements. Little brother, look, it's a little train. Xishi bent down and hugged her little brother amidst the excited cries of her friends. She pointed at the little train with a cartoon head that was slowly approaching not far away. A little train. Little Rusty clapped his little hands happily. He stared at the little train with a longing look on his face. However, the little boy's voice couldn't be heard because the voices of the sisters next to him drowned him out. That's a real sleigh. Lu Xiaoyu was so excited that she jumped up. When watching the flow parade, there was no need to pay too much attention to the content. It was fine as long as it was lively. The children's thoughts were very simple. At first, they chased after the float happily. Then, under the warm invitation of the cartoon characters, a few of the little girls hesitated, but in the end, they still joined the dance team. Although it was just twisting and turning, the bonfire dance was just a group of people holding hands and spinning around in circles. The children were led by their favorite cartoon characters and danced happily to the beat of the music. Looking at their rosy little faces and happy expressions, it was obvious that they were having fun. Of course, because it was close to noon, the remaining sunlight was very hot. After the parents finished taking pictures, they hurriedly called the children back to a shady place, or they walked up with umbrellas. Do you want to sit on the float? Now is the only chance to sit on it and experience it. It will be more difficult in the future. After the park opens, tourists are not allowed to stand on it. Yang Yi's laughter came from behind. The little girls looked back in surprise and found that Uncle Yang had already brought Lan Xian and Tong Tong onto the small train. Lan Xian happily stuck her head out and waved at her friends. At this moment, Tong Tong was playing the role of the driver. He sat in the cab of the train. Of course, it was not a real cab. In order to make it more realistic, the cab of the real driver was hidden. The little guy was very serious and did not have time to greet his sisters. He was busy turning the loose steering wheel, just like his father driving. At the same time, his red little mouth was trembling as he did his own sound effects. Of course, if he did not spit out saliva and bubbles, this driver would be quite qualified. I want to sit too. The children rushed over like a swarm of bees, their little faces shouting excitedly. But there are no more seats on it. Lan Xian squeezed next to the window of the small train and said awkwardly. Wasn't that right? Even Yang Yi had to come down to let Xixi go up to take care of her brother. I want to sit on the boat at the back. Lu Xiaoyu cheerfully pointed at the flower car at the back and shouted. Xiaoyu is hungry. I'll go with you, okay? Lu Weisha tried her best to speak Mandarin. Of course. Lu Xiaoyu giggled. Wait for me, I'm going to take that ship too. Xixi stayed by her brother's side for less than 2 seconds. When she heard the commotion outside, she called out briskly and squeezed her way out. Nan Jiaoyu took a fancy to the Chinese-style carriage. He called out, who wants to ride in the carriage with me? However, no one paid any attention to him. Qin Shiyun was calling the last person, Yu Xiaowei, to a float surrounded by musical notes. All right then, I'll go by myself. Nan Jiaoyu scratched his head and climbed into the large carriage by himself. The float parade did not take long, but the children had a lot of fun. After it was over, in order to avoid the scorching sun, everyone moved to the snow castle that Xixi and the others had been talking about all morning. Everyone walked through the door that was about 4 to 5 meters tall. The scene in front of them made the children cry out excitedly, wow! It's so beautiful. Yu Xiaowei whispered as she looked at the blue in front of her enviously. Wasn't it? Although it was not real ice, it was just a blue-toned wall paint, spaced by hollow blue-toned glass tiles, and diffused light to create the effect of an ice palace. Not only that, but the floor was also covered with snow-colored tiles. Combined with the snowmen, snow treasures, and the winding ice stairs, the hall gave off the feeling of a real ice palace. This is the place where Sister Elsa lived. It's all made of ice. Xixi could not help it. She pulled Lu Weisha and Tong Tong's hands and walked in the middle of the children. She introduced enthusiastically, let me tell you. Before the spring festival, my brother, parents, and I went to Lu Weisha's hometown to play. We even stayed in a big hotel like this. It's all made of ice. It was so cold at night, and it was also blue like this. Through Cece's introduction, the children seemed to have followed her memories and walked into this wonderful world of ice and snow. At noon, everyone had lunch at a Western restaurant on the 3rd floor of the ice castle called Royal Feast. Just the name alone sounded very domineering. In fact, the decoration of the restaurant was also very domineering. It felt like a palace. Not to mention the independent tables in the side hall for normal visitors. Because of Yang Yi, they were directly seated in the main hall in the middle. The hall was resplendent and had a cathedral-like ceiling with all kinds of patterns. There were huge chandeliers, and although they were fake candles, the dozens of candles still lit up the hall brightly. The long table made of solid wood with red paint was set up in an orthodox Western-style setting. There was a row of chairs with red velvet cushions. It looked very high-end. I feel like we've experienced the feeling of being invited to a dinner party by the Queen of England. Yu Xiaowei's mother, Yu Ying, said jokingly. This is all thanks to the two bosses. Chen Guoqiang smiled and raised his glass to Yang Yi and Lan Caocai. I didn't see the price, but I'm guessing that if you want to enjoy a table like this again after it opens, it'll probably cost more than a few thousand. Right? Boss Lan? Haha, don't worry about that. Let's eat. I think the steak here is pretty good. It's very tender. Lan Caocai laughed and changed the topic. But the cake isn't good. I still like Papa Yang's cake. I also like Sister Ding Xiang's cake. But Sister Ding Xiang is pregnant now, so she didn't make a cake. Lan Xian blinked and started to comment. Lan Xian's mouth was still very picky. Whether it was good or not, she knew the scale in her heart. Yeah. Xian let's wait for Sister Ding Xiang to give birth. Then we'll go and play with Sister Ding Xiang, okay? She said excitedly. Finally, there's someone younger than my brother. Tong Tong seemed to hear his sister calling him. He lifted his head and looked at his sister, a little confused. However, he realized that his two sisters were in a heated discussion and had no intention of bringing him along. The snow castle would be the tallest building in the whole of Fantasy City. Its height was not only reflected in its appearance, but also in its interior. Every floor had different attractions. For example, Elsa's room when she was young, Anna's room when she was young, Baby Snow's bedroom, and so on. There were also some fantasy rooms that could be viewed using modern technology and 3D glasses. The children were tirelessly exploring room by room, floor by floor. The adults were so tired that they wished they could just take the elevator and wait from the lowest floor to the highest floor. However, when they climbed to the highest floor and walked out of the dark room, they came to the spacious and bright castle balcony. They walked around the balcony with a protective net and looked at the scenery around them. Looking at the gorgeous sunset before sunset, it was as if the afternoon's hard work was worth it. The children were not tall enough. They had to be carried by their fathers to look out over the high stone walls. The other children were fine. Tong Tong was also carried by his mother. However, Yu Xiaowei and Lu Weisha were a little embarrassed. Lu Weisha's father did not come, and Yu Xiaowei also did not have a father. Their mothers could not carry these two large girls who were not light. Come, Uncle Yang will protect you. Yang Yi let Xixi hug his neck and lay on his back. Then, he carried Yu Xiaowei in his left hand and Lu Weisha in his right hand and easily carried them. Ah! Xixi was happy and excited. She screamed and giggled. Ah! Yu Xiaowei whispered shyly and grabbed Uncle Yang's thick arm excitedly. Xixi, your father is so awesome. Lu Weisha also laughed happily and said to Xixi word by word. She had heard the words so awesome from Xixi and Tong Tong countless times. Naturally, she could say it very smoothly. Hee hee. When Xixi heard her father being praised, it was as if she was being praised. She was also very proud. In fact, in the Ice Snow Kingdom theme park, in addition to the Ice Snow Castle, there were many other attractions for tourists to play. For example, the Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs theme roller coaster, the water ride where they rode to the pirate ship to explore, and so on. These were all very fun, but because it was particularly hot today, and it was too exciting and dangerous, Yang Yi didn't arrange for the children to play. It was also a regret. Anyway, it wasn't just once. In the future, there would be opportunities to play a second time, and a third time. However, Xixi and her little friends had a lot of fun today, because in the Ice Snow Castle, there were not only mirror rooms, Bobo Ball Pool, and other rooms for them to explore, but also corresponding ice and snow skip performance hall. The little guys had a lot of fun, and they also feasted their eyes. However, there was no end to the fun. After coming down from the Ice Snow Castle, looking at the gradually darkening sky, the little guys were reluctant to leave. I don't want to go back yet. There are so many fun things to play with, Qin Shiyun shouted, saying the thoughts of all the children. Several children surrounded Xixi. They looked at Yang Yi pitifully, not knowing what the tour guide Uncle Yang's decision would be. I also want to play, Xixi whispered. She was also worried, but she also looked at her father expectantly. Yang Yi raised the corner of his mouth, waved his hand, and laughed. Of course we won't go back so early. There are more fun things in our amusement park tonight. How can we miss it? Let's go eat something, and then play for a night. Suddenly, a surprised expression surged on every child's face, which was illuminated by the setting sun. Wow! I knew it. Uncle Yang is super awesome. Qin Shiyun was wild with joy. She danced with joy, not ladylike at all. I like Uncle Yang so much. Lu Xiaoyu clapped her little hands and giggled. I like it too. Nan Jiaoyu was so happy that the corner of his mouth almost reached his ears. No, because I said I like it first. Lu Xiaoyu said. Then what should we do? Nan Zhaoyu scratched his head. The little Buddhist boy had no intention of arguing. Lu Xiaoyu said to him seriously, "You can't say that you like her very much, but you can say that you like her very much." Dinner was also eaten in the park, but compared with the solemn and formal Western restaurant in the castle, the dinner was much more interesting. For example, there was a frozen-themed egg meal. The yellow steamed egg was decorated with snowflakes made of egg white. On the plate, there was a snowflake that looked like ice cream, but it was actually made of eggs and quail eggs. There were also some meat floss sprinkled at the bottom for decoration. There was also a rabbit-themed bento with 2 carrots as ears, making the rabbit look even cuter. Of course, Lan Xian wanted to eat meat. Among the beef ribs she ordered, besides lettuce and small tomatoes, there was also an egg fried in the shape of a Mickey Mouse, not to mention the taste. Looking at the cute image of the food, the little guys liked it very much. Not knowing whether it was because they were hungry from playing or because they were stimulated by the vivid images, the little guys all buried their heads in the food and ate very energetically. But it had to be said that being able to stop to eat and rest, the adults secretly heaved a sigh of relief. "I suddenly feel that I'm old." Wu Yu and Murphy said with a wry smile, "Even the children can't persevere. They are so tired after walking for a whole day." Wasn't that right, except for Chen Guoqiang and Yang Yi, who were boxing and fitness trainers, who were still full of energy. The other parents were all frowning and rubbing their calves helplessly. At this moment, the children were still shouting and making noise. Even Xixi and Chen Shiyun couldn't sit still. While standing and eating, they chatted with their friends who were separated by a few adults. Tong Tong also had a lot of fun and didn't feel tired at all. After Murphy fed him 2 mouthfuls of rice, the little guy twisted his body and ran to the middle of his sisters to see what they were eating. He chewed the rice in his mouth and made a vague hee-hee sound. But fortunately, the activities at night didn't require them to travel long distances and climb up and down as during the day. Yang Yi brought everyone to a ride that not only made the children scream in surprise, but also made the adults happy, a merry-go-round. No, in the Ice Kingdom theme park, it had a new change. It was no longer called a merry-go-round, but a carousel reindeer. This was because it was the main character who often pulled the sleigh and led everyone over the mountains in Frozen, the reindeer. In this rotating reindeer area, not only were there reindeer with white to gray hair, but there were also reindeer with brown and red noses that were exclusive to the Christmas sleigh. All kinds of reindeer looked vivid and beautiful under the bright lights. Looking at the dreamy carousel, for convenience's sake, it was still called a carousel. In the night, Murphy's eyes couldn't help but become a little dazed. "Wow." Murphy couldn't help but stretch out her hands and gently grab Yang Yi's arm, looking at Yang Yi in surprise. But it was a pity, because the children wanted to play more, and it wasn't safe for them to sit on the carousel alone. Yang Yi and Murphy could only take care of one each. Yang Yi took Xixi, and Murphy took Tong Tong to sit on the carousel. Although the carousel in the theme park was much more beautiful than the carousels in other small amusement parks, in such a large space, the children still pulled their parents and asked to sit closer to each other. For a moment, in the small space, everyone's laughter were squeezed together, just like boiling hot water. It was very lively. Yang Yi could only ask loudly, "Are you all seated?" The children's childish laughter answered, "Hee hee, we're all seated." "I haven't sat down yet, wait for me." Lan Xian's loud voice was also very penetrating. "Ha ha ha." Amidst the children's laughter, everyone waited for Lan Xian for a while before Yang Yi waved his hand to signal the staff to turn on the carousel. "What now, you're white on the theme tonight?" When the carousel started to turn, in the midst of the children's laughter, a light singing voice suddenly came from the middle of the carousel. "Eh? There's a song?" Of course, this was a musical carousel. Xixi's reaction was the fastest. She turned her head in surprise, looked at her father, and said crisply, "Let it go?" "Yes." Yang Yi smiled at the little girl. As the carousel started to turn, the song flowed slowly. When the climax started, Xixi couldn't help but hum softly, let it go, can't it back anymore." When Xixi started to hum, she turned her head in surprise and saw that Yu Xiaowei, who was next to her, was also humming along with her. The 2 girls looked at each other and smiled. They understood each other's meaning. Then, the 2 of them looked at each other, gently shook their heads, raised their voices a little, and continued to hum together. Hearing Xixi and Yu Xiaowei's humming, Lu Weixia, Lu Xiaoyu, and the other children also joined in the fun. After all, they were already familiar with this song last summer. It was even popular among the children in the country for a period of time. Let it go. In the end, it became a chorus from all the children. Tong Tong leaned into his mother's arms. He didn't want to be left out. He saw that the little guy's face was also full of excitement. He waved his little hand and sang along, pull the dog hook, pull the dog. The merry-go-round was indeed an attractive ride. Once the children got on, they were unwilling to get off. If Xianxia hadn't told them that there would be a light show later, the children would probably have stayed until the next morning. Alright, let's go watch the fireworks. Xixi carefully got off the red-nosed reindeer with her father's help. She had been shouting for the whole day. Even though her parents often reminded her to drink water, the little girl's voice was still a little hoarse. However, why would a child care about her own voice? After the little girl got off the merry-go-round, she couldn't help but shout excitedly to Lan Xian, Yu Xiaowei, and the rest of her friends, who were still dawdling, Xian Sister Xiaowei, let's hurry up. We want to sit in the best seats to watch the fireworks. Hearing the little girl's hoarse voice, Xianxia said with a little heartache, alright. Don't worry. No one will fight with us today. Don't worry about not having a good seat. Murphy was infected by the lively atmosphere of the children. She was smiling the whole day and was in a good mood. However, when she held Tong Tong's hand and was about to leave the merry-go-round with Xianxia, she couldn't help but stop in her tracks. Sigh. Murphy looked at the gigantic merry-go-round that was even more colorful in the night sky. She sighed softly and felt a sense of regret in her heart. However, at this moment, Xixi's giggles could be heard. The little girl saw that her mom didn't follow them, so she waved enthusiastically and shouted with difficulty, Mom, we're here. Wow, the little girl was worried that her mother would fall behind and lose her way. She had to tell stories to her friends and take care of her unreliable mother. It was very tiring for her. Murphy heard her daughter's hoarse voice and came back to her senses. She smiled and held Tong Tong's hand as they walked up. She said to Xixi, Sister, you can't talk anymore. How much did you talk today? Look at how hoarse her throat is. Little brother, you should also tell elder sister to stop talking. Little Momo was sitting on the merry-go-round just now, spinning, and he was a little sleepy. What's more, he didn't have much rest today. With his perseverance and interest, he played with his sisters, so his body was actually very tired. Therefore, when Mofei talked to him, the sleepy little Momo was stunned for a while before he raised his head and looked at his mother in confusion. Perhaps because they were really tired, the 9 kids came to the best place to watch the fireworks with their parents. After sitting down on the comfortable benches, they all became quiet. Although they were still whispering, compared to when they had just come down from the castle in the afternoon, they all seemed to have turned from mantis shrimps into obedient babies. However, even though they were tired from playing, Chen Wuchang said to Chen Shiyun, we're going back to the hotel to rest after watching the fireworks. Mom can't even walk. Chen Shiyun was unwilling. She jumped out from between her parents and ran to Xixi's side for a while and said, then you guys go back first. I'll continue playing with Xixi. Hee hee. Xixi bit on the straw of the milk and giggled. At this moment, a clear and sharp whistle suddenly came from the sky. Baiu, Xianxia hurriedly called everyone to look up. Look, it's starting. They saw a fireball cut across the sky. When it reached the highest point of the snow castle, it suddenly exploded. It was as if thousands of pear trees had bloomed. The blooming fireworks immediately lit up the entire sky. Wow! Not only were the children amazed, but the adults were also amazed. However, this was only the beginning. As if the curtains had been pulled open, more fireworks flew into the sky and exploded. For a moment, the dark night sky seemed to be illuminated by a curtain of light. Moreover, it was constantly changing. One moment, it was a warm and beautiful orange. The next moment, it was a noble and elegant purple. There were also green, orange, and other colors that bloomed from various angles and in various forms. Not only were Xixi, her friends, and her parents in the park able to enjoy this beautiful scenery, but the tourists who chose to stay in the nearby hotels at a high price or shop in the nearby newly opened commercial streets and snack streets also raised their heads in surprise and joy, seeing the iron trees and silver flowers reflected in the distant sky. "There's such a thing?" a tourist muttered to herself. She patted her trouser pocket happily. There were tickets for tomorrow's visit. There should be tickets for tomorrow too. Looks like I'll have to refund the tickets. I'm going to play until night time. I'm waiting to see the fireworks up close. Beside her, many people took out their phones and cameras to take pictures of the sky. Some were reporters, and some were ordinary people. However, it didn't matter. Ordinary people also wanted to show off in advance on their WeChat moments. "Look, I'm going to play tomorrow. It looks like there are many surprises." However, in reality, what they saw from afar was far less shocking than what Yang Yi and the children saw up close. Moreover, other than the fireworks, they could also see a light show that couldn't be seen outside the park. There were countless controllable light bulbs on the exterior of the snow castle. Following the rhythm of the fireworks, the snow castle also constantly changed its color. At its most beautiful, the whole castle seemed to be enveloped in purple and white. It was as if the castle was made of inlaid amethysts and diamonds. "Wow! It's so beautiful." Xishi's eyes were in a daze. She clasped her hands in front of her and subconsciously exclaimed in admiration. It was as if she could become a princess like Sister Elsa and then live in such a beautiful castle. The little girl looked at the unprecedented scene. Her active thoughts started to spin again. Her imagination ran wild, and her heart was filled with happiness and joy. However, no matter how beautiful the show was, it had to come to an end. Seeing that the fireworks show had passed its most gorgeous peak and gradually began to weaken and come to an end, everyone felt a little unsatisfied. She couldn't help but raise her head. Her big bright eyes looked at her father expectantly. "Papa, let's come and play in the future, okay?" "Okay, as long as you want to come, Papa will accompany you to play." Yang Yi smiled and said, "We can come here infinitely, and then there will be more fun in the future. Like the island opposite, when we finish developing it, we can take a boat or a cable car to go there. There will be more exciting things that you can't imagine." "I want to come too. Papa Yang, I want to come and play with Xishi, okay?" Lan Xian actually heard the conversation between Xishi and Yang Yi from the noise of the fireworks. She ran over and squeezed into Yang Yi's arms. She looked at Xishi and giggled. "Of course, how can we leave our cutest Xian heir behind?" Yang Yi smiled and pinched Lan Xian's little face. Xishi happily snuggled in her father's arms. She counted her little hands and happily said, "Next time, I will bring Bao Bao, Xiao Guai, Dudu, and Xiao Hui to play together. Then Mom, brother, Xian heir, Lu Weisha, sister Xiaowei, Chen Shiyun, and Grandpa and Grandma, little aunt." The little girl counted her relatives and friends. Suddenly, she thought of something and hurriedly added in her slightly hoarse voice, there's more. Uncle Gua, Sister Ding Xiang, and their baby. When the baby grows up, we will bring the baby to play together." As Yang Yi listened, he rubbed Cece's little head even more lovingly. "That's a must. We have to call everyone. Everyone will be happy together. Hee hee." She happily acted coquettishly in her father's arms. She even contentedly twisted her little butt on the bench. "The book is over." "Of course not. Being mischievous makes me very happy, author." When they returned to the hotel at night, Tong Tong was so sleepy that he fell asleep in his father's arms. She was the same. After taking a shower, she tiredly lay on the bed and played the role of a chicken pecking rice. After dozing off for a while, she also fell asleep before her mother could wipe Tong Tong's body. "I'm also sleepy. I'm so tired today." Murphy covered the two little guys who were sleeping soundly with their blankets. She lay on the bed pitifully and looked at Yang Yi. She was so tired. She needed her husband to comfort her, however, Yang Yi mysteriously smiled. "You can't rest yet. I still have a surprise for you. Quick, get up and change into your clothes. We'll be back soon." "Ah? We still have to go out?" Murphy pouted and rolled on the bed unwillingly. She was still unwilling to get up. In the end, she still wanted Xianxia to hug and kiss her before she lazily got up. "Where are we going?" Murphy asked curiously as she sat in Xianxia's car. However, Xianxia did not say. He kept smiling mysteriously. This made Murphy feel as if there were 100 claws scratching her heart. She was so angry that her teeth itched. However, the buildings in front of them were becoming more and more familiar. Even Murphy, who had no sense of direction, recognized them. She asked in surprise, "Isn't this the way to the amusement park?" Of course, they were going to the amusement park. Xianxia had already arranged everything. When his car arrived, the staff opened the door for him. Xianxia drove the car directly to the merry-go-round attraction. The lights in the Snow Castle were already off. The other attractions were also off. The entire amusement park was dark. They were only waiting for tomorrow's trial opening. However, the merry-go-round was like a scene in a movie. It was the only place with lights on in the dark. However, it was bright and dazzling like the Milky Way. Now, how could Murphy not understand what Xianxia wanted to do? She looked at Xianxia, who had just stopped the car, with a face full of surprise. Her soft heart was filled with happiness and joy at this moment. Xianxia walked over and opened the car door on Murphy's side. He struck a very gentlemanly pose and said with a smile, "My queen, please get out of the car. We are going to ride the merry-go-round." Wasn't there a saying, if she was inexperienced in the world, take her to see all the prosperity of the world? If her heart was full of vicissitudes, take her to ride the merry-go-round. Although Mo-Fei's heart had not experienced the vicissitudes of life, and sometimes she was as silly as a child, Xianxia still knew that in the past 6 months, Mo-Fei still had a little burden in her heart. Xianxia just wanted her to be as happy as a child and forget those unpleasant things. Sure enough, as Xianxia expected, Murphy was reserved for a moment. She smiled and reached out her hand for Xianxia to hold before getting out of the car. "Don't the staff need to rest? Are we disturbing them too much like this?" Murphy and Xianxia walked hand in hand into the ticket gate of the merry-go-round amusement area and couldn't help but ask in a low voice. "It's okay. We've already agreed." Xianxia comforted her. After entering the merry-go-round, Murphy's smile became brighter. Her white teeth and charming smiling eyes were full of joy and her love for Xianxia. Xianxia helped her onto the reindeer. Murphy couldn't wait for Xianxia to sit on it and put one hand around her waist. This gave her a sense of security. "Tonight, I want to ride the merry-go-round with you like this." Murphy grabbed the pillar with both hands, leaned back, and snuggled into Xianxia's arms. She said happily, "It's just that Xi and Qinchin made it impossible for us to leave. So now is the best time," Xianxia said with a smile. He snapped his fingers at the staff outside. Finally, the merry-go-round began to turn. Murphy was just about to wave her hands and cheer happily like Xi and the other girls did tonight. However, the music in her ears suddenly made Murphy stunned. "There's a song, and it's not the Let It Go that I'm tired of listening to tonight." Just as the merry-go-round was turning and the melody was changing, Xianxia gently hummed in her ears along with the rhythm. "Face to face, sit on the merry-go-round, listen to the music, talk about wishes, that's right." Xianxia had changed the lyrics of a very good song, the most romantic thing, to match the current situation. However, as he hummed gently and his soft breath entered her ears, Murphy couldn't help but feel her body go limp. An indescribable romantic feeling began to fill her heart. "You want me to be gentler and gentler, I want you to keep me in your heart." Listening to the lyrics that Xianxia sang, Murphy suddenly had an inexplicable feeling. It was as if she had returned to the time when her relationship with Xianxia began to ease. Wasn't that right? At that time, Xianxia was very fierce. Murphy felt wronged every time she saw him. Naturally, she also treated him coldly. However, in her heart, Murphy also hoped that Xianxia could be gentler. Fortunately, she didn't miss out. Xianxia really became gentler and gentler, opening her frozen heart. Thinking about it this way, perhaps, the Xianxia at that time was just like what he sang in the lyrics, hoping that she would keep him in her heart. "Sorry, hubby. I was always cold to you in the past." Murphy couldn't help but grab Xianxia's hand that was wrapped around her lower abdomen. She said apologetically. However, Xianxia paused. He pulled out his hand and pressed his index finger on Murphy's lips, not allowing her to apologize. He continued to sing softly, the most romantic thing I can think of is to slowly grow old with you. Along the way, I'll collect bits and pieces of laughter. In the future, sitting in a rocking chair, we'll slowly chat. Murphy was touched by the lyrics. She sat on the merry-go-round and gently opened her arms, allowing herself to completely snuggle into Xianxi's embrace. The sadness and emotions just now all flowed into crystal clear tears. They all flowed into the happy smile at the corner of her mouth. As the merry-go-round spun, it was as if they were also waving in the night wind. When the waves of happiness receded from her mind, giving Murphy some space to think, Murphy heard Xianxia singing the last part of the song. The most romantic thing I can think of is to slowly grow old with you. Until we're too old to go anywhere, I'll still, treat you as the treasure in my hand. She happily laid in Xianxi's embrace for a while before mischievously turning her head. She giggled at the person she loved the most and said, No, I can't grow old so quickly. I still want to come here to play in the future. Next time, we have to do this secretly. Of course. Xianxia smiled and reached out to scratch the bridge of her nose. The two hugged each other and happily sat on the merry-go-round for a while. However, after the happiness gradually passed, their thoughts returned to reality. Hubby, do you think it's a little bad for us to leave the children in the hotel and come out alone? Murphy asked a little worriedly. It does seem a little bad. Xianxia scratched his head. He also wanted to give Murphy a romantic expression. He didn't think too much about it. They looked at each other and smiled, then quickly jumped off the merry-go-round. Murphy held Xianxi's hand and with a bell-like laughter, the two of them started to run outside like children. Aya, we can't stay here for too long. Quick, let's go back and see the children. End of book. Introduction 1. Xianxia is not yet 4 years old. She has just moved to the coffee shop near the school with her father. She hasn't told Murphy. This is a story between chapter 21 and chapter 23. In fact, before Xianxia came, Xianxia had already cleaned up the accommodation in the coffee shop. He had also bought the necessities. It could be said that he was ready to move in. Therefore, after moving in with Xianxia today, Xianxia only needed to tidy up the clothes he brought, some of the items he needed to collect, and some of Xianxia's necessities. While her father was folding the clothes, Xianxia didn't stay idle. The little girl first moved close to her father and watched him fold the clothes, but soon, she felt a little bored. How could her father keep folding clothes? The little girl went to the side of the big bed in the bedroom. She grabbed the mattress with her 2 small hands and then propped herself up with her small belly. Her 2 thin legs kicked in the air. Before Xianxia could think of giving her a push, Xianxia twisted her waist and moved sideways onto the bed. She put her feet on the bed with difficulty and then turned over on the bed. The little girl's belly was facing up. She arched her head and neck and kicked her 2 feet. Like an earthworm, she moved to the front of her father. Because of this, the little girl's bangs that her father had combed were messed up. But it didn't matter. Xianxia opened her big eyes and looked at her father, who was upside down from her angle, and giggled. Xianxi's originally closed lips couldn't help but curve up at the little girl's cute appearance. He smiled gently and reached out to rub Xianxi's forehead. Papa. Xianxia called out clearly. Xianxia responded. Xianxia just giggled and didn't say anything for a long time. Perhaps feeling that her father was paying attention to the stack of clothes again, Xianxia laughed for a while, turned over, and looked at her father, muttering, Papa, what are you doing? Although he knew that Xianxia was asking the obvious, Xianxia still patiently said, Daddy is folding clothes. Xianxia lay on the bed. After waiting for a while, she couldn't help but ask, Papa is folding clothes? Why are you folding clothes? Xianxia continued to answer gently, because the clothes were wrinkled, Dad had to fold them again so that they wouldn't look bad in the wardrobe. Xianxia, who was not even 4 years old, had a lot of information to say. The little girl opened her mouth slightly and stared at her father's skillful movements. Of course, Xianxia didn't need to continue to stand on tiptoe to attract her father's attention. Xianxia had already quickly finished packing the clothes. Xianxia, what do you want to eat for lunch? Xianxia looked at the little girl who was rolling around on the bed and smiled. Today we moved to a bigger house and a bigger kitchen. What do you want to eat? Dad will make it for you. Perhaps because she felt her father's attention, Cece happily turned over and got up from the bed. She jumped on the soft bed, blinked her big eyes, and said to her father, "What do you want to eat?" "Yes, what do you want to eat?" "Tell Dad." Xianxia stretched out his hand to tidy up Shishi's messy hair. Although he didn't know how to tie hair, he still learned how to untie Shishi's hair band and put it back on Xianxi's hair. Shishi turned around obediently, but she was a little impatient. She stood there, shaking her little butt as if she was dancing. With her back to her father, she giggled and said, "I want to eat French fries." "French fries?" Xianxia was a little surprised. He didn't expect Shishi to want to eat these. But thinking about it carefully, Xianxia didn't have the answer to the hypothetical question, what would Shishi want to eat? In his memory, he knew too little about his daughter. Shishi's back was to her father. She seemed to be a little worried that her father didn't know, so she couldn't help but turn around and gesture with her little hands. "Yes, yes, French fries. This is so yummy." The little girl used her little fingers, which were about the size of French fries, to gesture and even made a gesture of dipping them in ketchup for her father. Although the little girl didn't have a lot of vocabulary and it was a little difficult to explain, Xianxia couldn't help but laugh when he saw her pouting her red little lips and blinking her big bright eyes. He wanted to reach out and pinch the little girl's pink cheeks. "Okay, Dad will fry French fries for you." After tying up Cece's hair, Xianxia slapped his palm downwards, holding the little girl's little butt and lifting her up high. "Ha ha, ha ha." Shishi grabbed her father's shoulders with both hands, and her bell-like laughter resounded throughout the house. Although Shishi said that she liked French fries weren't healthy food and didn't have enough nutrition. So Xianxia rummaged through the ingredients in the fridge. In the end, other than French fries, he also fried a salmon tail, a large piece of steak, and a large plate of vegetable and fruit salad. This meal tasted a little like Western food, but to Xianxia, his food didn't care whether it was Chinese or Western food. As long as it was delicious, it was delicious. When Xianxia brought the last fried salmon tail to the dining table, he saw that Shishi had already climbed onto the chair by herself. Her two knees pressed against her skirt as she knelt on the cushioned chair. She reached out to grab the still slightly hot French fries on the plate. After hearing the movement, Shishi turned around and saw her father looking at her. The little girl hurriedly retracted her hands. She was very embarrassed as she wiped her two little hands on her body and laughed at her father. Hee hee. You have to wash your hands. Don't wipe your hands on your body," Xianxia said gently. He put the two plates on the table and laughed. "You didn't even wait for the ketchup before you started eating?" Hee. The little girl's two little hands grabbed the edge of the table, and she even shrank her head. Only her head above her nose was exposed on the table. She looked at her father and continued to smile. Xianxia waved at her. The little girl was indifferent. She was still peeking at her father and laughing. "Go wash your hands." "You can only eat after you wash your hands," Xianxia had to say. Hee, Mom said the same thing. The little girl ran in front of her father, raised her head, and looked at her father with a smile of exultation. When it was time to eat, she couldn't sit still. When she was eating happily, she even stepped on the chair and ate the French fries in various positions. Looking at the way she twisted her body, it felt like the little girl was dancing for her father. Xianxia felt that Shishi's behavior was not very ladylike. However, he hadn't thoroughly studied the education books that he bought not long ago. He wasn't sure if he should correct Shishi's behavior, so he chose to hold back for the time being. Not only did he hold back, but Xianxia also stepped on Shishi's chair with his right foot to prevent the little girl from losing her balance and falling back. "Eat some fish," Xianxia said softly. He picked up the communal chopsticks and picked up a piece of fried salmon from the thickest part of the fish tail. He said to Shishi, "The salmon that Dad made is delicious." But I'm eating French fries." Shishi was still holding a French fry in her right hand. She leaned on her father's arm and gestured to him while trying to put the fry into her mouth. However, she quickly reacted and chuckled, I forgot about the ketchup." The little girl quickly turned around and pressed half of her body on the table. She dipped her head in the ketchup before putting it into her mouth. "You can eat French fries, but you also have to eat some fish and vegetables, right?" Because if you only eat French fries, the nutrition won't keep up. Those tall and big brothers and sisters need to eat a lot to grow up quickly. Xianxia patiently reasoned with Xixi, when you were in the car yesterday, didn't you tell Dad that you wanted to grow up quickly and then sit in the front? I want to sit in the front. Xixi nodded seriously and said to her father. Then you have to eat fish and vegetables. Xianxia smiled and said. Okay. Xixi was obedient this time. She hugged her father's hand and sat down on the chair so that she could eat the fish that her father fed her. The little girl's little mouth was eating happily. Soon, her eyes lit up and she looked at her father in surprise. Is it delicious? Xianxia looked at her and couldn't help but feel happy. The corner of his mouth curled up and he asked with a smile that he didn't notice. Xixi's two little hands waved up and down, as if expressing the endless joy in her heart. She raised her little head, and her eyes curved into crescents as she said to her father, hee, super, super delicious. Unfortunately, the little girl didn't know how to describe her feelings. She couldn't describe the crispy skin and tender meat. But what did it matter? The little girl had already used her body language and her happy expression to give her father a big thumbs up. Then eat more. Also eat some vegetables. Xianxia picked up food for the little girl. When her mouth was full, he took the opportunity to cut his steak and put a piece into his mouth to chew. Well, it's a bit too cooked. But this beef still needs to be cooked well. The food market is not assured. Xianxia evaluated himself and inadvertently turned his head. He saw a pair of bright eyes staring at him. Those pure eyes had an indescribable penetrating power that directly penetrated Xianxi's heart. Oh. Xianxi's forehead was covered with a drop of cold sweat. He inexplicably felt a little ashamed and said, Xixi, do you want to eat more fish? The little girl also came back to her senses and sweetly called out, Papa. Xixi excitedly held her father's hand and stepped on her father's thigh from the chair. Her small body leaned back and nestled in her father's wide arms. Her small hand pointed at the large piece of beef on her father's plate and said softly, Papa, Xixi also wants to eat. Yes, how could he eat alone? Xixi felt that her father was eating very happily. Xianxia carried Xixi back to her chair and said, Okay, but you have to wait. Papa will cut a smaller piece for you. You can't eat such a big piece. It's better to cut it smaller. Xixi curiously looked at her father's movements. Although she didn't understand clearly, she still believed in her father and didn't argue. Xianxia cut a piece of beef for her and gave it to her with chopsticks. The little girl sat on the side and chewed with relish. You have to chew it thoroughly before you can eat it. Xianxia worriedly warned. She was very happy to eat with her father, but unfortunately, Xixi was still too small and couldn't eat too much. She quickly ate until her little belly was bulging. Then, she sat on the chair and giggled as she looked at her father, who was still eating in big mouthfuls of meat. I'm full. The little girl looked for a while and saw that her father wasn't looking at her. She touched her small belly and said to her father with a smile. Xianxia turned his head and smiled at her. Papa, look at me. The little girl looked at her small belly and motioned for her father to touch her bulging belly. Not bad, you are indeed full. Later, Papa will take you to the school for a walk. The school is also very beautiful. Xianxia said softly. Okay. Xixi happily waved her two small hands and then pressed them in front of her body. She looked up at her father and smiled sweetly. She was very happy to be with Papa. She could always play with Papa and eat delicious food with Papa. Papa is very delicious. Xixi thought happily in her heart. She didn't feel that there was anything wrong with her words. Anyway, she just thought in her heart and no one heard it. I have to tell Mom tonight. Today, because they had to move from the village in the city of Wuhu district, they had lunch a little late. When Xianxia finished cleaning up the dishes, it was almost time for lunch. However, Xixi was in high spirits. She was thinking about what her father had said about going to school. When her father was cleaning up the dishes, she ran around the house and had no intention of sleeping at all. The sliding door of the kitchen was gently opened with a crash. A cute little head came in, blinked her big eyes, and asked sweetly, Papa, are we going shopping? Yes, but we're not going shopping, we're going to visit the school. Xianxia laughed. He wiped his hands and spread the cloth flat. Are you going to visit the school? Cece muttered as she followed her father out. Yes, we live next to the school. Let's go, put on your shoes. We will go for a walk to digest our food. We will come back for a nap later. Xianxia gently patted the little girl's head and said softly. She ran to the front actively and said happily, I can put on my shoes by myself. I don't need Papa to put them on for me. Xianxia looked at the little girl sitting on the stool in front of the stairs and trying to put on her shoes. She was quite smart. Her every move revealed dexterity. She put on her beautiful little sandals correctly on her left and right feet and pressed the Velcro with her little hands. Hee, Papa, look. After the little girl put on her shoes, she jumped on the floor. Then, as if she was asking for praise, she stretched out her feet for her father to see. She looked up at her father with her big eyes full of expectation. Xianxia understood Shishi's expectation. He praised her a little clumsily, not bad, not bad. You are wearing beautiful clothes. But what did it matter? Even if there were no fancy words, Xishi was satisfied to hear her father's praise. She turned around, shook her head, and smiled happily. Jiangqing Media University was located at the foot of Tingshan Mountain and was next to the Grand Canal. Naturally, the scenery of the campus was impeccable. Xianxia led Xishi along the school path. The trees on both sides of the path were verdant and tall. The tall and sturdy tree trunks seemed to reach into the clouds. The green area of the campus was very wide. Not to mention the lush and dense leaves, not to mention the verdant grass, even the outer walls of the buildings were covered with many vine leaves that would sway in the breeze. It was as if the whole campus was shrouded in a wonderful sea of trees. Occasionally, dark green waves would bring a cool breeze to this hot afternoon. Of course, no matter how beautiful the campus scenery was, it couldn't be compared to the beautiful little scenery in front of Xianxia. 1, 2, 3, 4. The little girl counted the number of steps in her soft and cute voice as she walked unsteadily on the road. Perhaps it was because she was happy to be out with her father, but she was more mischievous than usual. Instead of walking on the spacious and flat school path, she had to walk on this challenging road for her father to see. If it was another parent, or if it was the stricter Mo Fei, Cece might have been scolded and then walked down the stairs unhappily. After all, the road was too narrow, and a child's sense of balance was relatively average. If she wasn't careful, she might fall and even knock her teeth out. However, Xianxia didn't stop her. He didn't think that this little risk was anything to do with it. After all, in his previous life, when he was Shishi's age, he was already struggling in the dangerous jungle. Therefore, even though he knew that Xishi might fall, he was still willing to let Xishi play because he would be carefully protecting her from behind. Xianxia reached out his hand, ready to pull the little girl up at any time. However, to his relief, although Xishi was unsteady, she didn't fall and barely managed to maintain her balance. However, the little girl started to get nervous towards the end, and her counting started to mess up. 12, 13, 17, 10, 10. Xianxia saw that the little girl was stuttering as she walked forward. He couldn't help but smile and say, 12, 13, the next one is 14. Why is it 17? She followed her father's words and continued to count, 15, 17. She skipped another number, and Xianxia suddenly felt a little unnatural. He simply led Xishi in counting, 15, 16, 17, with her father's voice. Xishi read more energetically. The little girl walked in front, and her steps and tone were very strong. She even wanted to show off in front of her father, and tried hard to say the numbers before her father opened his mouth. After playing like this for a while, Xishi jumped down from the curb by herself. The little girl turned around and looked at her father with her big watery eyes. Soon, the little girl's smile became wider, and the corners of her eyes curved slightly like crescent moons. She giggled and said, Papa, you too, you should do the same thing as me. She excitedly took her father's hand and gestured, wanting her father to walk on the curb with her, instead of walking on the side of the road. Xianxia wouldn't refuse. He smiled and walked steadily on the curb. Papa, you have to follow me. She saw that her father could walk very well without her teaching him. She smiled with satisfaction, turned her head, and gently swung her little ponytail. She ran in front of her father, stood on the curb, and strode forward. Slow down, don't rush. Xianxia was worried that Xishi would miss a step, so he hurriedly advised her in a soft voice. Xishi misunderstood. She was very kind and said in a soft voice, "Okay then. I'll wait for Papa." Although it was already lunchtime and Jianchuan's campus was a lot quieter, there were still some students walking around the campus. Xianxia took Xishi for a walk on the campus. The little girl laughed happily, and her sweet laughter attracted a lot of people's attention. Xianxia took Xishi to a flower bed. The little girl's cute and delicate face, pink and pretty little skirt, and the blooming flowers were shining brightly. Xianxia keenly noticed that behind them, a girl wearing black bloomers, a white short t-shirt, and a small round hat like an artist, secretly picked up the SLR camera she had been holding. This girl originally came to take pictures of the scenery, but now she probably felt that she and the flowers in the flower bed formed a very beautiful composition, so she picked up the camera and wanted to take a picture. Xianxia noticed before she took action. Now he frowned slightly and hesitated. She wants to secretly take a picture of Xishi. Although he knew that the girl probably didn't have any bad intentions, Xianxia didn't want someone to take a picture of him. In his previous life, if he was photographed, it meant that trouble would come knocking on his door very quickly. However, when Xianxia turned slightly and was about to stop her, he hesitated again. You are no longer an assassin who is tired of running for his life. You are now an ordinary person who needs to integrate into society. Xianxia silently warned himself in his heart. Would an ordinary person care about other people's camera? Xianxia thought about it from the perspective of an ordinary person. Maybe I would care, but I wouldn't show it too much. After all, it's just a picture, not a gun to my forehead. As Xianxia hesitated, the girl snapped a picture of Xishi. Should I go up and ask her to delete the picture? Xianxia frowned. However, Xianxia still hoped that he could integrate into the world of ordinary people and live a peaceful life like an ordinary person. Let's not react so violently. She is just a student. Taking a picture won't affect us much. Xianxia secretly weighed the pros and cons. He felt that if he went to negotiate with others, it wouldn't affect his image. Moreover, he might leave an impression on Xishi that he was a fierce father. Xianxia didn't make a move, but at this time, Xishi noticed the girl's action. After all, there were only the three of them in the vicinity of the flower bed. When the girl saw that the girl was pointing a camera at her, she was a little embarrassed. Perhaps it wasn't because of the camera, but Xishi was still very afraid of socializing. She was used to being alone. She ran back to her father's side and hugged her father's leg with her two little hands. She hid her head behind her father's butt and only peeked out a little to sneak a peek at the young lady with one eye. What's the matter? Xianxia patted the girl's head and asked softly. Xishi found a sense of security by her father's side. The girl raised her small head and explained to her father in a low voice, There, someone is looking at me." Xianxia turned his head and saw that the girl who was secretly taking pictures saw that she was discovered. She bowed to Xianxia embarrassedly, blushed, and ran away shyly. Xianxia smiled and explained to Xishi, "It's okay. That girl saw that you were so pretty, so she took a picture of you." This was also the explanation that he found for himself. He. When the girl saw that the outsider had left, she secretly breathed a sigh of relief. She looked at her father and didn't say anything. She just stood there and smiled. She was really a shy little girl. Fei was actually very relieved to send Cici to Xianxia's place. After all, Xianxia's love for his daughter was indescribable. After the little girl came back from her father's house last time, she even said a lot of good things about her father to Fei. Murphy finished a day's work and dragged her tired body back at night. She lay on the sofa in a daze, wondering if she should call Xianxia to check on Xishi's situation. On one hand, she missed her daughter and wanted to know if the little girl was having fun. On the other hand, Murphy didn't want to talk to Xianxia. That bastard. Murphy couldn't help but grit her teeth when she thought of how Xianxia had talked back to her yesterday. It wasn't entirely Xianxia's fault. Murphy later reflected on herself. She had given Xianxia money without thinking, and it was easy for Xianxia to feel disgusted. Murphy knew that Xianxia had a strong sense of self-esteem. Otherwise, he wouldn't have kept rejecting her financial aid and stay in that dirty and smelly rental house. Thinking of this, Murphy thought of the scene she saw yesterday. For example, Yang Yi's house was clean and tidy, and Yang Yi's house smelled good as if it had been sprayed with air freshener, and Yang Yi's bulging muscles after taking a shower. Murphy's face suddenly turned red when she thought of this. She spat and shook her head hurriedly, throwing the charming scene to the back of her mind. But you shouldn't be so reckless. Can't you give in to a woman a little? I'm giving you money in hopes that you can live a better life. It's not like... Murphy knew that her way of doing things was a little inappropriate, and her words were stiff, but she couldn't help but complain in her heart. After thinking for a long time, Murphy decided to let go of the resentment in her heart. She took out her phone and called Yang Yi. Beep, beep. While waiting, Murphy suddenly felt a little flustered, and her heart pounded. However, the wait was a little long, so long that Murphy wondered if she had dialed the wrong number. She put away her panic and looked at the phone in front of her to see the number. That's right, why isn't he picking up the phone? Murphy thought that she couldn't get through, but at the last few rings, she suddenly saw the phone screen flash. It was connected. Murphy hurriedly picked up the phone. Her heart was flustered, and she didn't know what to say. However, she heard Xi's voice. Hello, I'm Xi. Are you Mom? Is it Xi? Murphy breathed a sigh of relief, and her heart calmed down a little. She cleared her throat and said, Ahem, Xi, it's Mom. The little girl's giggles immediately came from the phone. Xi happily called Mom, and then she couldn't wait to say, Mom, let me tell you, Papa's phone rang, and I was shocked. Then I saw that it was Mom's phone. It was not strange that Xi could recognize it. Last time, she used her father's phone to call her mother. Listening to the little girl's dependence, Murphy's mood improved a lot. The physical and mental tiredness brought by the work she had to do since the early morning seemed to be driven away by Xi's laughter. Are you having fun at Papa's house? Murphy asked softly. Yes. Xi's laughter came over. She had already answered her mother's question clearly, but she still wanted to talk to her mother. Today, Papa and I moved. Mom, don't you think it's super cool? Murphy's eyes widened in surprise, and she quickly asked, Moved? Why did you move? Where did you move to? Because Papa said we were moving. She still couldn't understand her mother's many questions. She tilted her little head in confusion and said according to her own thoughts, Mom, let me tell you, Papa and I are living in a big house. It's bigger than Mom's house, super big. And I like it very much. When Xi was describing, Murphy's mind was in a mess, and she fell into a terrible association. Where did Yang Yi take Xi? He won't take Xi away and not return Xi to me, right? Why didn't he tell me that he was moving? Why didn't he call me all day? Although Murphy didn't want to believe that Yang Yi was such a person, Murphy faintly felt that the Yang Yi she met these 2 times seemed to have changed a little. However, Murphy's mind was in a mess at the moment, and she seemed to have forgotten that Yang Yi was not the kind of person who would take the initiative to report to her. Yang Yi had never taken the initiative to call Murphy, and now Yang Yi had no intention of telling Murphy about his own affairs. How could he communicate with Murphy about moving? Mom, Papa has a super big bed here. I want to sleep with Papa and Mom. She was tired of standing and talking on the phone, so she simply took the phone that she had tiptoed to the table and climbed onto the soft big bed. She put the phone on the bed, threw herself on the quilt, and giggled to her mother. Murphy was a little absent-minded. She was still thinking about how to ask Xi and get the address of Yang Yi's new residence from Xi. But at this time, Yang Yi, who had finished bathing for Xi, came back. He heard the movement in the bedroom, so he walked over and looked at Xi. Xi, who are you talking to on the phone? Papa. Xi saw her father and screamed happily. The little girl felt that her mother and father were there, so she was so excited that she could no longer sit still. She climbed up and jumped on the bed with her white and tender little feet. She pointed at the phone that was still on the bed and was tossing and turning because of her jumping. She said enthusiastically, Papa, I'm talking to Mom on the phone. When Yang Yi heard that Xi was talking to Murphy on the phone, he hesitated for a moment. He felt that he shouldn't pretend to be cold, so he walked over and picked up the phone. Under Xi's expectant gaze, he started talking to Murphy. Well, it's me. Yang Yi's voice was very low. I moved to the school, Jiangcity Media University. Because I rented a shop, I can open a coffee shop downstairs. Perhaps because she was looking at him, Xianxia actually calmed down and calmly explained to Murphy, who was questioning him. On the other side of the phone, Murphy was originally full of anger. But when she heard Xianxi's calm explanation, and his tone wasn't hard and uncomfortable, Murphy was stunned. When she wanted to get angry again, she found that her anger had disappeared without her knowing. When she talked to Xianxia, her voice was still very cold, but her tone was much gentler. Then, tell me the address, and I'll go over to take a look tomorrow. Why didn't you tell me? Murphy unconsciously said the last sentence in a slightly reproachful tone. Of course, it wasn't very obvious, and Murphy herself didn't notice it. Okay, I'll write it to you in a text message after I hang up, Xianxia replied straightforwardly. Murphy's hanging heart finally relaxed by half. But she, who was next to her, didn't let it go. She jumped on the bed, her two little hands still holding onto her father's big hands. She shouted anxiously, No, don't hang up. I still want to talk to Mom. The little girl's soft and cute voice still diluted a lot of the barrier between Xianxia and Murphy. Xianxia said a few words to Murphy, then passed the phone to She. She still had a lot to say to her mother because she went to the school to play today. There were a lot of new things that she wanted to share with her mother. The next day, Murphy finished her work early. According to the address given by Xianxia, she asked the driver to send her to the north gate of Jiang City Media University. Before she left, Murphy didn't hold back. She called Xianxia early. So, before she got out of the car, she saw Xianxia standing by the roadside waiting for her. Shorts, t-shirt, and flip-flops, Xianxia was wearing sneakers. This guy was dressed so casually, the taxi driver didn't recognize Murphy, but he glanced at the beautiful and arrogant Murphy, who was wearing a dark blue, sparkling, and knee-length slim-fit dress with light-colored sunglasses. Then, he looked at Xianxia with an expression of disbelief. It was as if a fresh flower was stuck in cow dung. Ignoring the taxi driver, Murphy was actually a little unhappy when she saw Xianxia's nonchalant look. But she didn't care too much. After she walked to Xianxia's side, Murphy snorted softly. Let's go, Xianxia said calmly to Murphy with a wooden face. She was still waiting at home. Xianxia was still worried. Of course, before they went upstairs, Xianxia still gave a simple introduction to Murphy. The coffee shop is downstairs. It hasn't been renovated yet. Upstairs is the living quarters. Murphy pursed her lips. Seeing that Xianxia had changed his living quarters, although she didn't see what it was like inside, she was still a little happy. After all, the place where Xianxia used to live was too messy and narrow, but Murphy's happy mood turned into a few muffled mumbles. It's too secluded. What kind of place did he choose? The atmosphere between the two was a little awkward. Luckily, when they went upstairs, She's happy laughter swept away the awkwardness. The little girl happily jumped into her mother's arms. Mama, did you miss me? They hadn't seen each other for 2 days, and she was doted on by her father in every possible way. She sweetly acted coquettishly in her mother's arms. Murphy actually wanted to tease her daughter, but now that Xianxia was looking at her from behind, she was a little embarrassed. She also wanted to maintain the image of a strong woman in front of Xianxia, so she coughed twice and let she stand back on the ground. Okay. I missed you, but you have to be good. I'm very good. She tilted her little head and looked at her mother's expression. Then, she giggled. She couldn't wait to take her mother to see her father's big house. Because she had introduced it to her mother yesterday, her father's big house was much bigger than her mother's. After going through a few rooms, the little girl ran back to the master bedroom. She passed by the bed and grabbed the railing of the balcony with her 2 little hands. She called out in a crisp voice, Mama, Kiki, come quickly. Here, there are so many flowers. When Murphy passed by the big bed in the master bedroom and was about to go to the balcony to look at the scenery outside the small building with she, her eyes couldn't help but linger on the big bed that could be said to be a little wide. Papa has a super big bed here. I want to sleep with Papa and Mom. She's soft voice on the phone yesterday seemed to echo in Murphy's ears again. Sleep together. Thinking of this, Murphy's white face suddenly turned red. Bad intentions. Murphy shyly scolded Xianxia in her heart. She didn't know that in the future, this big bed not only didn't become the main battlefield of bad intentions, but because this big bed was occupied by Shishi, the whole family left this room. She and Yang Yi were, ahem, of course, this was a story for another day. Achoo. In the living room, Yang Yi, who was putting Murphy's shoes on the shoe rack and hanging up Murphy's small suit, suddenly sneezed. Yang Yi raised his head, a little confused. End of chapter 1299. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.